posting here instead. I think I bought a haunted house. I know what it sounds like from the title, that I'm making up a fake story that sounds like the plot of one of the Insidious movies. I can assure you that everything I write here, at least, is completely true. I've been thinking about posting this for a while, as people at work give me a funny look when I tell this tale. Here goes. During a very amicable and non-contentious divorce, I needed to buy a house for myself and my daughter. The old house was my ex-husband's prior to our marriage, so this was completely fair. He advised I should buy a condo, because I'm horrible at yard work, but I was set on buying a house on the water. Any house. It was that important to me to be able to look out of my window at a body of water. I had a budget, and I knew it was going to be a stretch. Imagine my joy at finding a listing for a big Victorian house on a very pretty spot of land on a lovely river. The dollars were a bit outside my budget, but not way outside. And this property was owned by the bank. The terms were as is, and once I toured the house, I can rationalize why big waterfront property could possibly be in my budget. This place was trashed. People who lived in the house must have been crazy alcoholics. There were 3 bars in random places in the house with alcohol still stocked. And the layout was designed by somebody who had clearly never been, or rather heard, of Feng Shui. There were 5 bedrooms and 2 offices. And trust me when I say that now this is a 3-bedroom house with no offices because nobody wants to sleep in a closet-sized room. It was crazy. They also had walls up to prevent looking at the view properly, which didn't make sense given the view is the only thing that the house had going for it. Everything in the house was also made of the cheapest contractor-grade material you could imagine. Cheap ugly flooring, hideous kitchen, Motel 6 quality bathrooms. But 3 of them full bathrooms and bathtubs. Sounds good to me. There were also some other weird features, like what looked like violent damage to the walls from punching, and also a pellet gun. It was a true hot mess. What needed a full gutting was going to take years and a lot of my money to restore. And y'all, it is not my sweet spot to oversee a construction project. So of course I bought it. After 9 months on the market, the bank was in a hurry to close and get this toxic asset off of their books. So within a very fast 45 days from the first time I saw this house, I owned it. And I should mention a detail that will become important later. There were 2 buildings on this property. The Victorian house and a much older garage structure with a man cave above it, including another bar with more alcohol just left behind. There was a lot of stuff left behind, actually, including a partially broken pool table, artwork, family mementos. Weird. I started construction on my new home within a few days of closing. And after 3 months, it was okay enough to move in and live there. Not great, but okay. It was then that everything I've ever believed about the nature of the afterlife got thrown into the trash can. So I moved into my still wreck house, but it now had 3 bedrooms and more open floor plans. I put in a nicer wood floor and also removed the obstruction from the view. There was an expensive beam I had to install to make sure the house didn't fall down. Kitchen was still hideous, which pained my heart. I'm not good at yard work. I am good at cooking. But oh well, that's gonna have to wait. Let's talk about the vibes. Not necessarily bad vibes, but in general vibes that you could feel that are not normal things to feel at, say, the mall, or your office. This is really hard to explain, and hard to understand here. The house has vibes. One of my close friends, who has always been the witchy type, if that makes sense, toured the house with me before I signed the final papers and advised I keep looking. She said there wasn't enough sage to burn in this house. She said she sensed violence. I blew her off and I wanted that view, but I felt it too. I always felt it. And if I'm honest, a vibe. So let's get down to it. Within the first few days of living in and sleeping in the house, the following things happened. 1. Things would move. Put down your glasses on the table for your glasses. Put down your glasses on the table for your glasses. And they would disappear. 2 weeks later, they would appear in the same place you had originally put them. No, my daughter's not a prank type. She's the leave me alone so I can play Minecraft type. Alrighty then. Things would appear, not my things. Antique perfume bottle in the bathroom, not mine. Very old toys in the yard, not mine. 3. The orbs. I'm not talking about light orbs going around the walls when no lights are on in the house. I know you're thinking that this is a reflection from a car going down the road, because this is exactly what I wanted to believe. However, this is not possible. My house is set back from the road almost the length of a football field. Plus the garage man cave blocks the road entirely. 2-car garage, very big, very tall. 4. I don't know how else to put this, but the reactionary sounds in the house. Let's say I was having an argument with someone, such as my new boyfriend at the time, husband now, got married again, and I'm so happy. We would be arguing about the relative benefits of asparagus versus artichokes, for example, and the walls would sound like knocks and thuds, and the floors would sound like a person was stomping. This really freaked us out. I also want to delicately mention that during more private moments, the walls would thud, almost approvingly. I know this sounds bizarre. 5. The shut your mouth little lady event. My daughter is amazing and I love her and I'm so proud of her, but she has her moments. After one of these moments, she came flying down the stairs terrified. It was because a male voice said, "Shut your mouth, little lady." I ran up to her room ready to do battle, but all I saw was a light orb going back and forth in the darkness. My daughter did behave better for a couple of days, so there is that. And did I mention we were getting very freaked out by this point? I also mentioned that I'm happier and more successful than I've ever been, including a fabulous daughter, an amazing marriage, a fantastic job, and also working through some very deep personal trauma from my childhood. Lots of hard work. Ghost vibe on all of this is supportive vibe. And yes, I do think this sounds crazy. Let's get to more meat and potatoes, shall we? First, I'm going to be careful about details because I want Zach Baggins to appear at my house or get the side eye at work. And all of these events occur over a 10-year time frame, so there's a slow roll to where we are today. And an important fact, most of the key information I have been able to gather has come from the sweet little old man next door. They live in his own house his entire life. Let's call him Fred. There is another neighbor on the other side of the house who's almost never there. They're not the talkative sort. We'll call him George. So back to Fred. After he dropped the murder bomb on me, he asked me if I would like some fresh zucchini from his garden. Which, heck yes, I did. Delicious. I was also able to Google what happened to my house while the zucchini bread was baking, which I should have done before I bought the house. It was all right there. It was a horrible murder. Not a civilized murder, if that distinction even exists. I'm not going to disclose the specific murder because then my concern about Zach Baggins becomes more of an issue. Plus, this entire story makes me seem crazy. I will say that the interesting part of the murder for sharing here is that the murder did not occur with previous owners who lost the house to the bank. It happened before they owned the house. This information freaked me out more. What happened to the last owners? Why did they have so much alcohol? Why were the walls bashed and the doors kicked in? Why did they obstruct the view? Why did they put so many rooms in the house? Why did they leave so much stuff behind? I also want to know why they put cement down the drains and disabled the dishwasher and jacuzzi tub and a variety of other sabotage activities before they left. I may never know. Maybe because the bank was buying it. Also important for later, Fred established a pattern of telling me information in a gradual fashion, resulting in maximum drama. There is a Fred bomb coming up that's more disturbing than the murder, the tangible detail that causes people to shiver. People wait for this detail. The first couple of years in the house moved very quickly, and except for the strange noises and moving things and gifts, there were more, all small and old objects, orbs and strange animal behavior, mostly bird behavior. Everything was great. There has been another shut-your-mouth little lady event. The vibe, however, continued to be strong. Visitors and my daughter reported feeling like somebody was watching them. The ghost vibe. I think we all got used to it. It didn't seem harmful, and the big events were still in our future. So one beautiful summer day, I'm sitting outside enjoying my view. All caps. Just love that view. Fred came over to see if I wanted some tomatoes from his garden, and of course I did, and I got to chatting. I complained about lack of storage in my house, and honestly, maybe I should have kept one of the closet bedrooms around for this purpose instead of ripping most of my interior walls down. Fred was super confused by these complaints. Why don't you use your cellar more? It's plenty big. I don't have a cellar, no basement, nothing like this. Fred, who I have mentioned, has lived in his house in his entire life and informed me that he's been in my cellar many times. Not fancy, he said, but good for canned goods, he said. The key points I will be covering are as follows. The cellar, the final Fred bomb, and what happened to me when I was in the house alone for an extended time frame. And this part is seriously frightening and rocked my belief system. You've been warned. And 4 actual ghost sightings, which was 2 months ago. The first, in response to those who've asked. I got my new kitchen. Took 5 years to save up, but it's gorgeous. Someone who is particularly interested in the countertops. I chose black granite with custom antique ivory distressed Omega cabinets. All of the fittings are copper, including a copper farmhouse sink. I love it. I also never want to do anything like this again. I don't know what I was thinking when I took on this house. I was seriously over my skis. The other houses in this area are now starting to sell for big bucks because they're on the water, and my house has doubled in value, ghost notwithstanding. Real estate agents are always calling to try to set up meetings, but I think I'm not done living in this haunted house. So, on to the juicy parts. The cellar. Obviously, when I heard from Fred that I have a whole cellar underneath my house that 1, I didn't know about, and 2, that there was no way to access, I started freaking out again. My husband didn't believe there was any cellar whatsoever, and also thought that Fred was leading me on to keep chatting with the pretty woman. Thanks, husband, for thinking about my middle-aged self in this manner. We actually had a few ghost knocks on the wall during that discussion, as the ghost does not like raised voices. And of course, during this time, my imagination went wild. What is down there? My top choices were dead bodies, sex dungeon, and satanic ritual temple. My husband thought it might be structural. It took about a year plus to survey the perimeter of the speculating before a random event at the house revealed the answer. We wanted to put on a deck so that I could enjoy my view, all caps, better. And frankly, the blue stones outside in the patio looked very garbage-like. We were on vacation while the work was being done, but the contractor called us to let us know that the back of the house had rotten boards, and we needed to have those replaced before we attached something like a deck to it. Please don't ask me to explain any construction questions. This is not my area of expertise. Imagine our surprise when we got home and had a clear view into the cellar, which had previously been blocked by rotten boards. Guys, the cellar was there, but it was completely filled with, basically to the brim with stones. I'm not sure how much it cost to buy that volume of rocks and completely fill a decent-sized cellar, or why anybody would give up storage space. But, from what my husband told me, we'd need to hire some kind of bucket brigade to bring all those stones, so it'd cost a fortune. Money pit. Anyone. So I still don't really know what's down there. Who also figured out where the interior entrance to the cellar is, and my only guess is that the last owners put the HVAC unit on top of the stairs, with cheap plywood under it, true to form. This explains the door to nowhere in the foyer, not a fancy HVAC closet like I thought, and I'm hoping there are not dead bodies down there. I told you this is going to be partially unsatisfying. Word. Next is the final Fred bomb. And at this point, I was thinking that I had experienced enough uncertainty due to this crazy house. I wanted answers. And the next time Fred came over to chat, he brought enough yellow squash to feed an army. I was disappointed, because I would have loved the actual squash blossoms so that I could stuff them with spicy Italian sausage and cheese before flash frying them. I never turned down some fresh vegetables, though. Fred, I said very loudly. Fred is mostly not able to hear. I need to understand about the murder, as there's some strange things happening. Please tell me what's happening. Fred understood about every other word, but enough to get pretty upset. As a reminder, Fred has lived in his house his entire life. I can't share everything because I'm still worried about Zach Baggins, but I learned that Fred's best friend was the one who was murdered, and it was just awful. Poor Fred and Ghost. We're going to give the ghost a name now. An old man, as in, dang, old man took my glasses again. Or old man. No need to bang on the walls, we're just discussing the midterm elections. Which brings me to point 3. The time my husband had to go on an overseas business trip. The old man locked me in the murder garage and delivered a pretty impactful life lesson. And I'll be honest, I really miss my husband and my daughter. My daughter was with her dad that week, but as a highly busy woman, alone time to read and binge-watch Netflix did not sound horrible. I also alluded to dealing with some significant personal trauma from the past, so I was eager for some me time. One thing that I've not covered in this tale is that there appears to be the old man ghost hotspots on the property. For example, the kitchen, no vibes. Bedroom with amazing view, medium vibes. Garage and man cave, big vibes and darkness. One thing I learned from Fred was that the murder happened in the garage. Also, it's important to know that one of the kicked-in doors was the door into the garage, basically. And around the same time as my husband's business trip, he went to the Home Depot and bought a steel security door and steel doorknob. Someone appeared to be going in my garage and moving stuff around. Do not mess with my Christmas decorations. I go all out. But anyway, it was only me in the house, so being the domestic goddess I am, I went into the garage to get the broom. As I poked through the assortment of brooms and mops, inadequate storage in the house, the steel security door slammed shut. Yikes. Even though I felt like one of the cartoon characters who run into terror on top of the water to escape danger, I remained myself. I am an adult. Tried to simply open the door to the garage so that I could run back into the house and call somebody to get me off the ledge. The doorknob wouldn't turn. Panic rising. I tried to open the main garage door, which also wouldn't lift. And of course, suddenly being trapped in the murder garage really freaked me out. Thought my soul was about to escape my body through the scream coming out of my mouth. However, I had no other time to react before a gigantic whooshing sensation went through my body. The next 5 minutes or so, the idea, how long the duration actually was, maybe a combination of 25% complete terror and 75% one of the best, most profound events of my life. Unfortunately, the 25% terror was the first. After the initial whoosh through my body, I sensed, well, rather, felt pain in my throat closing. I didn't feel actual pain and I could breathe, so I said, well, feel isn't right. It was like remembering something that happened in the past. But it didn't happen to me in my past. There was a tactile sense of cloth where no cloth was there. There was an emotion of sadness and frustration. And then there was nothing at all. Nothing at all negative. Although the garage was dark, I sensed light, and then I sensed words, but didn't hear them with my ears. You have to let go. You're free. You're good. You're free. The words/meaning of the words were directed at me, but I knew the words weren't audible, but inside me in my brain. Then I felt light and I understood the message. The whoosh was gone and I was standing there, still locked in the murder garage, brandishing my broom against more whooshing. And this next part has evidence and we kept it. I ran back to the steel security door. I tore the steel security knob right off the door, twisting the metal in my hands like the Incredible Hulk. Then the door popped open, and I was free and standing in the mid-afternoon sunshine, twisted steel doorknob in hand. The knob is hidden behind some boxes in the garage in case I need to look at it from time to time. After I was able to breathe again, my brain began stabilizing for thought capabilities. The sense of relief was massive, and my world and worldview changed in that instant. It shifted to speculation and not facts, and this is important. I had mentioned that I was dealing with some cheap personal trauma, deep. And of course, I did all those things people do to move on from tragedy, none of which worked for me, nor which I allowed to work until that day. Imagine a boat dragging crab pots, garbage, and a mass of broken things, slowing all forward movement, impeding navigation, and in general making things uglier. That was me. I couldn't advance. I couldn't free myself. I was pretty sad on a typical day and wasn't able to feel joy deeply or appreciate the view. View, not in caps this time. It all stopped like the whoosh in my body reset my brain, heart, and spirit with a bolt of lightning. I walked out of the murder garage different than I walked in. And here's another fact. Old man was or is a good person, lived a good life. And those were the facts of his life. I have no idea what any of this means, and maybe the whoosh was not old man at all. I do know that I'm neither large nor strong, not somebody to be twisting steel in my bare hands. And I do know that I'm very happy living in my house and looking at my view. I feel joy daily. I also feel brave and new, like the world is filled with possibilities. I didn't understand or consider, but I want to. Still don't understand about the cellar and what went on with the previous owners. Nor do I think I will ever have that information. Like I said, this is only a partially satisfactory story, but don't ask me about the spirit world. I got no idea. However, nobody's going to be able to convince me that old man didn't have my best interests at heart. He was spot on. I needed to let go, and I'm good. I'm free. I love my life. I love my family. The past sometimes needs to stay where it is. Looking back is not always the right thing to do. There were strange things in the desert. The desert is a scary place for me now. It used to be a place filled with peace and serenity, but since living out there for almost 30 years, you see things. This occurrence took place in the high desert of California in the early 1990s. The whole town was once all military. There's a military plant there and a prison, and the streets to this day consist of numbers and letters, for example, Avenue 0 and 178th Street. Avenue 0. You always heard stories of people missing in underground tunnels, and in fact, a friend of mine kept getting a draft coming from his closet in his childhood home. And later, after he grew up, he checked it out and found an opening to one of those such tunnels. Called me over to check it out, but after I got there, we went through the opening. I was too freaked out to go more than 10 feet in when I turned around and told him that this might be how people disappear. You always saw things late at night off in the distance, far past the lights. Then, like the small, strange, glowing, different colored lights that would move around lower zigzag. Then they'd shoot straight up. We saw things in the sky, just stuff you never talked about. Life was pretty carefree back then. If you wanted to visit friends, though, you'd have to drive down a long desert road and sometimes end up coming home late at night in the pitch black. That's because there's no streetlights. I remember coming home late one night with my boyfriend at the time and another friend, and we pulled over for some reason, and something compelled me to get out of the car and look up to the stars. We were in the middle of nowhere, but we could hear what sounded like machinery and muffled clanks like metal. We all started looking around, but didn't see anything. Mind you, there were no streetlights and our headlights were off. And just then, we felt a vibration under our feet. I crouched down on the street and put my ear to the ground. It was coming from under us, and we all listened intensely, heard far down voices, but couldn't make out what was being said. We stood up and were discussing what it might have been. That's when we saw a small red light on the horizon. It was getting closer. Quickly piled into the car and got the heck out of Dodge. We only told a few friends, and they experienced the same thing. There are people living in the ground. A year later, I got myself a truck and started a small hauling business. Well, I had a big job coming up that required me to use a trailer. Seemed like everybody I knew had some kind of farm equipment and stuff, so I called up a good friend. He told me that he had a few of them, so why don't I just come out to his property and pick one up? He lived on the outskirts of town. His backyard beyond the electric fence was desert, miles of desert. It was just starting to get dark when he got this excited look on his face. Do you want to get really creeped out? Pulled out his new toy. It was a military-grade night vision binocular. He said that if I wait until dark to leave, I won't regret it. Well, of course, I'm intrigued, so I stayed. After it got dark, we walked toward the back of his property, looking out at nothing. No lights, no roads, nothing but barren desert. He pointed the binoculars east and said, "Are you ready for this?" Oh my. There were people coming out of the ground and moving around. I said, "What the hell am I looking at?" He told me that his family called them ground dwellers, and that they're located in various parts of the desert. And that's why they have an electric fence around both houses and the backyard. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. Never went to his house after dark again, and still have a problem to this day in wide desert areas. Yeah. That crazy lady wasn't so crazy. At one point in my life, I lived in a mobile home park a little bit past Avenue F, along with my youngest son and his father. There was a massive treehouse in my yard that was left by the former tenant. The only way to get up into it was through a hole cut in the floor with a door in it, and under that was a rope ladder. One night, I'm sitting on the porch drinking a cup of tea. It's when I heard something moving up in the treehouse, followed by seeing somebody's head pop up. It was this lady and her husband with whom I had never seen before. They both seemed to be hiding from someone. Clearly, I thought that they were on drugs, and I told them to come down from there. But they refused. It wasn't until I threatened to call the authorities did they cautiously comply, their eyes jetting everywhere, not wanting to be seen. But now there was a small group of my friends and nosy neighbors gathering around. They saw that she was terrified by something, so I asked them to come in. I made them something to eat and waited. After she calmed down, she reached into her bag and pulled out some papers. They looked like legal documents with government letterhead. There were drawings and schematics, and some of them even had embossed seals. I couldn't help but notice that they had water and smoke damage. Some of those papers were even burnt. You could still make out some of the graphics and the words next to them. She told me that they were checking out his new place on Barrel Springs Road. It's where we were, like with 2 or 3 cinder block structures. I knew them well. A few years back, I happened upon the place, and a black truck rushed down to greet me with guns drawn. Said the same thing happened to her. The difference was that she was deep inside one of the structures, so she didn't know how they found out that they were there. She said that she wasn't even thinking. Being such a conspiracy theorist, she took one look at the stuff and knew it must have been important. She grabbed the stuff, ran with her husband. I went over these pages and felt very uneasy reading them, like this was for, well, to put it bluntly, reading it was like seeing the stuff that people get killed over if it got out. And stupidly, I said, "Why don't you just simply give them back?" She said that they had been running for a while, and it seemed like everywhere they stopped, a black car or van with government or no plates showed up with darkened windows and just sat there watching them. Well, I didn't really want to get too involved, especially after reading what I did. I thought it was too big for little me. No, take what I saw to my death, so I packed them lunch and told them that they could sleep in the treehouse for the night. And they did, but they were gone early the next morning before I even woke up. And after that, we started seeing black vans parked on our lonely road facing the houses. And at one point, I even walked up to one of them, but they kind of took off as soon as I knocked on their blacked-out driver's window. Lots of unexplained things happen out there in the desert. Don't really see much of it now. I think because there's more lights and people, well-lit towns, and camera phones pointing everywhere. There weren't cell phones to call for help back then. Were they going to eat us? I remember one time a few years later, it was a fun day with some of my friends. We're in this stupid little red car called a Yugo that seemed to be the last leg most of the time. Or on its last leg. My friend's uncle told him that there was a whole abandoned town far west of the Mojave Desert. And there were things just left there all over the place. We were so dumb. It took us a long time to get out there. If you ask me, I'd try and find it now. Don't know if I could or if I would ever want to. Besides, I wasn't driving. We were thinking that we were lost a few times until we started seeing things. A carnival ticket booth on a trailer with no wheels. Broken tractors and furniture. Little shacks here and there and empty water bottles. A lot of empty water bottles everywhere. There wasn't a livable house or store or place of business for many, many miles. I wondered how anybody could even survive in a place like this. And then we saw it. It was long. Looked like an old single-wide mobile home about 60 feet long with wooden siding. Went all the way down to the ground. Had about a 4-foot crawl space under the entire house. Looked like something from a horror movie. It had several windows down the length of the house. Some of the windows had old frayed curtains still hung up blowing the desert breeze. There's open sections of missing siding, exposing the darkness underneath the structure. A space big enough to step or maybe crawl through. There were old dusty cars with their doors and trunks open and trash everywhere. There were personal items and open cans that were strewn all over the place. And right in the middle of all of this was a small fire pit, and it was quiet, only the sound of our tires running over empty cans. I patted his girlfriend on the shoulder to make sure that she was seeing the same thing I was. We were both looking at pale beings or people. I couldn't tell, but they were too pale to be in the middle of the desert. It didn't look like they were wearing any clothes, but we couldn't tell that either. They were all extremely skinny with long limbs, each one being a different height, and all but one had what looked like messy hair in their head, but the bigger one was bald. And another thing was that this is the creepiest part. They didn't move like they were human. They were almost crouching, and their movements were very swift. They were all inside that house watching us from the windows and from the open spaces underneath the house. They were following us as we slowly drove past them from window to window, open space to open space underneath the house. And thinking back on this still gives me chills. My friend, who's the driver, pulled up next to the fire pit. And despite us screaming to go, 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 he turned off the car. His girlfriend began to cry out that we should leave now, and it was obvious that he didn't see what we saw. He said, "Stop, babe, this stuff is cool." Oh my gosh, I wanted to punch him in the face. We both kept looking at the people watching us while begging him to get back in the car and drive. He picked up a long bone off the ground, started to push the soot around the fire pit, and he said, "Hey, looks like somebody cooked a dog." And just then he looked up and his girlfriend leaned over to the driver's seat, grabbed his jacket and attempted to pull him back into the car when he finally saw what we were seeing and said, "Oh shit." That thing hiding underneath the house was swaying back and forth with its hands on both sides of the opening. He was staring at us almost with intent to lunge. He tried to start the car, but it failed. You know when you're about to die, how your life's supposed to flash before your eyes? Well, all of that flashing in mine were people dying in the movies because their crappy car didn't start. I felt for sure they were going to eat us. I began to beat on the back of the seat, screaming, "Please, God, start, start, start." Well, I heard her say, "Oh my God," over and over and over. After 3 tries, it started, and we tore out of there, leaving a cloud of dust. Pulled over far from that location and tried to compose ourselves. She was a wreck for days. I don't know how people venture off by themselves, but as for me, never, never again. Especially in a crappy car. We didn't talk about really what we saw after that. I think we were in disbelief it even happened. And yes, this was sort of a kick in the butt, so pretty soon after that he got a good running car. There's so many things that had occurred in the desert back in those days. Too many to even come close to tell you. And I know that there are things that we do not, or maybe will not, or maybe will never understand. I also know that there are more eyes now paying attention, so I don't think it'll be too much longer before we all know the truth. I can tell you this. Some of those things we saw back then, people are capturing on their phones today. Some of those things on those pages are real. And I've seen those same drawings on documentaries recently. And just a tidbit of information. Rosamond, way back in the day, was a toxic dump site. That's why the houses were so cheap back then. But if you ask anyone now, it's like we all got it swept underneath the rug and it's all disappeared. Prices are higher for houses there and they still have no idea. Finally got some answers. I was curious as to the things we found and saw out there. And friends we knew that worked on the base only had limited clearance, so they could only tell me things I already suspected to be true. Even if they did have more clearance, they wouldn't be able to share anything due to them losing their job. I feel you. One strange thing did happen. It gave me some clarity. There was a petrol right off the base. The petrol, for those of you that don't know, is a gas station. Not a regular station where you could buy things. It was just gas. It wasn't open to the public in the day. Only military personnel. I actually thought it was closed, but I found out that it was just unmanned. I just had a new landline installed in my apartment, so I kept getting calls from people with the wrong number. I guess the number belonged to that old military petrol. And on this day, I was glad to get this wrong number. It was an old high-ranking vet who worked on the base years and years prior. After he found out it was the wrong number, I asked him if he was still serving, to which he replied, "No, ma'am." I asked him if he could answer some questions I had about things that he had seen, or rather that I had seen out in that desert. He told me that he absolutely could not. I told him that my friends think I'm crazy and that I was questioning myself too. I asked him if he could just confirm a few things I saw. Told him he was sorry. He said that whatever I saw probably had a simple explanation. Told him okay and respected his words. Thanked him for his service and the call was over. The next day I received a call from an unknown caller and it was him. I was delighted to hear his voice, but I told him he still had the wrong number, and he said, "I know, I had to call you from a secure line." We talked for quite some time, and he answered questions before I even finished asking him. My mind was at ease. Blown, but at ease. He told me he was impressed with all that I knew and put together already, and I told him I was grateful for him for not making me feel like I needed to wear an aluminum hat. I asked him if he was going to get in trouble for telling me these things and asked him why he changed his mind. He said that there was something about me that he heard in my voice. Told me that he was old and dying from something he contracted while in service. He didn't feel like I was a threat, just curious. He just wanted somebody to know. He didn't give me his name because of his family, and I understood. Never heard from him again. Some of those things in the desert have nothing to do with the military, but others absolutely 100% did. My Ghost Stories. The Yellow House Gets Dark. So, school in Nyssa was a thing, but the house, that gets creepier. After the first night, the entity that came up from the cellar seemed to stay there, which, thinking back on it now, seems odd, but didn't register with me at the time. Instead, the basement got creepier. My room was upstairs on the second floor of the house. The living room and kitchen were below. And the basement was, of course, below that. I shared a room with my cousin, the one with cerebral palsy. My mother was on one side of us and my aunt on the other. That way, the youngest and sickest were within their reach. My brothers and oldest cousin had rooms down in the basement. The laundry room was down there too. I hated going down there to do my laundry. Hell, I hated going down there to wake up my siblings. One night, my mom and aunt had gone out with some friends, so my cousin's boyfriend came over to help babysit me and my other cousin. They all, being her boyfriend, and my brothers, decided that it would be fun to play hide-and-go-seek in the dark. Their attempt to keep me entertained. My cousin also decided that everywhere was open to hide in. So of course, when it was my turn to seek, my brothers hid in the basement and my cousin was in the cellar. Her boyfriend didn't want me to get scared, so he hid in the kitchen. He was nice. Of course, I found him pretty quickly. He helped me find my brother and said that my cousin was in the cellar. I was heading down to get her when she comes just streaking past me screaming bloody murder. I followed her up to the kitchen and straight outside. She was freaking out, refusing to go back into the house. And here's what she told me. She claimed that she was hiding down by the door in the cellar when she saw something behind it. She said it looked like a floating brain, but it was like rimmed in a red light and started moving toward her. That's when she came bolting up from the stairs. Even knowing what I saw in the house and afraid for my cousin who couldn't defend himself, I knew that I had to go back in and defend my cousin. So no matter what came up those stairs. So I ran in up to my room, closed and locked the door behind me. I had an old record player and radio, so I turned it up. My cousin liked country music, so I had my radio on his favorite station all day. Then the worst thing that could happen happened. Back in North Carolina, lightning struck outside my bedroom window. And as a result, I'm terrified of storms and the harm that they could do to electronics and metal and glass. It was just my luck that a storm hit as soon as I locked myself in my room, with my metal bed frame up against a wall with giant glass windows, no less. So, storm phobia mixed with a ghost of indeterminate origins. I was not going to have a good night. Put my back against the door and tried to keep myself calm. When my mom and aunt returned, they got the skeleton key to open the door, and I don't remember much after that. I remember running down the stairs and into the safest corner I could find. There were no windows or electronics or metal. I do know that my cousin, her boyfriend, and my brothers all got yelled at because they left me and my other cousin in the house in the middle of a storm, after freaking me out with a ghost story. They all knew of my fear of storms, but stayed outside in my cousin's boyfriend's truck. They were all afraid to go back in after what my cousin said she saw. Needless to say, I felt like I was the bravest out of all of us, simply because I had the balls to go back inside and protect my cousin. My cousin and brothers decided that I was going. I was going to be the butt of all their jokes, and their personal verbal punching bag. Anything I said against them, they had a story that trumpeted it. I was always the bad guy, and the crazy one because I kept talking about ghosts. Not too long after that, my aunt and cousins moved to Arizona. Some of my mom's friends moved in, and the guy took the basement room. It had been my cousin's, and the chick took my aunt's old room. With them, they brought his PlayStation and her horses. Things started to get worse. Then the entity in the cellar got braver. After my mom's friends moved in, things started to get weird, or weirder. The guy who moved in kept talking about hearing voices in this basement room, seeing shadow figures and electronics turning on and off by themselves. Mom, of course, just brushed him off, saying that it was just his drunken imaginings. I would have given her that too, because he was a heavy drinker, but he was persistent and consistent with his stories. The woman who moved in and brought her horses claimed to hear voices in the tackle shed. See people that weren't there, and her horses would get spooked over seemingly nothing. Again, Mom said it was because of her drinking, but she didn't drink nearly as much as my mom or the guy did. It was summertime. I was in charge of taking care of the chickens and the bunnies. I was out gathering eggs when I swore I heard my mom call me from the house. The problem was all the adults in the house were at work and my brothers were playing on the PlayStation. And trust me, there's no way that they can mimic my mom's voice. So I stood there listening. The same voice called again, only this time it was closer to the chicken coop. Now I feel like I should mention that we did have dogs. There was my dog, Beggar, who was the runt of the litter and kind of scared of my brothers. My aunt's dog that she hadn't been able to take with her, who was half coyote. And then there was the guy's big black dog. Don't remember much about it. Beggar would follow me around while I did my chores, so he was already on alert to the voice. He was at the door of the coop because, well, he wasn't allowed in, obviously. Started growling. He wasn't, however, facing the house. He was facing the pasture where the horses were. Now, the thing about most of the dogs I've had, that they don't just growl and bark at nothing. Hell, my 5-pound Awokian doesn't bark or growl. And I'm surrounded by ghosts, so Beggar growling at something was odd. Usually he would run and hide under something. He was afraid of everything. I stood there just staring at him because it was so unusual. Then I heard the voice again, closer. Beggar now stood in a defensive position, his hackles raised and everything. Again, something that wasn't normal for him to do. He wasn't trained in any way, even though he was meant to be a hunting dog. His behavior was setting off alarm bells like you wouldn't believe. I calmly walked up behind him and peered out of the coop. There seemed to be nothing there, and Beggar seemed to be calming down. Then the voice came from above us on the roof of the coop. Beggar spun around, looked up, and started barking aggressively. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. My brothers weren't going to be of any help. They still thought I was making it all up for attention. They were too far away in the house anyway. Whatever was on the roof of that coop would have gotten to me before I could have screamed. So I did something that my grandmother told me to do if I was ever afraid and there was nobody there to help me. I took a deep breath and said, "I don't know who or what you are, but you have no business here, and you need to leave." You're typical. This isn't your home speech. The thing on the roof seemed to laugh. You know, that creepy little kid giggle that people talk about hearing in the woods? Yeah, it sounded like that. Then in an even creepier voice it said, "Oh, but I was called for." Now, as you might remember, my grandmother and aunt had started talking about witchcraft and such. And unbeknownst to me at the time, my aunt had a spiritual board in our house and had used it. I responded to the thing, "Well, I sure as hell didn't call for you." It giggled again. "No, but you are the one I was called for." I shivered. Here's the thing about my aunts and my relationship at the time. We hated each other. She had called me ugly from the time I was 5 and had tormented me with scary stories whenever she had had to babysit me and my brothers. And in all, she wasn't really very nice to me, and hated that I even existed, I guess. We've never talked about it, so this thing saying that it told that somehow my aunt had summoned it to torment me. I wasn't going to let some entity have the last word, though. I stepped out of the coop and turned and looked up at where it should have been. I didn't see anything, but it wasn't going to stop me. I don't care why you're here, but know this. You cannot and will not scare me. It remained silent, and so I went on. If that thing in the cellar can't scare me, what makes you think you can? Saying that, I turned on my heels. I started walking back to the house, calling Beggar to join me. He came trotting up next to me, and I kept my eyes firmly on the house. That was when I saw her. She was dressed like a pioneer and staring behind me. I didn't acknowledge her as Beggar, and I passed her into the house, but whatever was following me couldn't get past her. I knew then that I had a friend around the house. That made me feel just a bit better. When my mom got home, I tried to tell her, but she, of course, didn't believe me. Unfortunately for me, that wasn't the end. After encountering whatever that thing was, I did my chores first thing in the morning. Seeing as I was always up at 6, even during the summer, it was easy to do what needed to be done and then go back into the house where I felt safe. Correction. Well, I was safe on the first and second floor. The basement and cellar were still terrifying. The only reason I would ever go into the basement was to do my laundry, and I never went to the cellar. At night, I could hear my mom and her 2 other roommates talking and drinking, just seeming to have a good time in the kitchen below. Sometimes I would hear someone pacing outside my bedroom or up or down the stairs. We had a cat named Peanut, who was sort of Siamese and would do the weirdest things. One day we found him sitting in a chair, batting at his tail between his legs. He was an odd cat, but he was a good mouser, and just all-around fun. Suddenly he got sick, and we were never really sure what happened. The guy who was living with us claimed that the neighbors had poisoned him. I was disinclined to believe him. He had never liked Peanut, and I had seen him kick him a time or 2. I tried to tell Mom, but of course she didn't believe me. According to her, he loved Peanut. Anyway, Mom had a thing about not burning animals, so she didn't have Peanut cremated. Instead, we burned him next to a creek that ran by our house. Buried. The guy dug the hole and started a bonfire, and we buried Peanut. And he had said some weird-ass shit while pouring beer onto Peanut's grave, but anyway, we buried him, had a barbecue. Went on with our lives. One night I'm lying in bed, and that's when I felt a depression near my feet, where Peanut would sometimes sleep. Sometimes I would hear him meow, or his loud-ass purr. Peanut was still with us. After a few months, I pointed out to my mom several times, and I would see or hear him. She would laugh and say that it was just my imagination. I would have agreed with her if it weren't for the fact that he protected me one day. I was down in the basement doing laundry. Mom and the other adults were at work. My brothers were outside messing around at the creek. Before my aunt and cousins had moved, I had made Mom put something in front of the cellar door in the basement. Beggar, as always, was with me, so I felt kind of safe until I heard it. The crate that had been put in front of the door was moving. Beggar started to growl at it, and I started moving faster so that way I'd get the hell out of there. All of a sudden I heard a cat growl, along with Beggar. Then I heard the thud of something hitting the crate. Peanut was by no means a big cat, but that crate didn't move an inch after that. I heard a sigh of annoyance from the thing in the cellar. I know that Peanut was there with me that day. Sometimes I still feel his presence around me. But not the only pet that's still around. He's not the only one that protects me and my family. So if you ever wonder if your beloved pets are still around, the answer is yeah, they are. Peanut was with me that day, and he saved me from encountering that thing in the cellar. A great deal of creepy things happened in the house during my family's time there. Footsteps, and then nobody else being around. Whispered conversations from rooms that were empty. Some nights I would hear the thing in the cellar trying to get out. I saw the pioneer woman at least twice more. Felt Peanut get into bed with me, and experienced some things that to this day make me question what happened in the house in the past. I learned later in life that my aunt, cousin, and the woman that moved in after my aunt and cousins moved, they all used Ouija boards in the house, and on the land in general. Thankfully, they took them with them. I mentioned before that the lady that lived with us after my aunt and cousins bought her horses, or brought rather. Unfortunately, after she moved them, they all started getting sick, and she had to put quite a few of them down. And I rode those horses bareback whenever she wasn't home. I love horses, so when she told my mother about them getting sick, I cried. The guy that lived with us was apparently a Satan worshiper and would do rituals in his room or down by the creek. I honestly don't know how that didn't make the thing in the cellar stronger, but I never saw it out of the cellar after that first night. I heard later that he was arrested, not sure what for. We moved out of that house after my 6th grade year. The house that we moved to was still in Nissa, so I was able to get all the way through one school without moving in the middle of the school year. Our new house came with its own set of ghosts and odd happenings. Though, when I told my mom what was going on, she didn't just brush me off. I think that it was that house that made her realize that I wasn't just making up stories. If you're drawn to the strange, the creepy, and the unexplained, you're in the right place. Paranormal M tells you tales that send chills straight through your screen, or your ears, or however you're watching. Subscribe and ring the bell. Next episode might be your favorite fear. So my office, it's kind of haunted. I've been working in this company for about a month now. Got my first paycheck. Yay. So basically, I work in a small office alone. The other person that works in the room with me is basically one of the boss of the company. He rarely is in the office with me, since he has other stuff to do around the company. The fact that I'm alone doesn't really bother me. I can play my music while I work, and, well, I can be more, let's say, free on what I do. Still have my work to do, so I'm still busy. After 1 week on working in the company, I've started to notice strange things. Now at this point, I want to point out the fact that I do believe in ghosts. I really do, but I'm not the type of person that if he hears a rumor, he jumps to the conclusion that it is a ghost. I investigated, and I try to recreate that sound or give an explanation. Or can say that I'm skeptical, like a skeptical believer if you want to. Every now and then, when I look at my monitor, and I do my work, I can see shadows or something moving within the corner of my eye. And the first time, I simply thought that I was maybe seeing some reflection of the light coming through the window of the room. I simply accepted that explanation. The week later, it was time to go home. And due to the new COVID regulations here, I must clean and sanitize the whole room. Cleaning my desk that's in front of the door, and I was giving my back to the door while turning. I saw something standing next to the door. Didn't really mind it since I thought it was my boss coming to tell me that I could leave the office and go home. I was going to reply while I was walking toward the trash can to throw away some papers. Noticed that there's actually no one in the room with me. That left me a bit shocked, actually. I thought it was simply my mind tricking me a little bit, you know. Pretty much all day alone in the office without anyone. I guess that it's something that could happen, so I simply shrugged it off and went home. The next day when I walked in with the boss, we found our chairs around the office and not near our desks. It's kind of strange, but I thought that maybe the cleaning lady cleaned the floor and moved them. So I simply expressed my thought that to the boss, maybe he said the ladies come in Friday. But the date was Wednesday, and this actually gave me the chills. A little bit confusing. Pretty much every day, a pen or pencil rolls down from a table. I simply think that it's normal. Maybe they're a little bit inclined, and the pencils. Maybe pens. They wrote pensa, whatever that might mean. Tend to fall off alone from the table. But today happened something strange. I think that this never happened to me or my boss, neither because he was as shocked as I was. A little bit of backstory. The company that I work in is a very laid-back company. Obviously, I have work to do, but it isn't really serious and 100% focused on your work type of job. The walls are colorful, the people are cheerful, and my boss is super funny. I really like this place because it gives me all the creativity that you need to work. Some of you might agree with me that the mood that you're in, the place that you're working in, influences your work and the way you work. I do agree. I joke a lot with my boss since it's pretty young, or I guess he's young. And we tend to laugh and make some jokes even while working, while he's in the office with me. So we had lunch together. We had lunch with a couple of other people in the company and me, my boss, and another woman that works there while we're working in the back of our offices. The woman wanted to ask something to my boss, so she was coming with us to our office. When he opened the door, a cold breeze blows in our face. My boss joked about the fact, asking me, "Did you left the window open by any chance?" In quotes. We'd laugh a bit, but when he walked in, my blood actually freezes. There were papers and drawings scattered off the floor of the office, pens and pencils too. Everything was a total mess. The woman got scared and she decided to walk away. I totally understand her, honestly. The fact is that it was snowing outside and there was no chance in hell that me and my boss would open the damn window. Me and my boss started to clean everything up, and at a certain point he received a call. He got out of the office, leaving me alone cleaning it up. While I was picking up some papers from the ground, something touched my shoulders 2 times. Something touched my shoulder. 2 times. The kind of taps that you do to a friend on his shoulder, I'm guessing. To make him turn, I turned and saw nothing behind me. This is the most strange and kind of scaring thing that has happened to me so far. I'm not scared by this, honestly, if there is a ghost there. It don't really look like it's an evil or aggressive presence. It doesn't really scares me. When something happens, I usually look around and then get back to work. And when I'm working, I'm actually too focused to think about it. It does give me chills every now and then, but I guess it's totally normal. I decided to ask my boss about what was happening in the office. He told me that he'd noticed it and it was waiting for some questions coming from me. I really like my boss. He's clear and sincere with me and everyone else. He told me that another person quitted the job because he was quote-unquote too scared and feeling bad for working there. I kind of relate to that. People are pretty sensible under the point of view and become scared about it. I honestly don't, because I prefer to have a scientific theory behind it and not jump to the conclusion of that whatever happened, it's because of a ghost. This is some wild English. I'm not supposed to comment. Anyhow, my boss went on to say that he himself have experienced strange things. Strange sounds and thing moving, but nothing more than this. 2 days rolls by and we come to today. My boss has to leave. It's because his wife is pregnant and she wasn't feeling well. Scared by it, he decided to leave early to help her if something happened. I do understand this, and honestly, I'll do the same. So I simply told him that I would take care of it. I would close the company once everyone was out and make sure that everything was turned off and stuff. If you're asking, why would your boss leave the key to a new dude around? Well, I don't know too. He was in a hurry, I guess, and tossed the keys at the first person that he found. That was me. So I simply waited the end of my shift, went to every office to turn off the lights and put everything in place. At the moment, I didn't realize the fact that I was alone in the whole establishment. So I went on, room for room, to turn off the lights. I've noticed that there was another person in the establishment. He helped me to clean stuff and turn off everything. Once we finished, we headed out to close the main door and gate. We then noticed there was still one light on. I simply told my coworker to not worry, that I'll think about it, and that he could go home. My coworker left. I went inside to turn off the light and close everything back again. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit scary. It's because a cheerful and happy place like that, in the darkness and without anyone going around, really looks scary, not welcoming. So I simply took a deep breath, walked toward the office with the lights on. I've opened the door and a cold breeze blows in face. It was indeed pretty cold in the whole establishment, so I simply think that when I moved the door, some air movement could have created that breeze. So I simply shrugged it off, reached the switch and turned off, and in that moment I heard footsteps running down the stairs. I peeked with my head, no other appendage, and looked in the hallway. It was all dark and couldn't see much, and in that moment I was pretty scared. Who wouldn't, after all? My scientific thoughts starts to look for an explanation that would make more comfortable and sort of, I don't know, ... safe. It's a sort of self-defiance that I have, I guess. So I went on to think about something that could explain it, but I wasn't able to find anything. I was stunned in the place, waiting for something to happen. I don't know what, honestly. What I was expecting to happen. I was scared, you could say. I decided to gather my courage, make a run for the front door. I simply run without thinking about anything. I slammed the door behind me, closed the gate, and once outside I took some deep breaths and regained the control over my body. Hopped in my car, drove back home, and that's all. Now it's pretty obvious that there is something in there, and honestly I'm not scared of it. I guess that if it was an evil presence, he or she would have tried to hurt me in that moment. I think that it's simply something that it's there and don't want to harm or do nothing. I'm not scared of this presence. So far. And my boss, neither apparently. He is pretty relaxed about it, and he's been there for nearly a year. He told me that nothing really bad happened. Just something annoying, like papers on the ground or pens rolling off a table. Nothing much. It kind of makes me more relaxed. If someone was asking for it, yeah, my boss know about the fact that I'm writing these stuff. And until I'll say the name of the company, thing that I'll never do for a good reason, I guess, it's totally fine. And there's nothing wrong about that. At the end, it's not like we're committing crimes or stuff. And as I mentioned in previous parts, I've kept a tab open on all these weird stuff happening during the week. And in this week, nothing special really happened, except made for one single event that involved me and a coworker. Not my boss this time. I was taking a break with another person that I really enjoy to talk to. We talk about random stuff. Let's say everyday stuff. How is the work going? Is family fine? Yesterday I watched this cool film and blah blah blah, normal talk. We were drinking coffee in the front of the vending machine as always. It was a pretty busy day, and I finished my tasks, and even the other person did. We were waiting for our boss to give us some instruction on what to do next. We met at the vending machines. While talking, I've noticed with the corner of my eye something moving. I kept talking as though that it was a reflection. My coworker stopped me after a few seconds to ask me if I saw something. I nodded, obviously. I told him that it could easily be a reflection from the window. Nothing more than that. Even my coworker agreed with me, and we simply went on talking. My boss simply popped out from a corner and joined us to give us some update on the next works. He picked up a cup of coffee, too, from the vending machine. When he finished, he threw it on the bin as usual. Me and my coworker were walking back when we heard the plastic bin falling to the ground. We turned to see our boss, pretty scared by it. All the trash on the floor and the bin upside down. He simply looked at us and said, "I swear I didn't throw it that hard." I looked at my coworker and simply walked away. This is the strangest thing that's happened to me, and I'm not going to lie now. I'm still scared from what happened the other day, when I had to close the company. And honestly, I still feels the chills by it. I was scared, and there's nothing wrong by saying that. Everyone else would have been, I guess, but I don't want to give up on my skeptical part. I mean, it's pretty obvious that there is something in my office. But this doesn't really mean that most of the strange things that happens aren't associated with science or natural things. I mean, light can turn on and off alone, but it could actually be some circuit problems or stuff like that, right? Right. The Tay Bridge Phantom by Alexander Ducombs. This was transcribed from my journal. I finally found it after all this time. Thank you ahead of time for reading this. December 28, 2005. I'm writing this because tonight something terrible happened to me. I didn't know it at the time, but my fate as a human being became mired in dark clutches of death. It's all because of some stupid fucking train. The name's Alex, and I'm writing now in this journal my mother had given to me before I started this trip. You see, I'm a performer, an actor, so to speak. I've been doing a show in Edinburgh, Scotland. It's called the Fringe Festival. Pretty much actor heaven. Any show you want to see, it'll probably be there. Festivals have been going on since maybe 1947. It's amazing. I was in a 3-person show, a small rendition of Stephen King's Misery. I played the writer, Paul Sheldon. We performed it in this dingy, dirty warehouse. It was goddamn perfect. It was small and it was intimate. Couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. Since I know I'm ignoring the train bit, and frankly, I don't even know where to start. I wanted to stay in Scotland for a couple of months after we closed the show. I'd sort of fallen in love with the Gothic architecture and the deep history and that kind of shit calls to me. But the weather, everything about this place was gloomy, and I loved it. Up until now, like right now, like where am I? Well, I boarded a train at Burdisland. I was heading to Dundee to see Glamis Castle, the statue of Desperate Dan. I love castles, okay? I got on the train around dusk. There's about 74 other people on this train, give or take. I'd been on a Stephen King kick, kind of ironic now that I think about it. I sat down in a seat to dig into this book called The Shining. It's about some psychic kid with daddy issues, or at least that's what my castmate said before throwing me a copy of the book to borrow. I was well into the novel when around 6 o'clock I started feeling my eyes getting very droopy and tired. This is where things went wrong. This is the one time I wish I could have stayed awake. I fucked up. I didn't know it then, but I had fucked up hard. Woke up about an hour later feeling like shit. Something smelled, and not quite like shit. That smell you get when you find a dead rat under your bed because your cats can be fuckers sometimes. I look around me and everything feels different. Feels wrong. That feeling you get when your mother or father calls you and says, "Hey, I have some bad news." That feeling in your stomach like a punch from Ollie. Everything looks old, like frontier shit. It felt like I was being goofed on or something. Maybe they had gassed me and put me on a strange train for a laugh. At least that's what I wanted to think. But nobody knows I'm here and I'm traveling alone, and that smell, holy shit, it was shoved up my nostrils, making me gag. And looking around, I also noticed I was alone. The lights were really dim. Candlelight. What the fuck is going on? The engine was loud. Can't believe I could have slept through that, but it was loud. I looked outside for any sign of civilization, lights or people or fucking anything. Starting to panic. Then out of the door to the coach in front of my compartment, I could see somebody walk through the door. My anxiety subsides and I breathe a heavy sigh of relief. He was looking at the ground and his gaze finally met mine. The anxiety returned. In fact, it was skyrocketing. Something inside me was telling me, time to get the fuck off this train. So I got up and I asked the man, who, by the way, was now standing in the aisle about 6 feet from me. I catch his eyes again, though he seemed to be avoiding my sight completely. It was dark, I couldn't really make out his face, and I screamed at him because the engine was loud as shit. What's the big idea? Where the fuck are we? Why was I moved into this old smelly train? Where the hell is everyone else? And he looks at me, releases a heavy sigh, and simply points to the seats behind me. And 2 seconds ago I was alone in this part of the train, and I looked behind me and there were quote-unquote people, or at least I think they were people. They all had the same expression, maybe looking at different things, but they all had the same expression. Like they really had to use the bathroom on a long road trip. Their eyes kept darting toward the window of the car, back at me, then back to the windows. They were looking for something. I don't know what, but they all looked antsy and uneasy. I looked back to the man whose face finally appears in the candlelight. He introduces himself as Mr. Bouche, son of Sir Thomas Bouche. I said back to him, "Look, I don't give a rat's ass who your father is, and I swear if this is some kind of a sick joke, the first two assholes I'm coming after are you and your chicken shit father." I was mad, enraged. I usually didn't say such awful things, but I was beginning to really panic. He simply told me everything's fine and to please return to my seat. I obliged him, taking a second to regain my cool. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was just having a shitty nightmare. So I sat and began to look around to the other passengers for help. They wouldn't talk to me. None of them would talk to me. They would just look at me with that worried look. There was a storm surging outside. Everybody appeared to be on edge. Thunder was ringing in your ears. You know when you count to see how far away the storm is? Well, you count the seconds between the bolt of lightning and then the included shockwave. Well, after not getting any help from the other passengers, I counted my seed. The storm was right over us. Never been so close to lightning bolts. You could see them crack and split the trees along the sides of the train from the window. Then I noticed the clothes the passengers, they were all wearing this stuff. It felt like it had been dropped into the late 1800s. Most of the men were wearing kilts, and women were wearing that weird thing that makes your ass look really big. I think it's called a hoop skirt. Not really sure. But everybody carried that odor, that terrible smell of death and decay. Like a flower shop found at the end of days, like a time capsule of terror. Okay, now, this is the point where I start looking around the car or cameras or something. Sound equipment. This was a goof. I could feel it. There's no way I just fell asleep and fell years through the past. And then the car started to rock back and forth on the rails. You could hear the screeching on the steel wheels and the bars that we rode on. The sparks were flying past the windows as everybody began to scream, and I wailed, "What's going on? What is it?" But they only screamed. Their eyes rolled back at their heads, and the smell began to get worse. And I don't know how, but I imagined it was the same smell cops get when they do a welfare check on somebody who hasn't been seen in a while. Their faces began to disappear into the darkness. Bolts of lightning, the only thing to sort of really illuminate these tortured faces. I began to lose my shit as well, grabbing a window to try and see what was up ahead. There was a large bridge about 5 miles away, only peeking out when a crack of lightning beamed forth. The screaming became more erratic, and people started for the windows and doors. And as soon as we were over the water, people started jumping out of the windows and the doors. They were disappearing into the darkness. Some stayed, crying to the arms of their loved ones, sharing what looked like one happy moment, like the stupid scene from Titanic. Sorry, I think James Cameron's a hack, but that's neither here nor there. The bridge swayed in the darkness, like a bad earthquake. I ducked into my seat, and all I could do was laugh. I know that sounds weird, but when that much terror is induced, that's the only reaction that felt appropriate to me. The laughs turned to tears very quickly. I was fucked. Jumping out wasn't happening. I can't swim. Since I was a kid, I always had a fear of drowning, so never learned. I'd just sink like a rock. My life flashed before my eyes, and it didn't take long. It wasn't done. I didn't want to go. I'd never been more scared in my life. With my hands together, and I've never really been very religious, but at this point, I'd take help from fucking anything. Thought out loud. God, if you're out there, man, I could really use some help. I know you don't owe me a thing, but I'm not done here. I still have more to do. Still haven't had kids or a wife or say goodbye to my loved ones. Don't let me die like this. The train began to really jolt back and forth. It was throwing people and luggage about violently. Then a loud thump from below the train. Screaming. Everybody left on the car was screaming. I can still hear it even now. That train felt like it leapt into the air and then jolted down. The splash of the train hitting the water. The chill of the temperature freezing your skin. The car starting to fill with water. This was it. This is how I die. I take one last look around, and there's absolute chaos. People grabbing at luggage, trying to force the windows open. It was too late. We were neck deep and the train hit the bottom of the water. I take one last big breath, tears in my eyes. I don't want to go. I love life, and this just wasn't fair. I know people tell you all the time that life isn't fair, and fuck them. They never sank to the bottom of a river in a fucking train car. So many things I wanted to do, and I'll never get to do them. A life wasted. That's why I cried. The water extinguished the candles, and the screams formed into gurgled cries and whimpers. No sound. Silence. Dark, heavy silence. The only things I could make out were the bodies beginning to float around me. cracks of lightning still strobing the waters around me. I couldn't hold my breath anymore. I let go, let the water into my lungs, and fell into the darkness, floating, not thinking, just existing in the darkness. After this, I thought there better be a cold beer and a naked redhead for me on the other side. And just like that, I snapped up into my seat. Looked around. I was back in the regular train. I started jumping up and down, laughing hysterically. The others on the car looking in horror. Fuck them, I thought. I'm alive. I made it. People asked me what happened, but I didn't have the courage to tell them in fear of looking like a Looney Tune. But really, I just didn't want to jinx it. When I got off the train in Dundee, I kissed the ground at the station. Then I noticed a small little plaque not far from where I was kneeling on the ground. It read, "Historical Spot. Did you know that on Sunday, December 28, 1879, this bridge collapsed, sinking a train to the bottom of the river? Witnesses say it had been the worst storm in 30 years. This happened at 7:13 p.m. There were no survivors. Only 46 of the bodies were recovered." Oh, fuck me. I've heard of ghost trains, but that was ridiculous. Still don't know to this day whether it was real or not. Frankly, I still get scared talking about it. I've had sleeping problems ever since because I start to get tired. I freak a little bit thinking of me sinking to the bottom. And the one thing that really scared me was when I came to, people on the train started complaining about my smell. And I smelled it too. It was all over my clothes like I'd been sprayed by ghastly skunks. To make a long story very short, stay away from trains. Real talk. I won't ever ride a train again. It's been a long time since my nightmare aboard the monster train, but I still feel the water in my lungs sometimes. I still get that bad feeling. I know you'll say this is bullshit, and I get that. If somebody told me this, I would start to question that person's integrity, and honestly, that's why I wrote this. So I don't have to talk about it. I can lock it up in writing. Maybe that feeling will go away someday. My best to you and yours. My parents' haunted house. I've always believed my parents' house was haunted. Let me give some backstory. The house I grew up in I knew was haunted. I was born and raised in that house. And from ages 4 to 6, I saw some things. I don't believe them. Unfortunately, my parents saw and heard them too. And that's not really what the story's about, though. We moved into a new house the year I turned 6. My parents hoped that nothing would haunt it, but I always had this weird feeling. This one room that we're going to call the orange room due to the bright orange carpet it had when we moved in was sort of an in-between room. It sat directly in the middle of the house and acted as a sort of secondary living room. The kitchen and the bedrooms together, so I had to walk through it to go anywhere in the house, and I hated it. Something about that room felt off. The first few years that we lived there, nothing really happened. My consistent and repetitive nightmares from my old house, and also another story for later, they had stopped. Thought that maybe nothing would be wrong with this place until one night. This new house sat on old train tracks. The tracks were pulled up and turned into a road, but the old wood still was used in some of the construction of the new housing. I didn't know this, and I was about 9 at the time when I started to hear it. The train whistle. I was sitting in the orange living room playing with Legos. I looked outside at the large bay windows and I saw nothing and no one. We no longer have any trains running anywhere within a 50-mile radius of the house, and I'd ask my mom about it. She'd say I probably just heard a truck horn, and the thing is I was obsessed with trains at the time. I knew the difference between a train's whistle and a truck's horn. It was definitely a train. Tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my imagination, until one day when my parents mentioned that she had this wood from an old train track in her house. I got chills, and I knew that that's what I was hearing. It was really a train whistle. I knew I wasn't crazy. Things seemingly got worse after that. My mom tried to hide it, but I knew she was scared too. Now one night, something she couldn't explain happened. I didn't know if I could believe her, and I was 12 at the time, and I knew about the small, weird things my mom heard and saw. Like the shadow of a cat sprinting behind a chair, or some pictures being knocked over on a table, or a Christmas bell ringing when she was home alone. She kept chalking it up to minor things, with the window being open and the air being on, and it was the breeze or something. One night, though, she couldn't explain it. The clock in the main living room was heavy and hung on the wall above her fireplace. And beneath the clock was the mantel, where my mom kept all the picture frames with pictures of myself, my sister, and my cousins. It was fall, so it sort of added a Halloween decoration to it as well. I don't remember exactly how late it was, but we were all fast asleep, and my mom heard a loud crashing sound come from the living room. She freaked out, and she woke up my dad and urged him to go look, but he was exhausted. She dragged him out of bed, and they both made their way to the living room. And what they saw, neither of them could explain. The clock had fallen off of the fireplace. It should have fallen straight down, right into the mantel. Nope, it didn't even touch the mantel. Mantel's in pristine condition. Nothing had been moved. My lighter fell. The clock, however, was about 10 feet from the fireplace in the middle of the living room, face down. My dad and her tried to recreate it the next morning, but the fireplace was brick. Nothing that they did, not even a breeze or a draft or the AC, could have caused it to go that far. A few more years went by before the next instant. It was winter, and I was about 16. I would play games late into the night on weekends. It was about 2:30 when I was finally turning everything off to go to bed. Every time I would shut off, I would look out the large bay window by the orange room, just to make sure that the outside lights had been turned off. And this night when I looked outside, I noticed that the lights had been turned off, but that something was staring back at me. I freaked out and sprinted to my parents' room, kind of waking them both up, and I told them I saw what looked like a man with an extremely long face staring at me through the window. My dad grabbed a metal bar and went out to the living room. Nothing. No person, no footprints, no tracks in the snow, and I know what I saw. It was definitely a face. That's when the nightmares started to return. The exact same ones from when I was a kid. Other weird occurrences did happen, like a tan figure standing in the background of one of my Snapchat pictures, the background of which was the orange room, or a distorted selfie I took where my eyes are blacked out. Also standing in that room. Moved out soon after and escaped the nightmares and the weird experiences once more. I would visit from time to time, but nothing else seemed to happen. That is until 2 weeks ago. We were decorating for Christmas. I was happily moving ornaments from one tree to another when I heard it. The strange familiar sound of the Mother's Charlie Brown snow globe playing music. I whipped my head around, stopping dead in my tracks. I watched as the snow globe suddenly stopped playing. I couldn't breathe, and my mom entered the orange room and saw me standing there pale as a ghost. At least that's what she said. Then she asked if I'd turned the dial on the snow globe. I told her no and straightened my posture. Told her I was passing through and showed her the ornaments I was holding. I explained that I couldn't have turned the dial. It's on the bottom of the snow globe and would require the use of both my hands to turn it. It's old and kind of hard to spin. I asked when she put that snow globe on the shelf, wondering if it was a leftover movement in the mechanism from when she put it out. She told me she put it there 5 hours prior when I had just woken up. Couldn't have been residual movement. I don't want to go back in that room. I feel so weird when I do. But Christmas is coming up, and I know I'll have to, but I really don't want to. It sucks, but I'm dreading what'll happen next time I go back. Everyone in my family knew it. There wasn't a single doubt or question. Everyone in my family has their own story up there. This is mine and part of my parents'. It apparently all started about a year after my sister was born. That's what I've been told. I was 3 and my younger sister was 1. My mother would stay in my sister and I's bedroom, rocking my sister until both of us fell asleep. And unfortunately for my mother, I was an avid sleep talker. She noted several times where I would talk in my sleep, and mind you, about this little girl. She figured it was maybe a dream until one night she was tucking me in when I told her about the little girl sitting at the end of my bed. Apparently, I began to mention this occurrence several times for the next few months. My parents, who were worried for me and my younger sister, began preparing our toy room as a grown-up kid's bedroom, as they called it. Little did I know that they were hoping for the activity to end once we moved rooms, and boy, they were wrong. Over the next year, my parents both noted strange occurrences that had no logical explanation. We had no pets, no rodent issues, nothing. This meant that all of the following happened with no one in the room, no one outside, or no presence to cause it. I had this plush toy that when you would shake it, it would play music and light up with bright red and pinks. And it wasn't until a few years ago that I was told the real reason why those toys were locked up in the bins and hidden from us. Apparently, several nights in a row, my parents would hear music playing from the living room downstairs. They would come downstairs together, thinking that a robber perhaps had broken in. What they found instead was the plush toy singing, the red and pink lights glistening off the white walls. My dad's not a believer in ghosts, and still states that he doesn't believe in them. However, when I ask about that story, I still can't explain what could have caused it. He hates that he can't explain it, often tries to change the subject. My parents finally moved my sister and I into the new bedroom when I was 4 and she was 2. This is when the weird shit starts to happen. I begin having these terrifying nightmares. I still remember them to this day. I was always one of 2 nightmares, and they never changed. The first one wasn't terrible. I would be chased by this large monster, and no matter where I hid, I'd be found and dragged out of the house. The second nightmare, however, would be a recurring nightmare that stuck with me for literal years after I moved out. The second nightmare consisted of myself sleeping alone in my new bedroom. I would wake up after hearing a weird noise, but wouldn't be able to move, and I'd be forced to watch as the nightlight at the end of my bed caught fire. The fire would spread onto my bed sheets, would get closer and closer to me until I woke up screaming. These nightmares continued until I was 5. One night, I'm sleeping in my living room. Must have been taking a nap during a pretty bad thunderstorm, because my parents said that they left alone downstairs, or rather left me alone downstairs, and especially in the dark, and I remember this instance so vividly that I can still see it to this day. As I woke up from my nap, I opened my eyes to find a massive white figure leaning over me. I panicked, and because I was a child, I threw my blanket over my head and cowered. A few minutes later, I removed the blanket to find nothing but the dark living room. I raced upstairs, grabbed my dad crying, and he grabbed a baseball bat and went downstairs to find who was in the house. All the doors and windows and entrances to the house were locked. They hadn't been tampered with at all. My dad tested every single one himself, tried to break them, and nothing. They couldn't explain it, and neither could I. The nightmares stopped for a while after this incident, but they didn't stay gone. Around the time we bought the new house, the fire nightmare started up again. It was more vivid this time, and it would cause extreme nausea and panic. My parents didn't know what to do. We'd just sleep on the floor of my sister in our bedroom so we could both sleep peacefully. We finally moved out of that damned house when I was 6. The fire nightmare plagued me for another 3 or so years before it finally stopped. Thankfully, I was able to rest. Unfortunately, not for very long. And as I mentioned in my previous post, the nightmares returned with a vengeance. The same nightmare over and over. I'm a little girl trapped in my bed as the fire reaches closer and closer. And when I moved out of my parents' new house and got an apartment, the nightmare thankfully stopped. Haven't had it since, but I do still remember it, and I remember every detail. I remember every single detail about the white figure, too. My family doesn't remember, though, and my dad remembers grabbing a baseball bat and running downstairs, but he doesn't remember why. And my mom remembers me screaming and crying at night all the time, but she doesn't remember why I told her about my nightmares, just that they were terrifying. I wish I could put my mom's, dad's, and sister's accounts of everything that they went through on here, mostly including the Christmas ornament bells ringing loudly when they were in the room with no reason, items being moved from one place to another, but nobody touching them, weird shadows and voices. But I unfortunately do not have those details, at least 100% committed to memory. We often reshare the stories with each other. My sister hates them, and frankly so do I. Sometimes we visit the old house, and usually to park in front of where we go to the neighborhood craft show down the street. My parents know the people who moved in. One day, I plan to ask them if they'd seen or heard anything too. I'm curious to know what's happened to them over the course of the last 17 years that they've lived here. Whenever I park in front of the old house, I glance up into my old bedroom window on the second floor, see if I can see anything inside. Never seen anything. I hate being so close to it. I visited again this year and decided that maybe next year I'll park somewhere else. I hate that house. Always will. And I hope that one day I'll find out that we were all justified in what we saw and heard. To know if somebody else felt that same fear that we did. Did I grow up with a poltergeist? Recently, I began revisiting memories of the house I grew up in the north of England. While I've spent many years in denial, the more events that I remember and add up, I'm starting to accept that the house was probably haunted, or at least had strong echoes of something negative. I'd love to know what you think. It was recently suggested to me that the house may have had some sort of poltergeist that you'll see why as you read below. I want to preface this by saying that individually each event seems maybe explainable, but I feel they all add up to a pretty clear picture. I'll begin with my events and move on to events experienced by others. So on to the story. So for a bit of history, the house is in a small hamlet in Moors. It's a relatively modern house with mod cons, and there's nothing about the appearance of the house inside or out that screams creepy. However, the house did have a negative history before my family moved in. Nothing so dramatic as murders, but it was well known by the people of this street that many young happy families had moved into this house. And within a year or two, the families had fallen apart in messy and sometimes violent divorces. Simply put, many happy families entered and quickly left broken down and separated. Prior to my family, the family before, it had been through the same. After the father left following divorce, the mother, previously successful and respected in the community, began to be unemployed and turned to drugs. The house became somewhat of a drug den. The neighbor boy in one attached house, who became my friend later, I'm going to call him John for this story. He told me he would often see the mother of that family hanging out and would eventually be by my bedroom window, vomiting repeatedly. He'd sometimes hear her yelling when she seemed to be alone. Yeah, possibly drugs or relationship breakdown psychosis, I know, so I'll continue. My family moved in when I was 8, and at that time, my parents were employed and the family was happy and stable. My older siblings had left home, so it was me, my parents, and my sister who were 3 when we moved in. The house was immediately off-putting to me, unlike other houses in the area, which sort of shared an identical design and layout. Our house didn't seem to allow light in beyond the windows. Despite larger windows and bright interior paint, there was always a gloom inside the house. even in the blazing sunshine in summer, almost as though the house were sad or depressed. Not sure the right words. My bedroom was the worst. It was so dark, no matter how we tried to improve it, it felt constantly like I was being watched from a particular corner of the room. You know when somebody's staring at you in that creepy way that makes your skin crawl and hairs on your neck stand up? There was never a moment in that room where I did not feel that. So next door, the house was attached to my house. John had a big sister, and John told me she had once sort of played around with the spirit board with her friends. He told me that they were laughing and joking and provoking something to do something already during a sleepover, and that the sister's bed had suddenly lifted and slammed against the wall and dropped. The girl screamed. They ran, threw the board in the trash outside, and never did anything like that again. However, they did continue to explore various occult and witchcraft practices within their house. That's counterintuitive. So that was secondhand as an event, but sure, it since occurred to me that they never closed that board at all, and perhaps that factored into the rest of this tale, but on to more direct events. In my bedroom, I had raised bed like a bunk bed with no bottom bunk. My TV was across the room and much lower than the bed, and I'd lay on my side watching TV at night. One night at around 2 or 3 a.m., I'm still awake watching the TV on a very low volume. That way I wouldn't get into trouble for being awake. A late-night tele-ad came on, advertising some sort of cleaning product as a cure-all incredible product. Then right next to my head, clear as day, an elderly woman's voice said, "What a load of old shite." I almost had a heart attack, but I was too scared to move or do anything. It did not happen again. Might sound funny, but it wasn't at all. It was very frightening. Next in my room, I used to make stop-motion videos for early YouTube when the platform first launched. I was once making a video where I had various action figures sat on a shelf, and while looking through the lens of my digital camera, one of the toys turned its head and looked at me, then immediately looked straight ahead again. And it was not subtle. There was an audible click, like the click that its head turned and turned back, and no, the toy was not mechanical in any sense. My blood turned to pure ice in that moment. And I don't know for how long I was frozen in that terror pose. I felt something awful would happen if I attempted to move at all. One night when I woke up in the dark, I heard clicking, and then my digital camera on my bookshelf across the room. It switched on and began cycling through photos. I heard the whir and buzz of the camera lens extending mechanically. Then the screen lit up and it began cycling. It didn't cycle at an even pace like a slideshow. It lingered for much longer on photos of my sister and me. Skipped over photos of the animals and my toys. This one's a bit stranger, but it may be relevant. My father built a large swing set and surrounded this area with thousands of pebbles. My friends and I would play there with our Lego Star Wars toys. My friend's pride and joy was his Luke Skywalker figure. And once when playing, he lost the hair of the Luke Skywalker among the pebbles. And when I say we spent the following months looking, I mean it. We turned over every pebble on various occasions searching for that hair, but never did. It became a running joke that we would find it on Judgment Day or whatever. When we did eventually try to move, skipping ahead, but it is relevant, my mother kept getting house offers which always sort of fell through. My friend joked with me that we'd probably find that damned Luke hair the day I moved. And on the third day of moving out, he tripped over and the pebbles fell hard and began laughing hysterically. He stood up with Luke's hair in his hand, laughing through tears. It felt like a deliberate wink from a conscious force, if that makes sense. We had quite vicious lightning storms on the moorland sometimes. One time I'm in bed, and each flash of lightning I saw faces shifting within the uneven wallpaper. It looked like two faces alternated. One was a veiled woman with hands clasped in prayer. The other was a screaming, weathered face with swept horns. I was terrified as I watched it unfold. One of the most disturbing and strange one, in my opinion, is Home Alone with Dad. he and I watching a new DVD, an action movie. He paused the DVD and I went to the kitchen to grab another beer. When he went in the kitchen, the paused TV screen switched to a screen of writhing maggots taking up the whole screen, and from the speakers came the sound of metal scraping on metal. In the center of the screen, trembling white letters read, "1 in 5 members of your family will drop dead of heart disease." It vanished as suddenly as it appeared, and back to the paused action movie. I said nothing to my dad, who aggressively dismissed anything supernatural. Now for the events of others. My mother once came home early from work. They found teenage John, a neighborhood boy, sat on his own doorstep. She said he looked so pale and wide-eyed. My mother asked John what was wrong, and he looked so shaken. John said that he had been sitting in his own living room and had suddenly seen orbs emerge and begin circling the room. He was so frightened he planned to wait outside until his mother and sister returned home. My mother invited him inside her house, but he declined. He sat on the step all day and said that he would. While sleeping over in the downstairs guest bedroom, my nan woke up in the early hours and saw many golden orbs floating around the living room gently. She says that she didn't feel afraid at all, and I'm not sure if this is because my nan is a deeply faithful woman who prays daily, or if the golden orbs were different from the frightening orbs John saw. Further, while sleeping over on a separate night, my nan almost had a heart attack when she was woken in the night by my sister's Halloween dollhouse triggering randomly. The lights all began flashing, and the speaker on the house played the witch cackle on a loop, and this lasted for a minute before it stopped abruptly. There was a large, double foggy glass door separating the guest room from the living room, and when closed, people in the guest bedroom would often see movement or shadows darting across the living room when the living room was empty. My nan threw up at the doors, found nothing, demanding any wicked spirit reveal themselves, but nothing happened. My parents rapidly had a behavior shift after moving in. My mother became weak and withdrawn and frightened of everything. My father became aggressive and occasionally violent and ultimately had an affair. They separated and I didn't see him again for years. My mother became an alcoholic from the pain and the stress. Also, maybe not related, but I had several prophetic dreams while living in this house, and not before or since then. For example, I dreamed so vividly of playing in my friend's garden. That's when we heard a yell and a bang from next door, and moments later their neighbor's dog came through a hole in the fence and mauled to death my friend's dog. The very next day, when playing in my friend's garden, the events unfolded exactly as in the dream. The yell and the bang came from next door and reacted so fast knowing that the next dog would come through the fence, grabbed a metal bin lid and ran with all my weight against the hole in the fence, right as the neighbor dog slammed into my body. I began yelling to my friends to help me, fucking help me. And they did, for long enough for their dad to come out, drag the dog away, and then go around to yell at the neighbor for their recklessness. At home, I cried at the surreality of it all. I began having more and more premonition dreams. I began revealing adult secrets to them, which got so freaky for the adults that my grandma began taking me to church regularly and essentially forcing me to pray. Later began waking up in the dark, staring at myself in the bathroom mirror. Very occasionally, a young woman was looking back at me for a second or two. The smoke alarms would also often scream randomly in the night, despite being replaced often and having batteries constantly replaced. Also because it might tie in. My mother once caught me looking at porn at that curious age, and I was in trouble. While I didn't do it again for many years, the computer in my room would often suddenly come on in the night immediately, loudly playing a video of a moaning woman. I'd have to dive to mute it, and several times, but not every time, was given a very aggressive lecture by my mother, who thought I'd somehow gotten around her firewalls, which I hadn't. And finally, just this very week when talking to my nan about this, she told me that my dad would never... You're listening to Paranormal M, where facts fade and the phantoms rise. Each episode shines a light on the dark things that still linger Subscribe now and ring the bell. The supernatural doesn't knock. Well, sometimes it does. My whole life has been leading up to this. One. I come from a big family of 9 people. When I was a small child, I remember my parents called me and my siblings to my sister's room. That's because they had found something nasty on the door frame. There was blood smeared all over the top of the frame. A lot of blood. And not just a few drops here and there, but massive smears. You could tell it had been wiped on with somebody's hand, and I don't have any evidence that it was literally blood except the fact that it had distinct copper smell and it dried the same way. Either way, my parents were freaked out. My dad asked us which one had done it. Nobody came forward. Keep in mind, this door frame was very tall. Even my parents had a hard time reaching the top of it, let alone us children. My dad grabbed our tallest stool and chair, put each of us on it, and asked us to reach for the door frame. Each with that boost in height, we were unable to reach it. We checked each other's hands and faces and bedsheets to see if maybe somebody got a bloody nose during the night. Nothing was there. It still kind of freaks me out, and we never came up with a good explanation of how it even got there. 2. I have a new family at this point. I got adopted. I was living in a ramshackle building at one point in my life. It gave me bad vibes, so I was afraid of staying in there. I had a severe mental breakdown in there where I had made an attempt on my life a few months earlier. That's why I didn't want to stay. It reminded me of those bad times, and me, or rather my quote-unquote new dad, wanted to give me comfort. So I offered to pray with me with a witch candle. Not sure exactly what that is, but that is what he called it. He said he got it from his Wiccan friend, but either way, he put it into a glass candle holder and we set it down and held hands. He started praying. During this time, the flame of the candle suddenly grew to about 3 times the height that it had been previously. Didn't really think anything of it, because that's easy for me to dismiss. After the prayer, I was still scared, so we offered to stay the night. During the night, we were both awoken by a loud explosion. When we got up, we see that the candle holder had shattered and the pieces had flown across the room. Luckily, none of them hit us. To be honest, I think this story may be easy to explain, but I guess I'm not sure. Perhaps the candle was specially made, which is why the flame got taller. As for the explosion, I believe that heat is what made it shatter. I had a small stove in the room for warmth, and the candle was pretty close. It seems that heat probably broke it. 3. Me and my dad were on a trip together with his band. We were staying the night in an Airbnb. There were around 3 other people with us, and during the day, my dad and I went to an old mansion to explore. It was around 150 years old, and people still roam it. It's a little-known tourist spot in the town. It's not advertised as being haunted, but some of the workers there believe that it is. At this time in my life, I didn't believe in anything paranormal. So when I went to the mansion, I made it a point to find every mirror in the building and stare into it. I did this almost in a taunting way, as if to dare something to happen. I had heard that people believe mirrors can harbor bad spirits, and other such things, which is why I did this. I was just being a little shithole, to be honest. But nothing happened, and we went our own way. However, during the night, something truly strange happened. Me and my dad were sharing a bed and sleeping on far opposite sides. I was facing the door, and he was facing the window on the opposite wall. The room was very small, with only about a foot of walking space on each side. Our door was closed, and the rest of the band had already gone to sleep in their own rooms a few hours earlier. The house was dark, and as far as I know, nobody else was up. Well, as I was sort of on the brink of sleep, suddenly I hear a very loud, very audible whisper of my name in the corner of the room. My eyes shot open, and I stared into the darkness. After a few seconds, I decided it was nothing, probably just in my head, and I close my eyes again. That is until my dad rolls over and whispers, "Did you hear that too?" I got freaked out. I was very used to hearing strange pops and bangs before sleep, but that's a real condition known as exploding head syndrome. Never heard a whisper of my own name before, yet I was willing to ignore it, till my dad asked me if I had heard it as well. Keep in mind, our door was closed and the sound came directly from inside the room. We turned the lights on, looked around, but nothing was there. We even checked on the other rooms, but everybody was still asleep. I don't have a good explanation for this one other than perhaps I angered something in the mansion earlier in the day, and I'm also confused on how my dad heard the exact same thing. 4. I've had nightmares my entire life. Sometimes so bad that I refused to sleep for days on end because it felt like the same shadow was in every one of my dreams. Even if it wasn't easily seen, I could tell it was there. Well, this one month, when I was 19, it was much worse for some reason. Every night was terror-inducing, and my nightmares were blood-curdling. I was older now, so I had an easier time ignoring the fear and falling asleep. Anyways, still uncomfortable. I was still sharing a room with my dad as we were staying with his mom at the time to help out around the house. We were sharing a bunk bed, and he slept on the top bunk, I slept on the bottom. We had decorated the room as well. We put bistro lights above the bed and hung Polaroids on the lighting wire. Well, same as usual, when I went to bed I had a nightmare. This particular dream, however, was much different. Where usually I was getting stalked by a shadowy figure in my sleep, this time I saw a massive building falling toward me, and I felt suffocated. I remembered my dream reaching both of my hands into the air to stop the building from crashing into me and crushing me. And a mere second later, I was rudely awoken just in time to see the mattress above me fall toward my face. It landed on top of me. I started screaming, and I thought somebody was trying to murder me and suffocate me. I managed to push the mattress off of me, and I covered into the corner of the bed frame, and my dad rushed over to the light and flicked it on so he could see what was wrong. And at this exact moment, suddenly a few of the bistro lights exploded. Nobody had touched them. I was on the floor in my bed frame. My dad was near my lamp, a few feet away from the lights on the ceiling. He rushed over to comfort me, both dazed and confused because it was around 3 in the morning. I asked him what had happened. He told me that he had had a dream that he should get out of bed and turn on the light. And by the way, he didn't have a nightmare, keep in mind, just a dream with instructions. He told me that a few seconds after he had jumped off of the bed, the mattress came crashing down, which is when I woke up. Another thing that should be noted is that this bed is pretty old and sturdy. It doesn't have crossboards on it to keep the mattress up, so we put a baseboard in the frame to serve the same purpose. The baseboard is the same size as the mattress, incredibly heavy and very securely put into place. The mattress, too, was very heavy and large enough that it wouldn't technically need a baseboard to keep it in the frame. These, combined with the weight of my dad, could have easily killed me with their hefty, but because of the father being absent, I was just barely able to push it off of me. Also, keep in mind, I wasn't awoken after it fell. I woke up for a second beforehand with my arms already in the air just as they were in my dream, almost as a premonition. After my dad shared his dream, I told him about mine as well. We cleaned up the glass and said a small prayer. We set the bed back up and he offered to switch me places, and before we did that, we tested out how this could have happened. Thought perhaps I'd pushed it up during my sleep, causing it to fall. But when I replicated my position on the bed, my arms were too short to reach the baseboard. Then we thought that perhaps when my dad jumped off of the bed, he shoved it, causing it to fall. Again, we couldn't replicate it. We even resorted to violently shaking the entire bed frame, seeing if we could shake it loose, but nothing happened. It was very secure. The only physical way the mattress could have fallen is if we lifted it up from the bottom, turned it to a 40-degree-ish angle, and let it kind of fall diagonally through the frame. There's no possible way it could have fallen flat down as it did, because there were 2 pieces of wood on each side of the frame holding the baseboard up. Each piece being about 1 inch wide, and the bed is no give, meaning we couldn't shake it hard enough to cause the mattress to fall. The bistro lights as well were confusing to us. I thought perhaps my screams were so loud that it shattered them, and that had been proven by silence as incredibly difficult to do, or science rather, even with thin glass and a professional singer with a very powerful voice. 5. I have so many more stories, but as they can't be corroborated by other people, I've chosen not to include them here. These range from sinks turning on by themselves, objects moving, premonitions of the future, such as car wrecks and conversations I haven't had yet, and seeing full-body apparitions and hearing things. My mother and one of my sisters have similar creepy stories, even some we share. But as far as I know, my original father and other siblings have not had any experiences like this. As I mentioned briefly here, I felt an entity or shadow of sorts following me around for my entire life. I can differentiate the feeling that it gives me versus other things, like how you recognize an old friend, even if they look different, although this shadow is not particularly friendly. It often disguises itself as a child and infiltrates my dreams. And do I actually believe in this shadow? I choose not to. Bad things seem to happen when I do acknowledge it. Perhaps that's only a placebo effect, but I was wary even to share this to Reddit, as I don't want to invite it back into my life. I had a dream before writing this where I felt an unwanted, familiar feeling, which is what prompted me to finally jot this down. I'm tired of carrying these stories by myself. I'm more spiritual now than I have been during the events of these spiritual stories, considerably less afraid as well. I've chosen to ignore these strange happenings for the most part, and just live my life. However, if any of you have similar stories, advice, or explanations, I'd love to hear them, particularly about the glass breaking, because this happens to me often. Please don't use my schizoaffective disorder as an explanation, as I'm often able to tell when things are an effect of the disorder versus things in real life. Medication also makes the voices go away, so I don't believe anything I hear off of my meds. A scary thing happened. It was nearly 11 p.m. when the noises began, and at first I was thinking it was maybe the family cat who was making the noises, probably scratching the wood beams or something to sharpen her nails. So I ignored it, and just as I thought, the noises stopped soon after. A minute or two fly by and the scratching noises came back, and it was still outside the house, but this time I heard the whining sound of a dog and thought it was one of the dogs that we had, trying to get into the detached kitchen to steal some grub. Without thinking further into the matter, I decided to get out and check the kitchen, and along the way I picked up some grub to chase the dog away by giving out some snacks. While I was still inside grabbing some food, the noises became harried. The whining had some pain mixed in, while the scratching became urgent. It was like it was trying to get me to hurry as the dog got stuck while trying to sneak in or something. Worried that the dog might have hurt itself with its stint, I hurriedly went outside only to be surprised by what I saw. There was nothing. No dog was trying to get in. Everything was in place just as I'd left it when I closed the door leading toward the detached kitchen earlier that day. Weird, I thought. Did the dog get inside? And at the thought of the dog making a mess inside, I quickly left the house and entered the kitchen, but no dog could be found either. It probably left when I realized, or rather it realized it couldn't enter. I concluded this and decided to continue reading at the comfort of my room. It was cold outside, so I was in a real hurry to get back inside. Putting the stuff away, I headed back to my room. And as soon as I laid on my bed, the scratching noise came back, and this time it was the crying sound of the puppy that we had. quickly jumped off the bed and went outside, only to find the same scene as earlier. No dog in sight. I was puzzled by what was happening. I stood by the door, scratching my head, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out what was happening. The thought that it was something paranormal didn't occur to me either, as I was used to getting out in ungodly hours. And aside from a previous experience 4 years earlier, nothing else happened. However, something sounded out that sent shivers to my spine. It was an animal call, cooing, a bird call in the middle of the night. And I would, of course, find it normal if it wasn't for it being nighttime. We live in a place with plenty of trees, so it was normal to hear bird calls. But in the middle of the night, it was rare for a bird to call during the night around these parts, and the birds that do that didn't sound like the one I just heard. My heart started pounding, and I hurriedly retreated back into the house. I shut the door quickly, as if my life depended on it. However, just as I shut this door, I heard the bird call a few times more from the same direction. It was just a few meters from the door, just shrouded by pitch-black darkness. The bird call sounded eerie and dripping with sinister intent. I didn't like it one bit. It felt like it was mocking me. A few more shivers ran down my spine as it continued to call, and I slowly backed away from the door while thinking about this bird call. As somebody who had lived in the province for years now, I haven't even heard of this bird call before. Sounded like a pigeon or maybe an owl. But there wasn't any pigeon at this part of the province. Neither was there an owl, at least there wasn't that I was aware of. As soon as I got back to my room, I managed to regain my nerves and soon calmed down. However, it wasn't long before the scratching sound came back, and this time it was still the puppy sound, but there was some other sound mixed in with it. It was like the sound a rat makes. It was weird. I tried to ignore the sounds, and I started typing about this experience to distract myself and maybe help rationalize the experience. However, as if noticing it wasn't going to come out, the sound switched again. This time it was the sound of a chicken that was in pain. Fuck, I cursed. What was outside was real cunning, trying to use every animal that we had. I really wanted to go outside and check if our chicken was really in danger, but I stopped the impulse and didn't move. I could hear dissatisfaction from the voice when I noticed that it wasn't going anywhere. I was starting to get worried that it would try to get inside the house, but I still didn't dare to move nor make a noise. I know that acknowledging whatever evil was outside would just make it more active, so I didn't dare to react anymore. And after that, the scratching sound disappeared, and yet I could still hear those animal noises. There was the sound of a chicken wing flapping and some other animal screaming. But soon I heard no more, and a few days passed since the last incident, and I was back outside at night like nothing happened. And I mean, it's not like I can just stay at home all the time. However, I still feel jittery and anxious whenever I hear some shuffling or rustling somewhere in the dark. Can't help it. Feeling fear is what makes us human. It's a self-preservation instinct. And there were a few instances where I had to check out what was happening outside a couple of times for the past few days, but everything was okay. Well, at least so far. They were caused by the pets that we had. So I just went on with life. I was happy that the past was behind me. Or that's what I would have liked to say. However, last night was different. It was that same shiver I got in that night, and it was like I was being observed as prey. That kind of feeling that you get when you have that strange suspicion that somebody's observing you or staring at you, but you can't see anyone, yet you know someone or something is there. It was around 8:30 when it started. I was outside the house looking for a good signal so I could send a message. It's one of the things I hate when it comes to living in the province. The data signal is so bad inside that you have to go someplace else just to get a good one. I would have loved to stay inside of the comfort of the room, but the message was something urgent. I had no choice but to go outside and become a portable blood bag for mosquitoes for a while. Anyways, as I'm standing under a guava tree, scrolling through my social media and chatting with a few friends while waiting for a reply, I suddenly heard a rustling sound followed by the flapping of wings. Thought it was some of the chickens that we have around moving amongst the branches of the trees. Still, I couldn't help but look up and I saw nothing. Just the bright moon and clouds moving and maybe some shadows of the leaves. Probably some fruit bats, I thought. I had seen a few before, and some had gotten inside the house too. It wasn't anything new and not something to worry about, so I just shrugged and forgot about it. However, before I could go back to what I was doing, I noticed something was wrong. It was something I hadn't paid attention to as I was having fun with my phone. It was quiet. Too quiet. It was a silence dripping with eeriness. The murmurs of the river nearby was the only thing that reminded me that time hadn't stood still. At this time of the night, I'd usually hear different calls of the wild. The only music of the night that you wouldn't hear anywhere else. Nah, it's probably nothing, I said to myself. It's not the first time I noticed this situation before. 10 years. I had lived here for 10 years now, and I wasn't a stranger to the place anymore. This sort of thing happens, and nothing had ever happened. I didn't dare think about situations I'd seen in movies, as they're too dramatic sometimes, to the point that they tend to be unreliable. I'm probably just too paranoid, I concluded. I wasn't about to admit that I'd been scared easily due to the events that transpired a few nights before. So I stood there under the guava tree and tried to stand my ground, and suddenly, a sound came which made me feel relieved for the first time in my life. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It was a rapid, continuous sound. It was something like a lizard's call, and I'd heard before the same thing, or probably some other animal sound. I tried to pinpoint the actual identity of the creature in my mind, and it seemed to just kind of leave my grasp whenever I tried to. It seemed like a lifetime ago, but I was sure that I heard it just a few moments ago before that weird silence descended. I gave out a relieved sigh. I was about to go back to scrolling through my feed when that same call came again. At this point, my nerves had fully relaxed and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The chuckles didn't last long. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It was slow. It was deliberate. Now it sounded human. Too human for my comfort. I was pretty sure it wasn't made by any animal in the area, and I could feel the goosebumps coming and a shiver ran through my spine. I could feel something was staring at me. A sticky sort of stare that would make even the strongest of men shift around in discomfort. I ran a hand through the back of my neck, and I could feel the hairs on it standing. Fuck, I cursed inside my head. I could feel my heart racing. I could feel the veins in my head pulsing, and I was panicking. I was staring wide-eyed in the dark, and I didn't know what to do. I was outside, and I was vulnerable. I could easily be attacked. I could possibly die tonight, and nobody would ever know. My body was slowly decaying without anybody knowing until my family comes back from their trip, and that thought I paled. What the hell, man? All the things you can think of, you had to think of that. Cursed myself even more for scaring myself needlessly. And there's nothing I could do. I stood there like an idiot listening for the weird call while reciting some Bible verse I'd memorized by heart. It was Deuteronomy 6:4-5 and Matthew 4:10. However, at that point I was basically incoherent. Nothing I uttered made sense or was even in the right order, and then the call came again. Tsk, 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 and this time it was nearer. I couldn't see anything. I could feel there was something inhuman near me. I nervously looked around, fumbled around to turn my phone's flashlight on. Nothing. Just pitch black darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. I tried to take a picture, but I couldn't see anything either. I could feel the hairs of my arms rising, and then a neighbor's call sounded dozens of meters away, which took my attention. I wasn't the one being called, but I was happy for the distraction it caused. quickly collected myself, ran toward the house, and locked myself inside. Told myself that I wouldn't dare come out at night for a while. However, when I got inside, I remembered that I forgot to turn off the lights inside and detach the kitchen. Fuck it. The house in Carmel. In pursuit of being around more like-minded people at the time, 1965, our mother moved us to Carmel, California. She was enamored by the pictures in the magazines of Carmel by the sea and the pure white sands on the beach. Plus, she already had some friends from her church that lived there, so that way they could show us all around. She answered an ad in the paper for this big, beautiful house owned by this lady who was renting her home for a year or so while she traveled abroad. When we arrived at her house, the lady told her mother that she just wasn't interested in renting her fully furnished, beautiful home filled with lavish things to somebody with children. But there we were before her. She was so charmed by her mother and kind of blown away at how incredibly well-behaved all 6 of us were that something shifted inside of her. She said that she felt overwhelmed by the feeling that the house needed children's laughter. That lady not only rented her home to her mother while she was away, but also dropped the price of the rent 3 times lower than it was posted. We lived there maybe a little over a year. Eventually, her mother found out through a friend of a friend who's kind of a real estate person. There was a house that had offered an incredible deal that she just couldn't refuse. It was a 3-level house with an attic. The price was perfect. Nothing down, she was just to start paying the mortgage and the house was hers. Mom was so excited, and this was the first house that she was able to own by herself. So she didn't even question why it was so cheap or why it was such a great deal. She just marked it off as being another blessing. I guess you would consider this house as being a townhouse, very tall and slim. There was a mostly finished basement that became our mother's bedroom. And of course, I slept in her bed as well. Then the kitchen and living room on the next level up, and above that were 2 bedrooms. One for my brother, and the other was for my eldest sister Linda and sister Melanie. The attic was where my other 2 sisters, Charity and Rachel, stayed. And strangely, the staircase and the door to the attic was in my brother's room. I have no memory of these events. So, after separately interviewing 3 of my siblings and what I was told by my mother and eldest sister before they passed, this is what they recalled. Things were all right for the first few weeks, but then everyone in the house started experiencing signs of something being off. Items just disappearing when you know it was right there. Hearing their names being called out. Noises like footsteps running up and down the stairs, and my siblings were being pitted against each other. Her mother was so tired after work that a lot of this just didn't get brought up to her, at least until things were being thrown along with terrifying visits in their bedrooms. My brother, with the door to the attic in it, said that he didn't know why, but the attic was always 60 degrees, even during the hot summer. Lucky. He said that one night the family cat, Icket, was sleeping on his bed and he was just at the stage of falling asleep when the cat jumped up and arched his back and hissed. He looked in the direction the cat was looking, and down the steps from the top was a dark floating blob. He said that he ran downstairs and it followed him almost on his heels. Our mother loved hanging pictures down the staircases and the halls, and said that this thing moved swiftly down the staircase, and that some of the pictures swung and others flew off the walls and crashed to the floor. He then ran downstairs to our mother's room, where we both were sleeping, and woke her up. She told him to see himself surrounded in white light, and to say the universal word for a higher power, which is Om, over and over. He said that he didn't want to leave her room, so he made a spot and laid on the floor next to Mom's bed. Didn't sleep a wink at all that night. He told me that many times something would fly across the room at you, cabinets left open or times even rattled. He said that this one time he was sitting in the living room and a cat figurine jumped off the mantel, hit him hard in the head. They all said this had almost been an everyday occurrence without notice. Everybody also thought that there was something off with her sister Charity. She stayed in that cold attic with Rachel, and Rachel said that it was creepy. Charity started isolating herself from everyone wanting to be alone. She found a crawl space in the walls, would play in there with her many mice for hours at a time. She'd go outside looking up to the trees and hold conversations. She felt like the leaves were answering her. When all of the kids walked to school, she never wanted to make that long walk on that country road with her siblings, but instead preferred to walk alone. She told me that lots of the time in the house it felt as if her memories were shrouded by fog, like she was there but wasn't at the same time. Charity shared with me that she wished I hadn't asked her about those times, and she had almost forgotten about that house. She said that it might have been possible that something was wanting her to be alone, and she was only 12. Her mother did everything in her power to sort of cleanse that house, salted the corners and sage and incense and priests and even high-ranking people in the occult. Everybody was always hopeful for a while, but it seemed like every time there was a cleansing, it was shorter between the time of the next occurrence. She was always doing things to make extra money, and at one point she would sell wigs, or at least for a bit, and it went quite well in the 60s. She would hold wig parties at the house, and at this time, Charity said that she felt the closest to her mother. Charity would style the wigs for her, and when they were sold, she was so proud. It was their special thing together. At one of these parties, Charity was upstairs in the attic with her mice. She took such good care of them, and after all, they were her only friends. So she took one of them out of the cage and set him on the table in front of her. She said that all she did was turn her head and tilt down to pick up something on the floor next to her chair, and not a moment passed, her mouse had disappeared off that table. She said that she didn't even have time to search before she heard screams coming from the living room 2 flights down. She said that Mom was furious at her. She was telling her to come downstairs immediately. After she arrived, she was stunned at what she was looking at. The narrator's dog barked and scared him, and there was a mouse also. The one that was upstairs at the table not even 2 minutes prior. She knew there wasn't enough time for him to get down 2 flights and end up on the top of the wig box in front of Mother's potential customers. Oh, Mom was mad. All those ladies left and they're freaking out screaming. And that was a big deal back then. Word of mouth was everything that was kind of a big tarnish, at least on her mother. Mom never disciplined us like other parents. We were well behaved because she worked so hard for us that we didn't want to disappoint her. Needless to say that Charity was crushed by this. Later, Charity had one of her mice that had babies in a secured locked cage. There was no possible way in or out. Later that night, in the AM hours, a wild rat came out of the walls, made its way into the locked cage, and massacred the mother along with all of her babies. Bastard. She loved him so much, and she felt like whatever was in that house was doing this because the lock on the cage was just laying there. And after what happened at Mom's wig party, she knew that the cage was secure. She said that she, too, saw pictures fly off of the walls. One even smashing on her head, and she wanted to make it go away, so she said that she got her mother's book, the one with the spells. But after trying to find something that would rid this thing, she said that it was too confusing, so she put it back. Charity said she was getting more irritated with the family every day, and sharing a room with Rachel. She said that she was messy and she wanted to have a space of her own, So she went downstairs in the unfinished part of the basement. Stop looking at me like that, dog. You're fine. You're fine. Put her bed between the walls and, of course, took her mice. She told me that she didn't last too long there because she saw things that frightened her. She went on to describe the way the shadows and light-colored shadows taunting her. Stop licking me in the mouth. Get over there. Go lay down. Oh, God. She told me that she didn't last too long down there. It's because she saw things that frightened her. She went on to describe that they were shadows and light-colored shadows taunting her. So she ran upstairs and slept on the couch. All of these events, plus more that Mom experienced on her own, prompted her to find a highly recommended priest to come exorcise the house once and for all. He was there for a while as my family stayed outside. But when he came out, he looked pale and told her mother to move immediately. He said that it's not going to leave and that she should sell the house. I stayed outside with my sister, but when they went into the house to grab her things, they said that it was right out of a scary movie. Things were broken and tossed. Clearly, he was angry. My siblings said that as they were walking down the hall, pictures flew off of the wall at them, and they all ran. We took only our clothes and went to a motel. We soon moved into an apartment and sent the rest of our things. My mother found out that originally the house was donated to a church many years prior. There had been 2 priests being housed there, and they had their offices set up there as well. And after a few missed events, they were checked on only to find their decomposing bodies upstairs in the attic. They had both of their throats slashed, demonic drawings on the wall in the priest's blood, and killings were thought to be cult-related. Mom said that the place was sold 5 times in 2 years before we even got in, and just moved in. I wonder why. Risks of spirit keeping. A vampire encounter. Those not knee-deep in the occult are probably unfamiliar with the term spirit keeping, but the idea is simple. Summon a spirit, bind it to a physical object, then use that object as a tool to communicate with that spirit. When I first encountered a spirit keeping, I was pretty happily barred from the subject. My spiritualities never involved the purposeful summoning of entities, let alone binding them. So I figured this was simply a practice way above my pay grade, and I moved along. Sure as hell wasn't going to be attempting such a thing if I really wasn't sure if I could pull it off. But thanks to the internet, you no longer need to be an educated and disciplined enough occult practitioner to summon and bind your own spirit. You can now buy one. And I should clarify, you aren't buying the spirit. You're paying, essentially, for whatever practitioner you contact to perform the ritual, paying for labor, then paying the cost of whatever object you chose to have the spirit bound to. Not entirely comfortable myself with the distinction, but there it is. I was directed to an old-school internet-type forum and message board, and there were 2 people who run the website, as well as a handful of other practitioners. They offer their services contacting, summoning, and communicating with and consensually binding spirits of various types to various objects. You might purchase a necklace with the ghost of a long-dead human attached to it. You can order a coffee cup haunted by a red dragon. You can even have the spirit bound directly to yourself, not an object at all if you so choose. To say I was skeptical was an understatement. I've had many encounters with otherworldly entities. Some were dead humans, some things were never even human. That many types of spirits exist didn't faze me, but the idea that these people could contact these beings without fail and communicate with crystal clarity with them, identify what they wholly truthfully contain. One of these beings in a trinket and then banish them if need be, well, that would be very impressive if it were true, and so I really doubted that it was. That's an awful lot of contingencies, an awful lot of places to make a mistake or be deceived, and relying on the expertise of a practitioner, I don't know really, and had no way of really holding accountable if they messed up. It was incredibly sus to me. I didn't buy into the idea, and in short, didn't seem worth it to get scammed for hundreds of dollars and in return receive nothing more than a dollar store fake crystal on a shady little chain. But even just a scam where you get nothing better than the alternative, someone successfully summoning something, but they don't know what it is and they can't protect you from it, they mail it on over to your house anyways. I spent some time just kind of browsing the site with increasing distaste. And if these people were lying, that was sad. If they were telling the truth, that left me with some serious ethical reserves about the paying and shipping and handling on an otherworldly entity. I browsed through various ads until I stumbled upon one that caught my eye. Buying a vampire. The listing was one of the two website owners. Someone who was, I suppose, had an impeccable reputation on the accompanying messaging board. For the small price of 500 real-life American dollars, you could buy your own vampire. You could even choose how old and powerful you wanted it to be. The spirit of a fledgling or an ancient master vampire. I was baffled. Vampires were physical, tangible things. They were former humans inhabiting physical human-like bodies, I thought. Was I going to receive a shitty charm bracelet along with an entire human person? How would they fit that in my mailbox? The physical was apparently a very narrow definition of vampire. As was this person who was describing was a vampire spirit, a spirit that feeds on other spirits. The listing offered little in the way of explanation, and its profile picture was just a swirling brown-red mass, an amorphous blob of sepia tones. The description didn't specify where the spirit would come from, how it got to be the way it was, how to deal with it if it got out of control. I wondered if it came with a warranty, and if it possessed my dad, did I get my money back? If it moved objects around and made me lose my keys, was there an IT specialist I could contact? Well, I was intrigued, and somewhat ironically, but more than that, I'd like to admit genuinely as well. I'd moved to a very sort of new and very remote rural place. The first time moving from home, but quit the career field I'd sunk 5 years and thousands of dollars into getting a degree in. I was recovering from major surgery and even more major mental health issues. My partner worked all day while I was home completely alone and isolated. I was lonely, I wished for a friend, and I was Lilo wishing at my bedside for God to give me a sweet little companion. Well, I wish I'd gotten Stitch. What I got instead was a lesson in staying in my own damn lane. In hindsight, I see my mistake crystal clear. I was approaching this website like Amazon. You browse, you buy, you save interesting things in your cart for later. You can leave them with no commitment and come back to shore, but Bezos had your data. But other than that, nobody can see what you were doing and you're thinking about getting into. I should have been approaching it like a dating site. If I click your profile, I can see you, but you can see me seeing you too. I chose a necklace attached to the eldest, most powerful, most expensive vampire to it, then saved the listing for later. I had pets and a significant other and other spiritual attachments, so I had a lot of people to discuss the idea with before I invited someone to come live with us. Now, I'm not an especially sensitive psychic person, but my fiancé is. When they got home after working that evening, I could tell they were a bit jumpy. I figured it had been a rough day at work and went through our usual routine. Dinner, play with our pets, watch the news, and then we were finally about to shower. That's when they finally broke up and fessed up. "Have you noticed anything weird today?" they asked me. "No, why?" "This apartment is usually pretty much a dead zone. But there's something here today. It might just be passing by, but I don't understand how it got in. We have precautions in place for that." "But can you tell me about it?" "It isn't here for me, it's here for you. It's not a friend." "How do you know?" "Because it's watching you, the way a cat watches a bug, a plaything, prey." "What else can you tell?" I asked, increasingly nervous, but still not connecting the dots. "It's like a brown shadow blob thing." "A brown shadow, a thing, not a person. Shit." Pulled up the listing, showed my fiancé the picture attached to the profile, and I said, "Like this?" I asked. "What did you do?" they cited. "Whoops," I began my apology with it. I was explaining I had sort of kind of pre-ordered a vampire. My fiancé was exasperated with me, and I tried to explain. It was only in my card. I hadn't ordered it yet. "Do you think that matters to a creature like this? Do you really think that if he took notice of it, it wouldn't take notice of you? You fucking know better." I slumped into feet, and we discussed some ways we might remove the spirit from our house. My partner wanted to banish it with the help of some more powerful spirits we already knew well. I declined. This was my mess, and I had to be the one to clean it up, and since I had willingly, if unknowingly, invited the vampire here, I'd have to be the one to revoke the invitation. My partner took our pets and headed to the bedroom, while I darkened the living room and sat there by myself. I took a battery-powered tapered candle, like the kind you might use in a window or as a Christmas decoration. If you've ever seen ghost hunters, use a maglite flashlight set to the space between on and off as a communication tool, driving the spirit tap the light and make it work. Same idea. They're all forms of divination, and I'm good with sort of candlemancy. I began to ask the spirit a series of yes or no questions, narrowing down the details of what it was and what its intentions were. Eventually, after half an hour conversation, I was able to ascertain that the spirit was what humans might call a vampire, and that I'd opened the door for it to come over, and so it had. Respectfully, I explained my mistake. I hadn't meant to disturb it, and while I had been considering formally inviting it into my life, I now realized I wasn't ready to have that sort of companion. I wasn't a skilled enough magician and was probably not suited for hosting a spirit at the time, especially one of that magnitude. I asked it kindly to return safely from whence it came. Know that there is no judgment or ill will on my part, and pretty please not return to my space or the space of those I loved. It left. Candle stopped responding. Went back to my bedroom and said it was done. My partner threw a pillow on my head for being an idiot. It was a well-deserved pillow beating. Like the best of them. The next morning I deleted a listing, deleted my account on the website, and blocked the website from my computer so I could never even revisit it even if I wanted to. Fortunately, years later, I've now forgotten the name of the site. Please don't bother asking, even if it popped up from the recesses of my mind. I wouldn't share it. If you want to get into that sort of trouble, you'll have to seek it out yourself. My Ghost Stories. The house in Nyssa that is no more. Moving in with my mom's boyfriend in a home that they found. This house is no longer standing. I know, because I've looked for it. They tore it down and built a newer house in its place. Sort of. Anyway, we moved in, and I thought that things were going to be fine. I should have learned better by this point. It had pocket doors, large windows, and a lot of trees. From the street, it looked like a one-story house, but there was a basement that you could see when you came to the driveway. There were a lot of outbuildings on one side and a cornfield on the other, because cornfields aren't terrifying at all. I remember this house so well, I could draw you a floor plan. You'd come up the front steps into a mudroom, which then led into the main house and living room. Off to the left was a kitchen and dining room, and through the living room it led to the bedrooms. There were 3. My brother shared one, I shared one with my stepsister. My mom and stepdad shared a room. There was one bathroom. The basement was just one giant room that was full of old stuff, and off the kitchen and dining room there was a washroom and cellar. It was weird. You go into this washroom, and then there'd be a staircase to your left that would lead down to the cellar and the part of the basement. I say it was part of the basement because it seemed to have a door leading into the basement, but you couldn't get it really through all the newspapers that were in this room. At first, I thought nothing of it. We were out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by pine trees. It was ideal for me. I didn't hear or see anything for a couple of weeks. Then I was in the kitchen doing the dishes when I felt, heard, and saw someone come up the stairs and into the washroom. They stood in the doorway, just watching me until I finished what I was doing, then vanished into thin air. I wanted to tell my mom what I saw, but I knew that'd get me nowhere. So I simply just filed it away for just, later. It's one of those weird experiences of mine. That night I heard pacing in the hallway connecting the bedrooms. It was an L-shaped hall, 2 rooms at one end and, another at the other end. It had a bathroom. They were fairly large rooms except for the one that was by the bathroom, which was tiny. They'd stop outside of my room, which I shared with my stepsister, and for a moment, then they would turn and go back toward the bathroom. Besides the oddness of the basement, there was a large painting of Crater Lake outside my bedroom. I felt as though whoever was pacing the hall kept stopping at that painting. Now, those of you who are deeply into the paranormal and weird shit, I know strange things have been happening at Crater Lake for as long as it's been a lake, maybe even before, and in short, Crater Lake is a strange place. At the time, I wasn't aware of the weird history of Crater Lake, so the steps stopping at that painting seemed weird. What was weirder was that a few weeks later I got really sick. The doctors couldn't figure it out, so I was sent home on bed rest and painkillers. I was feeling better, so I got up to eat with my stepdad in the kitchen. And then as I walked back to my room to lie back down, I passed out, right in front of the painting. The painting fell onto me. And as I woke up, I saw an Oriental woman standing in the doorway in the living room. She watched me confused. She knew she was dead, and she knew that I could see her. She tried to speak, but I think there was something wrong with her throat. She looked frustrated as my mom and stepdad rushed me to the car and to the hospital. Fortunately, I didn't see her again when I got better. I wondered what she was trying to tell me, so I started trying to look into the history of the area. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find out anything. All I know is the woman was trying to tell me something. It has to do with Crater Lake. The painting falling on me, the woman who seemed to be trying to tell me something, and my unknown illness at the time all seemed to be connected somehow. So being the curious middle schooler that I was, I decided to look through all the newspapers in the cellar-type room. The only thing that I had to do was, my mom and stepdad were both gone. See, the room wasn't surviving the ravages of time. It was covered in ivy and what we think were hops, the stuff they used to make beer and such. So Mom and her stepdad didn't want us to go in there. But while they were at work, I would sneak in there and see if I could make any sense out of the newspapers. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to jump out at me. was during one of these little explorations that I heard voices coming from the basement. At first, I thought Mom and her stepdad were home early and were looking for me, so I scrambled to get to my room. When I got there, though, and looked through the window, the cars weren't in the driveway, so I cautiously headed down to the basement. As I'm sure you can imagine due to my previous experiences with basements, I was not excited. The beggar, who was thankfully still with us, refused to go into the room. Not that I could blame him. It was creepy down there. Silently, I opened the door, thinking my brothers were trying to pull a trick on me. But to my relief and slight horror, they weren't down there. I could still hear the voices, though, so I went farther in and tried to find them. By this time, I'd gotten a bit braver when it came to the paranormal and supernatural. Let's just say that I went through my vampire-obsessed phase a lot earlier than others of my peers. Anyway, I'm standing there in the doorway, trying to figure out where the voices were coming from. And when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, I don't think it was human. As far as I knew, and no human spirits don't skitter across the ceiling, but this thing did, and it was headed to the far corner of the room where the door to the cellar-type room was. Me being me, I followed it. I neared the corner and I could hear the voices, and fortunately they weren't speaking English, or from what I could tell, Spanish. It took some digging to the area's history for a sort of history project that I discovered that at one time, there had been a thriving Asian community in the area years ago. I figured that was what I heard, and at the time I had no idea what Asian language they were speaking. It wasn't until we moved back to Ontario that I would learn Japanese, and with the help of my teacher, a little bit of Mandarin. It was then that I recognized some of the words that I'd heard that night. I can now say that whoever was down in that basement was frightened about something. I think they were hiding down there, but why, I never found out. As for the thing that skittered across the ceiling, that would not be my last or most terrifying experience with it. Anyway, last time I mentioned the thing that skittered across the ceiling. The thing about this thing is that it always stuck with me, is that it seemed darker than the darkness around it. I know people say that all the time, and it makes almost zero sense, at least to me. But initially, this thing stayed in the basement and cellar-like room. I would only see it out of the corner of my eye when I was down in the basement doing laundry, or when I was going through the old newspapers in the cellar-like room. Didn't do anything that was really terrifying until it came up to the main house. And I remember that day quite clearly, because I did something extremely stupid that day. My brothers, who, remember, are both older than I, were playing with their Hot Wheels in their room. I wanted to play with them because my stepsister was gone visiting her mom, making me the only girl in the house. My brothers used to let me play with them all the time, but they had gotten to the point where hanging out with their baby sister was not cool anymore. So I was mopping the living room, bored out of my mind, when I saw the thing hanging above the doorway to the cellar-type room. And me being me at the time, freaked out. I wanted my brothers to pay attention to me and get away from this thing at the same time. So I skirted into the kitchen, never taking my eyes off of this thing. I grabbed a steak knife. I think you all know where I'm going with this now. I hightailed it out of the kitchen into my brother's room. When I got there, I told them that if they didn't play with me, I'd kill myself. Yeah, stupid, especially for an 11-year-old. Kind of luckily for me, my older brother called my bluff. He said that I would never kill myself, and that I was too chicken to even hurt myself. And he was right on one point. Killing myself isn't something that I'd ever do, but hurting myself, on the other hand, I would totally do. And I did. To call his bluff, I took a steak knife and stabbed myself through the hand. I have the scar to prove it. And for some reason, though, the thing disappeared from the cellar like room's doorway, so I thought that I had won against this thing. So naive back then. Give me a break. I was young and obviously stupid. Over the next year or so of us living in this house, everything that could go wrong did. Murphy's Law at its best. Family members who seemed to be doing great would leave the house and say they felt like heavy weight lifted off of their shoulders, and at least in their suicide notes. My brother's classmates who came for his birthday only came into the house to use the bathroom. My oldest brother was born in October. My stepsister started spending more time in her mom's. That's where some bad things happened to her. My mom and stepdad started fighting all the time. So much so that my stepdad made a room for himself in the basement. I started seeing this thing everywhere, in school, in friends' houses, and on the school bus. The thing would not leave me alone. I believe now that my stabbing myself in the hand set the thing loose. Now it was on a mission to make my life a living hell. I got sick and for no apparent reason was tortured mentally by those that were supposed to protect me. Becker got run over, and luckily he lived and started seeing more ghosts than I had in a long time. Can't tell you how happy I was to finally leave that house, though the next one wasn't much better. Somewhere between fear and fascination lies Paranormal M. We follow the trail of ghost stories, cursed objects, and the chilling unknown. Subscribe and ring the bell, because curiosity can be dangerous. Walked upon a cold gathering of sorts. This particular event occurred in the summer of 2021, so sort of a while ago. I was in San Francisco with my family. It was for my 21st birthday. And luckily enough to bring two of my friends with me, provided that they pay for their own plane tickets. The trip is going fine, and this was probably day 3 out of 5, and I think we were honestly all still deciding whether or not we liked San Francisco's unique little charm. We had an itinerary of things to do during the day, but after dinner my parents were cool with us doing whatever me and my friends wanted, and for us 3 to go out and explore. We're staying in the neighborhood of Haight-Ashbury, which is the old cliché hippie neighborhood for those of you who aren't aware. We were bored and we were in need of some cool things to find. There was this moderately sized park called Buena Vista Park, which was near where we were staying, which is geographically in the dead center of San Francisco. It looked interesting, and it was a circular park that had trails that steadily wrapped around the park, increasing in elevation till you got to the peak. The peak looked like it was around 500 feet tall, if I were to guess, and it was heavily forested. Our main goal was to ascend to the top via the trails, so we could reach the top and hopefully get a cool view. At this point, it was already relatively late, probably around 10 or 11. Can't remember specifically since it was a while ago. And this is where things get weird. First off, the park was very quiet, and upon first entering, it seemed like there was no one else there, and changed after walking up the trails for a few minutes. We started to spot other people. What was instantly very strange was the way these people were moving through the park. Generally, they were headed the same direction as us, well, seemingly. Also, they were trying to reach the peak, I guess, but the strange part was that they all seemed to be wanting to keep a very low profile. Every person we spotted on the trail either had a hood up or their head down real low. Now, when I say hood, I don't mean the stereotypical cold rope hood, just wearing a generic black or gray hoodie. Another strange detail was that every person we saw was walking alone. Some were on the same trail as us, but walking slow, so we would gently have to pass them. Others were skipping the trails altogether and walking toward the park directly, going straight through the trees and bushes. And by this point, there were no sirens going off in my head. It was a little strange for sure, but I already at this point learned that San Fran was a strange city anyways, not to look too deeply into it. In hindsight, though, it was very odd the way that they were all walking solo, and not in the way somebody might go about strolling through a park. Some kind of seriousness to them, and they individually all seemed to be walking with intent. Also, they were dead silent. Most of the time, I didn't even perceive them until we got within around 20 feet away from them. Kept on for around 10 minutes, maybe 20. That was until we reached the starting of the peak, and all in all, we had probably encountered around 5 of these people. Eventually, we were at the peak itself, which was a spot where the trees had cleared, and there was a fairly large grass patch at the top of the hill. Due to this, there wasn't a ton of trees blocking the city skyline. So me and my friend sat down for probably around 10 minutes. We just were checking out the skyline. After that, I suppose we all had gotten our fill of it, and we were ready to head back. And this is where it gets very weird. As we started to walk off the grass patch where the sort of downward tree line and trail began, again we saw them. Not just 5 or so people we saw going up this path. It was more like a lot more people this time, maybe 20. And this is when my heart just completely sank. I immediately knew something was off. My hairs were standing and every ounce of my body, including my gut reaction, was just shooting through the roof. These people that were clustered had only been around 75 feet away from where we were. They were checking out the view without us even knowing. There wasn't a single sound, not a word spoken, nothing at all. It had also sank in that these people were probably checking us out the whole time, and we were sitting and we hadn't even known. Same as before, they were all dressed in dark clothes. Not all hoods, but very sort of stealthy clothing. There was no face I could make out with any degree of detail, but it was dark. Something about these people were off, and all 3 of us knew it. We didn't say anything to each other since we would have been heard, and the silence was deafening. They were all standing around, not clustered, like how a large group of people might cluster to socialize and mingle. They were just standing around, not saying a word or looking at each other. The worst part was that they were all staring us down, all of them. The look felt hostile and mainly gave me an impression of being unwelcome. It was like as if it was very clear to them, but unbeknownst to us, that we were very much not supposed to be at that location. I hate to say it, but I can now relate when somebody says they felt like somebody peered into their soul. It made me very uneasy. This was a situation where my fight or flight response was telling me to get the hell out and run. But simultaneously, for whatever reason, my gut was telling me not to show fear. It felt like I had no choice but to keep walking. Kept my eyes forward and was putting all of my effort to make my body language to come across as being sure of my surroundings, as if I was a regular to this park and knew what I was doing. We had to keep walking toward them. This was the only entrance back to the trail that we all knew, which they were blocking, by the way. As we approached, there were 2 of them, and in particular, they were standing at the sides of the trail. One of my friends was with me, later described as like they were centurion guards guarding something. Eventually, the cluster sort of made way for us to get back onto the path, and they kind of changed their formation. It was very unsettling. The whole time, eye contact had not been broken from them. They were all still silently staring at us, and at this point they were lined up on the sides of the trail, as if we were walking down a wedding aisle or something. Since we were so close, I was able to take in more details of their demeanor and body language. The stares weren't only hostile, it felt like they were looking at us like we were prey. My fight or flight was still firing off even stronger at this point, and it felt like at a moment's notice they were going to swoop in and do something. My approach changed, and instead of coming across as being sure-footed and casual, I went into straight defense mode. I stared right back at them and did my best to make it come across to them that I was highly aware of them and not afraid. I remember there was one guy in particular that we sort of looked at each other for 2 or 3 seconds. He had black hair and was balding, but that's the only details I could really make out. Eventually we made it through this group and had reached the end of the line that they had made themselves parallel to the trail. We kept walking, but could feel them still staring us down. Still not a single word had been said. We kind of calmly kept walking down the trail until we were out of earshot and started instantly freaking out. I don't know what we stumbled into. I don't know if that was a cult or what kind of a group it was. The silence was very unsettling. The feeling of being unwelcome was quite apparent. Eventually made it out of the park using the trail, and we're all very much shook. It was weird being in a situation that didn't have any direct dangerous elements. But it did feel like it could have been if we had done the slightest thing wrong. I don't know if I acted how you're supposed to in those situations, but it very much felt like we stumbled upon the lion's den or something very bad could have happened to us. Overall, I didn't like San Francisco very much. It was definitely a weird and creepy city, but nothing came close to that. The main goal of writing this post is to get it off my chest and, well, maybe ask for your opinions or theories on what the hell we might have encountered that night. Yeah, it's kind of weird there. I have something weird in me. I don't know what. Firstly, when I was a kid, I was very receptive to energies. Like very. I often felt when something was off in my house. Sometimes things would go very cold and gray out of nowhere. Maybe it was my mom, and well, she was very unhappy during my childhood. Or it was only my house. Sometimes I would just cry out of nowhere. My mom would ask me what was wrong, and I would reply, I don't know. Other days I'd just feel shivers down my spine, as if there was somebody there, and it made me develop a terror to the dark. It lasted until I was a teenager. Nowadays, I sometimes feel like that, but I don't know if that's just my mind. Once I saw a ghost in my house. My mom was sleeping in her room. I woke up in the middle of the night. I sit on my bed trying to focus my sight. I was about 8 years old when I looked at the wardrobe, and there she was. She was standing in front of my wardrobe, just casually looking at me. She looked exactly like my mom, well, physically. She was even holding the clothes basket. I was terrified. My whole body went cold. But I wasn't going to freeze like every other time it got dark. So I looked at her and said, Mom? She didn't even reply. She just looked at me as if I wasn't doing anything. I can even see her chest going up and down, slowly. I asked one more time, and I didn't get a reply either. So I went back into my bed and put my face staring at the bed. My heart was pounding so fast that I thought she would hear it. I kept telling myself, fall asleep, and nowadays I can still remember clearly how terrified I was. Also, I'm 100,000% sure that she wasn't my mom. My mom's never been a sleepwalker. She was also, full dressed in normal clothes. I felt like it was as if somebody had taken a copy of her image at a random moment and put it on him or herself. Another time I think I got possessed. Don't really know about the topic, but I've always been a light sleepwalker as my brothers, but it's never gone further than mumbling or speaking or maybe standing on my bed and going back to sleep. An important detail is that I never ever remember what I'm doing or when I'm doing it. And there's other people that tell me about all this stuff. However, this time it was, very different from anything I'd ever experienced before. It was as if I wasn't actively participating. I was just passively watching everything happening. My body got out of bed in the middle of the night. Turned off the security system of the house. Didn't know how to do that at the time, and unlocked the security door, went downstairs, opened the door of my house, leaving all my lights turned on. I got out and everything just went black. And just right after that I woke up. I was in my bed, as if it had just been a dream. But what woke me was the yell of my mom, who left the front door open. Sometimes I predict the future too, at least I believe. I sometimes have impulsive feelings, like certainly if things just out of nowhere, and a certainty to it. Once I asked my mom out of nowhere about my name and its origin. Minutes later, her only friend that shares my name calls her by the phone for the first time in months. And another time, about to take a plane with my family, I felt odd about it. They asked me what happened, and I replied, I don't know, I don't feel like we're going to take that plane. You know, the excitement and anticipation of leaving somewhere, I didn't feel it. Hours later, the plane we took had to go back to the airport because of a problem with the pressurization cabin or something. Sometimes I think about people and minutes later and they text me. Of course, there's so many things I never see coming, and that's why I believe they're mostly coincidences. But these two specifically stuck with me. It's important to say that most of these things happened when I was before 15, and I'm not sure if more incidents like this happened because I try to brush them off as coincidences. And I try not to remember. Nowadays, I'm very good at understanding people, like scarily. When people come to me and tell me you won't believe what just happened, I can most of the times tell, even when I lack the context. I can tell what people are thinking, when they're lying or what they're feeling. I understand the personality of people to a personal level even when I'm not close with them. Sometimes I feel like I can read their thoughts through their faces. Maybe it's just psychology or intuition. I don't know. I'm just very good at reading people. Lastly, this is the weirdest and thing that kind of freaks me out the most, and the one that I don't have any possible explanation to. Spiders follow me everywhere. I've always been a magnet to spiders. When I was a kid, I was the only one in my house that had spiders in the room. They would come out of nowhere, even after rearranging my furniture and discovering that there was a spider nest under my bed and cleaned it. They kept appearing, all sizes and shapes. I'd wake up with a dead spider on my bed with me, and I would squash them while sleeping. My mom would get into her basement, and, well, every day never see one. Whenever I got in, I would always get out with one stuck to my hair or my clothes. When I moved in with my dad to my room, well, to another city, I was the only one that got spiders in my room. Kills fire ants on phone. Sorry. Ow. When I moved with my dad to another city, I was the only one that got spiders in my room, and again, not as often, but in a house where allegedly there were no spiders. Get at least one every 2 weeks. And again, after I moved to uni, in my dorm room, I'd get a spider once a week. Other people too, but just once or twice a month. I'd get spiders all the time. And this year I've moved to a new house with my friend, and the first thing we noticed when we move in is there's a plague of gigantic spiders. We clean, kill most of them. But last month I noticed a completely different species on my roof. A large, skinny-legged spider in the corner. Probably a clock spider. And a few days ago, a little one just appeared hanging next to my head while I was reading a book in my room. I killed it, and after being a bit concerned and asking my flatmates if they had seen any more spiders, they all said that they didn't see any since the beginning of the year, when I came back home for Christmas. My mom said that she had cleaned everything with bleach, and it was impossible for me to find any. Relieved, I go to the toilet and find a spider in the towel hanger next to the sink. Can't explain it. I don't like spiders, and I've never been bitten by one, I think, and it's just so weird. One last thing. My mom's gotten very interested in energies and spirituality. In the last years, she often says that I have something, but apparently I just reject it. I don't think I do, though. I just don't know what it is, and it makes me very anxious. I can't control it because it makes me feel that I'm being paranoid. I'm very scientific and logical, but I can't deny that sometimes stuff I can't explain happens. However, whenever I try to get in contact with whatever I have, I don't know if it's working or anything. Just very frustrating. Besides, casually, both of my grandparents were kind of dowsing experts with pendulums and stuff to find water underground. Daughter sees a blue girl in her closet. A few years ago, my wife and I moved into a small apartment with our daughter. Everything was normal for the first 2 or 3 months. Then we began hearing footsteps in the ceiling. Initially, it was written off as an HVAC guy doing work on the ducts or ventilation system. Albeit odd that he would be working at night, as was the usual time frame that this occurrence would begin. It wasn't until it got somewhat a common reoccurrence, rather, sort of being relatively annoying. Went outside to take a look at what they may be working on. That is when I realized that there is no actual attic or anything. It was a flat roof, no room or space for any worker to be scampering around. This caught my attention. I began to pay closer attention to the noises when they would begin. They would generally start over our living room, make a few rounds around the kitchen, and end up moving down the hallway. More often than not, stopping somewhere over our daughter's room, which would be accompanied by her crying and arousal. We spent a little less than a year in that apartment, before renting out a 4-bedroom house for our growing family and accumulation of stuff. By this point, our daughter had grown and was talking somewhat coherent, like the cogs of awareness had begun to crank. She was still babbling and saying whatever she heard us say for the most part. We had, by this point, mostly forgotten about the footsteps, writing it off as odd, and had moved on with our lives. Up until we noticed her daughter had an odd sort of infatuation with our closet, which was pretty spacious. She made it a point that she wanted to play in the closet either with the lights off or as far back into the secondary storage space, which was a second closet or closet, as we called it, as we could get. This was somewhat unnerving because we thought, ain't nothing in there for you, little girl. However, she insisted and we occasionally relented. And this is when she began speaking to something. The house had a sort of closely interconnected AC ventilation system. And her room, sort of being next to ours, allowed us to pretty much hear everything going on in there. So imagine our surprise and nervous what the fuck reaction when we hear her sort of talking to herself and hearing something talking back. Again, this was written off as a toddler playing with her toys after we put her down to sleep, and speaking perhaps to an imaginary friend. However, it was still unnerving because we would listen to what sounded like a more complex conversation with the 3-year-old playing with Barbie. By this point, the offset feeling of a separate presence and general sense of unease had begun to work its way into our awareness. Fast forward, we get more stuff. We decide we're ready to purchase a home, a nicer, bigger home, pretty new. It's in a new, quiet neighborhood and everything is going great. Until month 3 or 4. I'm downstairs painting. It's when my daughter, who by this time is 4 and finally self-aware, they call me up claiming there's someone there. I told her to hold on, to which she replied, "No, Daddy, in my room." Hell nah, bruh. Hell nah, bruh. Abracadabra. Dad mode kicks in. I storm upstairs, either ready to be beating the snot out of whatever homeless guy broke into my daughter's room, or get my ass handed to me by the robber with the Glock 19. We head upstairs and it's quiet. I ask her what's up and she says, "The blue girl in my closet, Daddy." She pointed at her open closet. House is dead silent. I get a bad feeling from the closet. She says, "Go look." Sorry, kiddo, but I'm not good on that. Don't judge me, but I've seen enough paranormal activity to know that it is not what I should do. So I ask her to lead the way. Hand on her shoulder, ready to yank her out of the closet should I get the faintest whiff of tomfoolery. She looks in and is genuinely confused and goes sifting through her clothes. I don't know where she is. She was right here, pointing to the space between the hanger rack and the clothes. Just enough space for a face, and only a face to peer out of my 4-year-old, and, well, hell no. I tell her to stay out of the closet, and there's nothing in there that she needs to be entertaining, and keep her with me for the rest of the day. And at this point, I'm shaken up a little bit, but Daddy's a big boy, and there's nothing a solid slug out of my double-barreled 12-gauge Lucy can't handle. Should it come to that. Or so I was telling myself to reassert my dominance as the primary force in our home. This goes on and off, and eventually breaks for a little bit, till this morning. My wife calls me, puts my daughter on the line, and tells her to repeat what she told her. The blue girl opened my closet last night and snuck in. She was looking at me all night. She said I'm bad and that Dustin, her newborn son, isn't cute. She's blue and she has a blue head. Upon asking her the detail what about this blue girl looked like, she goes quiet, pointing at the ceiling, and says, her head is blue up there. Upon asking how tall she is again, only pointing a finger at the corner of the ceiling, we ask her where she is right now. She followed Daddy outside this morning. Great. Fantastic. Thanks, kid, and Daddy really appreciates that. With all of this, I've begun sort of picking up an old habit of hers, namely her tendency to want to play in our closet with her friend. I assumed it was her stuffed cat that she insists is by her side at all times, and it's essential that the lights are off when she does. And yeah, our closet, go figure, lured that thing directly to where it kept my undies. But anywho, I'm curious as to what route I should take. Should I set up a ring camera or something? I've heard about white sage, but my wife shut that down because she claims it just kicks everything out of the house and opens the space for unnecessary invitations for any entity. My buddy said his grandpa is a pastor, owes him a favor for building him a swing set. I'm afraid that if he screws up whatever process he would go about to boot this thing out of my home, I'd pay taxes on it. It's going to be maybe something to make the situation worse. Anybody have any similar experiences, and if so, how did it turn out, or what have you done to deal with it? Unless the floating blue head that talks smack to my daughter starts helping me with the mortgage, I want a solution. Obviously, whatever quarrel it has is between my daughter and it, but I don't really like the idea of my daughter being tormented by anything, paranormal or not. Never considered myself a super religious person or anything. I do believe in the paranormal to a considerable extent. Any help or suggestions would be appreciated. Family having very similar sleep paralysis experiences. So ever since I turned the age of about 8 or 10, I've always had weird feelings and experiences in the house. This is the house I live in with my family. I've seen a few shadow figures, and 2 are very detailed, and I've now seen them a lot over the last 19-odd years living at home. One is about 5 years old, I'd say, in a very white, misty silhouette with short, curly hair and an old-fashioned long dress. She seems innocent, hasn't caused any disturbances or problems in the family, and both my sister, mom, and myself have seen her. A couple of my friends that are female, as well as my sister's mom's friends, have seen the silhouette, but haven't seen her very clearly. Not like us. None of the men in the house have seen her, not even the ones that have stayed over and are constantly over. Kind of weird. The other figure is tall and very broad, a man with a top hat, and just stares. My ex-boyfriend saw him one time and he was staying over. My brother at the time was away, and my ex was walking around toward my room and said hi to my brother, and I said, "What? Did you say hi to me?" And he said, "No, I said hi to, my brother," and told him that he was away, and he freaked out. He explained what I've seen to a T, all except the top hat. Hallway to my room was dark at the time, too, so we only saw the figure. So besides my ex, I've been the only one to see him. I saw him first when I was 8, and I saw him again when I was 12. And now I'm 21, and I see him every now and then in a year. There's 2 years, and I didn't see him at all, though. So now that you know a bit of the backstory, let's dive into it. My mom yesterday woke up and came and told me about her dream she had. She was laying flat on her back and couldn't see any sort of spirit or ghost on top of her, but she felt like she was being pressed down on the chest and her arms too. She was absolutely terrified. She was fully aware of her surroundings and just felt like something that wasn't welcome or nice was trying to get to her. She couldn't speak without being completely stunned, and when she did, she was yelling out, "No, go away," or "You're not welcome. You can't come here." My dad had to wake her up like over 6 times that night, because he kept having this dream and encounter, but it was different every time. It was a repeating dream, and this is where things get weird. So when my brother was living at home a few years ago, his girlfriend, still together, was staying over, and she had full-on sleep paralysis. She was absolutely terrified and woke up crying, really frightened and scared. She was sleeping on the outside part of the bed, and my brother was next to the wall, if that makes sense. She saw this little girl with curly hair and a long dress, but with a demented face. She said that the girl was just looking over top of her from the side of the bed and staring. She didn't say anything, but she felt like the girl was upset and angry. Not a welcoming energy. She felt like it was a negative energy. She was fully kind of conscious of what was happening around her. She was trying to move to wake my brother up, but she was choking up and making weird noises. Then eventually the noises woke my brother up, and he woke her up. So that morning I was talking to Mom outside the kitchen. Told her about how I saw this little girl again in the kitchen last night. It was late when everybody was asleep, and I was having a cheeky snack. I just looked up at her for a little bit, and she looked at me. Then I blinked, and she was gone. As I'm telling my mom this, my brother and his girlfriend walk out and hear the conversation, and they tell us what happened. It's weird because for all of the females in the house, we've never felt any negative energy from this little girl. We were thinking if it's possible if she was maybe jealous that my brother had a girl in his room, but I don't know. So after Mom telling me about her dream yesterday morning, I was like, that's weird, but also freaking scary. So the day goes on. I go to bed last night, and all night I had a similar experience as my mom. Full-on sleep paralysis that felt like it was going on for hours. I couldn't see anything, but I felt the energy coming out of my closet. But in the dream, I couldn't see in my closet like I normally can in the middle of the night. It was completely black, and I was convinced that there was something in there watching me. I was just trying not to look at it, but it was like my eyes were forced to stare at it the whole time. And then eventually, my focus shifted to the end of the bed. It felt like something was towering over my bed. It was like shaking my head back and forth, but it had so much pressure on the rest of my body, and I was so scared I kept closing my eyes and shaking my head, hoping that it would stop. I'd wake up and realize it's just a dream. I did that for what felt like hours, until I finally actually woke up and didn't go back to sleep. I was terrified. I've had other experiences where I've had sleep paralysis and my hair had been tugged slightly and feel hands on my hands or other parts of my upper body, as well as my legs and feet. but I've never had a sleep paralysis as intense as last night's. The house I live in is at least 30, maybe 40 years old. Still looks nice. It's not super old. I've tried to do research on the area, but I haven't been able to find anything on the area or even the town I live in. And I have to say, I'm not a true believer in Jesus or God. But I definitely believe that there is something more after death, and I do believe in spirits and ghosts. I've never encountered something that I think is demonic or even angelic. But I've also never gone out there seeking for that sort of validation for that realm. I do, however, believe that there's malicious and malevolent spirits. I believe in attachments and people watching over you and guiding you. But it's always a battle in my head because how can I believe in that, but not believe in God? Still trying to figure that one out. So I guess my question is there anybody out there that had similar experiences with family and friends, and what have you done since, and have you just ignored it, or maybe has it not happened again? Or have you laid down boundaries and set intentions and cleansings? And if you have experienced things like this, and you're somebody that believes in God or doesn't, what's your point of view? How do you approach these situations by yourself and possibly conversations with family that won't have a bar of the spiritual world, but have had their own experiences? I've watched and listened to a lot of paranormal things over the last 7 years, I'd say. I'm really interested and curious about it all, but the only encounters I've had have been at home, so they say ignoring them when you do see them or experience things and not talk about it with others is a way of getting rid of them. It's because you're not feeding into it and giving them energy or the time of day. What are your thoughts or stories or advice? Please comment. Shadow people or demons? So in 2013, my parents were just divorced. I was around 11. My dad had found a new house to buy from an old couple that had passed away. I don't think it's them messing with me, but I don't know. But anyway, when we got into the house, everything seemed fine. But, it felt weird being out of my childhood home and in this new environment. However, the house was really nice. It was 3 floors. The 3rd floor was previously an apartment for old families. Or rather, for the old family's daughter. It was really sweet. I got the whole 3rd floor to myself, which sounds a bit spoiled, but honestly, I think my dad was just trying to compensate for the divorce. For the first year, nothing happened, and all was well. But 2014 is where my weird events started. I should mention my father is completely blind, and has been for around 40 years. I was sitting next to him talking as he drank from a pop can. He sat it down as we talked, and I looked down at it and I saw it move a few inches. Suddenly, then it stopped, and for me being 12 at the time, I was horrified. Told my dad about it, and of course he didn't believe it being anything negative because he's religious. Not super religious, but, And that was the real start of everything. A few weeks later, I'm sitting in my dining room alone at night doing my homework. I have one of those long dinner tables due to my family being big. And I'm sitting at the head of the table and rolling a pencil down the table and going to get it because it was I was a huge procrastinator. Anyway, one time I rolled it and randomly stopped. It rolled back to me like somebody pushed it. I was anxious but didn't think much of it, but looking back at it now, I know what it was. Going into 2015, I started to feel uneasy, only on the 3rd floor. I didn't know why. It was the winter of that year. I had a space heater set up in my room because it gets cold on my floor. It's due to the heat of the house not being connected up there. I walked into my room after I just arrived from my mom's house. They split custody. It was dark in my room and very cold. I had my back turned from the space heater as I set up my Xbox. Then all of a sudden the space heater turned on and I heard the beep of it turning on, and As soon as that happened, I felt chills down my spine. It was like someone was watching me or trying to get my attention. After that, I started seeing dark figures in the night. It was like darker than dark. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but sometimes I could make out figures, and at this point, as I was getting older, I was getting very uncomfortable. It got so bad to the point where I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see things looking right at me. They didn't have any distinct features, but I could just tell they were staring. I had to start sleeping with the lights on to stop how uneasy I was. After 2015, not much happened. Until 2018. I slept with the lights on. Figured by age 16 I shouldn't be afraid of that, so much time had passed I basically forgot about it. And I should also note occasionally, even with the lights on, I'd still get chills down my spine. In 2018, I started dating my now ex-girlfriend, and I had her over to my dad's house. She would tell me months later that the first time she went into my room, she instantly felt uneasy, and had ever since. When she told me that, I told her all that I have experienced. She was scared to come back to my dad's house. I eventually convinced her like a week later when she came back and we're laying in bed and she had this sticker on her finger from a new piece of clothing I had. It was a small sticker about the size of her fingernail with a little M on it. That's funny. Flew off of her finger and stuck to the wall. There's no wind or anything, and she instantly teared up and would rarely come back after that. In December, I was over at her house and watching Ghost Adventures. I was with her and her sisters, and then I told her I was going to lay down for a little nap in her room because I worked all day. I was laying in the bed alone when I heard someone whisper right into my ear as if they were standing right over me. "Hey!" Quickly jumped back in shock. Ran into the living room and asked if either of them did that, and they both had a confused look on their faces. My girlfriend at the time knew I wasn't lying about what I heard due to the sticker experience. I went home later that night around 2 a.m. I was taking a joking video as I kind of drove up to my house mocking Ghost Adventures. It's because I thought it was so overdramatic and it was hilarious. Anyways, I pulled into my driveway. I saw down a back street a blacked-out figure standing there, staring right at me. Then started walking toward me. I quickly jumped out of the car as it walked toward me and ran to my house. Entered in the PIN to unlock the door. Still have the video if anybody's interested in seeing it. It's kind of hard to make them out, but you can see it. As soon as I entered my house, I looked out the window and there was no one there. I FaceTimed my girlfriend, told her about everything, and, well, needless to say, I left my lights on that night. The next day, I promised her that I would go thrift shop with her because she loved it. It was never really my thing, but I was with her, so it seemed fun. When I got to Goodwill, we were looking around and my back started to burn really, really bad. Went into the changing room, took off my shirt, and I had 3 scratches on my back. Another 2 right below it. It was red hot. I know I didn't catch myself on anything or get scratched. I called her in, and she was genuinely afraid now. I also have a photo of my scratches if anybody'd like to see that. A week later in school, I started to feel that burning sensation on my chest, but it was below my chin, so I couldn't see it. Had my girlfriend take a look, and she saw what she thought was letters and took a picture of it with her phone. It was the Roman numeral for 6. Wish I still had the picture of this, but since he's my ex, I don't really feel like asking for it if you're gonna have to take my word on this one. I truly believed at this point that something was out to get me, and went back to leaving the lights on in my room. But after that scratch mark, it suddenly stopped, and I don't know if it was trying to send me a sign or what. But anyway, fast forward to now, and I don't use my lights anymore. But the other day, I'm setting up my Xbox just like before. The heater turned on by itself again. I got the uneasy feeling. I don't know if it's about to start back up again and mess with me, but I figured I'd write about it, keep you guys updated. And if anybody knows what this could be and why, I'd love to hear. I'm seriously stumped and it's been going on for a long time. Only been getting more and more intense. Am I really haunted? So to start off, I'm going to say two things. I'm a young woman, and to be honest, yes, I do have a vivid imagination. And two, some of these stories aren't mine. Don't even know why I'm posting this, but I digress. To get some backstory into my level of belief in spirituality. Since I was young, a lot of my family have had vivid dreams. Seeing people that had passed away and figures in our rooms was a common morning conversation topic. Along with that, the seeing the future dreams. Well, so many kids have them. But in particular, I've been told where the worst or still are. I suffer from insomnia, and due to this, I tend to have a bunch of night terrors. Worst of all, sleep paralysis. The most common figure I see, this particularly grotesque figure, is looming in my room. It always starts the same. Just as I begin to drift off, I feel the heaviness and the inability to shift my body to even twitch a finger. I'm just about able to flick open my eyes. Then the tap, tap, tap of liquid hitting the floor at random intervals. And for some reason, I always look up and my senses muffled by the sound of almost muffled screams. He's there every time. It's a full-grown man, fully naked and bare. Now, this would be scary enough for a young woman, but the part that always gets me is his head. It's like the figure had just slaughtered a goat using its head as a mask, and the dripping was blood running down the hair of the goat's face. And to be fair, sleep paralysis is easily explainable, so I'm not worried, but the other stories I have just get more surreal. The one that sticks out the most that I tell at sleepovers or the kids I babysit, it's this time I was home alone. For reference, I didn't know I was home alone. Being a brooding teenager, I had spent the majority of my day sitting on my laptop and phone, watching hours of mindless internet videos and movies. I moved into this house in 2021, and this took place a year later in the summer of 22. I was 14 or almost 15. My bed at the time was a loft bed. Basically a bunk bed, but instead of another bed underneath, I had a space for a desk to be pushed to one side, and the storage space that I never used. This bed was tall, and I'm 5'9", had sat up abruptly, and I would have bumped my head in the ceiling. It had just gotten dark enough that I decided it was time to leave my dungeon. Grab something to eat before going straight back to my Filthy Frank videos. I remember sitting up in the dark, pausing my video and rubbing my eyes, and this may sound silly, but you know when you rub your eye, you almost kind of make that rushing sound. Yeah, I thought I heard something, but of course I assumed it was someone downstairs. I closed the laptop, and my dark room no longer had any illumination of any kind. Just as I was grabbing for my phone to use the torch, I heard it clear as fucking day. It sounded like a grown man underneath my bed whispering my name. I had frozen. I was decided. It must have been my older brother just trying to mess with me like always. And again, my name now clearer, almost at speaking volume. I freaked out, wide-eyed, but not moving until I willed my legs to push me from where I was sitting upright, the top of my bed, to the bottom, where I swung my legs over the side and dashed down the stairs, searching for my dad. I went downstairs at a breath, and I heard no movement anywhere in my house. Even my dog wasn't inside. Panicking, I grabbed a knife and held it extended in front of me while dialing my dad's phone number. When he picked up, I whispered what had happened, and he told me I was completely home alone. My brother and his friends and my younger sister had like a birthday sleepover. It was almost a 3-hour drive away, and he told me to call my brother. When I rang my brother, he didn't pick up. Nobody was taking me seriously, so I did the only logical thing. Went back upstairs, flicking on the light as I went, holding my knife. I checked every room, every lock, and every window. No one could have gotten in. After calming myself, I fell asleep on the couch that night. I had the sitting room door locked and my knife at my side. And I know I shouldn't really be as terrified as I think it is, but I tried my best to describe it without making this sound fictional. I have a plethora of stories, but I'll tell you this one is the last one for today. Now, this isn't from my perspective, so I can't describe too much, but please bear with me. My brother, 23 now, and sister, 14 now, they were by themselves about 2 years ago. My brother's 6 foot and goes to the gym. Gets in fights on nights out. He's not really the sort of guy to get spooked. Me and my siblings have a really strong bond. And we have since around 9, when my mom passed away. We were relying on each other. So of course we hang out in each other's rooms, and sometimes sitting in and my brother playing whatever game he's currently obsessed with and talking shit. We'll call my siblings E, 23, and D, 14, and as they were laughing, D groaned and said something about my annoying laugh being heard across the house. My brother's room is the other side of the house. My room over in the kitchen, and, well, his over Dad's room. He agreed and he yelled for me to shut up and saying I'm always talking and laughing on the phone. Apparently, I just kept laughing, so annoyed, Dee stood up and stormed out over to my room. When she opened the door, no one. I was at a sleepover that night. Even if I didn't know that, she called my brother in and they agreed to call me. When they called me, I picked up and I asked in a playful way what they wanted. E seemed shocked and told me to stop hiding. I responded by turning on my camera, showing my friend's sitting room. He hung up a moment later, and I didn't get an explanation until the next day. Safe to say, my siblings don't like my room. It doesn't help that I literally scream bloody murder in my sleep, so they've been joking since that I'm possessed, apparently. I have many more stories. You've arrived at Paranormal M, where every flickering light has a reason. We explore haunted tales that might just mirror your own experiences. Subscribe and ring the bell. The next story might already be happening to you. College house experiences. I've had a few small things happen to me over the years, and I've always wondered about a cluster of incidents which occurred over a very short period while I lived in Diggs' house in college. Hopefully, somebody may be able to shed some insight into what I experienced. It was my first year. I'd started college and settled into Diggs' accommodation in Dublin, Ireland. Diggs, for anybody who doesn't know, is somewhere students live when in college. Usually involves renting a room with a family in their home at a fraction of the cost of college or university accommodation. I was living with an older lady and her 2 adult sons, but of who were older than me and quite pleasant. The lady herself was nice, if a little old-fashioned, and over the first semester all was well. It wasn't until the end of my second semester in April that I was left bemused. The first occurrence was something I could only explain as being bizarre. It happened when I went up to the toilet in the middle of the night. I slept upstairs along with the rest of my family. My room was closest to the stairs with a landing shaped in a U. The bathroom was across the hall at the other end of the U, a good 10-15 strides away. I used the toilet and all was well. I tried to be as quiet as possible, returning to my room to not wake anyone. However, I no sooner had the door shut and turned to make the journey back to my room when what I can only describe as a black fog descended upon me. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark, and maybe the sudden movements from getting out of bed had caused me to hallucinate. But no, this was more than a trick of the mind. It was almost as if I was able to physically swipe at it with my hands and see it move coherently as I did. I was panicked. Didn't feel the need to scream. I tried to fight my way through it, but barely felt if I could move. After what felt like 30 or 60 seconds, it cleared, but as I did, it left me dangerously lingering over the top step of the stairs. I could have sworn I took no more than 2 or 3 steps in my panic daze, but I shook myself down and rushed back into my room, locking the door and leaving the lights on for the rest of the night. The following morning at breakfast, I mentioned nothing and all was normal. Over the next few days, everything was fine until about a week later. This time it was a dream that scared the living shite out of me. I was asleep in my room. That's when I found myself dreaming of a familiar place, my grandmother's home. The house was a typical 2-story Irish farmhouse. It had been renovated about 12 years before my dream, but I was witnessing it as it was when I was a young boy. I can remember taking the details of the old stonework in, and the front door opened. It was my grandmother, delighted to see me. "Come in," she explained, greeting me with a big hug. She guided me into her home as it was when I was a child, like pre-renovation. It's at this point I feel I should disclaim my grandmother had been dead 11 years. She took me to a seat at her kitchen table, made me some tea and a sandwich, and started talking to me. I can't distinctively say what she told me, that I remembered being extremely positive along the lines of "I'm proud of you and what you've achieved," and at this point I would have been happy for the dream to finish. However, it took a dark twist. I can remember witnessing my grandmother's face beginning to twist and contort into something unrecognizable. Got up to the runway, and as I did, I noticed her feet were not human, but hooves. What I imagined being a goat's hooves. As this being who was once my grandmother took notice of my horror at their hooves, they echoed a piercing, bellowing screech of laughter, and it was at this point that I woke. This wasn't like walking from any nightmare, or even sleep paralysis. Oh no. I awoke to find myself upright in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably, with my digs lady banging on my door to see if I was okay. And after a minute or so of composing myself, I threw on my dressing gown and opened the door to chat to her. I could see she was visibly concerned, and it was obvious to her I had been crying. She asked what had happened. I explained I just had a bad dream. I could see she was apprehensive to even question me further, but I sensed she really wanted to see if I was okay. She looked at me alarmingly and said she had heard me crying for a few minutes, and I looked back at her horrified, but managed to pass it off with a joke, telling her, if you didn't laugh at the nightmare, I'd had you maybe crying as well. She smiled and told me if I needed anything just to give her a call. I entered my room again, now puzzled at how I could have been crying in my sleep, but I chalked it off to a freak episode and got myself ready for college. A day later, I returned back to my family home for the weekend. I told my mother of the dream about my grandmother. I left out the eerie ending. She simply told me to say a few Hail Marys for my grandmother. That was a Saturday, and that night the final incident of this saga occurred. And again, it happened while I was asleep, but this time in my own bed in my own house. I awoke too early in the morning for my liking on a Sunday. I looked at my watch on my bedside locker to see it was 5-ish. I was still half asleep, but I could feel a burning sensation coming from my legs. I gave my leg an instinctive itch and was ready to roll over and go back to sleep. However, when I touched my leg, I immediately could feel what could only be described as a 7 or 8 inch long scratch mark on my inner thigh. It was the kind of scratch you'd associate with an animal. My dog didn't sleep inside her house and, well, was quite obviously fresh. My own nails were much too blunt from biting them to even attempt to cause a mark so striking. I have a photo of the scratch on my old phone somewhere, but I remember the photo didn't do it justice. Kind of ignored this incident, and a week later moved out of my digs house, and I've not had any kind of experience even remotely as wild as those since. At the time, I was at a loss for an explanation, and to this day I still am. I never brought up anything that happened with my digs family, nor my own family, apart from telling my mom a vague version of my dream. I would be interested in hearing people's opinions on my stories. Also would like to stress I wasn't under any form of influence from drugs or alcohol at the time. nor was I reading or practicing any sort of occult material, and I actually attended Roman Catholic Mass weekly with my own family. Have any of you experienced something similar? No, but that was well written, and both, well, that was interesting. The all-girls dormitory. I was born and raised here in Mindanao in the Philippines. Also, English is not my first language, and words are gonna stumble somewhere in there. It's alright, you got full-on punctuation. I'm ready to rock. I already graduated in 2017, but this one still freaked me out thinking about it. It was in an all-girls dormitory that I once stayed. It was my first year of college. Me and my mom are looking at a boarding house or a place that have available rooms where I can rent out and stay. It's nearby the college campus. We did, and we found one, a college dorm that was owned by the school that I enrolled in. It's an all-girls dormitory, and students can get in these dormitories if they want to. It's a walking distance. It's a 3-story building. Reason why I took it is because my mother said so, because of its safety and security, and my aunt is paying, so kinda have no say in this. About the dorm building. It's concrete walls on the outside, but all wood on the inside. The floors and stairs are made out of wood plank, and the sad part is the walls here are pretty thin since it's made out of plywood, painted in light mint green. Overall, the place is decent, simple, but decent. We take a look, and there's 2 kind of rooms for you, like a single bedroom and a 2-bedroom. The rooms that they provide you is not too lavish, but simple and clean. Meals are also prepared for you in the dining hall and the ground floor area of the building they serve it in. It's like a mini buffet style. Our landlady is a nun, and for context, the college dorm that I'm in is a Catholic college that's run by nuns. Run by nuns. My mother liked it and signed me in, and my assigned room is a single bedroom on the 3rd floor of the building. Next to my room is a 2-bedroom and only 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor. Rest is all single bedrooms, and kind of weird, I know. There's 2 girls in that 2-bedroom that I mentioned next to my assigned room. They're nice, and we have our greetings and knowing each other, and I take a look at their place, and it has more space than mine. Then back into minding our own business. The first week there is pretty uneventful. I'm packing my stuff and meeting other girls on the same floor that I'm in and other girls in the dormitory. Getting to class and so on. A month goes by, and still kind of uneventful. Till one day one of the girls from the 2 bedrooms decided to leave the dormitory. Family reasons, she said. So her roommate now has to move into one of the available single ones. The 2-bedroom next to mine is now vacant. I decided to clean and redecorate my room a little bit. Bed is like sort of a small thing, and I can move it myself. Looked like a hospital bed. Placing the headboard of the bed behind a wall next to the window. Next to the bed is my table and chair, and then back to normal. Until one night, going to bed after a long day of school, I was about to sleep. And that's when I hear a loud noise, like a chair being dragged slowly across the floor. I sat up because, what was that? It was really loud, and I heard it again, and it sounded like it came from the vacant room next to mine. But I dismissed the noise. Probably came from one of the other rooms, and the noise is probably bouncing around the place, because I'm not the only person on this floor, for crying out loud. And again, the floor is made of wood, and the walls are really thin. So I went back to sleep, and second night comes, and still hear the same chair dragging noise coming from the vacant room. But I dismissed it again. In daytime, when I walked past the vacant room, out of curiosity, I twisted the doorknob and it was locked. That's where I get an uneasy feeling. I go on with my day, but I can't get the noise out of my head. Pretty sure the noise came from that vacant room, and every night where I go to bed it keeps happening. I even sleep with the lights on because of it. Another night came, but curiosity got the better of me. Hear the noise again, but this time I placed my ears to the wall. There it is, same noise. I jumped away. It really freaked me out because along with the sound, I also felt the vibration coming from the wall. It really feels like the sound really came from that vacant room. I got scared and hid underneath the blanket. One afternoon during 3 p.m. snack time, it's where the dormitory gives out snacks to all the tenants, girls gathered in the dining hall. That's the time where I broke my silence. I talked to the 2 girls from the 3rd floor and I asked them, "Is this place haunted?" Explained my situation. They both looked at me like they know what I'm talking about and nodded quietly. And one girl, who I'm going to call Sally, Sally's room is right across from my room. It's 2 doors away to a communal bathroom. And she also shared her own weird experience. One night when she was in the communal bathroom, wrapped herself in a towel with soap and a toothbrush in hand. However, she forgot her shampoo in the room, so she had to go back and get it. Her room's a few steps away from the communal bathroom anyway, so no big deal. Leaving her soap and toothbrush in the bathroom sink. On her way to the communal bathroom, she felt something stuck onto her back. She can feel it wedged between the towels. When she reaches for it, and sort of as it's her toothbrush, she hurried back to the bathroom and looked at the sink, only her soap is there, and scared her a little and waited for somebody to get to the bathroom. Never went into the bathroom alone ever again. Sally said, "I know what happened, and I know what they are, that if you ignore them and act like they don't exist, they'll leave you alone." After that, I took Sally's advice. Went to sleep ignoring it with the lights on as usual. I can still hear it, but eventually stops after 2 days. Never bothered me again. They probably got tired, but word got out and other girls know about my experience, and turns out I'm not the only one. Other girls got their own haunted experience as well. Funny part is during my 2nd year, I moved to the 2-bedroom because a girl I made friends with tested our bravery in that room. And also, you can actually split the rent cost if you have another person in a 2-bedroom. My experience in that room is pretty much nothing, probably because I'm not alone. I left the dormitory in my 4th year because I could no longer afford my rent and I got in trouble with my aunt and I found another place to stay. I eventually graduated, and that experience I will never forget. Weird things are occurring in my Meiji period home. The house was never used to be as somebody's family home. It was rented out always, and if you go through it, you can find the oldest shit of guests that stayed. Currently clearing out if you're interested. I ship anywhere. Anyway, weird shit's occurred. First instance, when I moved in, I woke up in the morning. There was like a scratching sound in my room, but the moment I woke up it stopped. I thought it was rats or some kind of rodent, but I checked carefully and all I found were spiders and roaches, common pests in Japan. Second instance. My friend stayed over, and in the morning there was a loud bang. Like somebody shut my bathroom door shut, but I don't have neighbors nor roommates, nor windows in every room. It's old, and the previous owner taped the windows shut, and don't really know why. Third instance. I'm dumb, okay. I'm a 23-year-old woman with the brain of a 5-year-old, so the dumbass I am thinks that maybe there could be holes in the wall, like maybe somebody hid something. You know. I knocked along the wall, and mind it was 12 a.m., I get a clear knock back. Never snapped out of my trance so quickly. Fourth instance. Went upstairs to do the laundry. Super warm and uncomfortable to be there. Did my laundry because I can't avoid it. I went downstairs, and lo and behold, some lady said some kind of inaudible stuff in my ear. It was Japanese, however, because I was so shocked I didn't even remember what she told me. I just bolted out and I was alone. Fifth instance. This morning, maybe 5 to 6 a.m., it was sunrise already, and I was woken by someone nonstop banging on my window. It came from the outside, and there was no shadow. Now I am a skeptical person, and I'm unsure what to think of it. Maybe somebody has a plausible explanation. The weird house smells is really only in 2 other rooms. And a plausible explanation might be because there's no working window, no air conditioning. On August 9th, 1444, I woke up once at 9 a.m., but for toilet purpose, nothing weird. I also recorded sound at night as per recommendation by a kind commenter. I'm unsure, but I think there is a squeaky noise and a thudding sound, mostly just my sounds. No talking either, just grumbling as usual. I woke up again at 2 p.m. and I'm currently getting ready to leave for work. Nothing happened, but I will update tonight again, and I might add the link to my channel. August 10th, 2022, 1:29 a.m. Well, I'm still wide awake, as you can see, but fear not, it's not because of my house ghost. I have a roach in my toilet room, and the little shit got in when I held the door open for my friend to enter. Now I'm sitting in fear of a roach in my futon, and my friend ran home screaming. My ghost has been doing well so far, but I feel bad for it because earlier I screamed in agony because of the insect. My ghost occasionally taps on stuff to keep me company. I appreciate it, but I'd appreciate it more if it could kick out the insect. I was wondering if people are actually interested in seeing the house and its layout, and I promise no dirt or shit, like some people assume. Some people seem to be really stuck up, and I had checked it for mold already, and it's clean. My house is fine. Move me in then. Sorry for the late update. I'm working all day and had to send my stepdad birthday wishes abroad, and my friend's coming over to kill the little bestialities in my toilet. Let's see if both Roach and Ghost accept this person. I'll be the first to laugh if he actually isn't sure if he wants to stay or not. Also, I finally told my crush that I like him. No response. I guess my house ghost doesn't have a name so far. Took the trash out for real. Now back into the gathering information of the house and potentially finding out stuff I probably didn't need to know. I read you guys with my next update, but stay safe. My friend's been making up excuses and ended up not coming to my house. Now I'm angry with toilet-loving roaches, and I told this person to never text me again unless they're actually here. It's really boring, and personally feel a bit upset now. My crush turned me down despite any effort made by Ghost and me, and it's hopeless, but okay. The cockroach is dead. Actually, both are dead. Ghost is satisfied after banging the door shut upstairs again after 4 or 5 a.m., and I'm kind of going insane. After telling it to stop, it stopped, but the ghost likes to tease me. Name suggestions are open for our ghostly lady. August 11th, 2022. So my friend was over and she loves to explore. We went upstairs because I had to do the laundry, and I still haven't picked it up from upstairs because I'm scared shitless. Also, we have another bug intruder. Anyways, went downstairs because I finished my stuff, and she kind of wanted to check through stuff that belonged to the previous renters. It didn't take long for my ghost to get upset. My friend's very spiritual immediately said that I have activity in both rooms. I don't usually enter upstairs. She wasn't sure whether it was one of the spirits or something more, but she said it doesn't seem upset, but when she opened the storage room in my room and went through stuff, she immediately regretted it. It's because we both heard a loud rattling sound and stopped. That we wanted to check one of the rooms, and I don't like to enter there, and I heard another rumbling sound. Again we stopped, and we were spooked nonetheless, and I turned the mirror away from us. It calmed down now, but it's safe to say I will not sleep. Has anyone ever seen anything like this? So just for context, my parents divorced when I was around 10 years old. I was raised by my mother for my formative teenage years, whilst my father sold up and moved to Thailand to set up business there and live a life of debauchery. Yucky. I eventually reconnected with him a few years later, at the age of 18. He invited me over to Thailand to holiday with him for a while, and I dislike Thailand. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful country with some of the greenest landscapes I've ever seen, but most of the people are scammers, con artists, and thieves and liars. You're not wrong. And that's just the expat community. The locals take things to a new level. I'm not a fan of well-used ladies, and so the prostitution aspect of the country doesn't appeal to me either, and in short, I very quickly lost interest in being there. My father's bars and businesses were in Phuket, but his home was in Korat, up in the north of the country. He spent some time in the tourist hub of Phuket and then headed north to see the house that he'd built for himself. It was nice, etc., but I was bored with the trip and wanted to go home. My father then made mention of a temple not too far away that was something special to see. A phenomenal building in the design of an elephant of Wat Ban Rai. He'd seen it several times already and wasn't interested in taking me. His paramour, Kisorn, offered to do so in his stead, so she could perform her prayers there, and so off we went. The temple really is a sight to behold, and sits on an artificial island surrounded by water, but the magnitude of the building was not at all what I was expecting. I'd encourage anybody reading to take a look on the internet of images of the site. We walked over the bridge and inside the temple, which was full of fascinating murals. It was the first time during the holiday I was genuinely enjoying myself. And eventually, I'd seen enough and made to leave. But Kisorn asked if she could do her prayers before we left. Okay, no worries. There's a bench not far from the entrance, and I sat there and comfortably waited. A few moments later, a young Thai Buddhist monk came and sat next to me. He spoke broken English, which was considerably far superior to my Thai, and I found it quite difficult to follow his attempt at dialogue. He'd say unusual axioms and metaphors and other sentences that I wondered at what he was trying to communicate. One of the ones I've always remembered was, "The devil wears many faces. Make sure he doesn't wear yours." I wasn't being overly polite and perhaps a little stupid, and I was responding with, "Don't go bowling without your shoes," or something as idiotic as that. We were managing to converse, but not really grasping one another's meanings. After a few more minutes of conversation with the monk, I felt something tap my shoulder. It was Kisorn, having finished her prayers. She apologized for taking so long, which I thought was an unusual comment given I thought only a few minutes had passed. I replied that it was fine, and I'd been passing the time with and gestured to the monk who was now gone. I asked if she'd seen the monk, to which she replied, "Monks everywhere." I acquiesced that there were numerous monks at the temple. I tried to describe the young one I'd just been talking with. She hadn't seen him, so fair enough. We left. It was actually 20 minutes that had passed that she'd been inside, but I didn't think too much of it because time can be subjective if you're engaged in conversation. Nothing at all unusual there. As we got to the other end of the bridge, I turned to look back at the temple as it still remains one of the truly impressive sights of my life, but I saw unusual shapes around the temple. There were orbs. They looked to be full of metallic hue, but they floated, kind of the wrong word, but closest I can to describe it as. They floated around the temple as if it seemed like they were vibrating extremely fast. closest parallel of what I saw would actually be from the Mass Effect series of games, like the orb in the engine room. I can't remember if it's from Me 1 or Me 2, but they were simply vibrating very fast and kept disappearing and reappearing from sight. It was almost like the experience of seeing stars after feeling dizzy. I rubbed my eyes to see if it was such an effect, but they were still there. I asked Casorn what they were, and she said she had no idea what I was talking about. All she said was temple, with a confused look on her face. I was pointing and repeatedly asking what the hell they were. And even passers-by looked over and carried on their way like I was pointing at nothing, just being a nuisance. Eventually I relented and left with Casorn, but not before asking her to take a picture of the temple on her camera. As we got back to the car, I asked to see the photo. They were there, except the picture had captured far more than I saw. I witnessed about a dozen with my eyes and thought that unusual, but the picture captured 3 or 4 times that amount. Odd formations and some of the slightly different sizes and all over the temple. I showed it to Casorn as proof, and she didn't want to look or know. She wouldn't look at it ever again. I've only showed a few people in my life, and some initially think it's balloons until you really look closely, see that they're not. Even the formation of them in the sky sort of bellies a natural behavior of balloons. Besides, I doubt that monks would entertain such a display anyway. I have no idea what it was, and perhaps some expression of the 4th dimension to the 3rd, and that's only what the 3rd dimension minds can perceive. Disembodied spirits? I have no idea. But it is doubtless one of the most unusual experiences of my life. And yes, I still have the picture. I don't have any kind of social media or anything like that to post and provide a link to. I don't know how to post images here, and I don't know how to send pictures over Reddit and personal messages, so if anybody wants to see it and has a means to post a link on the community here, then by all means message me. I've seen one and one other time separate to this event, or rather separate. I'd love to know if anybody has experienced anything similar. I want to know exactly where that is. My creepy child. In the past, I was quite fascinated by all things spooky. I was a horror film buff. Loved a good book about true hauntings, and for many years I was a goth. And during that time, I learned something that kids are creepy, especially little girls. Although, granted, Damien from The Omen wasn't exactly a ray of sunshine, but generally speaking, if there's a little girl in a horror film, you know at some point she's going to be climbing up walls or projectile vomiting over priests. That's just the way it was. Or is. Bearing this in mind, I can't deny that when I found out I was pregnant with my eldest, somewhere in the back of my mind there was an uneasy thought. What if she turns out to be creepy? Of course, the second she was born, that thought vanished entirely. I was completely wrapped up in how frickin' adorable and perfect and cute she was. She was quite possibly the most beautiful baby in the world ever. Well, might have been a bit biased. But you get the idea. Not a creepy bone in her chubby little body. That is until now. She's coming up to 4 years old. She's extremely bright and extraordinarily eloquent for a 3-year-old. This means that sometimes she comes out with things you wouldn't expect a child of her age to say. Up until now, when she's had something surprisingly clever, I must admit I do tend to be incredibly proud and secretly smug. My child is a genius. What good parents we must be. Damn straight. But recently I've been kind of wishing she wasn't quite so eloquent, as some of the random clever things she's been saying are truly terrifying. I mean stomach churning. Going to need an exorcist sort of terrifying. It started maybe a month or 2 ago. She started talking about Leo, her invisible friend. Wonderful, I thought to myself. Imaginary friends are creepy as, and this is always how it starts in the films. Now, I knew she has a friend at school called Leo, so I just put it down to an overactive imagination. Even when she would tell me that Leo had climbed into bed with me and was hiding underneath the duvet by my feet, I didn't let it get to me. It's just harmless play, I'd say to myself. Then I would sort of give myself a mental pat on the back for being so sensible and grown up about it. There was a time I would have freaked out about invisible little boys crawling into bed with me, but not now. Now I was a fearless mom. After a few weeks, Sarah showed up to my daughter, I mean. Of course, we couldn't see her, just like that cheeky little bed-stealing scamp Leo. So now they were two. Fabulous. But just like she had an actual friend called Leo, she knows a Sarah, her dance teacher, so again we just put it down to her imagination. All was well in the world with Leo and Sarah. They would chase around the house and have imaginary water balloon fights and hardly ever do anything creepy, like perch on the windowsills during the night to watch us sleep. Then a week ago, we had my husband's parents over for dinner. We were enjoying a nice family dinner when out of nowhere my daughter starts talking about her friends. Except now there are three. Now there's Clement. She doesn't know a Clement, and there's no one by that name at her school, and I checked. He's not a character from one of her books, maybe from the cartoons she watches. I have no explanation for Clement. She's not sure who he is either, really. Leo and Sarah are brother and sister, but Clement is just naughty. That's all we know about him. I would have much preferred him to be funny or silly, but nope, he's just naughty. Great. Then she blurts out, "And you know Leo's dead. Sarah killed him. Dead like your granddad's mommy." My mother-in-law and I just stared at each other, not saying a word, but safe to say we knew that we were both thinking, what the actual fuck? But my lovely husband senses my absolute horror at what my beautiful angel has just announced at the dinner table, tries to come to the rescue. But it's just pretend, darling, isn't it? He's okay, really. He's not really dead, he says. "No, Daddy, he's really dead. Sarah killed him," she merrily replies in between two mouthfuls of chips. I felt a bit sick at this point. I wasn't looking forward to sharing my bedroom with my daughter and her new maids at bedtime. Yes, my nearly 4-year-old still sleeps in our room, but that's a whole other post. So, as we're getting ready for bed, she starts talking about them again, and this time adding that we have angry lady called Violet living in our attic space. She's always cross and has purple lips. And a fun fact about her attic space is it's not actually closed off by a wall, just a see-through banister to stop anything falling out, so I can see pretty much everything in her attic that overlooks my bed. I now know I'm never sleeping again. Awesome. So I said, "Sweetheart, can we not talk about them now? They're only pretend, they're not real." And what she said next and how she said it will probably haunt me forevermore. Her face dropped into a scowl. She came very close to my face, squinted her eye, and said, "They are real." Then started laughing and added, "They're shouting, Mummy. They're always shouting." Pants change in aisle 3. As she grew up, we heard less and less about her invisible friends, but I must admit, not a night goes by that I don't look up to the attic and imagine an angry Violet staring back at me. And just to update the story a little bit, last week I heard both my kids chanting in their playroom. I went to check on them and saw that they had put some toys in a circle with a Woody doll in the middle on. "What are you guys up to?" I asked, already dreading the answer. "Oh, nothing, Mummy. We're just trying to summon the Woody demon." "Oh," I replied. "What is a Woody demon?" Instantly regretted my question when my youngest said, "A few days ago I heard Woody talk by himself, so now we want him to do it again." My kids are little. They shouldn't know anything about demons. It's not like me and my husband talk about anything like that, and how the heck did they know what to chant and how to put their toys in a circle? "Have kids," they said. "It'll be fun," they said. "Still lucky to have 'em," says me. strange encounter at Great Wolf Lodge at night. We've stayed here 3 times before, no problems ever. But this was the first time anything like this has ever happened before. We stayed at the Great Wolf Lodge and had a suite room. It has 2 conjoining rooms with 2 doors where you can lock the room from either side. The kids stayed in the kid-style room with the kids' bunk beds, and we stayed in the non-kid side room. Kept the doors open for both sides, and I made sure the doors for both rooms were fully locked, including the lock where you can't fully open the door from the outside. At midnight, my son, 6 years old, ran into our room half awake next to our bed and was crying half asleep. He was sitting up right next to us. I asked him if he had a bad dream. He said, "No, I really saw something scary in the room. It was a big kid with a dark shadow walking around, and I ran right past him to get here." I knew I checked the room before we went to sleep and figured it was his imagination, and we went back to sleep. Then, 3 a.m., my wife sat up frantically looking around, and I asked what's the matter. She said somebody yelled "Mom," and he honestly didn't hear that. Told her no, I didn't, and then she asked me to go check on her daughter. I go to the kid's bunk bed down in the next room. I found her out of the bunk, bundled up in the corner, hyperventilating and full of tears. I swooped her up and she started saying, "Be careful, Dad, he's still in here." Ran her back to our room and laid her on her bed with my wife and started searching the whole place. Turned all the lights on, checked literally everywhere, and there was no one. Doors were untouched, locks still in place, windows unable to open, and honestly, I was feeling the walls and mirror and looking for hidden doors. I asked my daughter what she saw, and she said she was laying on the top bunk and thought at first it was me walking toward their bunk bed, but as I got closer, she realized it wasn't me. She said this person was taller and skinnier than me, and also had smooth white skin and a neck longer than a normal person's. Its skin was paper white, smooth, looked naked, but wasn't naked. Didn't appear to have much facial features. I asked if maybe it was a blanket. She said no, its skin was smooth without wrinkles, and it walked straight up to me and I covered myself. Then I watched it walk toward the door where your room is. I came down the bunk when it walked away and I peeked out the den window, but I saw it still walking toward your room, so I hid in the corner you found me in. I tried to stay quiet so it wouldn't hear me because I thought it would kill me. I started panicking and I couldn't breathe. Good trying to be quiet, thinking of running out the front door into the hallway. My wife asked her daughter if she was trying to be quiet, why didn't she yell "Mom?" My daughter said no, I never said anything because I didn't want it to hear me and kill me. Didn't even hear our daughter say anything besides her hyperventilating as I got close to the bunk beds. Told my daughter to not mention what she had saw to our son, even after he tells us what he saw when he wakes up. I know he would be spooked if he found out his sister had a similar encounter a few hours after him. Both of our kids consistently sleep in their own rooms since they were little. Never ran into our room in the middle of the night unless our son had a rare bathroom accident. So at this point, we figured the kid's room was kind of sketchy, so we kept him with us. Then closed and locked our room from that room and took an hour for my wife to fall back asleep. I was honestly spooked by this whole thing, so I left the hallway light on and figured I'd just keep watch and stay awake till daylight. After she fell back asleep, the closet light I left on turned off and wouldn't let me turn it on, so I turned the bathroom light on. A little later, I heard loud knocking in the conjoining room door I had locked. I honestly got goosebumps, and I tried to convince myself it was coming from the front door, but I knew it was from the conjoining door. I debated whether to ignore it or to check it. I felt vulnerable lying down without checking, so I went and checked, and there was nothing, just an empty room. Luckily, still with the lights on. Half an hour later, my wife, still asleep, started freaking out in her sleep. She appeared to be having a night terror, which she had had before, 1 or 2 times a year in the past. I woke her up and she was frantic. She stood up and said she dreamt she woke up from a dream in the same bed, and she went to the bathroom in our room, came out, ended up being stuck in the other room, locked in with an evil entity. She said it had her locked in the other room, and she was knocking like crazy in her dream, trying to get back into our side before the entity got her. Later in the morning, our son woke up and he asked him to describe what he saw. He said he saw what looked like a shape of a big, tall kid with a long neck, white-gray in color, and had a scary, big, dark shadow walking around the room. He said it was making weird noises, like it said it walked up right up to him in the bed and had big eyes. It wasn't speaking words. It glowed like our cat's eyes look in the dark. As the sun came out, we got the courage to go into the other room and grab our belongings to leave. The last weird thing is the room had a weird smell, which wasn't present there the day prior. It had smelled like a weird incense was lit. Kind of reminded me of those stick incense that were popular in the 90s. So I personally didn't see this thing, but both my kids, 6 and 9, who have never had encounters like this, saw the same thing 3 hours apart from each other, and had similar descriptions of it without knowing each other's descriptions of it. The only thing that differed in their description was my daughter said it appeared faceless, and my son said it had big glowy eyes and white-gray, not just white. However, my daughter covered herself when it got closer, and my son watched it approach. I did, however, witness, 1, both my kids having similar encounters, and 2, my wife wake up to something yelling, "Mom," and 3, the light turn off and not turn back on, 4, banging on the conjoining room door, 5, my wife having a night terror where she was locked in the other room banging on the door 30 minutes after I heard the banging on the door. Never really been a big believer on hauntings and paranormal stuff, but after this, I'm left questioning in my head and I find myself thinking about it all the time. There's a place where the unexplained gathers, and it's called Paranormal M. Ghosts, cryptids, curses. We don't just tell the stories, we unearth them. Subscribe and tap the bell before something decides to follow. Witches and witchcraft. First things first. I'm a 25-year-old male, and English is not my mother language, so if there's any inconsistencies or grammar mistakes, I apologize in advance. I need to explain something before we get to the story by itself. So the next paragraph is a brief explanation of something that we have in this country. In this country, witchcrafting is a serious problem. It affects people's lives and does bring certain interesting stories every once in a while. Though witchcrafting is more often thought to be practiced among the lowest class of people in the city I live in, it is something even the wealthiest people tend to look for in order for business to be successful, women clutching for slightly successful individuals, so they fall in love with them and getting all that juicy money. Old men trying to marry very young girls, and keeping them with them until they die, you name it. If you really crave something in this country, you have zero moral. You do what's called a quote-unquote work on someone, which is the same as casting a spell. It's through witchcraft. Not everybody can do a work on somebody, but there are lots of scammers out there, and there are, well, kind of a few actual witches who actually know how to cast a spell on someone. Ruin, or fame, or money, or love, anything you want, as long as you're willing to pay the price. These witches actually exist, and they're thought to pass their knowledge and skills from generation to generation. Some of them are outright evil. Some don't get involved in certain topics, just like you and me. Witches have their personal morale. When I was younger, I used to bike a lot. I loved mountain biking and exploring trails. It was one of my favorite activities outside of studying hours. Now, my work takes too much of my time for me to keep on biking trails. I bike trails alone, accompanied by strangers, or accompanied by friends. One day I found a particular trail by a ravine, which by that time of the year was dead dry. It flooded with water when the rainy season happened, and I made a mental notice to explore it some other day as I was very tired. Next day, told a friend of mine he wanted to bike with me in the afternoon. So on we went to bike trails. It was getting dark, and sooner than later I found the ravine. Told my friend that we should head on and explore a little by foot. It's too steep to bike through. So given there should be nobody this late way out in the hills, we just left our bikes by some bushes and headed with our phone lanterns on. The place was creepy, as creepy as you can imagine. Trees kind of crooked inwards in the ravine. There was no leaves on the branches and they looked outright dead, which was strange given everything outside the ravine was very much alive. We climbed about 30 meters and then the dry ravine evened. Much easier to walk through. Kept on going until we felt this very bad vibe in the ambient. It was sort of, putting it in words is a challenge. It felt like something squeezed me from all directions and made me feel like I weighed 1,000 tons. Told my friend about this. He said he felt the exact same thing at the same time as me, so we bolted. We got the fuck out of the place, hopped on our bikes and went home. That night, I had one of the most terrifying and lucid dreams of my life. I was back in the ravine. It was nighttime, darkness. Steep rocks, dead trees, no leaves on the sides. I was walking it again. This time I was alone with a very dim light in my hand. Suddenly, the silhouette of the back of a woman appeared in my sight. She was 15 feet away from me. I felt fear, but didn't know why. She turned and faced me. She had the face of a human, but her expressions didn't exist. Try to picture a porcelain doll's face, only this one was coming toward me slowly. She had no feet, she had a long black dress which almost touched the ground, and she was levitating toward me. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. She was face to face with me. She raised her left hand, placed her thumb on my forehead, and it burned. It was a cold burn, like putting ice like too long on the surface of your skin. I couldn't talk, couldn't scream, couldn't move. I felt like vomiting or passing out. Felt my lungs empty and not being able to grasp for air. The forehead still burned. This bitch in front of me started to look like a corpse little by little, and she smiled. That's when I woke up sweating cold. I was shivering and my forehead still hurt, but not as much as in the dream. Went back to sleep not long after. The next morning I still felt slight pain in my forehead and had this horrible migraine. I was brushing my teeth and I noticed a light mark on my forehead, right where it hurt. Right where the dream witch had touched me. Called my friend, asked him how he slept, and he told me he didn't sleep much because he had nightmares all night. Didn't elaborate much, but I knew what he meant. Told him we should get back to the ravine and investigate. Only this time we should go in daylight. He didn't want to go back. I knew I had to go back to understand more about this lucid dream. Back in the ravine, the place didn't look as creepy as it was during nighttime. Kept on going, and past the place where my friend and me felt that off feeling the previous night. And this time I didn't feel crunched by nothingness. Walked about 5 minutes, and then I saw it. Right after me there stood a shrine. I knew what it was when I saw it. Hen heads were placed along it. Blood was spilled on the makeshift rocks that made the shrine. About 3 cheap whiskey bottles littered the ground along with cigarette butts and torn out pieces of paper which were burnt. I felt this sickening feeling of despair. Headed out of the ravine and went straight to church. On the way there, I told my friend that he should at the very least get some holy water and pour it onto his forehead. Told him what I had found. After church, I went back home, showered, and slacked off all day because I was on vacations. And night came by. Had no dreams this time. Who was the figure in my parents' room? When I was a small child, around 2 years old, I used to sleep in my parents' bedroom. They'd set up my little bed in the corner of the room, a small sanctuary kind of just for me. But for a long time I slept there without any trouble. But then the night sort of turned restless. I'd wake up crying and whimpering, night after night until my mother couldn't bear the mystery of it any longer. One night she decided to switch places with me. She lay down in my small bed while I slept in a large double bed beside my father. And that night I slept soundly for the first time in weeks. My mother, however, woke up in the dead of night. She felt a hand gently caressing her cheek. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure hovering above her, a human-like shape in the darkness, stared down at her, ghostly and silent, its touch strangely tender. She didn't feel threatened, only watched. The next night she put me back into bed, but my sleep was still haunted. I would wake up trembling with that same feeling that I wasn't alone. And one night I opened my eyes and saw him. The man without legs. He floated in the air, just below the ceiling, directly across from me near the mirrored wardrobe. His glowing eyes never wavered from mine. He didn't move and didn't speak, just stared at me every night. Sometimes I'd see him lying atop the wardrobe, peering down at me with those faintly glowing eyes. My fear of him grew until I began to tell my parents about the man without legs. Now I didn't want to sleep in that bed anymore. My mother's reaction was strangely calm. She told me he wasn't dangerous, that he was there to protect me, and at the time I didn't understand what she meant. It was only when I was much older that she told me the truth. Her brother had died many years before I was born. Struck and killed by a train. Still, she didn't put me back in my own little bed, and instead they got rid of it and replaced it with a large family bed where I slept with my parents from then on. My brothers, who were often scared at night too, they'd sometimes join us there, and it became a space where we could all feel safe. My brothers too knew of him. They usually slept in the room across the hall and told me that sometimes in the middle of the night they would see the man without legs peeking out from my room, hovering just beyond the door and watching them from around the corner. When I turned 4, I moved out of my parents' room and into my own room. The man vanished. Never saw him again, but the house remained restless. Doors would swing open on their own, and objects moved or disappeared, and footsteps echoed in the darkness. As I grew older, I tried to convince myself that the man had been nothing more than a figment of a frightened child's imagination. Years passed. When I was older still, I moved into my parents' old bedroom myself. And at first I was terrified, afraid that if I laid down in that room again, I'd see him, and just like I had when I was little, I told myself it was all in my head. Then came the day when my young niece, only 2 years old, needed a quiet place to nap. Normally, she'd sleep in my mother's room, but the neighbor was mowing the lawn outside that window. My mother laid her down in my room instead. As my niece lay in my bed, she began to wave up at the wardrobe, laughing and smiling, and asked, "Who's the man up there?" She pointed straight at the top of the wardrobe. My mother simply told her it was a visitor and stayed with her until she fell asleep. When she told me this later, it made my skin crawl. Ever since then, I haven't been able to keep anything on top of that wardrobe. And for a while, I tried to fill the space with boxes or old badminton rackets and bags and odds and ends, just to convince myself that there was no room for anything to hover there. But it didn't matter. Those objects would come flying down, hurling themselves at me with inexplicable force, as if somebody was angrily sweeping them away. No matter how carefully I stacked the boxes, how securely I tucked everything in, they'd still come crashing down. In the end, I gave up, and clearly, the top of the wardrobe entirely was affected. Better to leave it empty than to be constantly struck by things seemed to have this sort of will of their own. And even now, after all these years, I haven't seen him again since that last night when I was 4. But the memory of that dark figure Those glowing eyes in the shadows and the feeling of being watched still lingers in the corner of my mind, a ghostly echo of a man who never really left. Years later, I asked my mother how she could put me back in that bed after what she had seen and felt. She told me that when she woke that night to find the figure hovering above her, she hadn't been afraid, and in the darkness, she hadn't seen her brother's face, but she felt his presence in a way that she could recognize, like a final farewell. Her brother had loved children and often told her he didn't understand how anybody could bring them into such a cruel world, saying it would drive him mad if he couldn't protect them. Mother believed with all her heart that it was maybe his spirit watching over us. That's why she let me sleep in that bed again, trusting that the man without legs meant no harm. And to this day, I don't know who the man without legs really is. Maybe he's just my uncle watching over me. Or maybe he's something else entirely, something more sinister that's been in my family's house all along. All I know is that I haven't seen him since I was 4, but I've never been able to shake the feeling that he's still there, just out of sight. Elsie. Stories from my childhood home. Anyway, it was the summer of 2005. I was about to enter high school, having just turned 14 and now having access to the internet at home. I spent a lot of that summer staying up late at night. I used to go to bed around 10 p.m.-ish, but now it was different. 12 a.m., 1 a.m., and sometimes even 2. My parents didn't care as long as I didn't do anything too crazy. So I mostly spent that time playing games and talking to friends online. I never really thought much about it at the time, but every once in a while it would get late and I'd randomly spook myself. I guess it was just the weird feeling of being up alone so late. Nothing ever really came of that, nor did I expect it to. But then one night things changed. Around 2:30 a.m., I remember looking to my left at my doorway and seeing what looked like a beam of light sidestep out of my sight. As soon as I saw this, I'll admit that I freaked and I ran and pulled the covers from my bed over my head. I actually ended up sleeping in the living room that night because my room just freaked me out. I remember friends asking why I vanished that night, but I felt stupid telling them. Obviously, I was just tired and seeing things, so I kept it a secret. Nothing else happened for me for quite a while. Didn't tell anybody about what happened. But I started hearing whispers around the house. No, not ghosts, but my parents. They began talking to each other when they assumed I couldn't hear, and things I heard them say completely caught me off guard. It wasn't until years later that they were willing to tell me, but apparently around the same time they were seeing and hearing strange things. One night my dad walked into my room and gave me a funny look before walking out. According to him, he followed my mom into there, but my mom was nowhere to be seen. She was actually in their room sound asleep. My dad told my mom this story, assuming I couldn't hear, but I was listening. I also found out about the neighbors seeing a lady sitting out underneath the tree in the front yard. I heard stories about strange sounds and things going missing. And eventually I too told my parents what I had saw that night, which is when they came clean with me. After that, over the next 10-15 years, things continued to be just a bit weird. One night we watched my doorknob turn and let her dog into my room. Explained how she kept getting in when we were gone, and things continued to go missing, only to reappear in odd places. Around Christmas, music boxes would play on their own. I believe I recorded it happening on my old phone, actually. Another time, the fan started moving slowly on its own and a dark shadow crossing it. I actually recorded this using my PS Vita. Things just continued to happen and still continue to this day. We came to call this thing Elsie, the lady who used to live in the house. But this is only a fraction of the things that were to come. While I never did see her again personally, that doesn't mean others haven't. After the whole music box and ceiling fan thing, things went quiet for a while. There was one night when my cousin was over and my closet door flew open on its own, but that could have been something that just fell and knocked it. Really, it wasn't until Christmas of 2019 that something would happen to me again. Still living at home at the time, I was once again up late at night playing a game and talking to some friends online. This wasn't unusual for me at all, but typically I'd go to bed before 2:30. But that night, however, I was wrapped up in the story of my new game, and I lost track of time. Went to go to bed, and as I was about to turn the light off, I felt something hit the back of my leg. Shocked the heck out of me because I wasn't expecting it. But what's weird was that this was what it was, actually. It seemed to be the broken wheel off my old desk chair I got rid of. Confused as hell and freaked out both at the same time, I took some pictures of it to prove I wasn't crazy. Instantly sent them to my friend I'd been talking to. I have no idea where it came from or how it hit the back of my leg. It had been gone for at least 5 or 6 years at that point. After this, the things that happened were more just weird and nothing major. Cat sleeps in the basement, for example, with the door locked, and there's been multiple times when he's gotten himself out and jumped on me to wake me up. Could chalk that up to forgetting to put him in the basement, but when he personally double-checked the night before only to be woken up by the cat, it's just weird. But yeah, the wheel thing was the last real thing to ever happen to me in that house. Well, besides waking to what looked like eyes looking at me. But I could have still been half asleep, and, well, my fiancée on the other hand. We warned her that weird things happened in the house. And during one of the first nights she stayed over, she experienced it herself. She was sleeping on the couch one Saturday, and I was in my room. That's when we both heard and were woken up by the front door opening and closing. I instantly assumed it was somebody letting the cat outside, rolled over and went back to sleep. As for her, well, she sat up from the couch and looked only to see my mom in a white nightgown standing at the door, just looking out with her hands up against the glass. She thought, that's weird, what is she doing? Then just lied back down and went to sleep. Yeah, my mom doesn't own a white nightgown, nor has she ever been told the details of the stories of what's been seen in that house. Just like the time my dad thought my mom walked into my room because he saw the back of her nightgown, or the random time another cousin of mine claimed she saw a lady in white walk into her kitchen. What she saw matched up exactly with what other people had said they'd seen, and yeah, Mom never did get up that morning to let the cat out. Wasn't even there. Since then, we've both moved out of that house, and so far at our new one, nothing strange has happened. My parents still live there, so more could always happen. But for now, that's pretty much everything I can remember, besides smaller things, but yeah. My first time seeing a ghost. This was in the year 2014 or 2015 in California. I live in the Central Valley. I used to visit my cousins all the time, spend the night a lot at their house. At least at one point I lived there, and I've been told a lot of stories that happened in the house. The house is really old, and from what I heard, it used to be a whorehouse. Forget the term that they used. Probably bordello. Back in the day, years later, they turned it into a 4-bedroom house. It was located near a river, and in the 90s, a flood happened in my city, and the tiles from inside the house came off and revealed that there's a huge star. You know what kind of star I'm talking about. It was carved in the middle of the living room. Many of my family and friends that used to live or hang out there have heard or seen things, or some people would get creepy vibes walking up to the house. The type of paranormal people have seen or described as being an old woman, an old man, children, a boy and a girl, and a dark, tall man. My experience. I'm a person that's never seen or heard any paranormal activity. Family around me have seen or heard the paranormal. So when I lived there, I shared a room with my cousin, and 2 random nights, I woke up in the middle of the night. I want to say it was around 3 a.m. on both nights. I woke up at the exact same time, and I saw what looked like an old man standing at the foot of the bed. I obviously got scared, but I tried not to get scared and put my head under the blankets, tried to sleep it off. I was scared, but not that scared. The second time I seen something was when me and my little cousins were bored, so we decided to do ghost adventures in the house. We turned off all the lights in the house, so we were using our phone cameras to record. We had 2 groups of 2 people, and we split up. The cousin I was grouped with at one point, he was a little further than me. I got this scared feeling and ran toward him still recording. It wasn't until years later when I looked back at the recording, and at the moment I had gotten scared, my camera turned to the area I was just at when I got scared, and I literally seen a ghost figure walk into the wall. It looked like a man, and it had on a cowboy hat. I really caught a ghost on tape myself. And I noticed it, all the hair stood up and tears were building up. It was so scary to me. A couple of people tried to tell me that the video's fake, but it's not fake. There's no way I would have been able to tamper with it. I don't know how to use Photoshop, and I've tried to look for ways that maybe it could have been a light or a shadow, but nope, it was real ghosts. And that's what I recorded. It's 2020 and still scares me. Jose or Josie experience. I'm going to use different names for the people involved. Jose is one of my cousins that lived in that house and still lives there. He's seen more things than I have. There's a room in the house that nobody liked to sleep in, and it's said it's the more haunted room of the house. One time my cousin wanted to be brave and sleep in there. He did, but only for 3 nights. Every night he slept in there, he would get sleep paralysis, and it kept getting worse every night he stayed there. The last night he described to me was like an entity trying to enter his body through his mouth. He said he felt this entity opening his mouth with black long fingers. Felt like it was going to rip his mouth because he couldn't fight it or close his mouth. Tried to wake up and was mumbling, but there was nobody in the room with him to wake him or anything. He said he started to pray to God and actually woke up and left the room. Never again has he slept in that room since then. Last year, Jose and his siblings were in the living room playing video games. So when all of a sudden, a whole trash can in the kitchen burst into flames, melting the can. There was no one in the kitchen. They were all in the living room. Till his little sister noticed it and told him about the trash. Couldn't get the flames to go away for a while. Lily's experience. This is another cousin that I have, sort of used to go over a lot as well. There's a laundry room that led to the backyard, and for some reason, the door to the laundry room was always open, revealing the moon and pitch black backyard. I would never look outside when it was night. My cousin once said that when she went outside to the back to get some fresh air, she felt a little bit sick. Said that she'd seen 2 children playing in the backyard and had gotten freaked out and went inside and shut the door. We don't have children. Anna's experience. My sister's experience is a little similar to Lily's. My sister never really visited the house, but she has gone there a few times. She told me once she went to the bathroom. And toward the bathroom there's a little hallway. At the end of the hallway there's a room. It's considered the most haunted room. Then there's the bathroom in the middle, and the master bedroom at the beginning of the hallway. So my sister decided to use the bathroom, and everything was normal, until she walked out. She says at the end of the hallway, next to the haunted room, she's seen a little girl with black hair sitting down with her face on her knees with her hair over her face and legs. She got really scared and wanted to leave. She's told me that a ghost like that is not anything good. Others have experienced hearing a baby cry when nobody had a baby in the house, or when somebody was alone there. My uncle used to hear an old couple chatting. Never seen them in the bathroom, which made me scared to go alone. Many people have seen the children. And once my little cousin watched the movie Jeepers Creepers, and I woke up, she tells me in the middle of the night she'd seen a tall black figure. almost like the one from Jeepers Creepers standing in the front of the door I used to sleep in with my cousins. Weird things happened when I'm alone. I'm a 20-year-old female, and around December of last year, my father decided to get a one-way ticket to his native country, and I, being a university student with a job, stayed at home. In my home, I live alone with my father, because my parents divorced when I was younger. I lived in my mother's house until I grew older. Then I decided to move to my father's. There's a whole thing with sleep paralysis before this, but back to the day that my dad left, I went back home to my puppy. He was known to go to random spots and start to growl. It started to get dark, and I decided to sleep in the living room while watching an anime. The layout of the living room's downstairs, and the sofa set sort of toward the wall, backing the stairs. So I set the dog bed near me on the floor and watched the show. There was a point where something funny was happening, and I started to laugh, but I could hear a girl laughing with me. I do have younger sisters, so I could compare the laugh to theirs, except they don't live here. Paused the show, kept on hearing a laugh. I decided not to move, and I pressed play, hoping nothing else would happen. I fell a little bit asleep a little bit later, but later that month I started to experience weirder things. I would hear noises, and it would vary between things dropping and sounds of people walking or people saying something in an almost whisper. One time when I was alone in the house, I heard something thumping and thumping upstairs. Got irritated because I was doing my homework and screaming, "Shut up." It stopped, and I started questioning how often this would actually work, so I tried it again. My friend came over to my house one day, and while I was telling her about the situation, it sounded like somebody was repeatedly throwing things down to the floor. My friend looked at me wide-eyed, scared, but I was used to weird things happening at this point. Looked up the stairs into the dark, and I said, "Stop, you're scaring visitors in my home." And it stopped. My friend decided to leave a little bit after that due to being scared. I couldn't blame her. Moving to February, I was cleaning my bedroom and listening to YouTube when I heard non-stop footsteps outside. I immediately paused my video and listened. There were continued footsteps. I ran toward my window, and that's when the steps stopped. Went to bed and decided to think about what had happened, which soon sort of turned into me just looking at YouTube videos. I started to watch a YouTube channel that talked to spirits and could even communicate weirdly. I said out loud, "Why can't you use your words like them? It'd be easier to talk." Then my TV seemed to pause and restart, and I got irritated getting up, unplugging and replugging the TV. Went back to sit down and put the video on again, forgetting what happened. And once again saw how easy it was. Ate my lip again. And once again saw how easy it was for them to communicate to spirits, so I said, "You do suck. You can't do much, it seems, besides make random noises." And that's when the same thing happened to my TV. And at this point, I started to connect the dots. I turned off the TV and decided to experiment. I didn't know if it would work, because even though I believe in spiritual stuff, I believe everything can have an answer. I started with the rules: 1 tap yes, 2 no, 5 seconds of silence as I don't know. That works on me too. Personally, anyway. I started to question if they knew of a friend's cousin who had died. 1 tap is, do they think you're in a better place? And 5 seconds, is she currently okay? 1 tap, are you a good spirit? 2 taps. I got irritated at this because I thought that it was interested in communicating, even if it was a moment of schizophrenia. But do you really want to hurt me? 2 taps. Were you the one outside walking? 1 taps. Are you taking care of me? 5 seconds. I got creeped out and decided to stop, and I said, "Okay, that's all, no more." Kept watching my videos and fell asleep while doing that. And this started to happen outside of my home. I started only to hear, but I also started to see, and that's for later if you guys want. Everything started to go normal when my dad came back and there was no more noises in the house. Now it was only when I was alone in my car coming back from my job or even at my job, worked the night shift. But back to today, my dad left once again, and it's back. It's been 4 days since my dad left, and it's all back. The noises and voices are all here, and I don't want to see them. Last night, a chlorine box on the counter was thrown to the floor, and walking was heard upstairs while I was in the bottom living room. And this morning, the chair was moved away from the table to the middle of the kitchen, and I didn't do that. I'm missing much information, but I want some answers. I don't care what side you're on. I have gone to my mom's friend, whose mother is an actual witch. She says my third eye is open and they're trying to get help from me. Saw my friend's dead cousin in my dream trying to get help. My mom's friend says that I attract spirits to come with me. I don't know what to think, since I'm a person who reasons most of the time and only feeds into the illusion of a spirit world sometimes. I'm getting tired of this, and I want answers and suggestions. Anything. I can go into more depth if you guys want, and I can tell you about the other stuff that's happened to me, and I'm not lying. My friends stopped being my friends at one point because I'd keep talking to them about this. I had to stop myself from telling them. I've been there. Sweet dreams. Anything. Visited by a woman in shadow figure while recovering from surgery. I just had surgery on Monday, and I'm out of work for the next 3 weeks. I believe I've always been sensitive since a young age. Before surgery, people would ask if I'm nervous about surgery. I'd honestly tell them that I'm not nervous. I trust my doctors. I'm at peace if something happens and I die. I told them the only thing I was nervous about was becoming a super psychic and not getting any sleep for the rest of my life because I have ghosts visiting me while I'm sleeping. Alrighty then. People would laugh and say that's so me, and we all went on with our days. Well, as soon as I came home, I felt like there were so many spirits in my home. I even saw a shadow person in the corner of my room, which isn't an uncommon occurrence. Knowing that I was just coming out from anesthesia, and I was pretty drugged up, I didn't necessarily believe what I was seeing. I especially kept seeing this woman, which I can't see her face. She is wearing late 40s and early 50s clothes, just walking in and out of my room. I just associated this with me being drugged up. At night I'd be visited and the shadow person and not getting a lot of sleep. During the day it was this woman and somehow I was able to get sleep. Well, I didn't believe these could be real until one afternoon I was by myself for about an hour. It was while my caretaker had to go into work and finish up some things. I was napping on my bed and my cat was sleeping on my legs. I heard what sounded like somebody opening kitchen cabinet doors, hearing noises of things moving in the living room, and thinking my sister's come back from work. I hear a swishing and shuffling walking sound down the hallway. Saw the woman in the 40s and 50s dress go straight into my sister's room. My cat's head shot up. He just sort of started into her room for the longest time. I saw his ears perk and move when he heard what sounded like her dresser drawers opening and closing. Then my cat relaxed after we stopped hearing anything, and I did too. I texted my sister. She had a mild panic attack because she couldn't remember locking the front door after she left. She rushed home to make sure someone wasn't actually in the house. She didn't find anything, and we went through possible noise causes. She was nervous. There's a fly in my back. Get off me. She was nervous because she knew of my abilities, but I always reassured her that I could kind of take care of the house and make it a safe place even with visiting spirits. I always have. But since I'm recovering and not totally mentally here because of the drugs, I know I'm not as strong, and I'm definitely in a weakened state to fight off negative spirits. Weakened. Well, the next day, my mother's staying with me, so my sister goes to work. I'm not supposed to be lifting anything 2 pounds or more, so they're in my hands right now. I remember just resting in the living room while my mom was in her office working from home. I saw the woman walk by me into the kitchen. She disappeared. I never get a threatening feeling from her. Honestly, I feel quite safe when I do see her. But at this moment, I get a text message from my boyfriend while he's at work. And for some reason, when he has a ghost experience, I'm having something simultaneously. Usually, these are much darker spiritual experiences. He told me he's on the forklift, saw above him something in the shape of a human, but didn't give off real human vibes. It was just clinging to the ceiling and then disappeared. Every time that day, he saw this thing and was always staring at him threateningly. I always saw and felt the woman nearby me. I'm wondering now if this woman is my protector. I'm going through my surgery in my weakened state, and I feel very blessed now to see her. I'm not scared. My cat doesn't seem to be nervous either. Haven't seen the shadow person much since I've seen an increase of her. My sister jokes now when I tell her when I see the woman. If I see her go into the kitchen, my sister says, "Oh, she's telling me I need to do dishes. It's filthy in there." Or yesterday when I saw my bedroom curtain move like somebody walked by it and heard a weird sound, my sister recreated it and stubbed her toe on the step ladder. I've been used pretty much going to bed. I've been using, as they wrote, stubbed her toe on the step ladder that I've been using to go into bed, right? Which made the exact sound I heard, and she said, "Well, I guess even ghosts can stub their toes when they come to check in on you." I've had multiple experiences, but I'm a skeptic. My family and I lived in this house. We moved around a lot, but this house ended up being our home for a good number of years. This is where I had my first real experience, or experiences. Kind of started with unexplainable things at first. I'd hear knocking on doors and walls. The floors would creak or you'd hear footsteps. Somebody walking up and down the stairs when no one was on them. Doors would randomly open and close, and many, many, many objects would be moved around the house, sometimes even broken. Then one day I saw him, a shadow man. All I remember was that he was tall and entirely black. He was as dark as midnight. I never felt any hostilities from this man. I used to have a strong sensitivity to auras and vibes. And this man didn't have a bad one. I just felt like he wanted to be recognized or acknowledged, almost like he wanted a friend. My family never saw him, but they believed me when I spoke about him. They could hear him walk around the house and saw him use doors and when he moved things. My mom eventually had a baby boy. She made me promise not to tell him about the man. I never did, and in fact, soon after my brother was born, I never saw the man again. But one day, as I was heading downstairs, my baby brother comes screaming and crying, running out of the living room. I was scared he'd hurt himself, but he starts screaming, "It's the man! It's the man!" And as he does, a toy car follows him out of the room. I was in shock when I saw it. My mom lost it on me. It took so long to convince her that I never told him about the man. This then happened a lot. He'd scream and cry, running to my mom about the man, and always a toy would follow him and turn itself on. It was never the same toy. We then actually moved, partly as Mom was scared and didn't believe me that the man wasn't a threat. We then moved to a new house, and everything was fine at first. But then weird things started to happen. Things that were pushed back on the side would fly off the counter and be smashed. And we again heard strange noises and doors moving. Then I had 3 experiences that I remember so vividly. The first was I was wearing shorts. I felt something brush against my leg, then lick it. We did have dogs, but they weren't allowed upstairs. So I went to take them downstairs when I saw there was no dog, and they were asleep downstairs. The second I was alone at that house, I was singing along to a song when I heard a female voice singing with me. As I kept singing, the voice was getting closer, but something felt off about this voice. And I knew I didn't want it near me. So I shut off my music and stopped singing. The voice and presence disappeared. I replayed the song and sung along to it. Didn't hear the voice again. The third one is arguably the weirdest. I have photos of it somewhere. I had an open-faced wardrobe that was thin but very tall. It was pressed up against my bed, and at the bottom of it was a kit for a metal car I was yet to build. But there were loose pieces everywhere. I woke up one morning to see my wardrobe on the floor. But what was weird was that it had rotated 90 degrees. I never heard it fell. My mom walked by my room and asked what I'd done. I said it wasn't me. I hadn't woken up her or anyone else in the house. I had a really difficult time lifting and rotating this wardrobe, but as I did, a corner of the wardrobe tore a huge gash into my bed. Something it didn't have when it had fallen. Still to this day, I have no idea how this wardrobe fell and rotated and woke no one and didn't even damage my bed. Nothing happened for years and years after this. And this is when I started to stop believing. I know these things happened. I have photos of the wardrobe, but I questioned if maybe there were excuses for them, or maybe I just imagined or forgot things. Earlier this year, we lost my nan suddenly, and pretty violently to cancer. That sucks. It was my first real death as an adult, and one day I went shopping, and usually I have no interest in apples. I literally never buy them, yet I saw some pink lady apples and just decided to buy them. Later that night, as I was going to bed, I heard some knocking in my flat. It worked its way around my kitchen and toward my adjacent bedroom. It neared my bed and stopped knocking. Then I heard crinkling plastic right by my ear. Thought it was a neighbor as I had no plastic by my bed and went to sleep. That night I woke up in the middle of the night craving food. I randomly picked a pink lady apple. It was one of the best things I'd ever eaten. It was so good that I had another. It was like ambrosia. And as I was getting back into my bed, I heard the crinkling plastic again. It was the same sound. Then underneath my foot, I felt some bubble wrap that I'd forgotten to put in the bin earlier that day. Went to sleep just ignoring what I realized, telling myself that there's no way something had stood on that bubble wrap a few hours earlier right beside my bed. Later told my mom how much I loved the pink lady apples. She then told me that they're my nan's favorite apples. I don't know if I've ever had a pink lady apple. I likes the green ones. Been like 6 years since I had one, but I like those the best. What about you guys? A girl's family watching us. To start off, I'm an open-minded skeptic. Somebody who always tries to find the scientific answer instead of branding every noise as a ghost. That said, I never dismiss the possibility if none of the logical answers fit the situation. I'm currently seeing a girl, and we got onto the topic of the paranormal and the supernatural. She was telling me about her experiences going to see a medium. She was describing certain family members that apparently came through. Let me paint a bit more of a scene for you. We were sat in her living room, and I was on one side of the sofa. She was on the other. The position I was in, she had 2 French doors leading to her back garden. She didn't close her curtains, even though it was dark, which is weird, right? Outside in her back garden was very dark. No immediate street lighting, no security lighting, no garden lights, etc. Opposite the doors was the wall her TV was mounted on, which also had the doorway to the kitchen. Kitchen light was on, as was the living room light. And in the position I was in, I was looking at her, but I could see the French doors out of the corner of my eye, and due to how dark it was outside, I could see the reflection of the room extremely clearly. We were chatting away about her experiences with the supernatural and whatnot, which may have added to something to the power of the suggestion, perhaps. We weren't talking about any one specific thing, just supernatural things in general. She'd mentioned members of her family and how they'd act and kind of people that they are. Kept hearing things in the kitchen which she wasn't hearing. I would say I do have somewhat sensitive hearing, but nothing outstanding. The sounds are more of cutlery and plates being moved in the sink. You know the sound if a spoon is inside of a bowl and somebody's moving the spoon? Her sink isn't actually that big, and I thought perhaps some of the things in the sink were maybe put at an angle and they were just moving on their own. Then I also thought that she has a dishwasher and a washing machine very close to that sink. Whilst they shouldn't cause vibrations within the sink, there was a possibility they caused just enough vibration to cause them to move. I was also hearing somebody moving around, and another thing to point out was that she has a son who was asleep upstairs. I assume he was asleep anyway, as he does have a habit of getting out of bed. However, I heard nothing from upstairs other than the typical house setting noises, the odd floorboard here and there. The flooring in the kitchen was linoleum on top of concrete, so there were no floorboards or anything to squeak, but you did hear shuffling and heavy footsteps moving around. The footsteps certainly sounded like somebody was trying to be quiet. This furthered my belief it was her son that had come downstairs to see who she was talking to. He's a very curious child. I was waiting to voice, and suddenly it said, "Mummy." He never did that. The biggest thing was seeing the reflections. As I said in the beginning, I had a perfect view of the reflection. I could see the doorway and part of the kitchen very easily if I looked. As I was hearing these noises, I tried to calm and not get distracted. After all, the last thing I wanted to do was worry her saying I can hear somebody in her house. I started to see somebody in her kitchen, and at this point she hadn't told me much about her family members. That hadn't really passed, and conversations were mostly about her living family. However, I remember clearly that out of the corner of my eye I could see a man. He poked his head around the corner of the doorframe, looked into the room, and then pulled his head out. Physically getting goosebumps just typing this. It was a quick motion. It was as if somebody was on the other side of the wall in the kitchen, right up against the wall, and was poking their head around to see who was in the room. It happened 4 or 5 times that I saw. Safe to say, my heart was beating quickly. I could just make out a few physical features, and I believe he either had very short hair or was quite bald and looked to be somewhat of a tall gentleman. I'm 5'8", and I'd say he was at least 6-foot-ish. While I was startled at this, after a few moments I got more of a playful kind of energy. I should probably say I believe I am somewhat empathetic. I pick up feelings very well and just get accurate feelings in situations. And the feeling that I got was that somebody was just being nosy. Like if a family member makes an excuse to do something, but the real reason is they wanted to know what's going on and have something to gossip about. I didn't say anything about it, but it certainly freaked me out a bit. Fast forward a few weeks, and I'm back at her house. We're in the same positions we were in last time. We got onto the topic of the paranormal again, and she then started talking about her medium experience, but this time started to chat about her grandfather that died and some other family members. The medium said that she had family around her all the time, and other than her grandfather, the only person that she can think of was her sister who had died when she was a newborn. She'd be 35, I think, now. I then proceeded to tell her what I saw, and I even reenacted what I saw. Got her to sit in the seat I was and told her where to look and did what I remember the figure doing. Safe to say, she was freaked out, and I told her I felt what I saw, and I described the figure, and she just stared at me and said, "I think he saw my granddad." She told me the majority of her family were the kind where if you sort of had a boy over, they'd end up with their ears at the door listening to what you were saying, purely to be nosy. Dark roads, haunted halls, whispers in the woods. This is Paranormal M. Every episode invites you to listen to what others pretend not to see. Subscribe and tap the bell so you're not the last to know. The Corpse of the Forest. Chapter 1. Months ago, I went out with two friends. I'll call them Steve and Ross. Went to watch some asteroids go by the forest just outside of our part of the housing area. While walking through there, I had a random inclination to look at a very specific spot that's overlooking us. And right where I show my flashlight, I see glowing eyes resembling a dog or a cat's eyes. The face was higher, and there's the creature, and had to be taller than any animal that roams around the forest. I was shook, and all I could say was, maybe a caveman. And I looked at my friends, and I said, Once I turned back with my friends looking at me like I'm a dumbass, I still could see the eyes, but they were now lower to the ground, more like a dog, even in movement as it walked away. I chalked it up to paranoia at the moment and went to see the asteroid. I saw like two. Chapter 2. About 2 weeks after that, I went back to that forest with our whole friend group just roaming around in the dark. It's because, well, we can, and me and Steve split off from the group going up a path that's even darker and more narrow. But before we could reach very far, we hear music and we saw a light. So we snuck to see if these guys were getting drunk, so we know if we should get the boys and leave, and sure enough they were, but that's far from the highlight. On the way back, we take another route that was meant to be faster, until we smelled the stench of a dead corpse that was there for a day or two. Probably a dog. Such a scene is nothing new to my country, so we leave without investigating it at all, but other way, the drunk guys were not the culprits. Once we regroup, we get out of there fast. Chapter 3. This is where shit gets real, boys. Or ladies. 2 months ago, I quit my job. And for that reason, I had enough free time to start hanging out with my friends again. We had our fun and decided to walk home as we do every day, often despite our homes being 10 miles away. On the route home, we were close to the forest previously mentioned. However, this time I was with my best friend and another dude. The rest of the group already left. And still, the image of that dog and skinwalker was stuck in my retinas. Although my bestie didn't care and was along for the ride, the other dude, who we're going to call Jim, believed in the paranormal more than me at the time. So we went there and spent a good amount of time looking around until we went up the same path I went through with Steve. And this time we did smell something. Seemed different. Jim and I were basically full white horror characters here as we decided to follow the rotten smell. We found it. Something buried and hidden poorly by some rocks trying to blend in. White mode continues as I started digging to see what kind of animal makes the smell. Once I got deep enough, the smell hit both of our noses like a truck. Definitely not an animal, and something in our instincts knew this was human. I stopped digging to realize that a shoulder covered by a woman's coat was sticking out. And Jim at this point just chalked it up by touching it, and he immediately regretted that choice. Spilled water on the shoulder, hoping it would remove his print. During this time, Bestie was hanging back slightly, so he came to check why we were just sort of whisper shouting at each other. We all agreed to throw a rock I used as far away from the forest itself and leave. No, our country's police reporting the crime would get us in trouble. I'm pretty sure that's every country. Chapter 4. After swearing to never go back there again, we left and did exactly that. But throughout the following month, me and Jim would have constant dreams about the body. And I've had many dreams where I was forced to dig even further one way or another. But the added paranormal activity just started to peak around that time. Like when I was in front of my house door with my homie on the top floor talking, and we heard a loud running up the stairs. We saw absolutely no one when we looked. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even my sleep was struggling, till the activity died down a bit and I started forgetting this week, but I guess the ghost of this lady didn't like that. My brand new car would turn the radio on and off on its own, even when the car is completely off and locked. The mechanic said that nothing seemed to be wrong when I got it checked, and started getting the same uneasy feeling, and it kept me up at night. But today was even creepier. My phone rang at 11:46, and a man with a deep voice and a calm tone told me, "I burnt it down." Then a distant sound of what I thought was laughter started creeping up. It got louder and louder till the point that even my mom and sister could hear it. And they're in the room. As soon as I asked the caller who he was, the laughing seemed to be more like crying to all of us. I hung up. Don't blame you. Okay, instead of starting off telling you, look, this is real, swear on my mother's dog's grave, I saw this, I'm going to instead begin with, believe what I'm about to tell you if you want. If not, you're absolutely entitled to have doubts about my story. I don't have photo evidence, I don't have audio evidence. I just have my memories. Dark memories of a witch-like woman that haunted my house growing up. When we first moved into the house around 1996, I started having trouble sleeping. Bad trouble, and to be quite honest, it's never really gone away. I'd stay up watching Beavis and Butthead, and then Nick at Night, and I'd play the Andy Griffith Show. And I'd dream of Jeannie, and at some point in the night I would get thirsty. I'd go to the kitchen to get something to drink. This was the room the Banshee was in. You could feel something watching you. You could feel something sucking energy out of you. It was cold. And when you'd go to turn on the light, it simply wouldn't work. All days this light was fine. You want to tell me how a light just doesn't work after sundown? It doesn't make sense. And it was cold. You could feel her looking at you like a sack of lunch, wanting but failing to reach out and tear you apart. Her frustrations could be felt when she would slam soda cans on the kitchen counter. It would be dead silent. Then comes a large bang from the kitchen. Suffice to say, I would be terrified going to the kitchen at night. A couple of times I'd turn back as I was leaving just to hear her or see her peering back at me. Her white eyes just like dead lights. Seriously, that's what it was like. Her face would begin in a horrid smile, and she wouldn't say anything. Just look at you and smile. Still creeps the shit out of me. Then when you would go to return to your room, then the screams came. But not a scream others would hear. It was a scream just for you. I'd bring this up to my folks and my brothers, and there's this floating, screaming woman that haunts her kitchen. My brothers told me they've seen her too. My mom says she doesn't like going into the kitchen at night. My father didn't really pay any mind to it. Just another thing that we'd have to live around. My grades began to slip because my sleeping problems only got worse. I figured I was safe in my room. It even got to the point where I took an empty pee bottle to my bedroom because I was too scared to go to the kitchen at night. We would also find small animals completely gutted in the floor of the kitchen at night. Granted, we did have a cat, but this cat rarely went outside. It would sleep with me in my bedroom at night. Once we found a raven. It was huge, at least twice the size of my cat. My parents would always blame the cat, so I had to be the one to clean it up. Most of the time, these animals were mutilated, like flayed and destroyed. When I did sleep, I would sleepwalk. I don't know if you're familiar with sleepwalking, but it's scary as hell. Nothing like waking up to the front lawn like you're out all night being a werewolf. All I was missing was the half-eaten deer. But one of these sleepwalking ventures would lead me to try and rid my house of the spirit. I woke up in the kitchen. I was scared because I realized where I was. I started moving toward the door so I could bolt back to my room. As soon as I heard her cackling, I broke into a dead sprint. She was laughing at me, or maybe I dreamt it. Whatever was going on, I vowed to end it. My mother told me that she'd been sleepwalking too. Woke up on the front lawn just like me. Went to the internet. I read about Sage and St. Michael's Prayer. The next night I waited until everyone went to sleep. I lit the sage, wafting it throughout the kitchen and house and repeating the prayers over and over again, slamming cans and laughing in psychic screams, uttered cold. Nothing would stop me. I had enough. I believed she was there, and I believed this would work. And after an hour, I stopped hearing things. She seemed to have faded out, like a person on the other half of a tin can radio. I kept going. I sat and prayed and eventually fell asleep sitting on the floor. I was awoken by my father going for some water. The light turned on. The goddamn light turned on. Even my dad was surprised. I had done it. I had beat that witch. He was startled to see his son sitting there with half a burnt bundle of sage, but sent me to bed nonetheless. Slept better than I had in weeks. Memories. Believe me or not, this is what I believe happened to me. Believe me or not, I still have dreams about her. 10 years since we left that house. I know it sounds too ridiculous, but if I've learned anything about this life, it's that there's something out there. Whether it be people from another dimension or people long, long ago dead trying to hold on to their former lives. Something out there. I feel it. I don't talk to the dead. It goes against my personal religion. Maybe growing up with a fucking banshee in your kitchen has something to do with it. I'm not sure. Paranormal bells lead to unexplained bedside visitors in the night. I need answers if anybody's seen or read anything similar. All caps, serious post. As a kid, I was about 6 or 8 years old at the time, 93, 95. I lived in Richmond, Virginia. Me and my sister and a group of our friends were playing in a common area between the apartment buildings that we stayed in. I found a wooden box buried in the dirt, just barely sticking out from under the grass. Me and the group unburied it, opened the box. Inside were 3 brass bells with what appeared to be markings along the outside. These bells looked to be about 3 inches long. They were meant to hang from a loop in the brass at its top. Me and my sister took one. A friend of mine and his brother took one. I forget who took the third. But this is where it gets weird. We rang the bells, just playing with them all day. It was before going home and getting ready for bed. I woke up in the middle of the night on our plain mattress on the floor. Me and my sister just sort of shared this as a bed, and we were very poor at the time. I felt as if I was being watched, and I felt a poking on my shoulder, and I knew my sister was in front of where I was sleeping because I could see her still sleeping. I turned around and I saw what looked like a small hooded figure, maybe 2 or 3 feet tall, and they were staring at me. It had huge eyes and kind of was like a gray alien with a chevron-type slit where its mouth would be. Me and this thing just stared at each other before I hid underneath the covers, scared out of my mind. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wake up my sister. So I guess I passed out from fear. The next morning, I told my sister what I saw, and she didn't believe me. I didn't think the bells and the event were related at the time. We soon moved back to my grandparents' house in Texas, after my dad was laid off, where I still played with this bell. It seemed every time I did this, like this thing would show up. I'd get scared, hide underneath the covers, and pass out. I kept trying to tell my sister about it, and I think the bell was to blame. She laughed at me. We were going to stay at another grandmother's house one night. I insisted that I slept in my grandparents' room, on the floor, giving up the guest bed. I gave my sister the bell and told her to ring it and she would find out for herself. That night, all I could hear was my sister's blood-curdling screams, and my grandfather went downstairs and already knew what was happening. They found her about catatonic and hyperventilating. All she could say to me between tears was I saw a tall one and a little one, and they looked like aliens. This started a long stream of nightmares and night terrors for me. I know what I saw was real. Skip ahead, I'm like 10 years old living in San Antonio. We tell our friends of this at the bus stop, and the two Korean sisters thought we were full of shit. So we looked through our closets for the bell, finding it and giving it to them the next day. That following morning, the sisters threw the bell at us, saying to keep it away from them. They said they woke up in the middle of the night when something was at their window, turned on a nightlight revealing an alien-looking creature staring at them through the glass. My sister removed the ringer from inside the bell, having been too freaked out by this point. Skip ahead and I'm now 12. I find the bell in a drawer and I fix it. Still thinking I may have just been freaking out by an ET as a kid or had a huge imagination, and I rang it. That night I woke, same thing. Feeling of being watched before being poked on the shoulder. I turn around and there's the hooded alien creature, and in my mind I think I must be dreaming. It can't possibly be real, so I reach out and knock twice on this thing. I knock on its forehead like I was knocking on a door. The creature took a step back, leaned back into the bed, and both of us as surprised as I did this, and yeah, this was very real, and I was not dreaming. That's when the creature emitted what I believe was a high-pitched telekinetic sound which made me pass out. I woke up, took the ringer out of the bell, and hit it. I hit it so well, after a few moves, we lost it forever. At 16 years old, I woke in the middle of the night to what I felt was something watching me again. I turned around, and there it was again. No bell, no ringing. Just here it was, randomly years later. We just looked at each other before I just laid my head in the pillow and closed my eyes. Passed out. My sister to this day believes what she saw, and well, so do I. I almost want to see it again, just ask it what it wanted and what the bells had to do, if anything at all. I'm not sure if it was a spirit or an alien or a monster or a dimensional being, but to this day I have questions about what I saw. Wasn't able to sleep facing a wall till I was 25, and I had to sort of have my back to it for years, and whatever happened to the kids with the other two bells? Jinn, otherwise known as the Invisible Ones. I'm a Muslim, and ask any Muslim. We believe in Jinn as part of the creation. Human made from clay, you know that one. Angels made from light, and Jinni made of smokeless fire. And as a kid, I wasn't scared of them because not really raised with Muslim knowledge, though my family is Muslim. I was super scared of ghosts and the devil and demons as seen on TV. Now, I don't believe in those, but I do believe in Jinn. Same way I believe that there are angels. Jinn are supposedly invisible beings, or at least invisible to us anyways. They're not demonic in nature. They're supposed to be like us, be able to choose between good and evil, so that means that they have free will. We also believe that Satan is not some fallen angel, but that he's a genie, unlike angels who are incapable of disobeying God. He chose to do so. I thought you just said angels can choose things, and now you're saying that they... Anyway. Back to the actual stories. I had 2 encounters in my life so far, but heard many stories from other people and family members. Both encounters happened during my holiday in Algeria, the birth country of my parent. One night around 10:30 p.m., I'm sitting with a cousin on external stairs of her house. Her house is very close to the house of her uncle and his wife. So basically, when you sit on those stairs, you can see the wall to their house as close as a broom's length. There's only one street lamp. It's a very small village in Africa, remember that. And it was far from the house, maybe 20 meters, and we had the shine of the full moon. We were alone in the house, and we were chatting when suddenly I see the shadow of a torso of a man quickly passing on the wall. I dismissed it as being fatigue. I continued my conversation when it suddenly came again. I asked my cousin if she'd seen that too, and she said yes. As soon as she had seen it, the shadow quickly passed again and again. We were creeped out, but still tried to be rational. Maybe it was the shadow of the uncle. I called them out, and the aunt showed up at the window. The uncle was at the mosque. The angle of light of the street lamp made it impossible for the shadow to be like it was. It was as if a man was standing right in front of the wall, and the source of the light was directly in front of the wall. Like when you do shadow puppets. Now, mystery number 2. I had 2 aunts and a few cousins sleep at her house. We're all sleeping in the living room, which is 100% women. So, you get the setting. There wasn't a single soul in the house outside of the living room. Of course, nobody could silently break into the house. There's metal bars in all the windows and doors, and many families installed that during the terrorist years that terrorized Algeria in the 90s. I wake up in the middle of the night to the voice of a panicked cousin. I was hearing someone, or something to be precise, using the toilet tap and little plastic bucket we used to clean ourselves after a passage to the loo. The water was pouring, then stopped, and we heard the plastic bucket being put into the floor, then some splashing. My cousin, who also lives in the western country, was saying, "What's this? What's this?" Her mom told her to ignore it for her own good, and my cousin insisted to go and check. Everybody was telling her, "No, leave him be, leave him be." She sort of gave up in the end, but she sure was creeped out, and I was more like, oh, they are cleaning themselves. So, some can be good, some can be bad. You might have one, or even a family of them, peacefully cohabiting with you in your house. Some of them might want a peaceful home, so if you argue too loudly, you might hear a plate breaking in the kitchen telling you to shut your mouth. Some of them might hate you and want you to move out, and then you'll be experiencing poltergeist-like activities. And one of them might be a feminist and possess a very harsh misogynist uncle of yours and change him into a feminist too. Except now he will have occasional possession spasms and speak to her as an annoying life companion. What are your Jin stories? I totally forgot one story in Algeria. I'd watched the Ring horror film, the Japanese version. Super creeped out, and I've been scared in films like that, and I'd be scared of TVs and phones for 2 whole years. So this summer after watching the film in Algeria, I'm sitting alone on the couch of the living room playing with my DS. And saw my mom and grandmother in the kitchen. Scared of the TV, but fought my fears at that moment, trying to distract myself with the video game. Suddenly, the TV turned on by itself, with sort of static. The same was as the film. I know TVs can turn on by themselves sometimes, but this was an old kind of TV. Kind you had to first turn on a big button on the TV itself. I ran to the kitchen, and now thinking about it, I thought one of the genie in the house wanted to do a spook on me for a little bit of fun. home alone in a new house, but I keep hallucinating a man is here with me. My family moved here about 3 weeks ago. It's a really cool house. It's pretty spacious for where it's at. It's got cool features like a super nice Wi-Fi, a pool with a slide, and a door system with a pass lock code. It's by far the coolest house I've ever lived in. Anyways, I haven't had a lot of rational fear in my life. I believe in ghosts and spirits, but I've never had first-hand encounters with them. I think most stories people tell aren't real, and I wonder if mine is. I don't know if it is, but I figured I'd share some details. The first night I got here, I had to take a 5-hour flight, so I was pretty tired by the time I got home. When I got to the new house, I looked around for a little bit and called my dad. He told me which one was my room, came in, went to sleep. I woke up at like 3 a.m. with my door wide open, the lights on all over the house. I was pretty sure I'd turned on at least some of the lights, or rather, turned some of the lights off, so I was kind of anxious. Also figured it could have just been my mind making it up. Got up, turned off the hallway light, closed the door, turned off the light in my room, and I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't want to go all around the house because I'm a wuss. The next day I had no problems. I bought a pizza and chilled out by the pool. I was loving living in this mini mansion by myself. A few more days went by, and one night I'm watching Moon Knight in my living room when I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up naturally at about 2 a.m. on a recliner chair. The lights were off this time rather than on, and I knew I had left them on. I sat there for a moment and then realized there was something moving in the kitchen. I watched in terror as I saw a bald man walking across the kitchen. He had an abnormally large head, almost like a light bulb, with his grinning smile. The room was illuminated only by the glass screen door to the right of the kitchen. He just started walking back and forth through my kitchen. My heart was pounding. My phone was dead. That's because I fell asleep and I just stared. I was holding my breath, holding myself completely still, doing my best to hold back my shivers. He kept walking back and forth and opening drawers, and he did this for about 10 minutes until he looked over at me and then walked out of the house. When he left, I sprinted upstairs and looked outside only to see nothing. I figured it was a dream. I went downstairs, checked the door, and automatic lock is good. No way anybody could have gotten in or out. At midnight, my passcode lock refuses entry. You have to have the physical key to get in. I chalked it up to hallucination and I went to bed. The next night I'd been playing some video games online with a buddy of mine. We were having fun until I walked down at maybe 11 p.m. I walked down only to see the front door wide open. I'd left earlier to go get some food, but I remembered closing it when I came home. I was unnerved by this. Still thought nothing of it. Went to sleep at about 11 p.m. that night. I was sleeping normally until I woke up at 3 a.m. again to see the lights on outside my room, and I swore I'd turn them off. I heard footsteps outside walking up and down my hallway. I sat in horror again, lying in my bed, trying not to make a noise. I had thought maybe somebody had gotten maybe into my house when I'd left the door open. However, the lights turned off and nobody left the house because I would have heard it out of the window. So once again, I figured it was my mind playing tricks on me. And this brings us to last night. Well, more like this morning. Last night I went out to get food again. When I left my house, I remember closing the door and turning the lock on. I heard the click and left. I ended up going to Five Guys, which, by the way, was way too expensive for not very good food. But anyways, I got home. I was mortified to see the door wide open. This time I was highly scared. I snuck into my house, closed the door, and locked it. Went to my kitchen, grabbed one of those steak carving forks as a weapon, and went through my house. I checked each room, turned all the lights on, made sure nobody could get out. I called my dad, no good. Didn't pick up. He's in New York, so he's already asleep. I hung out and waited for a while. I figured I was just crazy again. I went upstairs, and after an hour on my phone, I fell asleep. This morning, I woke up in a rush. I saw the man standing in my doorway staring at me, only to sprint away when I got up to chase him. I got up and grabbed the steak fork again, ran after him down the hall for there to be nothing there. And this is what prompted me to write this. I saw him in broad daylight. He responded to me following him and threatening him. I figure he's not real, but something in my mind isn't making up because I'm here alone. But has anybody had hallucinations like this? And what do I do to stop having these? First time putting this out there. I used to have a friend that would come over every single weekend and play video games in the basement. He asked if one of his other friends can come over and spend the weekend playing video games as well. I'd met him before, but I didn't really know him personally. I said sure, why not, as friends started talking about weird things randomly out of the blue. Started talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. He said if you start talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, weird things will start to happen. I asked him not to, and then he started talking about one particular one by the name of Belial in the Dead Sea Scrolls, particularly in the War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness. Belial is depicted as the leader of the Sons of Darkness, and the antithesis to God. He's described as an angel of hostility and a source of wickedness and guilt. The scrolls portray Belial as a leader of forces that oppose God's rule, and the Sons of Light. Nothing started happening right away, but I started getting weird feelings in the basement, like constantly being watched or something didn't want me in that basement. And P.S. I slept in the basement. It was my room any time that I would go into the laundry room. It felt like there was a negative presence in there wanting to do harm to me. Felt like it hung out near the far end of the laundry room. Anytime I would go in there, I would try not to look into that direction. I was so scared of that laundry room. I'd just keep the door closed at all times. And even with the door closed, I'd feel like there was a negative energy coming from that room every time I would leave the basement. I'd make sure that I did close that door. I'd verify if sometimes, but not all the time, I'll come back downstairs and the door will be open to some degree. Whenever I'd go to sleep, it would feel like something was right there watching me. I'd do the typical thing that young kids do and throw the blankets over my head feeling something. I'd be so scared I'd be stiff as a board. I wouldn't move at all, thinking that if it thinks that I want to sleep, maybe it'll leave me alone. This is when my sleep paralysis started. There were times I'd wake up and feel my bed shaking, and other nights I'd wake up falling onto my bed with such force that it'd wake me up. It was as if I was levitating or something, falling back down into the bed one morning. I had an episode of sleep paralysis, and I felt something breathing in my ear and heard, "Come with me as soon as I can move, you bet." I was out of that basement. I was out of there as fast as I could, and I used to feel people sitting on the edge of my bed, and I could feel the mattress compress. There was also one night that I got up to use the washroom, hit my toe in the door frame because I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. All the lights were off. Every single light was on, including the floor lamp and my desk lamp, not to mention the door to the laundry room was open and the lights were on all around the time, and I started getting very violent with people and frustrated with people that did not believe anything. Now all of that part you just read, I know to be true, and it actually happened, despite it being an entire run-on sentence. We forgive you. This part, I don't know if it's true, or if it's memories of dreams that I've had to remember with all of my force trying to hold that door closed on the laundry room. Feeling like there was something was strong on the other side, trying to push it open, I would hear voices that I could recognize and not recognize calling out to me and telling me come downstairs, and some reason I would go downstairs as soon as I let my guard down. Something like a black shadow would come rushing at me. It would come rushing at me from the laundry room, and I'd fly up those basement stairs as quickly as I could, and this part is true. I'd be playing video games in the basement by myself, and I'd hear the door creak open. I would leave the basement, feel like there was something behind me, just millimeters or something behind me. Moved out of the basement and back upstairs into the bedroom and having negative feelings about the basement. Will also having dreams about the basement. Told one of my mom's friend that was practiced witchcraft and was told that they would take care of it if they proceeded to smudge the house with sage. After the process was finished, I no longer felt scared of the basement. And no longer felt any kind of negative present in the basement. Moved back into the basement and never had a negative experience in that house again. I don't know if this had anything to do with this, but after the process was done, I stopped having negative feeling. After that, I started having dreams that would take place in the medieval times. It would be the same dream every time. For some reason, during a big battle, I was loaded up onto a catapult and fired into the air. Wake up just before it hit the ground. That's kind of cool. The reason I decided to post this today is because I recently started having dreams about my dreams of that basement repeating itself, but I don't remember myself dreaming about them, and I wake up and it's the first thing on my mind. The nights that it happens, I'm usually tossing and turning violently. Alrighty then. Ask Reddit. Friend told me a story about his family when they moved to the U.S. after escaping from Cambodia. The first house they moved in was built before World War II, and it had a bomb shelter. The door to the bomb shelter would open and close at night. 12 people from his family had moved into this house, but no one wanted to sleep in the room to the bomb shelter, since the room gave off a cold feeling. His uncle, who was a rebellious teenager at the time, decided to take the room and would complain about the door randomly opening at night. He decided to push a dresser in front of it. That is when things started to escalate. The door wouldn't open, but now his uncle would hear knocking from behind the door. The knocks on the door grew as time went on. People would also start waking at 3 a.m. in the morning at random. One day, the knocking became so loud that it was heard by everyone in the house. After that day, his uncle told the family about it, and everybody decided they would stay in the room that night. That night, everybody stayed in the room. They all heard the knock, knock, knock sound multiple times throughout the night. And in the morning, Grandma, who was sensitive to spiritual stuff since she grew up near a Buddhist monastery, she told everybody about the spirit behind the door. She said it was the spirit of a woman who was murdered by her husband in the 1940s. She wanted to wander around the house to escape the bomb shelter where her body was hidden after she was murdered. Apparently, the woman was an adulterer. When her husband found out about the affair, he brutally murdered her, then dismembered her and hid her body in the bomb shelter. Grandma decides that Uncle must keep the door unlocked and let the spirit wander the house at night. They must tolerate the spirit until they can move out. Uncle decides to follow what Grandma said, and he unblocks the door, and nothing happens for several weeks except for there being chilly spots around the house. However, after several weeks, Uncle grows tired of the door opening every night and decides that he ain't afraid of no spirit. He bolts the door shut and leaves it that way, and the knocking starts coming back, but no one really notices. And at this point, Uncle starts cursing and yelling at the door and starts to anger the spirit. After several days, Grandma confronts Uncle since he hasn't seen the spirit wander the house in several days. Apparently, Grandma wakes up early in the morning, has a stare down with the ghost almost every day to make sure it doesn't mess with the rest of the family. And the worst is yet to come, because although Uncle unbolts the door, he starts cursing at the spirit again, and this time the huge wind comes out of the tunnel, and it flings a piece of metal at Uncle. It doesn't really do any damage to Uncle, but he becomes shaken by the ordeal. Afterwards, Grandma gets the local Buddhist monks to perform a cleansing ritual on the house. After several years, Uncle starts to mellow down and starts a family. He has a daughter, a wife, and a new house. Problems start happening when one day he comes home and finds that his 3-year-old daughter has filled the doorway with cups of water. Apparently, for the scary-looking woman with red eyes. Uncle becomes scared, calls on Grandma and the rest of the family for help. When Grandma comes, well, basically she realizes that the spirit had become attached to Uncle, and immediately asks for help from the Buddhist community. 3 Buddhist monks from California, Texas, and Florida, they came to their aid. 3 monks for days. 2 of the monks then declare everything's okay and leave. The monk from Texas missed his flight and asked the family to stay for 1 more night. The next morning, Uncle wakes up and finds the monk already awake and very tired. The monk proceeds to tell him after meditating the monk feels a dark and evil presence. He wanders the house, ends up feeling the red-eyed woman. She had masked her spiritual scent when the monks were cleansing the house and returned when the monks left. The monk ended up in a sort of staring battle with her the entire night until the sun came up. He also reassured Uncle that since he had seen the spirit, he now knows what to look for and starts to cleanse the house again. After several more cleansings, rituals, and such, the monk finally says to the uncle that she's finally gone and that we're lucky since, well, she was still there. Then Uncle and his family would experience the wrath from that spirit. Brother's trip went horribly wrong. This happened 2 years ago in June and July. It was in Poland, where we live. I got a call from my aunt if I can come and meet her where she works. I agreed, and we've met 30 minutes after. She asked me if I can look at the place where she worked because she needed to leave and see her boyfriend, who is labeled as D. I asked why, and she explained that just before she called me, D had called her. Okay, I'm naming him David. And he and his 2 friends, F and J, which is now Frank and Jen, were on a road trip not far away from where we live. They decided that they want to do a trip to shoot with some wind cheater guns for fun. Wind cheater. They decided to drive to a point on a hill where a small old bunker is. The bunker is so small that only 2 people can enter it, and it's only 1 room with windows fronting every direction. It's there because of the World War, and we live on the border with Germany. My aunt said that for now, that's all she knows. She needs to go get them from there, because somehow they can't leave. She added that all of them were scared to their cores. I stayed at her job, which is a cigarette shop. I waited for them to be back. They got back in less than 10 minutes, and as I said before, they were close to our location. When they left the car, my aunt's boyfriend sat in the front of the shop with his friends. They were pale from fear, and when I say pale, I mean their faces were basically white and they weren't saying a word. I waited patiently for them to tell me what had happened. When they arrived at the spot and nothing was wrong, they went out of the car and started to prepare their air guns. They went on the roof of the bunker, which was maybe 1.5 meters high, and started to shoot for fun. They were shooting the rocks and things. No people were around because there's no houses there. And as they finished, they started going down from the bunker, and it was that moment when he noticed something very, very strange. Their car was standing there in plain sight, around 10 meters from where they were shooting from. At first glance, nothing had changed. But then he noticed there were bricks piled up from the ground up to the chassis of the car around every single wheel. It was like they had drove straight in the middle of some kind of walls, but let's not forget that it was an area closed off from an old bunker with an old dirt road. 0% a possibility that they had not noticed it after leaving the car. All three of them had ran straight into the car and locked themselves in. David was the one who was driving that day. He started the call normally, but the vehicle just couldn't move. Like these little quote-unquote walls around the wheels were strong enough to prevent them from driving away. They all started panicking at that point. Jen ran out of the car and started to kick the bricks to set the car free. And at some point, they were certain that it's enough that the walls were destroyed to the point that they could maybe leave now. They entered the car, and David tried again, but now the car wouldn't even start. Third guy called a friend from a city close to their location, and asked if he could tow their car to the city. He agreed, and after 10 or 15 minutes he called them back. He was standing on the road down the hill and seeing them. He called to ask for the directions because somehow he couldn't find the way that led up the hill. And at some point he started screaming that something went out of the woods near them, running straight at their car. Frank said that the guy was screaming like he was afraid for his life. The only problem was that they were not seeing anything running at them. Nothing had left the woods, which they were all seeing from up close. And at this point, they're all screaming, and it was all very hectic. And the funny thing is the guy who was supposed to help them was hung up and left them there. And after a couple of minutes of straight-up panic, they managed to stay quiet for a moment, just to try and hear if anything is walking nearby or something. After a few seconds of silence, something knocked on the window of their car. The knock kind of sounded like it was made with some metal thing. It was the window on the right side of their car, the window facing the forest. After that, David called my aunt, and then she called me and went to go get them as soon as I was, at her job. And David was really scared when telling us what had happened, but it's not the strangest thing. The weirdest thing is that his two buddies were silent as a tomb. They had not spoken a word since they arrived at my aunt's job, and she told me a couple of weeks after that they were pretty strange after the accident. No one is talking about that day anymore, but I'm still curious about what actually had happened there. A weird thing happened to me on a construction site. So this happened a long time ago, about a year, maybe a bit more. I've just decided to share this because I have at least some chance that at least somebody will either believe me or debunk this with a rational explanation. It's been in my mind for, the whole time since it happened. It happened to me and one of my friends. And since then, we told anyone. I thought we were just making things up. So I live in Central Europe. I live in a town close to our capital city. And this happened one town over. So, close to my hometown. It was with a friend from school because he's a good helper. The house that happened to belong to my mom, and she has a sort of startup construction company. And it's two mirrored houses right next to each other. I install security systems and CCTVs and intercoms for a living. I was installing all of these on the two houses, and the construction was in a stage where it was just exposed brick. I was making pathways for wires for the security system. And this happened on the upper part of one of the houses. It was right after sunset. Jay was standing on a small ladder, just enough to reach the ceiling. My friend was standing on the right-hand floor. I helped my JBL flip speaker connected to my laptop. The speaker was on the floor, a few feet away from me. My laptop was next to that. I had both my hand on a drill drilling into a brick wall, and my friend was holding my ladder. I'm pretty sure that I should stay, or if I should go. I was playing, and at first it started with the volume. Oh, should I stay or should I go? It was a song. And the volume was going up and down, and it was on its own. Neither of us had any way to reach the laptop or the speaker to play with the volume, but we were like, well, that's weird. But it wasn't unbearable, just a bit weird. And after a while, some random song, I think it was some rock song, started playing, but It was playing from Apple Music, and it was playing like the recommended songs for me. So it was kind of weird, but still nothing too concerning. Except that the previous song was pretty much cut to play this song. But for a bit, it was just fine, and nothing happened. After a while, the speaker started playing a song called Memoir Number 2. Pretty sure it was on full volume, and it's like kind of funeral music, or just a really sad one. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about the music. I was really, really weirded out, but I kept calm. My friend, on the other hand, he was almost freaking out. So I climbed down the ladder and played my playlist. It started out normal for a few songs, so I got back to work. But then the same thing happened. The memoir music started playing, and it gave me this weird, uncanny feeling as a funeral song would give you. So I climbed down, shut my laptop off, and told my friend that I just got to finish this thing and that it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. I might have said 15. I'm not sure. And after about 5, the music started playing again from the speaker. I was freaking out now too. The laptop turned off and I pulled out my phone and it was playing from my phone. I paused it, turned off the speaker, and locked my equipment in the garage. About $5,000 in equipment was stolen from the same house for a few days prior. My friend had 1% on his phone, and he probably checked it somewhere in the meanwhile. I'm not sure, but I know that his phone turned off due to low battery before we left. We got on the bus and didn't have a driver's license yet, but the bus was heading toward the capital and was going through my hometown. My friend lives in the capital, but we took the same bus. And in the bus, his phone turned on, and I had like 30% battery. Got off on the first stop to get home, and my friend stayed in the bus. Since then, my friend is refusing to stay there with me after sunset. I'm still working there. There have been a lot of issues with the construction. Nothing weird or bad or anything happened since then. I don't have any concrete proof except for our word. I can provide pictures of everything and then, well, at least the now almost completed house where this took place. I tried to check the logs on my laptop to find some explanation and to figure out what had happened, but found nothing. Probably because the Apple Music player was running in Firefox. I'd be so happy if anybody here would at least consider that this actually took place and tried offering some explanation. I generally don't believe in the paranormal, but this was something that I'm not able to explain. Something watched me through the window, and it didn't leave. This happened back in 2019, just a few months after I, an 18-year-old female at the time, graduated high school. I wasn't in a good place mentally. I was depressed and confused about my future, staying in most days with no drive or motivation. That summer was a blur of sleepless nights and trying to distract myself from everything I was feeling. It was a Friday evening around 5 p.m. I had just gotten home from bowling with my family and decided to have a solo movie marathon. I dimmed the lights in my room, closed the door, grabbed my laptop, and started binging action movies. Everything was normal and quiet and peaceful even. 2 or 3 hours into my movie spree, I caught something strange in my peripheral vision. Someone was staring at me through the window. My heart dropped like a stone. I snapped my head toward the window. The figure was gone, just swallowed by the shadows outside. And I live in a quiet residential area, and my room is on the first floor, but our backyard's fenced off, and no reason anybody should be there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Just a combination of sleep deprivation and movie-induced paranoia. I forced myself to shrug it off, and I kept watching. And around 7 p.m., I called my best friend. Let's call him Dante, an 18-year-old male. FaceTime for a while. We just talked about random stuff, and I debated telling him about the thing I saw. I felt kind of stupid, like I was being dramatic or overthinking, so I kept it to myself. When we hung up, something changed in the air. I felt a sharp, uneasy pang in my stomach. It was like a warning, like my body knew something I didn't. Then I heard it, a whisper right by my ear. Go to bed. And again, faint but distinct. Go to bed. Chills spread through me. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, inside my head or outside. Something told me I should listen. Laid down, pulled the covers up, and tried to shut my eyes. But the moment I did, my heart started racing uncontrollably. Dread spread over like a heavy, wet blanket, and something felt very wrong. Through the corner of my eye, I noticed something moving in the room, a dark mist hovering near the door. I was frozen, completely paralyzed. My body was heavy and unresponsive. And that's when I saw her. Reflected in the base of my lamp was a woman, pale-skinned, long black hair, wearing what looked like a beige or off-white dress. Her nails were long and twisted, and she was standing on the right side of my bed just watching me. She didn't walk. She glided slowly across to the other side of my bed, eyes locked on me like I was a thing or something she owned. My heart was thudding so violently I thought it might stop. I could feel tears welling up and slipping down my face. I wanted to scream, to cry for help, but I was trapped in my own body. Then the bed creaked loudly. I didn't want to look, forced my eyes toward the lamp's reflection again. She was inches away from me on the bed, right beside me. I squeezed my eyes shut and I kept repeating in my head, she's not here, she's not real, she's not real. But it got worse. I felt something touch me, her hand and fingertips dragging slow, arm and nails like razors. Every place she touched burned, like acid was eating through my skin. It was agony, slow, methodical, and intentional, like she was savoring it. Then just as suddenly I heard a voice, a different one. Are you awake? It was my mom. She opened the door, and that instant the presence vanished. I checked the lamp's reflection again, and gone. I was soaked in sweat, heart racing, still frozen in place. Mom looked at me like I was a ghost. She said I was pale as a sheet, eyes wide like I'd seen something unspeakable. That's because I had. I'd never saw that woman again, but to this day I still can't explain what happened. I wasn't asleep, and I know I was awake. And the touch, the whispers, the pain every second of it burned into my memory. I don't know what she was, but something came into my room that night and wanted me to see it. Just your regular old haunted house in the ghetto. The ghetto where I'm from is divided by a golf course. One side of the street is project housing, the other side nicer homes built in the 30s and 90s, before the projects were there. I lived in a 1934 two-bedroom house, bright yellow. I was 26 and lived with my girlfriend who was 24. After living there a few months, my girlfriend started saying she felt uneasy in the hallway, which was very small and had a crawl space in the ceiling. I brought my dad over to get up there and take a look because, could be something scary up there. And he found nothing but insulation. A while later, I took a nap for about 2 hours, my girlfriend in the next room folding laundry after work. She comes to wake me up, shaking my shoulder. She asks how long I'd been asleep. I said a couple of hours. She said, so you didn't just walk through the house? I said, no. She said, but I just saw you walk through the hallway. Are you sure? Yes. It wasn't me. No one else is in the house. Fast forward a year. I'm trying to quit smoking. Lost my vape. My buddy's been staying at my house for a couple of weeks, and he's helping me look for my vape, and I walk out of the car and get into the driver's seat. I'm digging between the seat and the gear shift, and suddenly something or someone is talking in my ear. Not whispering, right into my left ear. There's that son of a bitch right there. I'm frozen. It's the dead at night, no one around. Buddy's still inside. And finally, after about a minute of complete silence, open the car door, go back inside, tell him what just happened. That's when he said probably the same person that calls my name at night. He'd been hearing somebody say his name from behind him on the couch he slept on at night. Creeped out, but not enough to move. The rent was great, and I wasn't easily shaken. Fast forward a few months. My mom comes over to pick me up to go shopping. I throw on a shirt in front of the hallway and say, "Hey, this for today?" My mom turned around, her eyes go over my head. She starts to go back up and tries to adjust her eyes, and I said, "What?" She said, "A black shadow just went up the wall behind you and into that room." I thought, oh, so now there's that. Fast forward to a few months later, watching TV in the living room with my buddy, and we hear a loud bang. Go into your kitchen and all the cabinets are open. A single jar of Nutella on the floor and a huge punch hole in the wall beside the refrigerator. Interesting. I'm still not leaving. Fast forward a few more months. My buddy moved out, my girlfriend and I broke up, and she moved, and I was living there alone for the first time. I go to lay down one night. My bed was freshly made, so the covers were tight. I cut the light off and laid my head back, and suddenly there's pressure on each side of my feet. Like something has one hand beside each side of my feet and pressing down. It's as if you look over top of me. It lasted all of 30 seconds before I sat up and cut the light on, and nothing there, still not moving. Fast forward, and I get a new girlfriend. Starting over, and she says that she's seeing faces in the mirror in the hallway. Like, weird things happen here. Nothing ever tried to harm me, so I stay. And this goes on for a couple of months until one day I come home to my girlfriend on the porch and it's dark. She says she will not go back into that house while I'm gone. She convinces me to move, and I'm in love and I wanted her to be comfortable. We're in her new house, and I'm on my laptop going through old photos and videos taken at the old haunted house. I find videos of myself being recorded from my laptop, but I'm not the one pressing record. It was videos of me watching TV and working out and leaving my bedroom and walking through the house. It stops on its own. All videos were about a minute or so long. Went to the courthouse and found records where the owner and also town sheriff had died there of old age. The community seems to believe that there was a brothel there at some point due to a red light on the porch. I'm sure that was just a rumor. One of the neighbors said someone had shot themselves in that house. Or shot, probably, not shout. Somebody had shot themselves in that house, but there's no record of it. And I could go on about other instances in the old haunted house, but I've gone on long enough. It was 2009, maybe 2013, and rent was $625. Wish I'd never left. Unsettling experience while lost in the bush. My friend and I had a really bizarre experience on a bushwalk. Never really been able to wrap our heads around it. Curious to see if anybody in this group has any ideas about what happened to us, or what we encountered. We were both pretty experienced bushwalkers. We were pretty confident we'd be fine on this trail, even though it's not the most well-marked or heavily used trail. We've never hiked it before, but we left at 8 a.m. and told family members where we were going, and that we were planning to be back home by 4 p.m. at the latest. About 2 hours into our walk was the first sign that something was off. We couldn't get our GPS to work correctly. It was showing us as being in a completely different area to where we were. And this was weird, but it wasn't a big deal, I guess, since we had a map. At about 1 p.m. is when things got really strange. We had stopped to check the map. My friend said, "I think we took a wrong turn back there somewhere." Then we both felt off balance for a few seconds. Then it was dark. When we checked the time, it was 5:41 p.m. We lost almost 5 hours of time. We also started hearing this weird, heavy breathing from the direction that we had been walking towards. It sounded like a person breathing right next to us, but we couldn't see anyone. When we called out, there was no response. And we live in Australia, so we didn't have to worry about any large predators except for drop bears, of course. But you hear stories about weirdos who hang out in the bush and murder backpackers. We're both extremely unnerved, and we just didn't feel comfortable moving toward the breathing noise. And on top of that, we agreed that we had made a wrong turn somewhere. So we turned, walked the way we came. We considered calling for help on our satellite phone. Decided we'd at least try and backtrack to where we'd lost our way and go from there before calling for help. The breathing followed us. We walked. We were both feeling dizzy. We were convinced that we were being followed by a serial killer. We were too scared to stop and try to call for help, believing if we alerted whoever was following us that help was on the way would prompt them to attack. Eventually, I was too dizzy to continue, so we stopped and called for help. We were instructed to stay where we were and wait for rescue, but the breathing sound wasn't going away. It kept moving toward where we thought we'd left the trail. At least whenever I was well enough to walk for a few minutes. The breathing followed, and eventually we found a set of stairs that was marked on the map, so... well, we were able to more accurately tell rescuers where we were. I fainted while waiting for rescuers, and my friend tells me the breathing not only continued, but sounded like it was circling us. There were never any sounds of footsteps or any indication that there was anyone there, except for the breathing. She admitted that by the time the SES arrived, she was hysterical. We were both rescued without any physical injuries. The source of the breathing and our dizziness and our lost time was never identified. It was pretty much brushed off as the product of panicked brains, and even our families didn't believe us. They thought we'd just gotten lost and been too embarrassed to call for help. Shortly after this happened, she told me that she was having nightmares about the breathing sound and the dizziness and the sense of unease she felt. She mentioned she didn't feel like she even wanted to go bushwalking or camping again, and, well, to my knowledge, she never did after that. That was pretty much the last time I heard from her over 2 years, till a few weeks ago, when she reached out to catch up. We had a short chat but didn't mention this incident, and tragically, a week later she took her own life. I don't know much about her experience, if it played part in her mental health, and I know there's always many factors in suicide. It would be silly to think that I could have prevented it. But I feel really guilty, and I didn't try to stay in contact with her, and nobody else believed her about what happened. I know that affected her a lot. I don't know if I'll ever have closure about what happened with us, and how, if at all, if it contributed to her death, and I guess I'm wondering if this experience sounds familiar to anybody, if anybody else heard anything like this. Chins, our friendly, shy ghost cat. So this is a bit of an older story. I didn't get to thinking about it recently, but when I remembered it, I realized there hadn't been an encounter for a while. Thought I should reach out and ask for advice or thoughts. Sorry if this doesn't make sense or goes against the request threads part. Mostly I want to know if anybody else has encountered a being like this, and share my experience with a good spirit. We've lived in our current house for about 8 years now. In our last home, we were stalked by, or always aware of something living with us. There are several stories there, but that's not what this is about. We built our new house through a housing program. Help build your house and live in it for a reduced price. Suffice to say, my mom and I, who are sensitive to spirits, were relieved after no longer feeling what was in our last home. A brand new home without previous inhabitants to soak up energy or emotion from. Within a month of living there, I noticed a presence. Interestingly, it wasn't humanoid, which is what we're used to. I have a dark gray cat who follows people just to watch them, and a brown tabby cat at the time we first saw the spirit. The first night I encountered the spirit, I was brushing my teeth when I thought I saw my cat walking to the bathroom with me. It was a dark cat-sized thing, so I naturally assumed it was my gray cat. I turned and saw whatever it was zip into the hallway. Jumped out into the hallway to reaffirm what I saw, but whatever it was now gone. To describe that split second, there was a small creature that had been by the door, but when it left the bathroom, it sort of lost its shape. I thought it was a piece of cloth or laundry that had been knocked into the hallway, but obviously it wasn't there when I went and looked for it. Later, my mother mentioned seeing what seemed to be a ghost cat that changed shape and disappeared under her bed or in her closet. I don't really remember. It disappeared as a piece of cloth. Sometimes people would come over and ask why they didn't introduce them to our third cat or fourth, after we actually got our third. Sometimes, when discussing ghosts and or cats, a guest would have a blank look overwrite their face, and they would ask if we'd seen a black cat in the hallway or if there was a black cat in the house. It was a little funny when, they realized what they saw wasn't a physical form or even really there. I had friends stay over and mention a black cat, and one explicitly described a cat shape climbing on my clothes in my closet. We later discussed it as a family to find out my little sister had seen the spirit too. My father dismissed it, but that would be expected by at least one family member. We've all had several experiences with the spirit. I've always had guests who mention it. Our other cats were never bothered by the spirit and never seemed to bother them either. My mother dubbed him, and we assume it was a him, no discussion, just mutual assumption, Chintz, because he always would turn into a cloth shape when spotted and disappear. He's a cat if you don't directly look at him or acknowledge him, but quickly turns into a cloth or a moldable shape when he realizes you've spotted him. We assumed he was a neighborhood cat that had passed away and found a new family or new cats to hang around. Unfortunately, we soon stopped seeing him. I think he was still there, and sometimes I could catch a black small shadow moving in the corner of my eye, but couldn't really catch his chintz. I could still feel him sometimes hopping onto the bed when there was no weight shift and no cat when he looked. I guess sometimes he's just content that we know he's there, but doesn't have the energy to show himself physically. And if you're wondering why I'm posting this, 8 years after the first encounter, if the presence had receded a little, well, we moved in a few months. Last night is when I had my most recent encounter. He hopped onto my bed after I moved the cat tree into my room. My other cats weren't in there and my light was on. It made me realize it had been literal years since I'd last encountered our ghost pet, and none of us had really mentioned him. I think he knows we're leaving and doesn't quite want us to go. Started feeling his presence physically and thinking about our other animals a little more. He's what's been considered part of the Paranormal M is where nightmares meet their origin stories. Each tale we tell digs into something buried, something restless. Subscribe now and hit the bell. It's safer than ignoring the signs. Suddenly waking up in the middle of the night to pain and attack-like scratches. This morning, my girlfriend woke up suddenly from a sharp pain. It looked like she had been in a fight. Earlier, at around 3:20 a.m., my girlfriend suddenly woke me up to her jolting up and spazzing out. I sat up after being hit by her. She got up to find me holding the side of her head. She told me it felt like a sharp aching pain and was convinced it was a headache. And this worried me because I'm a hypochondriac and thought it could be anything from migraines, which she suffers from on occasion, or a full-blown low seizure. As she rubs her head, she notices a large, deep scratch where her head hurt. It goes from her eyebrow all the way to her hairline. The scratch seems fresh. It was red and bleeding and inflamed. You know the deal. We then notice the same thin, razor-like scratch on her hand, from her thumb to her wrist. The line has a skip, like a quarter way through, like when you cut something very quickly and bounces off. I took a closer look, and there was blood in her nose and in the middle of her forehead as well. They were small dots that were reminiscent of digging your nails into your skin. Upon heading to the restroom to check it out, we dry the blood from the scratches up to notice a smaller one under her eye. Sorry, there's ants all over me. A few smaller marks are nearby. We check for other scratches and find none. We checked her nails for blood, and there were none, and her nails were dull, soft, and short. Can't see how her nails would scratch anything. My nails were long, but I wasn't in the position to scratch her at night. I was on the opposite side of the bed and had both hands under her and my pillow. She wore rings to bed, but after checking, the rings had no way of scratching her. She didn't move all night either, as we were cuddling. I'm also a very light sleeper and wake up from most small movements, especially fire ants on your arm. I usually stay up much later than her on most nights. I laid in bed beside her, and so I know her sleeping patterns very well. She doesn't scratch in her sleep, and she has no history of any skin-related medical issues. I have eczema myself, and I'm familiar with lesions caused by nails and derma medical issues. She doesn't jolt in her sleep except when kicking her leg when she first falls asleep. She couldn't have jolted and scratched herself, nor did I feel anything like that happening. We checked the bed and there's nothing sharp, and we have a cat but has never done anything like this before. It doesn't even scratch her toddler. The cat, when in trouble, also runs off, and the cat was laid up beside me on the opposite side of the bed when we woke up, clearly waking up just now with us. Checked for any other animals in the house and found none. No bugs either. There was nothing nearby to scratch her at all. She was on the edge of the bed at this point. Scratches on her right side toward the edge of the bed. I genuinely can't explain this. It looks like she was attacked and torn up by something. All the scratches are from the same side of the body and trail off from each other. Because of this, I cannot see how she could have done this herself. Couldn't reach that side of her either. She had no marks prior to bed, and she woke up spazzing. She didn't scratch herself either. She only held her forehead after the fact, and it was like suddenly scratched and woke up to sharp pain, and I don't believe in the paranormal much, despite having some odd experiences, but rationally, I have no explanation as we've ruled anything that we can think of. Once again, she didn't wake up to find scratches. Being scratched woke her up, and the two major scratches were deeper than your usual random cuts. She doesn't scratch when stressed or anxious either. Her coping mechanisms are well known due to her mental illnesses. Needless to say, we switched spots on the bed and I slept on the edge. Story. In December of 2022, I moved to a second-floor apartment with my girlfriend and her son. It's a typical run-of-the-mill 3-bedroom apartment. It's in a highly populated area in Staten Island. And it's no way off the beaten path. I actually hate it because it's such a loud, busy area. About 4 months in, I was sitting on my couch and heard a female voice from behind me. They said my full name. Robert, not Rob or Robbie. It said Robert. The voice sounded like a young woman in her mid-20s to early 30s. It was clear as a bell. It sounded like it was maybe 3 inches from the back of my head. About a week and a half later, the same thing happened again. Voice and my full name. I was alone on the couch, and again, all of the activity usually happens in the daytime for some reason. And don't get me wrong, things at night too, but the daytime is when I'm alone and usually when shit kinda kicks off. The voice is not familiar to me at all. Then maybe a few days go by, and another voice sounded like it cleared its throat, kind of like an old man, and said my full name. I've only experienced one genuine event in my life, which I can confidently assert was real. But regardless of what others may say, other events have occurred in the past as a child. However, I'd like to believe that I'm a rational individual, and it was an overactive imagination. I'm not a sensitive psychic or an empath or any other noun that would be somebody with those gifts. I was raised Catholic, and I'm in my late 30s, and I still adhere to my religion. I'm really just a regular blue-collar guy, and I can hear myself ranting while writing this post, so I'll try and keep the rest short and sweet. If you'd like me to be more detailed, just post it, and I'll definitely do so. So I've heard growling, hissing, and breathing, and deep-hearted breathing. It just doesn't sound right. And also, I've heard snarl-like sounds that I can't even think as being an animal that would make such a sound. And I've been touched twice. Pretty sure I've walked through something a few times. I can't really articulate the feeling because it's its own feeling, but there was some type of electricity to it all, and the hairs on the neck and the back of my arms, they all go up in goosebumps. They're so predominant that it looks like braille or sandpaper. I've seen shadows move across the walls. And one time I'm in the shower, and it absolutely looked like somebody walked right past the curtain because it blocked out the light. And I saw the silhouette of a person's body walking, and there's a voice mimicking. I'll hear my girlfriend's voice, or she'll hear my voice. There'll be gentle knocks, and hard banging knocks like the police are banging on someone's door, and I also see things from time to time. It's always out of my peripheral vision for a split second, but in that split second, I see it. So it's clear, and it seems like I'm looking at things for much longer times. I hear objects fall, and when I get to investigate, there's nothing out of place. Literally last week I was taking a shower, and I heard the most beautiful angelic voice humming a song softly. It really scares me to think that voice was so absolutely beautiful. I've had a considerable amount of experiences while living here, and I'd love to share it with people who will not judge me. My primary focus is to seek insights and possibly share experiences. The reality is that these events happen in movies and not real life. But what I've shared so far isn't even the tip of the iceberg. I have audio and video evidence of whatever is happening here. And if I didn't possess it to back me up, I think I'd have myself into a hospital because I'd definitely be insane or have some type of mental illness. And there's one more thing that seems strange to me. You would think I would be afraid of what's going on, but for some reason I'm not. Sometimes it'll be a scare, as if somebody pops out on you unexpectedly, because a lot of the time these things catch me off guard, but besides that, I don't understand why I'm not terrified. My ghost story. So I was 8 or 9 at the time. I was watching a TV show in the bedroom with my sibling, a year younger than me. It was our favorite show called KMJS, which is Kapuso Mo Jessica Soho, which unfortunately its airtime is on 9 p.m., so pretty much stayed up late to watch it. As for our parents, our mom's asleep downstairs. Dad's still out at work. Now our bedroom doorknob is broken, and I forgot how it got broken, probably from a fight, by the way. But now pay attention because the doorknob is an important detail. So the doorknob is not wobbly, like when you open and close the door, it would wobble up and down. Instead, somebody needs to hold the doorknob and actually pull it up and down in order for it to shake. And again, this detail is important. Now, in order to shut the door without it creaking open, is to either use a padlock or stick a towel when it shuts. That's what I did. I used a towel to shut the door. I didn't use the padlock since me and my siblings might fall asleep and end up locking our parents out. We all shared the same bedroom. Okay, so we're watching the TV when suddenly the door started to open slowly. I noticed it since it makes an eerie creaking sound. I didn't get scared because I thought that the towel was maybe a bit loose. I stood up and closed the door with the towel, went back to bed and continued watching the TV. Hasn't even been a minute when the door opened up again, and Now I have to close the door again, and I did. In the instant I laid in the bed, the door opened up again. Getting a bit annoyed, so I just ordered my sibling to do it instead. Watched him close it, and this time it would hopefully stay better that way. Then a moment later, it opened up again. I had enough and just used the padlock so the door would stay shut. But the moment I sat down, the door had started to shake violently. And I know, and my sibling knows, that someone or something is trying to get in from the other side of the door. Both looked at the doorknob, and we could obviously tell that someone's sort of holding onto it at the other side of the doorknob, and someone moving up and down like crazy. I didn't waste a second, though. Grabbed a pillow, threw it at the door. But before it even hit the door, it suddenly stopped shaking. We were so scared, and still thinking the moment I stopped, ran at the door, and opened it while holding another pillow. I looked around and saw nothing. I checked the other room, which is just in front of me, also nothing. The room's window was closed, so an animal couldn't have possibly gotten inside and shaken the door. Heck, even if there was an animal, it couldn't have possibly done that, especially hold the doorknob and move it up and down. Once we realized there was no one upstairs besides us, we quickly ran down to find her mom, who was asleep on the couch, and also supposedly waiting for her dad to come home. Now, y'all might be wondering that it's just our mom pulling a prank on us for staying up late, but no. That's because we would know if somebody's climbing up the stairs. Our stairs are spiral, so made out of metal. And just beside the door to our bedroom. And I've been living in her house for a long time, and her ears have grown sensitive to the sound of the stairs creaking if somebody's going up or down. And besides, even if it was her mom, I would have caught her in the act trying to escape since I opened the door quickly as possible to see who's on the other side. If she ran down the stairs to avoid detection, the stairs would have made a loud stomping noise. And if she tippy-toed so that she could make a little bit sound instead of a lot, I really would have caught her in the act. So we woke her up and told her everything, and, well, she didn't believe us. Even got angry for waking her up. We decided to stay with her and wait for her dad to come home. Waited for a while, and dog itched his ears, and eventually he comes back. We ran to him and told him the whole story again, and guess what? He just shrugged us off and said we were not praying enough. Guess he's just too tired because of a long day at work and couldn't really care about our frantics. But still, I wish he could have comforted us. To this day, I still remember that experience like it was yesterday. Praying mantis. My 5th grade ghost. I have something that happened when I was in 5th grade, and if you're interested, please listen to my story and try to debunk what was going on, and if it's a real ghost, or maybe it's something just in my head. When it was lunchtime, me and my friends went to a specific place that we usually go to whenever it's lunchtime. The place was a grass field, a military camp. It has a lot of military trucks and stuff, and it was our personal playground. Climbing the trucks. There's actually this inconsistent tapping sound on one of the trucks. It's just a specific truck that's making the tapping sound. At first, we were scared, but eventually got used to it. But my friend, let's call him Mike. Mike saw a beautiful woman with a long white dress. He told everybody that he saw this, and, well, of course, we were curious. We followed him. He indeed was telling the truth. My friend saw the lady, except me, so, well, I was very skeptical. I didn't pay much attention to her since it was daytime, and it was kind of rude of them to call her a ghost. I still didn't see her, so I was looking for her. I found nothing. So after 30 minutes, we haven't really seen her since the first time. But Mike and the 2 other friends left, and it was just me and 2 of my friends. Let's call them Gabriel and CJ. Gabriel and CJ and I were discussing about the white lady that they saw. And of course, I was joking around because I didn't actually believe it. They always tell me that it was a ghost, and I got pretty scared. At that time, I remembered the tapping noise. CJ and I searched under the truck for something that triggers the tapping noise. But instead, we found the lady's feet on the other side of the truck. She still wore the same white dress, and after that, CJ and I got scared, which leads to Gabriel getting scared as well. We ended up going back to school at home and told my grandma, like I saw a ghost in the military camp. She knows the place since she was a former Marine soldier. I didn't even specify what ghost I saw, I just told her I saw a ghost. And that's when she told me that there was a beautiful white lady that was roaming around that camp. Her description matched so much like what we saw, and I was so freaked out. She told me that the woman is beautiful at day but turns ugly at night. She later added that there is a black-shirted man that hates daylight, tends to hide over shadows. And the next day at school, we were hesitant to go back there anymore. But at lunchtime, I invited Gabriel and CJ to go back there to figure out what was going on. Gabriel was hesitant, but accepted since he never actually saw the lady's feet. CJ, however, declined because he was scared. So after we went to that camp, it's just me and Gabriel. We were trying to find the lady again, but we found nothing. After 20 minutes of searching, I heard that same tapping noise again. It was the truck 5 feet in front of me. I called Gabriel to come here, but he was far away, trying to search for the ghost. He couldn't hear me. I decided to look under it myself. I found myself scared as hell. I went as far enough as possible so that I was basically 15 feet away from the truck. The tapping noise still continued, and I looked underneath the truck. I was very far, so I couldn't really see much. But after I concentrated, I saw a black man. A figure hanging from the truck. He was looking straight at me. It made me freak out so much. I called Gabriel and told him let's leave. And without any explanation, he was so confused, but I think he saw how scared I was, so went along anyway. After that, I was never going back there again. And to this day, I'm still puzzled on what's going on. Never really believed the ghost was real. But after that, I'm starting to doubt myself. Leave it up to my best friend to get the last laugh. In March, we still had a few aluminum balloons left over from my grandson's birthday. It was like the month before. They lasted a very long time. All of them fell to the floor except one particular balloon. It floated around the house, getting blown by the vents from room to room. We didn't pay it any mind until it started following me. Seemed like everywhere I turned, it was bumping me or just getting in my way. Doing the laundry, there it was floating by my head. Going to the bathroom, it was waiting for me outside the door. And at first, we thought it was quite comical. Until one night I woke up in the middle of the night to the same balloon hovering right next to my face in the bed. It scared the crap out of me. Ran to the living room and put a blanket over it. Why didn't I pop it, you ask? My grandson said that this particular balloon was our friend. Not his friend, our friend. But you see, he was always doing things like this, so I didn't think it was anything but his overactive imagination. I once made the mistake of drawing a cute face on a boiled egg so he'd hid it under the couch because he was afraid that somebody would eat his friend. I only found out when I followed the smell months later, thinking it was a dead rat in the vent under the couch. So after a week of this, starting to drive me nuts, there was no air conditioner nor was the heater on, and all the windows were shut. I made sure of it. I didn't question this until the front door was left open while we brought the groceries in. We all watched the balloon go out the front door and swirl around before anybody could grab it. It came against the outside breeze, right back in the house. Like, what? And this went on for a solid week, us kicking and punching it away. We didn't think anything of it. We just swatted it away. One day my son and I are just talking in the kitchen. It came in from the living room where we just saw it laying on the floor moments before. It had to raise up from the floor and then kind of float across the room and lowered itself to go into the door frame and stop mid-height between us. He took it and pushed it back in the living room. But not even 4 minutes later, it was back to mid-height between us. And this time he put it all the way in the laundry room, but once again it made its way back, lowering to come through this time 2 door frames. Stayed floating midway between us again. At that point, it was too weird. We both looked at each other and said, nah. So I took it and said, okay, if this is you, Mom, do it again. I put it back in the living room and it stayed there floating. I didn't feel like it was her at that moment. It felt different, almost familiar, but not in a bad way. Went back to talking and there it was again between us. No doubt that it was seriously strange. I stopped after that and life went back to normal. I didn't know this at the time, and in fact I didn't find out that my dearest friend passed away the first week in March. I had moved 2 states a few years prior, and his daughters didn't have my number to tell me. He knew he was sick for a while, and he always called me to kind of make him laugh. One of the last things he told me was that when he dies, he's going to come harass me just for fun. I told him not to shake the bed or I'll have to burn the house down and move away. He just laughed and told me that it'll be his way of telling me that he loves me. But to believe him that it'll be something good and I'll know that it's him, and when I found out, I called out to my son, and after I told him the sad news, he said that it gave him a bit of peace. Peace knowing that he had come to say goodbye. It all made so much sense. He was always doing things to make me crazy. I just wished that I knew he had passed so I could have told him that I love him too. He already knows. That's why he was the balloon. New house. I bought a new house after I recovered from my divorce. A small 2-bedroom, 2-bath. It was just a cute little house on a really large lot. And after moving in, it seemed like the house made a lot of noises, especially in the laundry room. I would blow it off thinking nothing of it really, but it just kept happening night after night. I was trying to convince myself at least. The house was built in 1974. She's just tired, creaky, and, weird. After being here a couple of months, it started to get to kind of know the neighbors doing my thing, being single and living by yourself. Neighbors were just chomping at the bit to find out anything they could, and they'd go to work and come home, stay out of everything in my neighborhood. And one particular evening, I was out pulling some dandelions or something like that. I asked the neighbors to the west of me if they knew the people that lived here before me. Her name was Sandy, attractive older lady. Jim was a retired construction heavy equipment operator, kind of rugged. He was cool though. So Sandy and I just started talking about the previous owner of a wonderful old lady that lived here. And a little bit of a shut-in, maybe. A little bit of a pack rat. Still finding stuff in the weirdest places. But that's neither here or there. Sandy tells me that they found her after a couple of days of not seeing her in her backyard tending to her garden. I guess they just did a wellness check and they found her in a recliner. Looks like she went peacefully, so I guess that's the main thing. Just passed away in her sleep. Me being me and knowing her name, I would just randomly talk to her about whatever I was doing or thinking at the moment. I would say things like, I don't really know home from work and what's for dinner. I would just say crap like that. Maybe it was my fault for talking to her, but I don't know. I'd come home from work out of a stressful day and just sick and tired of all the constant truck drivers that I deal with. Their container's the most important container in the yard. After 10 hours one day, I just stopped at one of these kind of stores that sell weed edibles and marijuana edibles. Sort of just needing to relax, and I ate 4 of these 10 milligram gummy bears. Can't believe gummy bears have the word milligrams next to it. I went and took a shower, made some dinner, sat in my recliner pretty much in the nick of time. Put it on one of those classic TVs, and they play all the old 60s and 70s sitcom shows. Last thing I remember was Andy Taylor. Well, he was explaining to the OP that not all things that glitter aren't necessarily a good thing. Very true. And as I drifted off to sleep in my recliner with the TV on, I was awoken by the old pots and pans that I had stored in the shelf in the laundry room falling from the shelf. And being startled awake, the first thing I do is lift the armrest of the chair to a hidden compartment that held my protector. Well, one of them, as I'm walking by the kitchen, I looked at the microwave time, and it was 3:33 a.m. in the morning. I look at the time again, and I realize it's significant. The month and year my father was born, I inch myself closer to the laundry room door, thinking about, what if I was listening carefully for voices and footsteps? I turn on the light and find all the pots and pans on the floor. Pick them up and then back to where they were, and then I went to my room to go to sleep. I still have an hour and a half before I went to get up for work, and back in bed I couldn't fall back asleep. I just started thinking about the time, about Irma. I was awake, so I got up to make a cup of coffee, started getting ready for work in no particular rush. An hour before I had to get up and get ready. And then my voice completely went away. The night I heard a woman scream. The house we lived in back then had its fair share of odd occurrences. But honestly, weird things have happened in every house we've ever lived in. And to give some backstory, my parents have had paranormal experiences for many years, even before my siblings and I were born. At one point, this deserves its own post because so much happened, my mom went through something terrifying. I was around 14 at the time, and she used to wake up with scratches and bruises and bite marks and objects being thrown at her. It got so bad that the police once came because they thought my dad had hurt her. He never would, ever. She was really sick and bedridden, constantly seeking doctors who couldn't find anything wrong. She has diabetes and epilepsy, but neither explained why she kept getting bruises or struggled to walk. Eventually, my parents invited a medium to the house. I remember that moment so clearly. He walked in, looked around, sat down, talked to my mom, then closed his eyes. As soon as he did, every light in the house flickered for a while. He told me that a dark entity had attached itself to her. He described it exactly as she'd always seen it. A tall black figure, a man with a veil covering his face. Then in 2012, my sister passed away. After that, the attacks mostly stopped. Strange things still happen now and then, but nothing as violent as before. My mom's health also took a better turn for the most part. She strongly believes my sister's protecting her now. But anyway, that's the quick backstory. Now on to one particular experience that stuck with me. I've had quite a few unsettling encounters myself, and I might share more later, but this one haunts me the most. When I was around 21, and I'm 28 now, everyone in my house was asleep. I've always been a night owl. I enjoy how peaceful the world feels at night, as if time is paused and I have pretty much complete freedom. I felt hungry, so I paused my video game and got up. That's when I suddenly got this eerie feeling. It's hard to describe, but I just felt something, like something was off. Shrugged it off, patted my cat, opened my bedroom door, and stepped into the hallway. Our hallway was a straight path leading to the staircase at the end, which took you to the ground floor. Just days earlier, we had painted the stairs and walls white. They used to be plain stairs and like old brown wood. As I walked down the creaky stairs, I remember getting annoyed at myself for being so loud as I didn't want to wake anyone. Once I reached the ground floor, I opened the living room door. Our living room was fairly big. On the left, there was a door leading to the basement. Straight ahead was the kitchen, garden door, and bathroom. To the right were the TV and couches and your standard family setup. I started making a chicken sandwich. Couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. All the lights were on, so I tried to ignore it. I put the chicken on a plate and grabbed it and about to head back upstairs when suddenly a feeling of fear hit me. Still get goosebumps every time I remember that moment. Panicked, I turned off the lights, shut the door, heart pounding for no reason I could understand, and then a scream broke through the silence. It was loud, so loud, just a woman's scream, like a wail, clear as day, as if she were right there in the living room. I ran up the stairs as fast as I could, completely terrified, and the strangest part will always be that nobody else in the house heard it. Just me. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe a pipe burst, maybe a neighbor screamed, but neither explanation makes sense considering how loud and close by it was. Something I never mentioned before when telling the story is 2 weeks later, my mom's aunt passed away from old age. And was it a sign, or was it something else? I have no idea, but that memory is burned into my mind and still terrifies me to this day. I had a weird experience that I'm still trying to explain. I was asleep in my bedroom with my wife. Earlier in the night, my 4-year-old comes to sleep in our bed because he's scared. He falls asleep between us. He doesn't usually do that, but we had just swapped houses, so I thought nothing of it. I'm sleeping closer to a corner wall, and her side is closer to the door. I randomly woke up in the middle of the night. It's because my son was wiggling on me. I was laying facing the corner of the room and opened my eyes. I didn't move at all, just opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the bedroom door was open. And there was a nightlight on outside of the room, and my eyes were pretty adjusted. And in the corner, 4-ish foot away, I saw an extra dark shadow. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as I focused on it, I felt like it moved. So I stared at it harder and realized I was about to have a fight with a 5-foot or 6-foot person in my bedroom. I'm under the covers on my stomach. I used the covers to move my hands slowly under my body without it noticing me moving. My plan is to spring up, grab the bat right next to the bed, and start yelling to wake up my wife and see where the hell this thing's about to go. And as I spring up and swing out of bed, this thing changes shape completely and immediately. What was just a tall, slim person has now melted or morphed into a ball about the size of a basketball, moves down the length of the bed and turns and shoots out the door of the bedroom. And this happened in the amount of time it would take you to snap your fingers. I sit back down on the edge of the bed and my adrenaline's gone. I'm so shocked and confused it made zero sound during any of this exchange, and neither my wife nor child have moved an inch. It looked like it absorbed the light as it ran away. Not like a shadow, but like the absence of light. It floated just above the height of the bed as I watched it exit. I didn't even chase it. I sat there, moved my arms and body around, and tried to cast a shadow in the corner. I thought I could recreate the shadow and explain it away. I don't know why I didn't wake my wife. I kept thinking I must have been dreaming, but nothing about that made sense. Kind of setting up doing stuff. I pick up my phone to check the time. 2:55. Screenshot the background of my phone with the time to prove to myself that I was awake later. I checked my wife and kid closer, and they both seem fine. I checked my security cameras to make sure nobody came or left since we went to bed. and I have cameras that would make it very hard to enter or leave my house without being seen. I then also grabbed my pistol, just in case there was a person. I go room to room, turning on lights and clearing my house. And at this point, I still didn't wake anybody because I thought I was crazy. The house is mostly empty. It's because we're still moving stuff over and it's quick to clear it. Went back to bed, lay there for a while before falling back asleep. And if it matters, this happened in July last year. We have gas heat, but we weren't using it at the time, and I have CO detectors in every room. The following day, I tell my wife that I had a neurological problem or saw the craziest thing ever and explain the story. She wasn't fazed at all. She asked if I ate spicy food before bed and said maybe it was a dream or sleep paralysis. And in her defense, she had more important stuff to worry about. Her father was having a semi-major cancer surgery the next day. She did later admit to briefly waking while I was moving my arms around at the side of the bed trying to recreate the shadow, but she thought I was just stretching before getting up and fell immediately back to sleep. She also said she had woken up at 1 a.m. to go to the bathroom, and when passing our bedroom door, she saw a person in the office past the living room. When she looked harder, there was nothing there. She dismissed it as her eyes playing tricks on her in the dim light. I had button night lights in every room to help my kid get used to the place. I told her and her babysitter the story and asked them to keep an eye on me, make sure I wasn't losing it. Nothing else. Paranormal encounter at the Millennium Knickerbocker, Chicago. In March of 2023, my husband and I took a trip to Chicago. I absolutely love the city. I used to live there, and anytime I get the chance to go back, I do. And on this trip, I finally had the opportunity to stay at the Millennium Knickerbocker, a hotel I'd always been curious about because of its notorious past and rumored ties to Al Capone. When we arrived, I mentioned to the front desk that we were visiting and had just gotten married. They kindly upgraded us to a room on the 12th floor. It wasn't anything super fancy, just a junior suite. But I was excited nonetheless. That night, a few friends took us out to dinner. We didn't get back to the hotel until around midnight. As soon as we walked into the room, I felt a shift in the energy. Something felt off. I brushed it off, chalking it up to travel fatigue. I went to take a shower and get ready for bed. I must have fallen asleep quickly, because the next thing I remember was waking up suddenly. The digital clock read 2:34 a.m. I was overwhelmed with a strange sense of fear. I felt hot and uncomfortably so, which didn't make sense given that it was March and the room didn't have any heat on. Since the room was old and didn't have modern AC, I tried to open the window to let in some air. I managed to get a bit of a cross breeze. The moment I lay back in bed, I felt the heat return and something else. I felt like I was being watched. I sat up and looked around the room, but there was no one there. Still, the feeling was so intense it made me physically shake. I told myself it was all in my head, that I was just exhausted and needed to sleep. I turned onto my side to face the wall, trying to ignore the uneasy energy. That's when the real horror began. We were in a king-size bed, and I had scooted all the way over to the wall to cool down and avoid my husband's body heat. At some point, while trying to fall back asleep, I rolled over to face him. That's when I saw her. A woman was lying in bed with us. She wasn't solid, but not fully transparent either. Kind of like a vivid, translucent image. I could clearly make out her face and what she was wearing. Her appearance is burned into my memory. A pale-skinned, short black bob, like the 1920s flapper. Dark lipstick, brown eyes. She wore what looked like a brown negligee, though the details of her outfit were fuzzy. What stood out the most was her expression. She was lying there between me and my husband, just smiling slightly at me. I was frozen in fear, and as I stared at her, it looked like she began to sink into the bed. Half of her body still visible, half of it disappearing. I blinked, not trusting what I was seeing. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone, and just like that, the room cooled down. My body cooled down. The air shifted. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I was too scared to even close my eyes again. I've had paranormal experiences before, but this one felt deeply personal. Like whoever it was had chosen to appear to me. The next morning, I asked a staff member at the front desk if he knew anything about the hotel's history. All he mentioned was that Al Capone's brother once ran a speakeasy there, and that in the 1970s it served as the official hotel of the mansion. He said he didn't know of any paranormal activity, but clearly something's going on there. And to this day, I have no idea who I saw that night or why I felt so hot and so watched. My husband, he slept through the whole thing peacefully, completely unaware. But I have my own story to tell now. An attic conversion that let out our spirits. I have an attic in my house, and ever since I was young, I hated going up there. It was dark as there was no light, and it was always absolutely freezing. I had a really bad energy, and my anxiety would skyrocket whenever I went up there without my dad. It felt like somebody had set a timer and the time was running out, if that makes sense. Like I had to get out of there as soon as possible or something would happen. In 2016, my parents decided to convert the attic and make it into their bedroom. After this happened, I noticed a lot of unexplainable things happening. Like one day I was off school. I was home alone, and I was lying in my bed watching Jeremy Kyle show clips with both my cats in my bed with me. Then I heard what sounded like somebody walking down the stairs from the attic. It's a very distinct sound, and I knew it was the stairs creaking as they were new and didn't really creak. I paused the video and listened. I didn't hear anything, so I continued watching now, a little bit on edge. And 2 minutes later, I heard the footsteps again. My cat's ears perked up, and both of them were staring at my door. Peanut, being my cat, started hissing and meowing, went to the end of the bed and hid. And at this point, I was tearing up. I managed to get out of bed and pull my drawers in front of my door. Sat in front of the door and called my dad, sobbing. I explained to him what was happening. He said to go out of my room and look, and fuck no. I begged him to call my neighbors to come in and get me. It was only after they'd called my dad 5 times, who kept hanging up on me. He'd called my neighbors. That's when my neighbors came in and they had a key, and I flew down the stairs sobbing and shaking. My neighbor checked the house, but no one was there. I didn't feel safe staying home for weeks after this. My best friend and I would hang out after school at my house most days. Whenever we did, we'd always hear noises from upstairs. One time in particular, we're in the kitchen making noodles, and we heard banging upstairs. I assumed it was my cat and didn't think much of it. My friend then shushed me and told to listen. From upstairs, I can hear the sound of somebody opening and closing a chest of drawers and slamming my wardrobe doors. Now, my cats aren't loud, but how the fuck does a cat open a drawer? It's a very distinct sound, so we ended up waiting in my back garden, holding a paint scraper and a knife until my dad came home. 3. This is by far one of the scariest ones. My dad, my sister, and me were all at home. My dad called up the stairs to me and said he was going to the shops. And once he left, I went downstairs to grab some food. I asked my sister, ate my own lip. I asked my sister if she wanted anything to eat, and she said yes. She was in the front room, so I was talking to her from the kitchen. My dad knocked on the door, and I yelled to her to get it, and she didn't. I went to get the door, giving out for her for being lazy, and when I opened the door, in came my dad and my sister. After months of noises and banging and hearing people talking and walking around when I was home alone, I was sick of it. I felt anxious to be in my own home, and I had other things to worry about. So one day I decided to try to talk to whatever it was that was in my house. I didn't use a Ouija board, I just sat at my stairs and had a chat, I guess. I told them that I respected they were in this house before, but that they were scaring me and stressing me out. I asked if they would be able to leave or at least stop scaring me. After this, I've never had anything happen in my house. No banging or noises. I think that it was the spirits of the previous owners, a nice elderly couple who sadly died in the house of natural causes. It chased me and my friends. So this experience was 12 years ago. It was when I was a freshman in high school. I had made some friends that were into airsoft guns, and made plans to go to one of their houses to try out my new airsoft shotgun, and just hang out with them. When I was getting dropped off, I realized this friend's house was way out in the hills, which at the time I thought was way awesome. So as we started shooting each other and messing around, my friend whose house it was said that he had a ranch golf cart thing. Don't really know what it's called. And apparently it could fit all of us if we wanted to explore the back trails and roads behind his house in the hills. We were all super down to go exploring, even though it was getting dark, and headed out with our airsoft gear. For about an hour we find nothing too crazy. No. That is until we find an old wire fence that has signs saying, "Keep out in danger." And right by the fence, we see a small building. So this is where we become horror movie idiots. We decided to jump the fence and check out the building. Kind of more of a shack, really. It looked destroyed and abandoned, basically. And honestly, nothing was too weird about it. It looked like an old office room, so we decided to leave it. And at this point, it's pretty much completely dark. So we jumped the fence and started talking about heading back. Then that's when we hear a clicking sound coming from behind the fence. We just jumped over, and it almost sounded like a bug noise. So we all turn and don't see anything with our flashlights. We still hear it coming from these big bushes behind the fence. So pretty much immediately, we all went back up toward the ranch cart while keeping our eyes glued to the spot with the clicking. And I can tell everybody's freaked out. As we all get into the cart, my friend turns it on and floors it. As soon as that happens, and the fence is just out of sight, we heard a loud freaking screech type thing. The fence gets shaken like something big just climbed over it. And just so you guys get a better picture of what we're kind of driving through on both sides of us are giant shrubs and hill bushes. They're like 5 to 6 feet tall. You can barely see 3 feet into the trees or bushes, so basically you can't see shit. So we hear the clicking getting louder to our left, and the pounding of something running. We're all yelling for my friends to go faster. At this point, I saw a glimpse of whatever the hell this thing was. It was hunched, and I could make out that it was big build-wise. But I couldn't see its face or feet. It looked like it had brownish skin, or scale, I don't know, but it looked smooth. But the hands are what scared the shit out of me and gave me nightmares. The hands had long finger-looking things with claws. Something that would put a dinosaur to shame. When the flashlights sort of bounced past the claws, I saw red on them. I knew in my gut if we crashed or it caught us, we were dead. So I started shooting my airsoft and told everybody to do the same, and I'm pretty damn sure we did nothing to it. But right about then, we drove out of that bush area and into open ground. Immediately, the clicking stopped. We didn't see or hear that thing at all. So we all raced back to his place. And of course his parents had left for the night. Called our parents and got picked up. Never talked about it. Never hung out with them again after that, really. I don't know what that was, but if anybody has an idea, I would love to hear it. Three stories. The first story is from my cousin. Let's call her Amy. One night she was sleeping over at her grandmother's house and he was woken up from something alerting her. Apparently it was a noise from downstairs, and being curious but also ready to hit any intruder, she headed downstairs and in the living room saw our dead great-grandmother. We haven't ever met her, but we know what she looked like because of photo albums we were shown multiple times growing up. Amy told me about it the next day since I was coming to visit. I lived 4 hours away at the time. 1. We've been keeping it a secret for a while now. I don't think she got much sleep for the next couple of days Amy stayed there. 2. The next story is from my other cousin. Let's call him Ben. It links into the first story, so similar things happened again. He heard a noise from downstairs. He was younger than Amy when it happened, so he wasn't as cautious, but he headed downstairs anyway. That's when he saw our great-grandmother. And by the way, he didn't know it was her since he never saw her photos as much as me and Amy did. He ended up staying awake that night because he was scared. He kept it a secret for a while, but he didn't end up telling Amy, who told me. When he told us what he saw, we pieced that it was our great-grandmother from the description he gave to Amy. I don't think anybody else in the family has experienced this, especially since my grandmother only moved in a few years before our great-grandmother's death. So all my aunts and uncles really moved out and us kids nearly pretty much just stayed the night. Haven't told anyone either. Our grandmother has since moved from that house as well. 3. Last story is from my sister. Let's call her Kim. This was in my old house, and at the time my mom, sister, and me lived in the house. We moved there to be closer to the family. We were about to move again to the house we're currently in, so we were taking pictures of our house so we could sell it. My sister took up the job of taking a picture of our connected dining room and living room. In the house, the fridge was in the dining room because there wasn't enough room in the kitchen. She finished the pictures for the living room and well, she only had one picture to go for the dining room. The last picture was of the fridge to the left of the back door in the middle. You could see some of the dining room table to the right. She took the photo, but didn't check it fully since it was late and really dark outside. The next day, my mom was posting the photos, but saw something strange. It looked like there was people in the picture, but when the picture was taken, no one was in the way of the photo. And the people was faded, like how you'd expect ghosts to be. Anyway, there was 3 people in the picture. A young boy, maybe 12, a woman who looked around 20, early 30s, a man who looked around the late 30s to early 40s. They also were dressed weird, like they were dressed to fit with the Victorian-style clothes. The man was stood in front of the fridge, and the fridge was sideways in the photo, so he was stood next to the fridge, but to the photo was in front. The lady and the boy was outside looking in the house through the back door. They looked sad, as if they were locked outside or something. My mom, nor sister, remembers this, since it happened a while ago. I don't know if you can take pictures of ghosts, but I'm, just typing what I've heard. If I wasn't home alone. So let me set the stage a bit. It was around 11 p.m. at night. My mother worked nights till 6 a.m. My father worked out of town, so it was just my cat and myself. I was getting ready to go out for the night, and whenever I was home alone, I would turn on every damn light in the house. That's because the whole layout was just eerie. I decided to jump in the shower. My cat follows me all the time, so he just laid there while I showered. While I was showering, I heard my cat meowing at the door, which was a bit out of character. So I peeked my head out of the shower curtain. I saw him clawing at something under the door. Thinking nothing of it, I just continue while every so often hear him scratch at the door and meow. I get dried off and dressed. I open the door. Well, the lights are all turned off, minus my bedroom light. I convince myself that I may have just forgot to turn them on, and knowing damn well that I did, so I call my friend to hurry and pick me up. As I'm sitting in my bedroom, my cat's pawing at the window, has the blinds pulled down. So he'd stick his paw between the blinds and look out the window like he always did. My room was on the top floor, so my cat and I watch out the window waiting for my friend. He finally pulls up. I head downstairs and notice that the lights downstairs are all off. Hit the lights on as I pass the switches, making a path toward the main door. I run to my friend's car. I explain the weird events that had just happened. And as we look up to the bedroom window, I can see my cat pulling the blinds down, looking out the window at us. But that's when my body stiffened up and chills hit me. The blinds flipped back up as if his paw released it, and I looked at the front door. We see my cat outside on the front steps. My cat had followed me outside without me knowing. My friend peels away in fear as we drive off, and I notice another light go off. And as we drive about 4 houses down, I call the police. It takes about 4 minutes till they arrive. I give them my keys to enter the house, and I wait about 15 minutes. Come back out and tell me everything was fine, that nobody was even there. And the only thing that he said, when I was kind of out of place, was that all the lights were turned off. Until this day, I still don't know what had happened. My family no longer lives there, and I still haven't told my mom about that night. And I wasn't alone. After this event, for the next few years, my family had gone through weird, terrible changes in luck. Without going into major details, the biggest change was my stepfather almost immediately after he had gotten home from work about 4 days late. He started acting very strange. It's almost like something had taken over him and was a whole different person. Really hard to explain, but his health, which seemed to kind of be all in his head, clouded his whole life. To the point where he lost his job, started treating us all different. My mother eventually left him and had moved out and had moved to a different city, and almost immediately our luck changed. My whole presence felt free, like I was capable of a lot more. The same thing had happened to my mother. My stepfather, on the other hand, started seeing somebody which he denied, and the person he was seeing was found dead about 5 months later. Autopsy showed that it was murder, and yep, my stepfather was cleared as a suspect. Crossed my mind also. Flash forward to today, I don't often go back to my home city, but when my wife and I do, I try my very best to avoid that whole area, as even just driving past that house brings this really strange, dark, and almost instant negative feeling throughout my whole body. Very well could all be in my head, a place that once had tons of amazing memories and gone completely to shit. But this is a feeling that overwhelms your thoughts and makes you feel like only bad has come from it. Three childhood experiences, 1983 to 1987. I was having trouble sleeping. That's because it was a warm night. My bedroom door was open and I could see into the laundry. I heard a creaking noise like the floorboard shifting, so I looked up to the doorway. Thought it was my parents coming through to use the toilet or something because I didn't really see them walk past. And it was dark with a little bit of a weak street light outside. I kept staring at the doorway because I kind of sensed somebody there, and I then heard a really deep male voice which said, "Tonight you will sleep on the edge of your grave." The voice came from an empty doorway. I was so scared and freaked out I yelled, "Go away!" Then there was this deep laughing that went on for 5 to 10 seconds. My parents had been in bed. They heard me yell, "Go away," and came to see what was wrong. And that wasn't the end of the incidents in this house. Number 2. The same address about a year or so later. It was daytime. My dad, my mom, and I were home. My dad was outside and I was in my bedroom and my mom was in the shower. I heard a really loud thump on the roof. I got up and walked around looking at the roof, wondering what it was. It was then I heard footsteps above me. I could hear the steps moving directly above me, so I followed underneath them. And with each step, it was apparent it was traveling toward the bathroom where my mom was. The roof access and manhole was also in the bathroom, and as I got near the bathroom door, my mom came flying out with a towel wrapped around her, nearly knocking me over. She was screaming out for my dad and panicking, saying there's someone on the roof. He didn't believe her, but then I chimed in and said I'd heard it too. So he got up to the manhole and looked around, but couldn't see anything. He never heard anything up there again and never had animals or anything on our roof or around the property. Whatever it was very heavy. Number 3. At the same dress, I can't remember my age, but I was probably around 8 years old. It was dark and I was in my bedroom. It faced the rear yard and... Sorry, there's crazy banging sounds outside and it's 4 a.m. A little bit distracted. It was dark and I was in my bedroom, which faced the rear yard. I had large sliding windows with curtains on the top half of the wall. Bottom half was solid fibro. I saw a light shining on the back of the curtain. I thought it was somebody outside with a torch shining it on my curtain from the rear garden. It was a circular white to yellow light with well-defined edges about 10 to 15 centimeters in diameter. Kind of dancing around the curtain, kind of doing figure eights, some of the other random movements. Then all of a sudden a second identical light appeared on the curtain. They were both dancing around each other. I was watching them for what I'd estimated to be about a minute. Then, this is where it gets weird. The lights dropped below the window and the curtain now appeared in the solid fiber wall. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. I knew the light couldn't travel through solid objects. Thought maybe somehow the lights were actually coming from the inside and I just couldn't figure it out. I couldn't tell if the lights were there, or three-dimensional or not, and all of a sudden they just vanished. Got pranked by a ghost. Back in the days, I was still a student. I rented an apartment with 2 other students. Our apartment contains 3 rooms. One room is next to mine, sharing a wall, and another door is facing my room's door. The student in the room next to mine set up his subwoofer on the ground and stick up on the wall between our rooms, so whenever they play war games on the computer, you can feel the bombings and explosions if you're inside my room. Everything seems to be good until one night I woke up by these loud noises of firing and bombing and explosions from other 2 rooms at 3 a.m. I was hearing my friends talking, though I can't hear clearly what they're saying, and they're laughing, and one of them really sounds like a horse when he laughs, feeling the bombings and explosions. And next I tried to cover my ears with my pillow, but it's too loud and I really can't go back to sleep. I rubbed my eyes and I got up and walked to my door. My voice got stuck at a weird high pitch and I wanted to tell them to use headphones and keep silent so I could sleep. When I turned the doorknob and started to open the door, suddenly all the loud noises are gone, and didn't stop and continued to open the door quickly. Knocked on the student in the opposite room door, only to find that he was asleep with his girlfriend on his bed. Whenever his girlfriend came over, she doesn't allow him to play computer games. A good girl. Still, I thought he was playing a prank on me, but even at that time, I also think it isn't really possible. So I asked about the loud noises. He looked puzzled and insisted he didn't even turn on the computer at that time. One thing that's even more strange is he reminded me that the student next to my room was gone to his parents' house for the weekend, so his room was empty and locked. Left a spare key to me just in case I opened the room to check the computer was off and nobody inside either. I thought it probably is a hallucination, although I don't think so, as I'd never had such an experience. And even after the student living in the room next to the back, we told him about what I experienced. His face turned white and told me he experienced the same thing around a week before I experienced it. The difference was that night the other student and I are both not in the room, so we just thought he was having a hallucination of some sort, didn't tell us. Same thing was, it happened at 3 a.m. 2 weeks later, I got woken up from some panic knockings on my room door at 3 a.m. It was the student living in the opposite room, and his face was white too as he gathered us and told us he just experienced the same thing. We weren't clever enough back then, after we three experienced it. We decided to set up video recordings at night trying to find out what's going on, and we never experienced this again, and we graduated and left. Didn't tell other classmates about it, but none of them experienced the same thing. A few students who claim to be able to feel ghost presences say they do feel something in our apartment when they come over, but they said so after we told them about our experiences. 5 years after we graduated, we attended some alumni gatherings and finally found somebody who stayed in the same apartment before, and he also said he experienced something similar, like loud movie noises from other two rooms. We discussed on possibilities like a glitch in the Matrix, group hallucinations, and in the end we concluded probably we got played by an unarmed prank by some kind of ghost or spirit living there. Yet we don't think we know what the answer is. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the strange is normal and fear is familiar. Each episode dives into chilling stories that leave more questions than answers. Subscribe and ring the bell, and the shadows are just getting started. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the strange is normal and fear is familiar. Each episode dives into chilling stories that leave more questions than answers. Subscribe and ring the bell, and the shadows are just getting started. Ghost car encounter. This took place in Puerto Rico in 1999. It was 2 o'clock or 3 a.m. My friend and I were in my car, driving back from a punk show in the southern part of the island. Got off the highway and into the mountain roads that led us back to our hometown. And those roads are spooky as hell. If you ever saw them, you'd agree. There's strange things hiding there. They're desolate and foggy. Nothing but swamp or jungle for miles. But anyways, I was driving, we were listening to music. Talking the usual stuff we'd talked about after a show. The bands and people we saw, and assholes in the pit that we wanted to punch the next time we saw them. After a while of driving in the dark road, we saw a car coming up behind. The car reached us and seemed to be speeding. Moved the car to the right and slowed down and allowed the car to pass us. But it didn't. It came right up the back bumper of the car. Started following us super closely. That's when I hit the gas and I tried to speed away. And the car kept very close to us. Turned off its headlights. After 5 seconds or so, it turned them back on and kept doing this for a long distance, turning its lights on and off. Had high beam lights on, so I couldn't see who it was. But it was chasing us, sticking to my back bumper like a pit bull. Faster I went, the faster it kept up. Then it passed us, braked, blocked the road. Hit the brakes and both cars just stood there. Back in those days, I was in college, and during the day I worked at sort of a parking lot company, doing parking lot security and valet parking. Part of my job was writing down the brand, model, and years of cars that entered the parking lot. So you could say I knew cars pretty well back then. This was no car I've ever seen. Best I could explain, that car that was there was like a very generic-looking sedan. Couldn't tell if it was a Toyota or a Honda or a Mitsubishi or even an American or Japanese or European. It was just a car. A weird blank one. It was white with no license plate. No clear view of the person driving. And we all saw there being a figure with no real face. We immediately thought, oh shit, we're getting carjacked. Sat in the car, just sort of panicking, planning what to do, and I thought about ramming into it. Didn't know if they'd start shooting at us. The mess would turn into even bigger mess. Wasn't about to lose our lives for a car. If they wanted my car, they could take it. Our plan was to leave the car, on with the keys, and get out and run toward the swamp. We'd just let them have the car if they wanted it. And just then, the car straightened itself back on the road, stood there for a bit and drove away and disappeared. When I mean disappeared, I mean just that. Faded away and vanished. No sign of it all. We sat there in disbelief, and we were all like, what the fuck was that? I was a smoker back then, so we both lit an enormous shaking cigarette and smoked a while on that dark road. And after a while, a car passed us, a normal car. So we decided it was safe to drive again and made our way back home. We talked about the usual stuff we'd talked about after an unusual encounter, what we saw and logical explanations. Assholes in the pit that we wanted to punch the next time we saw them. Pop's last visit. Backstory for context. At the age of 3, my grandma was hit by a truck. It crushed all the bones, muscles, and nerves in her foot. She had emergency surgery where they took a muscle from her thigh and grafted it to her foot so she could still function. This played a massive role in her life, not being able to walk properly, hold a job for very long, and look after her kids to the full extent. My pop, on the other hand, was a fit man. Even at the age of almost 80, he was still out walking up to 5 kilometers a day. He worked as a builder and a truck driver and a sheet metal fabricator and plastic molder throughout all of his life. He retired and took full care of Grandma at the age of 70. In 2014, Grandma's foot got infected, went into a coma for 13 days. Pop said his goodbyes and went through the hard times. Grandma recovered. In 2015, Grandma's foot got infected again and had to get it amputated. Doctors have maybe a 20% chance of waking up after the surgery. We all said our goodbyes and we were very sad and preparing for the worst. But Pop just kept making the mood light. He was cheering up all the great grandkids. That was just the kind of person he was. All his family loved him to bits, and he was just the greatest man. Grandma survived again. Through all of this time, Pop was the one that had held the family together when he had every right to be the one hurting the most. In 2017, Pop was diagnosed with asbestos lung cancer from all those years ago that he worked as a builder. He kept his high spirits even at the time when he had been given a time frame. My wife and her family, we live in a different state. So in September of 2017, we video Grandma and Pop and tell them that they're to expect another great grandbaby. Pop burst into tears. He was so excited. He just loved children. All the kids in the neighborhood knew of George. Fast forward to March. We have our little girl, and Pop is so excited to meet her. We pack up the car with our oldest newborn and set out to make the journey to go visit. On our way there, we get a call saying Pop has gone into the hospital and in his bad health. Pop calls us and tells us he's made the hard but necessary decision to not let any of the great-grandkids to see him like that. I still go and visit him, and we have a good chat, and I video call my wife so he can see the baby. He's so heartbroken that he didn't get to hold his youngest, but he knows it was the right decision. That's the kind of person he was. Didn't want baby to get sick from the hospital. A few weeks later, I'm cooking dinner, and my daughter, who's now 3 weeks old, randomly starts hysterically laughing. I think it was her first time really laughing. Not 20 minutes later, we get a phone call from Mom. It's one of those feelings that you know exactly what the call is about. Pop had passed away about a half an hour ago. My wife and I have a cry, but baby can't stop laughing. I know my Pop was there. Finally got to talk and play with his youngest grandbaby. It was his way of saying to us not to be sad. We miss him dearly. I have a picture of him out on the wall so our girls growing up kind of know who he was. I'm so grateful for Pop's last visit. Unsettling things happening in family home. For context, I live in an old, semi-detached house in a small village in England. I'm with my parents and my younger brother and 3 large dogs. For as long as I can remember, household items have randomly vanished and reappeared days later. Things like remotes and headphones and jewelry. And once a lighter vanished from inside a cupboard and showed up on the sofa. A dog tag fell off the collar. We assumed it was lost in the woods, bought a new one. Just shy of a year later, it turned up under the dog bed, but we thoroughly cleaned the house weekly, including moving and emptying the dog beds. Chalked everything up to being forgetful or clumsy. We're forever hearing footsteps and whispers. Said it was the dogs walking or leaving a radio on sometimes. Although, always somebody at home with music playing. Almost 2 weeks ago, we went on holiday and come back tomorrow to no updates yet. Dogs were put in kennels Tuesday afternoon. Cleaned the entire house up, Dad went out, and Mom was at work. Brother was in the kitchen with me when we heard walking on the stairs above the kitchen. Saw the wood bend slightly. And as I said, old house. Never got around to updating the floorboards, and I went to check that there was no one there. Carried on. All evening everybody could hear footsteps, but we decided it was our brains filling in the blanks with the dogs not being there. 2 or 3 a.m. comes around and we all woke up for the taxi. We were locking up and the outside light came on. Pretty hard to turn on because it's in 2 cases to avoid water damage and it's unusually high up on the wall. It takes quite a lot of force, but still it turned on and we turned it off and continued checking windows. My parents have a display cabinet for some glasses and a decanter that they were sort of given at their wedding. They're all pushed pretty far back for protection, but there's some pictures in there and 2 corks with a 20p coin, and in each my grand gave me and my brother for good luck when we were babies. Both fell at the same time when we were all sat. Mom opened the door to pick them up, and she walked to get a cloth to wipe a shelf. A glass came off of a different shelf and shattered. And as I said, these are far back to avoid this, and it was a different shelf. But okay, whatever. Then she accused me of laughing, which I wasn't, and I was really startled. She said it sounded like faint laughing as though trying to hide it. Soon enough, taxi comes, everybody gets in. All house doors and windows locked, no electronics on. Then the driver asks if my parents are leaving their eldest to look after the house. No, they have 2 kids and we're in the van, and there is a humanish figure in the window that everybody can see. Cue everybody getting out and doing a full sweep of the house. Nothing. We don't have a basement, and the attic is largely inaccessible without moving furniture in the hallway for a ladder. It would be easy to brush it off as tiredness, but the driver runs a late-night service while his son does daytime trips, and I work evenings and nights at the minute, so it was like the middle of the day. Plenty of, CO alarms in the house, and we do have an old boiler, and they're all working. No gas leaks or anything. All have regular checkups at the doctors and have unrelated conditions. Just can't explain anything, and more it keeps happening. Keeps getting increasingly unsettling. Australian spirits. My partner and I have both lived in various places around the East Coast and Southern Australia. He believes that something's been following him since he was a child. He doesn't often give a voice to what it is. I started to notice things about 8 or 9 years into our relationship, so we moved into a very old property in south of Australia. It was a very old and dilapidated house, but it was super cheap. About 3 weeks into weird stuff started happening. Like pool cues would suddenly fall down. Doors would slam that were open. Maybe just the wind, but it was sort of an old drafty house. And then really weird stuff started, like waking up in the middle of the night to every tap in the house blasting full on. Lights that wouldn't turn off, like the switch was broken, but then worked when I tried to show my partner. My partner woke up to us using the toilet one night to find like 50 feral cats in our living room, despite 3 dogs sleeping in our room that never reacted at all. His brother had left a window open and had sort of scattered out of it. Just general weird coincidences that I sort of blew off and didn't give much energy to. And I am an atheist and don't really give much credit to the afterlife or gods. But we had a friend come over that said her house creeped him out, and, well, basically, as soon as we had said about the taps, the pool cues leaning in the corner all fell over in the opposite direction like they had been pushed. He was like, "Fuck this. I'm out." He refused to come back to our house. We eventually moved to Brisbane. And things were fairly normal. Till one night, both of us were startled awake in the middle of the night, and he said to me, "Did you see him?" For a second, standing there next to me, I had seen an approximately 20-something looking bare-chested Aboriginal man with shoulder-length curly hair. He was holding a wound-up rope. He smiled and vanished. I didn't get the feeling that he meant to harm, but still scared the crap out of me. Told my partner what I had seen, and he said it was exactly what he had seen too. A few years later, we had our eldest son, moved back to Adelaide. He would have terrible nightmares, but usually would come to me for a cuddle and be fine. When he was around 2, he came hysterically crying and screaming out of his room, running like a demon was on his tail around the house, saying the man. He was inconsolable for hours. Now it's happened again. Recently, the dog has been staring at the roof. He'll start randomly barking or growling, and I just figured maybe a bird or a possum was on the roof. Yesterday, my second son, who's 4, started screaming that there's a man with a black face and a green jacket. They're underneath the table and staring at me. He said he's gone now. That's when I went to look. Does anybody have any idea on why something would attach itself to us? My partner believes it's following him as some super weird stuff happened when he was a kid. His mother used to dabble in some weird things long ago, too. Like white magic, apparently. But she's pretty nuts, so who knows? So maybe she did something to encourage this, but we have no clue why something like that would even bother us. My grandma's house is definitely haunted. One of my childhood houses growing up was my grandma's house. It's a small country town in the Midwest. The entire house has always had this heavy, almost oppressive air to it. My mother, sister, grandma, and I all lived in this small country-style home after my parents' divorce for a few years. That was before moving to a more suburban town. Over that time and years later, we'd all encountered different things in this house. I was around 5 or 6 when my mom bought me a bunk bed. I was excited. The first night after putting in the bunk bed, I had woken up to my nearly pitch-dark room and had seen a dark silhouette with what looked like a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat slide out from the direction of my bedroom door. Then it approached the edge of my bed. I was so scared that all I could do was pull the covers over my head and wait until it was gone. Eventually, after, I don't know how long, it had disappeared. One night, my mom and her new boyfriend were alone in the house, watching TV on the living room couch. Behind the couches was a large window that shone out to the front yard and street. Across the room from the couch was the TV. To the left were the stairs to the upstairs bedrooms and a sort of sight line through the dining room, and another door to out in the kitchen. To the right was a doorway to a small guest bedroom. It had beads hanging from the doorway. My mom and her boyfriend saw what they described as the dim orb float from the stairs over the TV and through the beads. The beads were disturbed slightly as it passed through them. They were very skeptical of spirits and ghosts and entities at the time, so they tried recreating it by driving the car down the road a few times, and nothing seemed to match up. My mom's boyfriend bought me a PS1. I started waking up as early as 6 a.m. to get some gaming in before everybody else woke up. In the same living room, I've seen a black figure pass through the aforementioned kitchen door toward the basement door, which was located in the kitchen. Then on separate occasions, my mom's seen a figure that leaned around that corner as if peeking to see what she was doing. There was an occasion where there was a bat that had somehow gotten into the house only to disappear without a trace. No open doors prior to seeing it inside, and no way for it to escape. We've held small get-togethers and picnics in the yard, more than a few times. My uncles say that he's seen a figure of a stark white woman standing behind the thin curtains of my bedroom window on the second floor, only to go into the house and find it completely empty. My grandma had seen the same figure, but swears that she must have been seeing things. She's a complete non-believer in this sort of thing. My sister hasn't seen anything, but she's heard somebody rattle the handle to her bedroom door and also heard heavy boots walking down the hall between our room and the downstairs. The weirdest thing about this place is the basement at the end of the kitchen. It's one of those spaces that you'd have to crouch to walk down a couple of stairs to get to and still crouch in order to fit in. It's filled almost completely with sand, so it's impossible to get into. To this day, my grandma still lives there. Says that she hears footsteps, but says that it's just the house settling. And I've seen her cat staring into corners and, on one occasion, tracking something unseen, moving across the dining room. The air in that place never changed from feeling strange. I'm glad to be out of that place. It still gives me goosebumps talking about it. I'm scared what's actually happening. So I've never been a person who believed anything paranormal, but recently I'm seeing things happen I have no explanation for. I'm scared. My house is relatively new. Lived here for about 6 years. Moved in after it was built. I've had pretty much no problems with it until recently. So this happened just 10 minutes ago. One of the more explainable things, but anyway. I was texting a friend and went downstairs to get some snacks. I was home alone until a few minutes ago and usually just leave my door open when I do so. When I walk back upstairs, I see a fully closed door until the handle starts to turn and opens again before slamming shut. A few seconds after, I hear some weird clicking noise from my room. Honestly, never heard this before. Had no open windows in my room at the time, so at first I was really confused. Then I got really scared once I processed what happened. But this isn't the only time something like this has happened. A couple of weeks ago, I'm home alone. Went to my mom's room to borrow a hair tie. Left the door completely open as I normally do because I was just going to grab one and then leave. I turn my back to go get one and I hear the door shut. But I think it's just the wind, so I continue to get going to get a hair tie. When I get one, I turn around to leave, but I see not only the door closed, but locked, and it locks from the inside of the room. So I was kind of freaking out, like, who is in the room with me? The lock's actually pretty hard to use. It gets stuck unlocked and stuff, so it takes a pretty good amount of force to lock it. And of course, after this, really happened, I left immediately. Another example is not one I experienced, but my little brother, when he's 10. So he's in his room playing with toys, while all of a sudden he heard a loud noise coming from his closet. A walk-in closet, by the way. He goes to check it out and sees 2 toys are sitting in the middle of the closet decapitated. And I was the only person who was home aside from him, so he went to me crying as his toys were broken and showed me the decapitated toy sitting in the middle of the closet. Now, I can't be sure how true this is because a 10-year-old told me it, but honestly, it freaks me out. Another thing I've seen happening is stuff flying off the middle of tables. Like, for example, I'm sitting in my room drinking some tea and doing my homework. I got up to go take a break and sat down on my bed, and then a few minutes later, I watched the mug filled with tea fly off the middle of my desk into the ground. The mug broke and the tea was spilled all over the floor. So this was really annoying to clean up, and it's not the only time this has happened. I watched other stuff fly off the tables and shelves, and most of the time it's not something light like a book or something, but stuff that's actually kind of heavy. One example is a couple of days ago when I woke up super suddenly and felt panicked like the way you feel waking up from a nightmare. Except I hadn't had a nightmare. I immediately checked the time and it was 4 a.m. Not even a few seconds later, I watch a heavy box that I even struggled to carry fly off the middle of my desk and land in the middle of my room. It was as if it weighed nothing. Caused a very loud crashing sound, but nothing in the box was damaged. Thankfully, just the box itself. I played the Ouija board by myself. I've always somewhat believed in the paranormal since I've experienced some things when I was younger, but I won't go into that right now. About 5 or 6 months ago, 2 of my sisters were playing the Ouija board. They asked if I wanted to play it, and at first we were messing around with it because we didn't think it would actually work. Apparently it only started quote-unquote working when I was doing it, or at least doing it with them. They said that it wasn't doing anything or answering questions when only the 2 of them played. We asked basic questions such as, what's your name? And it always responded with different names like Quay or Quo or Key or random gibberish. I do have it written in a notebook somewhere. I don't know where it is. Anyways, the 3 of us did a few sessions over a few weeks, and I wanted to try it by myself. I know you're not supposed to do so, and I kind of regret doing so as well. I set up the board with a candle. They were beside me, and crystals, which my sister's friend gave us. I always played with a crystal in my hand, no clue if that does anything or not, but I'd like to think that it does. I lit the candles and I started playing by myself. Nothing was happening for a while. I closed the session and I tried again inviting spirits or entities and energies to communicate. Again, there's nothing. And I know there are a lot of stories of a Zozo energy associated with the Ouija board, and I have the bright idea of spelling his name out. The weirdest thing is that after I did that, it immediately started to respond to my questions. I'm not saying I contacted Zozo, or if it was a trickster spirit, which I feel like it mostly was probably a trickster. That's about it. I closed the session right after. Didn't really want to communicate to it if it actually was that spirit. A few extra things. Some spirits may seem random, like all of this happened over a month ago. So if you want clarification or have any questions, just comment or DM me. The reason why I think it was most likely a trickster is because of all the gibberish answers it gave us. It kept saying it knew us and they were family to us. It also said I was a psychic, which I have no clue if I am or not. I don't claim to be any sort of medium. It said I was a fallen angel, and then it stated God wasn't real. Also called my sister a bitch. It also claimed it was an angel trying to talk to me. When I was playing by myself, I had a candle lit, and I said, like I said, and... Or perhaps... No, the candle lit side by side, next to her, like I said. And throughout the entire time I was playing by myself, the candle in the middle was super high, like a foot, maybe a bit less. It's kind of a candle holder with one in the middle and one on either side. And this is the only time it's done that. I don't know what to think about that. Also, a few days after I played, I just got out of the shower, and on my mirror in the bathroom there was a pentagram written from the steam of the shower. And this one got me. Like bad, I literally froze there. Wiped it away immediately and dressed myself as quickly as possible. Didn't even dry myself off. Anyways, that's what happened. Working construction in a haunted house. My whole life, I've been a tad perceptive. Not psychic, but just aware. I can feel energy. That feeling you get when your body tells you to run or fight. That feeling in your stomach, hundreds of knots at once. The true scare. I got that today, at work. Real talk. Been working on a house in Palo Verdes, beachfront country in Southern California. I probably pronounced that wrong. We're kind of just taking down the garage to the studs, and I can tell you, whatever is in this house was furious about it. Banging and knocks and catching figures in the corner of your vision and disembodied voices and that goddamn feeling. It's just two of us. I'm pretty big, so I can tear stuff down pretty easy. The guy I'm working with is wearing wireless headphones, so he can't really hear the things I do. You didn't hear that? I would ask, and he would just shake his head. I really know the history of this house, or rather, I guess I don't. The family living there is currently living somewhere else while we remodel, and it's just day 2, and I'm starting to get freaked out. We started finishing up putting all the tools away, and then I hear it. Sounded like somebody was being killed, a scream that would induce you, probably soiling yourself. Even my partner heard it this time. Now do you hear it? Gives me a stern look. Why do you think I brought headphones, cabron? We both start nervously laughing. I start to wonder because this is daytime. Why are they so prevalent? And if any of you are like, picture didn't happen, I get that. Sounds strange, but I was really scared, and I just didn't want to make things worse. I was already worried that we were like destroying their spirits because we're kind of tearing down the walls. I think homes remember. They remember energy. I could feel it. And look, believe what you want. I'm not here to change minds or force ideals on you. I just want to get this down, and thank you for reading this. Still got a few days left on this project. Anybody else have experiences like this? Day 2 of updates. Still posting this in our lunch, and first off, thanks for all the likes. It means a lot to know there's people out there that identify with my story. Well, we came back. Last night had nightmares about zombies eating me. So there was that. Don't know what that means, but it was horrifying. Dreaded coming to the house. opened the locked door to access the rest of the remodel. That's my dog's ears. Now, I always lock up super tight because I have a lot of tools, but when we walked in today, my stuff had been flung everywhere and I was furious, thinking kids had got in and stole my stuff. Looking around, there's 2 windows. Boarded up solid, thick plywood, an inch thick. Probably 10 screws in each. Both were still boarded up solid. Then came the confusion. Trying to figure out what was taken. Nothing was missing. Just all flung at the ground. It's funny we didn't think to take a picture until after we cleaned it up. Today I'll keep my eyes open for more activity and just try to keep you guys posted. Thanks again. Scary stuff. Whispers. So one day in 2020, I don't remember the specific month, my mother left the house for the day, so I was the only one there. I was just sitting in my room when I heard a whisper of my name. It was a very tiny, quiet whisper. It was straight into my ear. And after that, I started crying and got kind of creeped out. I went to the bathroom to collect myself and try not to overthink it. Just kind of calm down overall. So I walked to the bathroom, and I was already on edge, so I ran to the bathroom and then slammed the door behind me once I got in. Right when I looked in the mirror, I heard the whispers again. But this time, it started out quiet. And every time I heard my name, the voice got deeper and deeper and deeper vocally and deeper into my head like it was in my ears. After that happened, I was freaked out and I called my mother crying. When I told her, she didn't act worried as if it was okay. I also have another thing that happened when I was babysitting my youngest brother. And this also happened in 2020, but I also have no idea when. While babysitting my little brother, he came into my room. He told me he was hungry, so I went downstairs with him, and when he got to the kitchen, I stood behind him. When he was in front of the fridge, I felt breathing on my neck, and I felt my name. I don't know how to explain how I felt my name, but that's the only way I can explain it. I immediately started crying. I told my brother to go upstairs and got a knife, went around the house checking every room. So it's like 3 to 7 days after I first posted this story. I was thinking about 2 again, and I remembered that I did the Ouija board with my stepdad and his friend down in the woods near our house. I didn't remember when I first posted this. It's because I always thought that they were just playing a joke on me, or was just doing it to play it with them. Maybe they were scaring me because I was 10 or 11. Anyway, when we did the Ouija board, we got into contact with Zozo. I'm sure some of you already know who that is, but if you don't, here's a little summary. Zozo is an ancient demon who communicates people via Ouija board. And if you say his name while playing Ouija, apparently he possesses you, which is why I'm a little bit off-putted by this theory. I've done some research and I haven't seen anybody that has had Zozo attached to them. And I feel like I've always had this minor stuff happen to me. Nothing big like other people's stories. I feel like it's something I just don't know what it is yet. I also have another story that's from 2018 when I was 9. Happened at my grandpa's house, and that's what really scares me. I didn't play the Ouija for the first time until 2020. I mean, I did play a paper one in 2017, and after that, everything started happening, but it's not like it worked or anything. And at this point, I think I'm just overthinking all of this, and maybe I just get scared easily. But if you want to hear the 2018 story, just comment, because I feel like that one was way scarier than the 2021. I've seen the chupacabra in Texas. I used to drive for PAM Transport out of El Paso, Texas. We'd usually pick up a load in Laredo, Texas before driving to either Detroit or the Carolinas. After a 2-week stint, we picked up an empty trailer to take back to El Paso from Laredo. Our home stretch run, per se. We would take a route from Laredo to Sanderson, Texas on Highway 90. And Sanderson is a small town where you wonder what people do there for fun. We asked this to a Stripes, which is a gas station. Asked one of their employees, and she said, "Go to Fort Stockton or drink. A real pretty but desolate desert drive after you pass the Pecos River from Del Rio, Texas." It was nighttime now, around 1 a.m. as we entered Sanderson. It was a dark and was a barely lit ghost town at this hour. We drove past the Stripes where we'd usually stop for food and drink since it's been closed for hours by this time. We continued north out of town toward Fort Stockton. My driving partner, Miriam, a Mexican lesbian aged 40, who was pretty cool, came and sat in the passenger seat after sleeping in the cabin. She asked where we were, and it was, well, they were pretty excited to get back to Juarez to see her girlfriend and son. Now, Highway 90 is only a 2-lane, 2-way road and winds around a rocky hill desert landscape, my headlights reaching out only so far before seeing the next bend coming into view. We were joking and talking, more excited to get home than tired, and I had only been driving since Del Rio when we had switched. As I continued to drive around a hill, came into a straightaway. A large, brownish creature ran into the roadway through my headlights on all fours. It had spikes along its back, had iguana-type legs, and a small head with glowing red eyes, but what was the most strange feature was the tail. It looked like the bushy tail of a raccoon. The skin of a creature gave off a glossy green tint just underneath the brown hair from the headlights. The creature from tail to tip was exactly 1 lane length across maybe 8 feet. I would say its back was as high as a VW bug car. When you drive 18-wheelers, you tend to judge size on what you know. This was not a small creature. The creature ran across the road into the darkness of the desert to my right-hand side and up the hill as I passed it. Me and Miriam looked at each other to see if we both saw the same thing, and I said, "Did you see that?" And she looked at me with fear in her eyes and said, "Don't stop," which I kinda did want to, just to validate I wasn't hallucinating. I kept driving, and eventually I came home. I wondered a lot about what I saw. Was it a skinwalker? I was almost certain that it was until I listened to Coast to Coast AM, and another trucker explained that he saw a chupacabra. Explained in detail exactly what I had seen just months before. Only he saw it under a street lamper somewhere in West Texas. Then I remembered Sanderson was surrounded by ranches and probably 1,000 goat herds. There were sightings in Mexico. Sanderson is 20 miles from the border. So to this day, I'm certain I've seen the real chupacabra. And it's no hairless dog. One of my many experiences. Okay, so I'm a person who finds it insane when I meet somebody who says that they've never had a paranormal experience before. I've had many in my life, but this one was my first and most creepy one. So I was about 9 years old. My 2 brothers were about 5 and 4 years old, and it was nighttime. We were home with my then stepdad while our mom was working 3rd shift. Our house was very old and already creepy. The steps creaked, and you could easily tell who was coming up the steps since you could hear every little sound. It was a clear night, no storms, no excessive wind, and our great-grandmother had just died that day. My brothers, my stepdad, cat, and dog were all upstairs in the living room together, and he was trying to get us to go to bed, which was downstairs in the finished basement. Not 100% sure why, but we were giving him a hard time, not wanting to go to bed, just being kids, I guess. Then the creaking starts. I knew what I had heard, and when I looked at my stepdad, I knew he did too. He honestly didn't even try to play it off. He was scared. Cat hid, dog started barking down at the steps. They ended right where the living room sat. We all sat huddled in a ball, crying as we were having a vivid sound, or rather hearing a vivid sound of an elderly person coming up the steps. You could hear every slow creak of the step, followed by the creak of putting weight on and pulling off the old wooden railing, which is how an elderly person would go up those stairs. It was slow, just how an elderly person would take their time. You could hear every step getting closer to the top of the steps. And once it hit halfway, the screen door, being all three of them, started to open and slam. And as I mentioned earlier, there was no bad weather, or even, during rough storms, the screen doors had never slammed or opened on their own. I remember my brothers and I on the couch, staring at the top of the staircase, screaming and crying just out of fear. My stepdad's reactions weren't helping us at all, as he started calling my mom because he just didn't know how to calm us down or what to do. Once the sounds reached the top of the stairs, everything stopped. Despite my age at the time, I remember how quick it went from so many sounds to nothing. My stepdad kept all of us in the living room, let us stay up until our mom got back around 4 a.m. And as I mentioned, my brothers were 4 and 5. They were so young, but they'll still bring it up every once in a while. Still have the same memory I do, and so does their dad and my stepdad. That's what makes it the scariest. 3 other witnesses and 2 scared animals. I've been a believer since that day. We all believe it was our great-grandmother. It sounded like her struggling to walk up the steps, and she was elderly and had an oxygen tank. And her coming back to freak us out would be, let's just say, would be pretty on brand for her. She wasn't known as being the nicest woman. My grandfather, who didn't believe in the paranormal at all, admitted to seeing her apparition in the corner of his room in that house shortly after that. Then later, my mom said she was woken up by her wrist being smacked while it was hanging off the side of the bed, which she claims my great-grandmother used to do to her just to mess with her. All around weird and freaky experience. I think my family is haunted. Maybe. The first house that I've ever lived in, I lived in for 14 years of my life. From birth to 14. I'd see a lot of weird things, like some girl crawling out from under my bed. I now only sleep with my Xbox, I'm tired, guys. I now only sleep with my box spring and mattress on the floor. Or a creepy old guy in overalls shushing me when he should be sneaking upstairs, or at the time we watched The Exorcist and the house phone be ringing with my grandma's number calling when they picked up and it was static and white noise. Only to call my grandma back and her explain that she never called in the first place. Or when we talked about moving, we'd get scratched, but not badly, but enough to know something didn't want us leaving. So we moved to a different house. I lived there for 4 years. So between the ages of 14 and 18, this house was the worst. Everyone's health basically deteriorated, and my mom's, mine, and my sister's. I wouldn't sleep much because I'd get woken up at 3 a.m. to some man yelling at me to wake up. When I did sleep, I'd have dreams about this heavy-set guy named Mark. He didn't have a face, and he always wore a suit and was heavy-set. It's important, but not till later. He would tell me stories of my brothers when they were younger than my parents. But when I told my parents, they had no idea who I could be talking about. There was the shadow people who liked to follow you from room to room. The entire energy of the house was just bad, like really bad. So we moved to the next house and lived there for 3 years, 18 to 21. Side note, sister and I have always shared a room, and even when we had separate rooms. I had noticed during the nights I'd wake up and look at her door and it looked like a woman peering into her room. Except you could only see the outline of her, so I started sleeping facing the wall with my back turned to the door. It didn't creep me out, it just weirded me out, But anyway, My sister was going out with a friend, and while she was getting dressed, she randomly said, "Sometimes I think a woman peers in here at night. That's why I sleep facing away from the door." I went white, physically felt the blood drain from my face. I didn't tell anyone in the house about it because I thought maybe I was hallucinating. To have somebody verify that you've been experiencing something without having to bring it up is insane. So naturally, we run down the steps to tell my mom who's talking to my brother. My mom said she's been seeing it too, that it felt like her mother was checking on us. Then we get into talking about Mark, heavy set in a suit, no face mark. My brother asks who he was, and I explain that he's come to me in my dreams and tells me about Mom and Dad and our brother and stuff. Mom and Dad don't know a Mark apparently, so I don't know. My brother, without hesitation, goes, "You sound like you just described Mark from the trailer park." Before I was born, my parents used to live in a trailer with my brothers and sister when they were younger. My mom then goes, "Yeah, I didn't want to tell her and freak her out." After we moved from that house, we lived in an apartment, then moved back to a house, but I'll tell this experiences another time. I think maybe it's not the places that I've lived in that are haunted, maybe just my family. Childhood apartment experiences. I spent my entire childhood living in one apartment. It's in a building that used to be an ice storage place, where you'd buy ice blocks before refrigerators even existed. I'm not super sure about deaths before it became an apartment building, but after it did, there have been many. The first encounter I had was when I was about 4, and I remember it vividly. My mom put me to bed for a nap, and being a fussy child, I didn't want to sleep, so I just laid in bed angry. While I'm laying there, I hear my mom's voice gently saying my name, telling me to come into a room. Thinking I'd won, I didn't have to nap anymore. I happily walked into a room. When I walked into the door, my mom got mad and asked what I was doing out of bed. I told her that she'd called me in. She said that she didn't and sent me back. Throughout my childhood, I had little encounters like every time I was in the main bathroom and everybody else was asleep, I hear somebody in the heels, like pacing back and forth. They were in front of the door, and as soon as I opened the door, it stopped. I would also get grabbed or touched randomly when I was alone. Call me crazy, but the touching felt like a man with big rough hands. Never happened when the lady in the heels was in front of the bathroom door. She was protecting me, I think. The aggressive encounters only ever came from the man, never the woman. One encounter I had with the male was I was sitting on my bed, which was on the side of my room, looking at my dresser. It's the opposite side. I'm sitting completely still when a pair of headphones, the big ugly ones from the 90s, they come literally flying off of my dresser and land on my feet. Another small thing that happened was there's a chair sitting against the wall facing my door. Whenever I'd be sitting alone in my room at night, the chair would start creaking as if somebody was in it. The biggest encounter I've had so far is this. It was around 1 or 2 a.m. and I'm bored and I can't sleep, so I'm kind of quietly listening to the radio. I'm looking up at the ceiling when I feel something. I look in front of me, and at the foot of my bed there's 2 small children holding hands and looking at me. There's a boy around 9 years old and a girl around 6. They're dressed in Victorian-era clothes, and they're standing there looking at me. I was fully awake and could fully move my body. They were completely white. They were gray. And when I said hello, they just faded away and never saw them again. Now, I'm not sure about most of the presences, but the one I'm pretty sure I know who it is the man. And in my building, there's a big open space in the middle. There's 8 floors. I live on the 8th, and I didn't know it at the time, but a man had recently climbed into the railing in front of my door and jumped to the bottom and died. don't know how to explain it, but I just know that's who it is. Call me crazy, but I don't care. Looking for help with a very difficult paranormal situation. About 3 years ago, I came into contact with a particular group of Norwegian artists, all of whom are heavily involved in the occult. Immediately, they began invading my mind telepathically, stopping me from sleeping and gaslighting me, using heavy, cold brainwashing tactics, destroying my confidence. Any time I reach a state of confidence or self-esteem, I can viscerally feel them using magic to reach into my energy and switch it off. I've gone from a strong, motivated, strong-willed, proud, confident person with a high sense of self-worth into a brainwashed, heavily weak and controlled person. They're trying to destroy me and replace it with something else. And the someone else that they're trying to turn me into is a type of lowest of the low. Submissive, disgusting sex slave, and this is kind of concentrated extreme opposite of who I am as a person. They're preventing me from listening to songs that connect me to me, and personality traits that nullify what they're trying to do to me. And they've sealed off, and I can only briefly hook into. They've blocked my willpower. They blocked all my hostility and anger. They've suppressed my sense of power, and they ranted me nonstop from sunrise to sunset. It's a constant and taxing mental effort. Distracts me at work, and they told me they intend to kill me. I just spent $500 on sleeping pills for a planned overdose. They interfere with any type of signal searching. Like, what I mean is I look for paths and goals and ways out. For about a quarter of a second, it'll be me looking at what I want, and then they seem to knock the signal off into something they want. I don't believe this is schizophrenia. Antipsychotics do absolutely nothing. Randomly attack me with terrifying extreme occult experiences. They're trying to make me heartless and fallen and corrupt, and they seem to have the ability to go through all of my memories, even ones back in my childhood. They're trying to convince me I'm the lowest of the low, a bankrupt, corrupt piece of shit scum, interfering with my reality. I've noticed a very palpable shift in the way people in the world treat me. It's directly in line with the concept that they're trying to reinforce the bullshit in my head. When I set my mind to resisting what they're doing, my internal monologue will randomly change. My energy states change drastically every 5 minutes. My speech is a different accent every time I talk, to the point where I've basically gone mute, constantly commenting on every single thing I do in a negative way. They interfere with me at work, which makes it hard to get jobs, and they're kind of talking to me right this minute. If I connect to something I like or something I want to do, they block it. They wake me up randomly in the middle of the night and start attacking me. I like cars, so they're constantly trying to tell me that they're just for transport. Stop liking cars. They're telling me to stop listening to bands, and they're trying to get me to wear different clothes, and they're trying to get me to basically leave my whole family, trying to get me to engage in profoundly out-of-character behavior. And I know my natural, unmolested self would never think about or even do these things ever. I've looked over and over for a way out, and I can't find one. And I go to attempt to find one, they start telling me, "You'll never find one." And they start flooding me with distractions. Not all stories are meant to be told, but we tell them anyway. Paranormal M explores true encounters with the unknown, one eerie tale at a time. Subscribe and hit the bell before the next one finds you. Recurring visitor. Not sure what she is or what she wants. The first time it happened was late 2020, during the pandemic. I was living in an absolutely tiny house. It was all I could afford at the time, being a university student and all. My room was so small that the only pieces of furniture I could fit in there was my bed and wardrobe. It was on the ground floor, right next to the front door of the house, and due to this I could hear pretty much anything that was outside the house. One night I'm home alone. My housemates were at a party I wasn't invited to. I did my usual routine of smoking a joint, reading some manga in bed, and suddenly became completely silent, to the point where I thought it was odd that I couldn't even hear the wind outside. I usually can because of ridiculously thin walls. I chalked it up to me being too tired to carry on reading, so I decided it was time to go to sleep. I get off my bed to turn off the light, hit the switch, turn around, and holy fuck, there's somebody sitting in my bed exactly where I was. And this quote-unquote person looked like a woman in a sundress with a paper bag over her head. She wasn't looking at me or even facing my direction. She was just sitting there facing forward like a mannequin. So, naturally, I switched the light back on. And of course, she vanished. Needless to say, didn't sleep well. Every now and then when I'm trying to sleep, no matter where I am, I'll experience an unnatural silence and then I'll see her. She's never looking at me, never even interacted with me. It's like she doesn't even know I'm there. And sometimes she'll be standing in some corner facing a wall, and other times she'll be sitting on a chair or even in the foot of my bed just looking forward. As soon as I rub my eyes, do a double take, and turn my phone's torch or switch on a light, she's gone. I have no idea what she is or what she wants with me, but I've decided to call her Baghead. That's literally all I can make out of the situation. She seems harmless, but what I can't seem to wrap my head around is the intense fear I get whenever she appears. It's honestly like nothing else I've ever felt. Now, I've been in some horrifying situations in my life. I was even stalked by a tiger the last time I was in Bangladesh. But even that didn't fill me with as much fear as whenever Baghead visits me. I've experienced sleep paralysis a few times before, and just let me clarify, that is definitely not that, as during these visits I'm always conscious and able to move. And as for drugs, I've been a month clean from all substances. The last visit I got was about a week ago. I'm responding to some messages on my phone, and then silence hit me, like I was in some vacuum. Then momentarily looked up just to see Baghead sitting on my bed facing the wall. My blood ran ice cold like a reflex. Faced my phone screen toward her, using its brightness to illuminate what I could, and of course, she vanished again. But holy fuck, I can't stop thinking about her. I have this horrible feeling that one night I'll see her, but this time she'll finally face me and I'll see what's under the bag. Even just thinking about it has me freaked out a bit. Gotten to the point where complete silence has me feeling incredibly anxious, as it always makes me think that she'll appear again. Some more of my paranormal experiences. I'm 28 now, but back when I was 15 or 16, we lived in a small apartment. One day after school, I walked up the stairs like usual, went inside, greeted my mom, and suddenly, the side of my stomach started burning. I said, "Ouch," out loud, super confused. When I lifted my shirt, there were 3 scratches. I always wore pretty tight clothes, and since it was winter, I had a thick jacket and a sweater and a shirt underneath that. I had no idea what could have caused it. My mom was just as baffled. Later, I went to my room. I placed some change on my bed, just a couple of euros my mom had given me for vending machines at school. Stepped into the living room for a moment, and I can't even remember why. And then I turned around, and suddenly, one of the coins was thrown at me. I didn't see it levitate or anything, but somehow it flew out of my room down the hallway and straight at me. And no one else was home beside me and my mom. We had cats, but they definitely weren't out here throwing coins at body height. Another experience. Still haunts me. It was 2009. My siblings were already in bed, and since I've always been a night owl, I was awake. Heard my parents go upstairs to their room, and soon the whole house was quiet. Back then, I didn't have a phone, so I just lay in bed bored and unable to sleep. Then from downstairs, I heard the sound of a chair screeching against the floor. I tried to ignore it, but moments later I heard something even worse. The noise is hard to describe, but writing it down still gives me the chills. It sounded like somebody was inside the walls. tearing them apart, wood splintering, foundations cracking, and flooring being ripped up. It lasted several minutes, and when it finally stopped, I hid underneath my covers, completely terrified. Above my room was an attic space, and there was no ladder, just a hatch that was kept shut. And that night I heard footsteps up there, clear as day. Don't think I slept at all. Another story. This one was from when I was a baby. My parents lived in a house where they kept hearing music and violin and piano. Though we didn't own either instrument, they shrugged it off, but my dad believed in ghosts because of something that happened to him as a child. I might post about that sometime. I have to ask him for the details again, since the last time he told me was in 2017. My mom had her own experiences too. The medium once told her she had a dark entity attached to her, but that's a story for another time. But back to this one. One night, my parents were in bed when they heard the music again. Then they saw this mass, darker than the shadows of the room, moving across the wall. It drifted toward the window and disappeared. The next day, weird things kept happening. My siblings and I were at school, and my dad had gone out to the butcher's down the street. My mom was home alone when out of nowhere, she screamed. My dad heard it, and that's how loud it was. He immediately rushed back, and when he stepped inside, he saw why Mom screamed. All our toys in the playroom were arranged in a perfect circle. I don't have words for this title. That day, my cousin was taking his final breaths. I sat beside him, I was holding his hand, and I was whispering, "Hope for the best, everything will be all right." But deep down, we both knew. Tears streamed down his face, and then in the last moments, his body started releasing waste onto the bed, and detail I'll never forget. Minutes later, he exhaled for the last time, and he was gone. But the strange part didn't start until the funeral. As we lifted his body from the bed to prepare it for cremation, a bit of the waste unknowingly smeared into my forearm. I didn't notice at first, but as we began carrying him to the pyre, I started smelling something, and it was faint at first, then stronger. The closer we got to the firewood, the worse the smell became. Not just bad, unbearable. It wasn't like anything I've ever experienced before. Still, I said nothing and forced myself through it. I helped place his body on the pyre. Once the funeral had ended, I went straight to a nearby water source and washed the area pretty thoroughly. I made sure there was nothing left. Then I got on my bike to head home, about 20 kilometers away. It was around 7:30 p.m. The roads are usually busy at that time. They're well lit and they're full of vehicles. But that night it was dead silent. Not a single truck or car in sight. Just me and the road. About 13 kilometers in, there's a beach on the right side of the road. And while passing it, I saw somebody lying by the roadside, just a few meters away. I figured it was a drunk or a drug addict, and I ignored it. But then the smell hit me again. That same exact unbearable stench from earlier. I told myself it was nothing. Then I just needed a shower when I got home. But suddenly, the smell intensified and it was choking, like it was being forced up my nose, and then I saw it. A black figure. Short, barely reaching half of my height, just standing in the middle of the road ahead. I didn't stop and I couldn't stop. Something deep inside screamed that if I did, something terrible would happen. I swerved past it at full speed, but the moment I passed it, I heard it behind me chasing me. And I was riding at 90 kilometers an hour, and it was still keeping pace. I didn't dare look back. I just rode. When I finally reached my street and pulled over, I felt frozen. My body was ice cold with fear. I checked my forearm where the waste had been earlier, and I had washed it, and I swear I washed it, but it was back. The same foul smear, the same stench. I don't know what followed me that night, or if it was ever just about the waist. All I know is since that day, weird things keep happening to me. Shadows where they shouldn't be. That smell returning out of nowhere. And dreams. Dreams so vivid I wake up drenched in sweat. And even writing this now, I've got goosebumps all over my arms. If you've ever experienced something like this, I'd really like to know that I'm not alone. Streetlights and weird events. How I started affecting streetlights. I smoke pot almost daily, and I've been taking prescribed antipsychotics since recently. When everything started, I was on antidepressants. I understand if you don't believe me, but I'm convinced it has nothing to do with any of this. Lately, I've been experiencing strange things related to lights. It's been happening for around a month and a half. The most recent weird event was yesterday. The events all happen at night. I haven't found a pattern or reason for them to happen. Most of the times I'm alone when something happens, and I write this hoping somebody can share their thoughts or if they've had similar experiences. Well, so far the patterns is that they happen at night and when you're alone. Let's continue. It all started on July, the day I met a friend. I was helping a bartender, a friend of mine, cleaning up just before closing the bar. A girl comes in right when the bartender's in the storage room. She wants tobacco, so I turn on the machine for her to buy. After finishing with the cleanup, I started making a joint. I realized I didn't have rolling paper. Went outside to ask her for one and saw the girl from before. She told me she had it at home and that she lived nearby. While we go there, we got along really well. Told her we could smoke together in a park near her house. And this park is right next to an industrial zone, and I work in a company nearby. Behind where we were sitting, there's a warehouse. It's late at night, so everything is dark and everything is lit by the light of the warehouse. But it's still pretty dark while we're talking, and, well, we see a creepy shadow that looks like the Western depiction of death. We start whispering how creepy it is until the person is lit by the streetlights. It was just a Muslim woman wearing a hijab that made her look like that. We started laughing. I had an idea. I started using suggestion to scare my friend. I pointed to a bush that was in the dark, and I said to my friend that it looked like the woman we just saw passing. I began doing things I read online that in theory attract ghosts. For example, I read online that if you whisper at night, you attract spirits. I didn't believe in anything of the sort because I've never experienced something paranormal. But after this, I told her I would walk with her to her home because she was so scared. We stood up and we started walking. I looked back and acted as if I saw something, and I told her to hurry up. After doing this a couple of times, I realized that two of the lights of the warehouse, they were off. They're right behind where we were sitting. Pointed it out to my friend and told her that we should walk faster. And as we're exiting the park, I looked back and the lights were on. On my walk back home, I saw more strange stuff. I don't have any proof of it. Well, if anybody's interested, I can follow up on telling all the weird things that are all happening to me lately. I even saw what I can only describe as a ghost. I have no idea what is in my new home. My husband and I just recently moved into a small home by my old high school. It's not a school anymore due to a lot of issues within the staff. I love the familiarity of the area, though. It has a great walking path nearby. The river is right across the street. All of these things helped us choose our first real home. A few nights pass and I put on Scooby-Doo. Judge me however you want, I will not apologize for it, which was on Max streaming. We have a Roku remote that has Netflix, Apple, Disney Plus, and Max. Oh, and Max has the button options on the remote. All was good. He was already asleep, and I fell asleep with Scooby-Doo on. Well, we wake up in the morning, and it's on YouTube, and I don't really think anything of it, as my husband is always on YouTube. He looked at me and asked when I turned on YouTube last night, which I hadn't. There's no button, and you have to pick a profile to get into it as well. It's a pain. We brush off this experience like technical difficulties, which is very possible. Maybe 2 days later, my husband's at work, and I'm at home finishing a report since I had the day off. Sitting on the couch with my papers, and I'm charting all of my notes into a proper format for my personal use, and then putting it into an official report. Something everybody knows that I do. Anyway, I hear a cough, and I think maybe the neighbor's home, and it's just, being so quiet, maybe that's why I can hear them. So I let it slide. But then I swear my husband calls my name from the bedroom. I go ice cold. I go to the window to check for my car, as that was the vehicle he took that morning. It wasn't there. There was no way it could be my husband. It happened 3 more times. I decided to take a walk outside, and I have to be going crazy. That's what's running through my head. It couldn't be my husband, but that was definitely his voice. I breathe and walk, and I let it move to the back of my mind, and I get home and continue to work. I went to the fridge to grab my water bottle. I keep it in the fridge so it's cold. But anyway, I bend down to grab it, and it's at the bottom shelf, and I hear steps behind me, and I think, that could be a roommate. He's staying with us for a month. He's kind of up here for work, a close friend. So I think he's just walking over to the fridge too, and I see a pair of shoes behind me that didn't look anything like either of them then. Any of the shoes that they would wear. And I spun around to find absolutely no one. Can't even begin to explain the feelings I have just being in this house. It's just suffocating. I don't know what to do. Husband agrees something's wrong, and I'm very organized and intelligent, but when I'm in this house, I feel dumbed down and messy. Could this all be some random mental response to something else? Or possibly. Can't think of a reason that anything would cause that. It's one thing to be used to these events while at work, but being at home and things happening there is starting to take a toll. I think it finally happened. They came home with her. Help. If you don't know me, I'm a medical examiner who's had many experiences with the paranormal. And yes, we do try our best to debunk situations before even sharing them with anyone. I've had very few experiences that were outside of the morgue. And for this experience, it was not my own, but it's a story of my colleague at the morgue. My colleague, let's call her Anna, was leaving the morgue 2 weekends ago, after finishing up paperwork for me. I came in early, so she could continue her family things, and she offered to file paperwork. As I went out of my way to help her have a work-life balance, Anna is a loving mother of a 5-year-old boy. Let's call him Tim. Tim loves Anna so much, always wanting Mama to at least be around him. That night she came home and got in the shower, got ready for bed, went to kiss Tim goodnight, but his door was open. His door was never open because he never figured out the child guard. He was sound asleep in his little kind of car bed, perfectly still and rather peaceful. The door was the only thing off. Anna brushed it off, gave him a kiss goodnight, shut the door, and went to the bedroom. She asked her husband about it, but said that he had shut the door. She figures that he managed to crawl out of bed and get it open somehow, and went back to sleep. Didn't check cameras at this point. All's good, and they had an explanation that made sense and went to bed around 1:30. At around 3, Tim runs into their bedroom crying and yelling. He's terrified. Anna and her husband have no idea what's happening. They don't know how he got out of his room. The look on the baby cam, he was asleep as the door opened this time, seen by the hallway light as the camera doesn't face the door, plus no shadows that should be there. I woke him up, he turned and said something, but Anna said that it didn't come through their audio, nor could she read lips, as it wasn't that great of a camera. It was an old one. They had it from another family member when the other one stopped working a week prior. It's set up because their son has a health condition, so they have it only facing the bed, not the rest of the room. All Tim can tell Anna is that there's a big man with a hat and glowing eyes who said to go away. And since then, there have been a few instances of things being out of place or random doors opening, but Tim never saw the man again. He will randomly say things to his friend who's a little girl, but we haven't really noticed anything paranormal about that. So we think that maybe it's him and his imagination. I know he does have a vivid imagination, but in this case it wasn't sunshine and Legos. It was a dark big man. It could be his imagination and all a coincidence of something else. But we'd like your opinions. Is it paranormal? Is it something else? Do we just need to actually get some sleep for once? I don't know. An alien encounter. I think I saw an alien once. It was during the 88-89 school year. 3rd grade for me. Actually, it was in my school. I'd never seen any depictions of grays at that point, and I was at school for an after-school art class in the cafeteria at Julius Marks Elementary School. Left the cafeteria to go to the bathroom. I turned a corner to go to the bathroom and felt like someone was watching me, so I turned and looked. Standing in the doorway of the class next to mine, silhouetted against the light, it was someone not human-shaped. They were no more than 4 feet tall and very skinny, with a disproportionately large egg-shaped head, and they had long, thin arms and legs for their size. Like a child, but not proportioned like a human. I was a brave kid, especially when I was on my own and didn't have to look out for someone else. I didn't scare easy, but the whole thing just felt so wrong, so freaking alien. I was terrified. Dashed into the bathroom. I must have used facilities because I was never one to wet myself. I didn't need to go anymore. And I don't remember anything about when I was in that bathroom. I don't know how I got back to the cafeteria. Shit. I can't really remember. Although I do remember being very afraid and peeking out and nothing being there. I ran back to the cafeteria and I told everybody what I just experienced. That's when I learned about aliens and what they were supposed to look like. One of the other kids drew a picture. Kind of freaked out that I can remember everything clearly except what happened in between running for the bathroom and running through the cafeteria door, other than a quick glance to see if it was there. I didn't get the impression that I was gone very long, like not even as long as I must have been gone, at least full 10 minutes. On the few occasions I've shared this story over the years, I've only gotten 2 reactions. Total disbelief and the assurance that I was just imagining something I'd seen on TV or read about, or total belief and the assurance that I was abducted that day, and they erased my memory of it. All I can say is that I know for sure that I'd never been exposed to any images of grays until that day after my experience. Until that moment, I thought of aliens as being, kind of cartoonish in their appearance. Green, and remember I was only about 8 at the time, and it was the 80s, right before the image of grays became commonplace. Also, although I can't remember a lot now, I'm fairly certain I could remember more until the past 10 years, so because I had a good sense of how much time had passed, and for one, it's enough for me to be fairly certain that I'm not missing time, and never really was in regards to this incident. Also, I've never had another encounter, but never had further signs of possible abductions, and I've never seen a UFO. Creepy things I've encountered in this household. Before I was home alone with my sister at the house, and it was 12 a.m. and dead of night, I was at my room. She was at her room. Someone knocked really hard and repeated it many times. It was as if it was eager to come into her house. It then shouted, "Ket buksan mo ako," which means open the door. It was using the voice of my brother. So I shouted next to the room so he'd be able to hear, and I told her to open the door for my brother. While still knocking eagerly at the door, my sister then shouted at her room, "Wala namang kumakatok." Wala namang kumakatok, which means that there's no one that knocked. I got scared and creeped out since it was really loud to hear bangs of the door, eagerly wanting to come in, but then my sister shouted those words. It suddenly stopped. I'm sure I wasn't hallucinating things. I don't have any mental disorder. Another story of my experience, too. About 8 or 9 p.m., my dad, sister, and I finished eating dinner. It's when it was about to black out, and I was tired, so I slipped on the sofa. After a while, we heard a loud, distorted, angry meowing sound coming from the tall grass beside our house. It was really loud, and the sound wasn't chill. It wasn't like any other cats. The meowing continued. It was really angry and distinctly. I know that it was like any other cat. So my dad checked the flashlight where the meowing was coming from. Even shouted to that creature. But the meowing even kept getting worse. Kept pestering us. So my dad threw salt and just closed the windows and got inside our house. Encounter 3. Since I'm always home alone, I often encounter creepy things. There was one time that the power was out, so being home alone, I got scared. It was just me and my cats in the house, but I needed some source of light, so I tried lighting up a fire outside the house. And at the time when I was about to light up a fire, my cats were meowing furiously at another cat. It was a black cat. Now, I don't believe in any of the paniniwala in the Philippines that a black cat is an aswang or bad luck since I'm a cat lover. But perhaps the cat was different based on its meowing. Can't really describe it, but my cats were angry at the black cat. Being not able to see in the dark, I flashlighted them and shooed them away. But when the flash reflected them, my cat's eyes had reflection, which is normal because if you flash a light to any animal, their eyes would reflect. But something wasn't right about that cat. Cat's eyes didn't reflect at all. Then the looks of the eyes were kind of angry. Gus Lancaster, MD. Years ago, I worked at a print shop. It was in a small country town. The shop opened in a historic house in the town square. I spent the better part of a decade working there. Over my time there, I experienced many different unexplainable phenomena. Nothing quite so bold as the one and only time I locked eyes with an apparition. We didn't know much about the history of the shop, other than it had been a restaurant and a doctor's office prior to that. There wasn't much to be found online about the house other than the tax records that start in the 30s. The day I encountered the resident ghost, I knew it was the doctor. I just knew. I was working in my upstairs office. There were 2 workspaces. Mine had a view of the staircase. I always felt weird energy in the stairs, like I was being watched. Multiple times a day, I would see from the corner of my eye shadows walking up the stairs and rounding the corner at the top to head toward my workspace. The area above the stairs was open with just a handrail separating the hall and the space above the staircase. I was walking from my room to the other, and as I approached the handrail, I locked eyes with the face floating above the stairs. The head and neck were just above the handrail. He was old, with a round, bald head and big ears. I'll never forget the look in his face. It was pure and utter confusion. I caught this image in passing, and as I blinked, I did a double take and it was gone. I wrote it off as my mind playing tricks on me, didn't tell very many people. Years went on with no other encounters. The business closed and sold. The new owners opened a quilting business and totally transformed the place. A few weeks ago, I just went back for the first time since they opened. The owners were so nice and, well, did lots of research. They found that there was a mishap with, a filing at the courthouse. The house had been built by a doctor in the 1890s. His name was James Lancaster. He practiced out of the house and later passed the family business on to his son Gus. They also lived there and practiced medicine until the 60s. When I started telling the new owners about my ghost encounter, their eyes locked. They hurried me into the base of the staircase. It's where they had hung the only pictures they could find of James and Gus. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the photo of Gus Lancaster. I had seen that face once before, staring at me with a bewildered look from that exact same place in the staircase. Only now it was his picture. These new owners unknowingly hung the picture of the man whose ghost I had faced off with years before in the exact same spot where he was levitating. I always questioned what I had seen that day. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Now I know what I saw. I saw a ghost. Current experiences in my new apartment. I've always been super sensitive to energy and vibes, if you want to put it that way. Me and my wife just moved into a new apartment about a month ago. It's a small 1-bed, 1-bath. It's upstairs in a 2-story complex. When we first moved in, I did get some bad energy from the place. I ignored it since both of us loved the look and the layout. And one thing I really noticed really early on is that there's this crawl space in one of our bedroom closets. It's about 2 feet wide, and the lid's too heavy to be moved by anything smaller than a person. The first week or two was chill. We only heard some small noises that we just contributed to our cats being goobers. I thought goobers meant old lady. It started escalating in week 3. We started hearing loud footsteps coming from the ceiling. That's when we have no one living above us. We would even hear it at 1 or 2 a.m., so we know it's not somebody working on the roof. After that, we started hearing cabinets opening and closing. Really similar to how our cats open cabinets, but softer, and it happens when both of our cats are right in front of us. Some stuff has even been moved around. There's this little box we keep in the bathroom. It's been flipped up onto its side. The bathroom door was closed, and neither of the cats were inside. With the way it's shaped, it would be pretty much impossible for it to flip on its own. My wife has seen strange light patterns on the hallway ceiling that seem to come from nowhere, just random beams of light popping into existence. The most recent event happened last night. We're sitting on the couch watching Evil. It's an amazing show, by the way. We heard a loud bang come from our bedroom. Spooked both of us really bad. My hair was standing up on the back of my neck, and I had this gut feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed my gun. We had a break-in scare recently, and I keep in the living room with us now. It's because my first thought was that somebody had broken into our apartment somehow. I carefully made my way to the bedroom, and I did a basic clear just to make sure that there wasn't anyone there. There wasn't, which honestly kind of scared me more. While I was clearing, I noticed that the lid to the crawl space had been fucking moved. There was a small pile of drywall dust on the shelf under it, and it was ajar. My wife grabbed the step stool from the kitchen so I could look in the crawl space and see if there were any critters up there. I popped it open, and it's only about a foot tall and too small for anybody to fit into. We both ended up sleeping in the living room last night. I talked with my mom this morning to see if she could get her pastor to come bless the house. I'm also wanting to get it saged and have one of my Wiccan friends come by and do her thing. I'm not personally religious myself or very spiritual, but I want to cover my bases. Sorry if the formatting's weird. Never been my strong suit. Do y'all have any thoughts or any recommendations? Living with ghosts. I had lived in one house for 9 years, and lots of creepy stuff had happened there. I always get chills just talking about it. In grade 2 or 3, I was cleaning my room, and I had one of those things that would lift up the bed and you could put stuff under it. I had a sock under there, and I started to crawl underneath my bed to grab it, until I heard a female's voice humming right behind me. The only thing right behind me were dolls. The dolls are very old and were from my great-great-grandma. That's not the only time something happened with my dolls. My cousins were staying with us for about a day or so. I don't remember why. I think my oldest cousin was babysitting us. When they were leaving, my dolls were all facing toward the wall, since I felt uncomfortable at night because they were always looking at my bed. My cousin had checked out the dolls, and I watched her turn the doll toward the wall. After dropping them off at their house, we had left to go home. After arriving home, I had gone to my room to go to bed, and I walked into my room to see 3 of my dolls facing toward my bed. My mom and I had always experienced paranormal things in that house. But in 4th grade, I moved to a small town. We had moved into a townhouse, and we were the last in the row. I never felt anything weird in that house until grade 5 when it all started. I'd always get unknown scratch marks and random marks. It started out small, and then it grew. I was home alone one day since school was off and my mom was at work. It was during COVID when this had happened, and I was in grade 6 at this time. I was walking up to my room to grab something or just chill in there until there was a huge bang from my closet. And as I said before, we were the last one on the row. I was scared and confused, and another time I'd made ice. I was using a knife to get it out because I was struggling. I got a few and put them in my drink, and I was about to turn on the TV until the knife I was using got thrown across the room. I started to cry because of how scared I was, and after a few minutes I got up to pick up the knife. I took a peek at the ice just to see it still frozen. A few months later, we moved into an apartment, and nothing's happened. But this summer, I went and visited my grandma. She lived in a 120-year-old house, a bunch of creaks and spooky stuff. The first day, my grandma was showing me the room I'd be sleeping in. While passing a different room, I could hear 3 knocks coming from inside the room. A few hours later, I was going to use the washroom. After doing my business in the toilet, I went to go wash my hands. While I was washing my hands, the door had flung open. There was nothing that could have opened it. There was no gust of wind, nothing. I ran back to my room scared, and there was this one room that the cat slept in that would make me feel like somebody was watching me. And the owner before my grandparents had moved in, never finished building the house, and the room the cat slept in was the room he didn't finish. After staying there for a while, I started to hear people walking in the hallway when I'm the only one upstairs. My grandparents slept downstairs. I need insight for this experience. This experience was during COVID lockdown, so a lot of my friends in early to mid-20s were getting together pretty regularly to party and play video games, or watch whatever game was on that night. He doesn't smoke inside his house, so always went to his basement or front porch to smoke weed or cigarettes, which was pretty often. His house was a 1920s or 30s build, nearly 100 years old, and had a lot of wood flooring and weird coal chute in the basement. There was another room in the basement that was underneath this front porch and used to be a garage that connected to this alleyway. I don't know, the house just always had this weird vibe to me. So one night I head over with plans to meet another friend at house 1. We get ready to go smoke downstairs. It's the middle of winter, so not going out on the front porch. We'd rolled up a blunt to smoke. I smoked way too many cigarettes, so immediately I lit up a cigarette while they smoked the first round of the blunt, and this night I hadn't smoked or drank at all. Well, yet. But we're chatting in a circle formation, kind of, and ready to pass the blunt and go back upstairs, and there's a doorway in a room behind friend 2, and friend 1 is sitting on the stairs. I'm kind of in the middle of the room and can see both the doorways and the stairs, and all of a sudden I go to grab the blunt, and as I'm returning from grabbing it, I see something out of the corner of my eye over friend 2's shoulder. It was a transparent mist of a body shape, more like a torso with arms. I couldn't see and didn't notice a head and feet, and immediately physically reacted and flinched and yelled, "Holy shit, did you guys see that?" Both my friends looked at me crazy. They asked what, and neither of them had a view of the doorway behind friend 2, though. So I recognized that they wouldn't have been able to see it anyway and just dropped it. But I'd seen something there, 1000%. I don't know what it was, but I also got a very uneasy feeling as soon as I laid eyes on it. For maybe 0.05 seconds, like I did, like a "you're being watched" kind of feeling. So we finished the blunt, went upstairs, and didn't say anything about it until I talked to friend 1 way later the next year, springtime. I asked him, "Did you really not see anything, or have you never seen anything here?" He said no, and I wanted to drop this conversation immediately, sort of a tone, which wasn't really like him. But he subsequently moved less than a year later. That's when his lease was up. Which I thought was weird because he was a single guy paying $500 a month for rent for a 3-bedroom, 2-story, so needed new roof and windows, but it was relatively untouched inside. Beautiful house, actually. I've just always looked back at this story and don't particularly believe in ghosts, and honestly, can't come up with anything else other than just that. I was pretty fucking freaked out that night, and honestly, I still am. I'd love nothing more than to have this explained sort of anyway. I don't know, maybe a mirage or some strange fog. Maybe the walls were lined with asbestos and I was hallucinating. I don't know, I'm up for anything. Any explanation that genuinely makes sense. My painting teacher might be a witch, and I'm low-key terrified. She told us her grandmother was literally a witch. Not the cartoon kind, but like a real one who did spells and stuff. And her mom, well, apparently she can heal people with her hands. No joke. Like if somebody's in pain and she touches the spot, her hands heat up a lot and then the pain just goes away. My teacher says she inherited that too, the healing thing, but she refuses to use it. She saw what it did to her mom after healing people. Her mom would be wrecked, like major headaches and feeling sick, and sometimes even pain in the same spot that she had healed. Almost like she took it on herself. So yeah, my teacher has the gift, but she's like, nope, which honestly is pretty fair. She also told us that most of the freaky stuff, like in the dreams, the death wishes that come true, the weird intuitive hits, all of this used to happen when she was deep into meditation and spiritual practice. Back then, she was super connected to that side of herself. She used to meditate a lot and open herself up and do all kinds of spiritual work, and that's when things would get intense. But now she avoids doing those things. Meditation, spiritual connection, and, well, anything that opens that quote-unquote channel. She says the more connected she gets, the stronger the effects are, and it scares her. But wait, it gets creepier. She had dreams where people, family or close friends, say goodbye to her the night before they die. This has happened more than once. She'll dream of somebody that she hasn't seen in a while, and they say goodbye in the dream. Then the next day, she gets the call that they died. And that's not even the wildest part. She also says that if she truly wishes somebody dead, like with real deep emotion, it happens like they die, and it happened twice. First one. A family member who apparently was awful to everybody. One day she just thought, honestly, if he died, we'd all be better off. Really felt it. And a few weeks later, dead. Second one, her first love. They're super close, she was deeply in love with him, but he left her, and can't remember the exact details, but she was heartbroken. At some point she said, I hope he gets hit by a truck. Well, 2 weeks later he did, got run over, and what's extra creepy was they were still together. Kept having dreams about him dying in a car accident. She even warned him once, don't go out driving tonight. He didn't take it seriously, and yeah, truck. Bonus story. She moved from Russia to Spain for this guy. When she got there, broke up with her, just left her stranded in a new country. She wished he'd go to jail, and now there's rumors he might actually be in prison. Like, what the hell? And honestly, she's such a lovely person, kind and warm and artistic, but something deep and heavy underneath the surface, like it carries this power that she didn't ask for and doesn't really want. Anyway, had to get this out of my system. Feels like I'm living in the first chapter of a horror movie. I'm not even mad about it. He looked me in my eyes. I've been reading a fair amount of stories relating to doppelgangers and look-alike beings. It brought out an old memory I have from my late teens and early 20s. When I was younger, my parents always took us out on a minivan vacation for them toward the ocean. A mini vacation to the ocean. My mom had a friend that owned a cabin a couple of miles up the mouth of a river that fed the sea. And this cabin was a good 2.5 or 3 hours from our home. And on this particular trip, I decided to stay home. I gave the excuse that I had work and couldn't miss it. In reality, I just wanted to go to this big party my friend had that weekend. The Friday they left, I got off work around 2 p.m. and got home. They'd always been gone for hours. Turned some music on, turned it up loud so I could hear it in the bathroom and shower. I finished showering and I'm standing at the sink shaving. I'm brushing my teeth, getting ready for the night. I'm singing along loudly to the music because nobody was home. Just being goofy because who's around to laugh at me that bright? That's when I seen him. My little brother, who was about 17 or 18 at the time, walked right by the bathroom door. He looked at me in my eyes, smiling, shaking his head, and said clear as day, "Fucking Anon." I look over, asking, "Dude, what are you doing home?" I felt a little bit embarrassed. He was still home, and he had witnessed me singing music, so I was laughing with him. He never answered me. Just kept walking towards his bedroom. Called out for him again and started walking out the bathroom, trying to follow him, and he partially opened his bedroom door, slipped in and shut the door behind him. So I go to his door and I open it, and there's nothing and no one there. Call out his name and he never responds. Now I start thinking that this is weird, and I continued looking throughout the entire house, calling for him, only getting silence in return. Called my parents after searching the house to see if my little brother went with them or stayed home and was messing with me. My parents got real serious, said my brother was with them at the cabin, sitting next to them playing a board game. There was no way I'd seen him or heard him. Looked him in the eyes and walked the same posture, sound the same, dressed the same as always. I know what I seen. Sure enough, when they returned, he was with them. The story might not really sound scary to others, but it freaked me out. And again, I know my little brother and I know what I saw. Never had an experience like that before or after that incident. Seeing somebody who looked, acted, and dressed like my brother, talking to me and sounding exactly like him, or even going to his room. The only oddity about it was that although he was walking with the same posture, He was taking large steps as if he was in a hurry to get to his room. Slipped into his room and didn't open the door completely to go in. Maybe only halfway, and slipped in between the wall and the door. You've entered Paranormal M, where haunted houses speak and shadows remember. Each episode unlocks another chilling experience drawn from reality. Subscribe and click the bell. You're already part of the story. But I never really had the online intelligence to think of asking Reddit about this. I must have been maybe 13 or 14 at the time of this happening. It was the weekend, so I was at my grandma's house. I always got on well with her, so spent regular weekends there when she was alive. On this particular night, I was in bed, but not asleep yet. I was still on my phone, and I was pretty well wide awake. For whatever reason, I glanced down to the foot of the bed and noticed what seemed to be nothing moving. The more that I watched, I noticed orbs manifesting more and more, and these orbs seemed to be consisting of about 4 layers. The inner was completely black. The inner middle was white, but faded in the outside. This layer also seemed to be pulsating. The outer middle was all black, but as the white pulsated, it seemed to cover and uncover the layer. The outer layer seemed to be a faint white glow all around it. I don't think I'd be able to really tell how many orbs were there, but I'd estimate in the region of 70 to 100. They're all moving around as if they were, trapped within a humanoid-shaped shell. However, I could only see the orbs, not the shell. The difference between the layers were very vivid, and I've never been able to find any images similar. At this point, I was glued. I'd never seen anything like this before, so I had no idea what to do or what to make of it. And as I was watching, it started walking toward me. When it got closer to me, it stopped and sat on the bed next to me. I could see the bed where it sat, and it sank a little as it did. I was terrified. All I could do was sit there and look at it as it stared at me. The thing itself didn't feel threatening. It didn't really matter to me. In the moment, all I could think was, what the fuck is that? Eventually, it disappeared just as smoothly as it appeared. Maybe 3 or 4 days later, it appeared again. At this point, I was back at my mother's, and this time I was a little bit more mentally prepared as I'd seen it once already. I'd also mentioned it to my mother, and she took me to see a medium. She'd been in contact with them. This woman told me that it might be my spirit guide, but I'm not quite so sure. This lady wasn't in business for long. My mother never kept the best company, so basically everything I've ever learned from her is, someone she says is good, and I take it with a pinch of salt. Let's all take a pinch of salt. I'll take 4. Humming man in a suit and a staring lady. So for context, me and my boyfriend tend to walk our dogs late at night due to them being very reactive. Tonight we walked them and left around 12:45 a.m. And our route goes through a graveyard and we walk around and then to a park, and during walking in the graveyard I tend to talk to graves, but today I decided to read their names and simply say, "Hope you're resting well," which is a common thing, but haven't taken the time to read them before. Nothing happened in the graveyard, so has no correlation, but I feel the need to mention it. It was around 20 minutes later when we were walking down this long dead-end road only lit by street lamps. We had a very creepy encounter with a man in a suit humming. It's 1:15 a.m. on a Thursday. We live in a small town, and this is sort of unusual to say the least. Now one of our dogs has reacted, but only to other dogs due to trauma of being attacked, but this time around she reacted to this man, started whining and getting stiff, pulling and trying to bark at him, which he normally only ever does to other dogs. At first, we thought she'd just seen a fox, but even then, her reacting like that due to a fox being very strange. We carried on, but it's what happened next that made me question how these two encounters may have been a sort of correlation. While walking past this humming suit man, I see what seems to be a woman in baggy clothes, walking in the distance toward us. 2 minutes later, we get in the park, which is fully gated and around a 6-foot barred fence, which is where we let the dogs to go run, and this quote-unquote woman is walking directly past us, very close to this bar fence, just staring at us. I never saw her features, but could very obviously tell that... I never saw her features, but could very obviously tell. This made me hesitate to let the dogs off, and this happened at the bottom of the small field. In the end, she looked forward and carried on walking, so we carried on. Me and my boyfriend started our way up the field toward the entrance, and I was just talking to him about a dream I had when I was younger, and I looked at him and noticed the same woman in the corner of my eye, standing in the pavement outside of the park. Basically, nose against the bars, staring at us, not moving. I said quite obviously, "She's staring at us." My boyfriend turned his head and saw her, and then said quite loudly for the time of the night, "What the fuck?" And as soon as he said this, she turned around in a fast, strange manner and walked away. We didn't see her again, but both of us were very freaked out by these colliding encounters, and very soon headed home. I am a spiritual person, and I feel in my heart that these people weren't human. It could simply be a coincidence, or a man from a fancy dress party and a woman tripping balls. I don't know. My ghost stories. Our pets start acting weird. So we moved from the house with the thing that terrified me. And I can definitely say that that was the worst experience of my life to that point. We moved from there to what I described as a Victorian-style house. Not sure if it qualifies as Victorian, but that's how I saw it. It had a large window in the main room, and I'm talking like it met in the corner of the house, like it was structurally there. My explanation of this window will become apparent shortly. Now, like the last two houses that we lived in, this house had a small cellar-type room, though it didn't have a basement. When we moved in, we had Beggar, my ever-loyal dog, the tortoise-shell calico cat named Cleopatra, and had just gotten 2 more dogs. Nana, because she looked like Nana from Snow Dogs, and Zipper, because he would zip in between your legs as you walked. Shortly after moving in, Cleo gave birth to her first batch of kittens, promptly disappeared for 3 days. So of course, my mom took over their care. Their names were Sock, Boots, otherwise known as the twins, Demon, because I could, and Tigger. Fortunately, Cleo came back. She was a normal cat for the most part, and I say that because she and Beggar were the best of friends, but constantly find her out in the pen sleeping next to him. That's not the strange part. The strange part happened after we'd been living in the house for a while. Cleopatra had had another batch of kittens. We only kept one of them. However, she started acting strange. And sure, all cats and dogs get the zoomies. Cleo took it to a whole new level. She'd run up the stairs and back down them only to skid and stop 10 feet from the window I mentioned earlier. She would stare at it for a minute, and then run up the stairs again. And unfortunately, Cleo passed away at that house. Her children, however, took up her habit of running up and down the stairs and stopping by the window. I also caught Tigger hissing at the corner more times than I can remember. We also had 6-foot-long iguana named Iggy. And when we would let her roam the house, she avoided the corner like the plague. And sure, she would sunbathe in the sunlight that came through it, but only when it reached the middle of the room. Beggar, who is primarily outside, as far as dogs go, would bark at that corner whenever he went past in her walks. So none of our animals liked the corner, or the cellar type room. Nana and Zipper would also bark at the corner, and if they came inside, they avoided it. I don't know what it was about that corner, but we also never put anything in it. Not our Christmas trees or anything else. Don't remember seeing anything in the corner, but nobody in the house or outside liked it. Anywhere else in the house except for the cellar type room were pretty normal. Nothing odd or creepy happened in or around them. Just that particular corner, that cellar type room. Question. So I, an 18-year-old male, work at a theme park. I won't disclose the name of it, but I saw something. I want to know your guys' thoughts on it. I was never a firm believer in ghosts and things, and I was on the sub for fun. However, I may have a changed view now. So one night a couple of weeks ago, we were locking up the scare mazes that the park opened for their Halloween event. Now, 2 of these mazes are located in a fairly old historic building, one in the basement and one at the very top of the building. We were closing up the first maze in the basement as usual, going through to make sure everyone was out. And there's one part of the maze where you walk through lots of shelves with jars on them. Now, in scare mazes, the actors run through things called rat runs, which helps us get a better scare. Sort of like shortcuts through the maze layout. I went into the rat run located by these shelves, and I thought I heard something. I went to check, and I saw a little boy in really old medieval clothing. I asked if he was okay, and he just ran off. Couldn't find him. Wasn't even pale or transparent, just a normal-looking boy. I put all this down to me seeing things and carried on throughout the rest of the maze, but this next bit, this is what I can't explain. So once we closed the first maze, we went up the stairs to the second one, began walking through that. I honestly can't tell you how this happened, but there's something you should know beforehand. This maze is huge. It takes about 15 minutes to walk through. There's no hidden rooms apart from the rat runs as it's on the top floor. And if we went beyond the walls, we'd be falling to our death. So at that, me and my group were walking through and everything went dark. I don't know when or how, but I found myself in a completely dark, silent room. Not too cold or too hot, like perfect balance between all of my senses. I assumed I'd wandered into a rat run, so I took about 3 steps before I saw a line of light, like a crack in a wall. I went to it about 4 steps and stepped through. It was back in the maze, and I exited by the dollhouse, and here's the thing. The dollhouse is on the other end of the maze, and I was very confused, but when I turned back, the gap in the wall had gone. About 10 minutes later, my ground came round the corner and asked me where I'd been. I told him what had happened, but obviously the gap had gone. Seriously, though, what happened was physically impossible. How did I walk 10 to 15 minutes and 3 steps to the other side of the maze? This is what has caused me to write on here. Do any of you guys know, and does it sound familiar? Or am I going crazy? First time I've ever seen a ghost. I've always dismissed the whole ghost thing to be a bunch of hocus pocus. Backstory. I've just moved back to Scotland after living in Spain for 6 years. 4 of those years spent living in rural properties. And I mean rural, up in the mountains and stuff. Always heard noises and animals. Never bothered me. Since coming back, I moved into another rural property, albeit only 5 minutes from town, still fairly secluded. The property in question is owned by the mother of one of my very good friends. She hasn't lived there for over 6 months, so it's pretty bare and trashy inside. Long story. However, I have moved into the annex of the house. We call it a granny flat here. The annex is separated by a porch and vestibule, which separates me from the main house. So fast forward to 1 week ago on Monday. It was after midnight. I'd just gotten into bed. However, I could see from my bedroom window that one of the lights was on the main house. I got out of bed and made my way to the main house, and it was the kitchen light. Whether I left it on or not, I'm not sure. And to set the scene, the kitchen's at the end of a rather large hallway. There's 2 bedrooms on the left and one on the right, and a final bedroom down at the bottom. And this is gospel. As soon as I reached for the switch to turn it off, I swear to fucking God, I seen what looked like a shadow of a small boy or girl darting across the hallway. Went into one of the bedrooms. Safe to say I was out of there quickly. I've not gone back into the main house since, at least at night. And I don't go in there now. Now, I'm a 31-year-old guy, not scared of much. I've even been ghost hunting some awfully creepy places in my time. Cortijo Girado, for one. Never felt uneasy. Always thought it just kind of bit of a laugh and a joke. However, this really shook me. Here's where it gets creepy. Explained to the owner of the house what had happened and said that there's nothing compared to the things that she's seen in that house. She mentioned a small boy on various occasions, from what I had seen, and also a very tall and thin man. Apparently they hang at the end of the house, or the other end of the house where the sitting room is, and also other strange things that happened in the field behind, like animals mysteriously disappearing, or died, or whatever. She told me she'd never liked being in that house alone. She even had somebody come up to do some kind of cleansing. He was apparently burning sage in the house, and a bush blew up in his face. He left, never came back, so there you go. My mom's medium friend said that there was an evil spirit around me. I don't go to bed early. I stay up late studying or chatting to my girlfriend and scrolling through my phone. Normally I fight sleep to talk to her, but for a few days now I haven't felt sleepy at all. I actually feel watched and anxious, like there's a presence in my room. It's disturbing. Sometimes I hear breathing near me, and I hold my breath to realize it's not me. And here at home, we sleep with the doors open. The rooms are close together, and I often hear my family snoring or even breathing. But lately, I've been wondering if it's really them. The worst thing is that the day before yesterday, I was tossing and turning in bed without any sleep, and I felt my hair being pulled. My heart raced, but I immediately thought that maybe my arm was on a stand, or maybe it had caught on the overhead switch to turn on the light at the head of the bed. I tried to find a rational explanation, but I got scared. I think the hair thing happened the same day my mother told me about her friend. My mother and I had been arguing a lot. But lately, things had been better until the day of the hair incident. That's when she told me about it. Her friend said that I had an evil spirit leaning on me, and that it made me and my mother argue out of the blue. I wouldn't normally care, but knowing about the feeling of being watched and the insomnia, I kind of became paranoid. And the night she told me that, the hair incident happened. And to make matters worse, my cat who used to sleep in my bed stopped doing so. I've always heard that cats protect against spirits, and since this whole mess started, he stopped sleeping with me. He sleeps with whoever he wants, with me, with my mother on the sofa, and it varies. But I find it strange that he stopped sleeping with me, just when all this stuff started too. And although I'm skeptical about it all, I feel safer with him. I don't know if it's important, but on the day of the argument and the hair thing, before they both happened, my homemade bead necklace broke out of nowhere. Didn't even pull it, it just touched it and it fell apart. And I wore it every day for a year or so. so I put it down to natural wear and tear. But then I read on the internet that necklaces can break due to the accumulation of negative energy, and from what I understand, they don't necessarily have to be necklaces with amulets. That was my favorite necklace. Today, my mother lit incense in the house. I hate the smell. She said that it had to cleanse the energies because something evil was roaming around there. I've been very depressed, and I think she also attributed it to the spirit. Mexican heritage. So this dates back to my first grade year of elementary. I went to school in Brownsville, Texas, a battlefield for a war. Anyways, I was in class, and my teacher had gone around the class to hear us read one by one. I was a bigger kid, so I sat in the back corner. I can see who enters and leaves class. I read my paragraph, and she says, "Good job." I took my leave, and I see a white lady in a pink dress looking at me. I gasped, got pale. They called my mom to pick me up. My mom took me to my great-grandmother's house, who came from San Luis Potosi, Mexico. She was a curandera, and she was talking to me, telling me not to be scared. That they know I can see them, and they want my help. That we have Don, or some type of a spirit in our family. I didn't really pay mind to that, since I only had some experiences with sleep paralysis and hearing buzzing sounds in that state, or getting out of it and waking up and then instantly falling asleep again. But nothing beats this one experience. I was on shrooms, and I do them a lot for spiritual purposes and healing. So it's my girl's first trip, and we're at her house. We had an amazing trip, and that's a different story, but on the come down, we're in here in her room. My first time there in her house. She says, "You know, there's a ghost here." I told her the story about elementary and my grandma. So I said jokingly, "Let me test this out." Now what happened next mind-fucked me. So I say, "Okay, ghost, my grandma said I have a power, and I want to test this out. If you can talk to me, please give me a sign." Her TV turns on. Now she uses her phone to turn it on and off, so I'm like, whoa. But I say it's coincidence. Then I was like, I need a better sign. And I started turning off and on the TV, or rather it did. At this point I'm convinced, but not enough. My girl is freaking out, so I ask her if it's a boy or a girl, and now my girl has a Fire Stick, and it slides off of Hulu or Netflix. So this thing made the TV go white and then static. Then popped up a picture of a lady, and I freaked out, but I respected it. I said, "You're able to go rest and be where you need to be. Thank you." Well, my girl turned off the TV. Me and her freaked out, and I felt some type of energy around my body. I felt weird. It was a cold, weird feeling, almost like static. Then we let time pass and started smoking a joint. Cop passes me and my girl and asked if they can come to her house. I replied with, "No, nobody can mess with us in here." My phone, which was on the counter, started playing music. I looked at my girl, and me and her freaked, and I asked, "Are you still here? Give me a sign." TV turned on instantly. My music changed. I was super convinced. What does this mean? Paranormal. As somebody who has done with the paranormal many times before, it's kind of normal now. And in the apartment that I live in, I always see shadows and feel presences. And more, including my stuff being moved. Even though I know I never did move them. So really, these stories is gonna be about personal experiences or my family's experiences. I remember one time when I was about 6 or 8, me and my family were at Little Caesars. I was in the car with my mom at the time, and it was also nighttime. I know it wasn't an illusion or a trick of the light. I was on my phone, and suddenly I randomly had the urge to look up from my phone. I looked in the back of a car window, and I saw a ghost of an old woman. And at this point of time, I forgot what my grandma even looked like. She died when I was 4, and now I barely remember her. So I knew it had to be someone in my family, or maybe a random person. Me being a little kid, casually asked my mom, and I quote, "Who's the lady in the back window?" My mom looked up from her phone at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about?" My mom said, confused. "The old lady, she's in the window," I said, pretty determined. And I'm sure that it was a ghost, not a trick of the light or reflecting an actual old lady. There is also another story. Instead, my mom told me it. I had sort of had another grandpa. My mom used to be a nurse, so she met him at the nursing home, let him live in the house. His name was John. He was really cool, and 4-year-old me bonded greatly with him. I think he died of COPD, I think. Me and my mom were staring over at my grandpa in my grandma's apartment. Before my grandma died and my dad was still chilling in the apartment. That's because my mom didn't want to live where somebody just died, and also because they lived in the apartment like next door to us. We were shopping somewhere and came home for some reason, but something was off, clearly off. His favorite show at the time was on TV, though we were sure the TV had been off, and Mom was like, "Hell no," so we left immediately. We were downstairs and a neighbor said, "Tell John to stop rolling around on the floor." Mom raised an eyebrow. "He died, though." She was, of course, confused, since we were already living with my grandma and grandpa at that moment, and he died. "Well, I hear him at night rolling on the floor," the neighbor said with shock and probably fear. My crazy ghost story, or not, who knows? I remember perfectly when it all started, 2 years ago, when I first felt an entity or ghost touching me because I was recording on my computer. My best friend asked me to record her wishing or quote-unquote gambling on a game called Genshin Impact. Mid-recording, I start feeling an entity, and sorry, I know this sounds stupid, but I felt an entity having his way with my butt in a sexual manner. Oh boy. I have video of me in total panic, messaging several friends on Discord asking for what I should do, while I had on computer several internet tabs open on how to repel ghosts. Everything sounds stupid, I know, but I would 100% feel his quote-unquote touch and quote-unquote nodding of approval. If he wanted to say yes, he'd shake head, and if he wanted to say no, and him constantly and continuously having his way with me. At some point, I laid down in bed, and I'd feel its weight on the bed, and I'd feel his movement and weight on the bed shifting. If I changed position in bed, he would stop, shift position, and continued his quote-unquote thing. When I found this, I kept shifting positions until I eventually tired myself and just gave up. He was extremely communicative, constantly nodding or shaking his head when I asked questions, but I also felt enormous headaches. Anyway, long story short, eventually my friends come up with the idea to ask for God's help, specifically ask for the help of Archangel Michael, and this was the only thing that helped in hours of panic. I was asked to read Psalms 90 and 91 from the Bible. And these specific Psalms from the Bible were beautiful. As I was reading them, I was crying, and then help came. I don't remember many details of this part, but it was even more insane. And how? I felt a completely different entity, or several other entities at my feet, and they were now completely glued to the floor by some incredible power. My feet couldn't move at all, and I was on a chair. And the best way I can describe is my feet were superglued to the floor by some insane energy, and if I tried, and I did try, to remove my feet from the floor, I felt like my entire skin would rip off. I was insane, so I stayed immobile. My head thoughts were rushing and thinking many things, so the entity made a shush motion on my lips for me to shut up or stop thinking random crap. So I tried to blank my mind and calm down, and this new entity that happened, or appeared, I'd feel them touching me all over my body, and as if they were fixing it, putting parts back together or in place. Strange happenings in our old military home. Me and my wife recently moved into an old army home. They're offered to all acting soldiers in my country. They're very cheap. Most of them were built in the 60s and 80s. We'll skip the 70s. Our house is at the back of a much larger section, at the top of a hill and overlooking a valley with a dense native forest below. It's very cozy and offers a lot of privacy with no immediate neighbors and a good view. At first, I had a couple of weird encounters that left me scratching my head, such as when I was walking from the front door to my car when I heard a loud banging on the tin roof. It was as if something hard, like an acorn, had landed on it and was bouncing down. Whatever it was, it bounced off the roof and into the branches of the tree in the front yard, which began to sag underneath the weight of it. The thing is, there's no branches hanging over our house that could have dropped anything, and couldn't see anything fall off the roof. Nor did anything land on the ground after it made it to the part where the tree branches were sagging. Thought it was weird, and I mentioned it to my wife, but just sort of brushed it off. Then there were the windows in my living room. Me and my wife live alone. I have our windows open to let the breeze in because it was a hot summer's night. I decided to close them since it was time for bed. As I closed them, my wife called me outside of the backyards and she had spotted the International Space Station. It was moving across the night sky. After I came back in, I sat down on the couch and I noticed the curtains were flapping in the wind. I walked over to check the window and I'd closed and it was wide open. And I know for certain I'd closed it just moments ago. My wife was outside the whole time. I know she couldn't have opened it. I asked her if she saw me close that window and she said that she was standing in the doorway and watched me do it. Kept asking her if she was messing with me. I can't figure out how it could have happened. And the last and most troubling incident. That's kind of what prompted me to make this post. Last night I went to bed just after my wife, who was already asleep. I lay in bed browsing on my phone when suddenly I noticed I could hear what sounded like heavy breathing. Stopped and listened for a moment, assuming it was my wife snoring or something. She was sleeping next to me. Sounded like it was coming from the far corner of the bedroom. Focused on the sound for what felt like several minutes while being paralyzed with fear. I was convinced somebody was standing at the end of my bed, and I woke up my wife and she was half asleep until I thought it sounded like somebody was in the house, which made her bolt up. Then she said she could hear it too. I then turned on all the lights and went around the house checking all of our locks and cupboards. Didn't get much sleep that night. The Broom Lady. I'm a teacher. I work at a public school in Puerto Rico. It was once used before to specialize in students with vision impairment and severe learning disabilities and needs. Time has not been kind to its structure. It's pretty ancient, really. Had a few storms and hurricanes like Maria, which have resulted in some sections of the school sealed off as precautions. They've been deemed dangerous to the staff and students, falling debris and mold and water damage. So much so that an entire third floor was declared unusable and had been locked off. And truthfully, the school survived the mass closing of schools due to its population and location. But anyways, ghost stories naturally bloom in places like that. There have been sightings of ghost children running around the building that were previously used as a residence for kids with severe conditions that lacked transportation and had restricted movements. There's also evidence that some died in the grounds as a result of their conditions. Another noteworthy event is a teacher dying of a heart attack while giving class. Witnesses claim that they've experienced weird occurrences. The activity varies from giggling, doors slamming shut and locking themselves, and chains rattling. I always thought of this as a bunch of bullshit. I've stayed alone countless of times before in school, and after dark. I've never experienced any activity until last summer. I was working on a mural with my assistant and some students as part of a program our summer camp offered. Once we were done, I decided that I should find a bag to put all the materials we used in. While I'm walking back into the main building, I'm seeing what looked to me as a janitor sweeping the floors down the hall. A tall, slick, black-haired woman who I've never seen before. At least at first, I thought that she was new to the program. And I meant to ask her for a spare bag, and as I sort of friendly walked up to them, ready to talk to them, they take a corner into where I knew led to a cleaning closet, and I lost sight of them. As I take the same corner, I'm ready to greet them and engage in conversation, and I'm met with a locked cleaning closet, padlock and everything. Stood there motionless. My assistant, who was walking behind me, caught up to me and asked me if I was all right. Quickly turned around and asked her if she had seen the woman. She looked at me bewildered. There was no one there. All the hair on my skin stood up, and I felt such primal fear that even my eyes watered. She said I looked white as a sheet. To tell you the truth, I can't remember if I saw any facial features at all, or she was even holding a broom at all. I took it to a fellow teacher's friend, and most of them joked about the subject, chalked it up to being an overworked or an underpaid. Others told me I was overdue for having an experience like that. To this day, I can't really explain what I saw, but I don't stay after work anymore. Doors slamming and fairly visible figures. Unfortunately, there's no pictures to back this, as I was only about 12 or 13 when this happened. I'm 18 now. I would always stay up late, later than you'd expect, just watching content on my iPad and just catching up with some of my favorite people to watch, like Jelly, Slogo Man, and all the stuff you'd expect a 13-year-old to watch, really. I'd literally spend most of my nights watching stuff like this and playing games. I had a weird bed, I guess, but regardless. Underneath my bed was my desk and my PS4, in which I'd play games on. Most nights I'd usually just play out the same, watch videos, then fall asleep. But it was about 12-ish at night. I never really remembered things all that well, but I guess you could say this is one of those events that you can remember to the minute. I just started watching videos, and I was sat with my iPad on my chest, laying down, somewhat getting tired. But it felt weird. It was an old house, and in fact a renovated barn house, so most doors had little windows above them. And of course, my bed being quite high, if I sat up I could see straight out the window onto the landing. It was if something was stood on the ladder of my bed to get up so I'd take a look down, as I had a gut feeling. But nothing was there, of course. I brush it off, as at this point I usually just watch scary stuff. I had a strange reason to always just try and scare myself. I honestly don't know why. But I had one of those blinds where you pull one string, goes up, pull the other string, goes down. It was old, so it was hard to kind of move, but it was just shot up straight back and down. And at this point, I'm shook up. Run to my parents' room, and they say that it was just the wind to calm me down. And I took the bait, of course. Being 13, I knew none the wiser. There were other cases of seeing figures at the end of the hallway through the window. They never really did anything but walk about, going in and out of the bathroom and down the stairs. You could clearly see them, but you could never hear them. So, of course, it wasn't exactly a person. From that night on, kind of picked up. And if you really want, you can ping me a message and I can draw out the things that I could see, but that's up to you. Every time we drove past or walked past, you could see something stood in the same window. The same window my blind went up and down in. And I'm going to cut it short because I feel most people won't want to read this, but let me know. There's a lot more to this. To help a friend with a ghost, a double witness account. This isn't a haunting I was dealing with, but a friend. We met through my parents. I came home from school one day, and my dad was in the driveway standing alongside who would become a really good friend, and their father. I was introduced and I did my routine greeting, giving a nod and offered a handshake in my name. We were always together after that, but what was strange was whenever I went over to their house, I couldn't spend the night. But he'd always asked to spend the night over at our house. So one day, while over at his house, we were playing the game, and I had just gotten Resident Evil 4. I thought it would be an awesome surprise. Yeah, it is. I reached in my backpack and I retrieved it, but they actually recoiled from it. No way, man. My house is haunted. I can't. I didn't know this, so I asked a few questions about it and if we could go to investigate. Or, well, in my mind, instigate. He said his dad didn't believe him at all, and he was doing this rent-to-own thing and didn't want to move. My friend lived in the basement, which was a mother-in-law unit, meaning that it was basically a house underneath the house. We went around the stairwell, which was walled, so it separated the room. When you come around the stairwell, down the range is the kitchen. He then pointed to a door with a window on it, which was a pantry. I was standing by the wall with the staircase on the other side of it. He was closer to the center of the room, but still adjacent to me. He said that basically, if you stay around the area, sometimes something will pass by the door. He said like a cloud. So we started firing down range as many things as we could hopefully do to make it appear. I loaded up a super loud, "Show yourself," just as he fired away a, "Hey," and then it happened. Something white and bright moved across the window, which inside was pitch black and there was no windows inside of the pantry other than the door itself. It moved across the window so fast that we both took it in and ran at the same time. I lost a sandal trying to get up the steps. Barely had the chance to recover it before we got upstairs, and I grabbed it with my eyes closed. When we both made it up the stairs, we both heard a slam downstairs. And then that made us run outside of the house. His father was outside, and we proceeded to tell him what had happened. I kept adding in that we both saw it. They moved after that. It took a few months, but he became a different person, though. At least you got your sandal back. Ask Reddit. I had an online dating profile back in the early 2000s. I was young and never really had a girlfriend, so I figured I'd try online dating. I was matched with one woman who's a little older than me. Her name was Lori. We chatted in instant messenger for a bit, and I finally called her. We decided to go meet up one day. The meeting spot was in the park in the middle of the day. So the night before the date, I'm going to sleep, and I have two of the most vivid dreams I've ever had. The first dream, I'm driving to the date and it's snowing like crazy. On the way, I lose control and I have a wreck. I can see myself just dying in the dream. So I wake up a little bit rattled from the dream and I calm down and go back to sleep. Then I have the next dream. I'm in my parents' basement. I'm looking for something. Then I hear this noise coming from above, and it sounds like somebody's knocking on the floor from above. With every knock, the noise gets louder and louder. Boom, 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 boom. Then it starts moving as if someone's walking across the room above me. So I follow it, and it leads me to the bottom of the basement steps. looking up the stairs, and the noise is louder. Finally, it stops. The door slowly creaks open. My dad walks through. He's carrying a cane made of gold. Stands there and is looking at me, but his eyes are closed. So I ask him what's wrong. He then opens his eyes that are glowing red. He then opens his mouth to speak, and I hear what I can only describe as the most insane noise I've ever heard. It sounded like static and screams of fear, almost as if a demon was speaking through a broken speaker. So I wake up, I'm cold, and I'm sweating and shaking. It's morning and my date is only a few hours. I'm so rattled from the dreams I decide not to even go. So I call her to cancel, and this is what happens. A man picks up the phone, asks for Lori. He replies with, "Who's calling?" This is, insert name here. We're supposed to meet up around noon. He says, "Well, this is her husband." "I don't think so." I quickly say there's been a mistake, and I hang up, and I'm completely freaking out. A few minutes later, she calls me crying and yelling, saying I've ruined her life, etc., etc. I yell back for her not to call me anymore, contact me again, and I hang up and start to put some of the pieces together. She only wanted to call at night, and she'd talk really quiet, and she wouldn't send any new pictures either. Also wanted to meet in a park in the middle of the winter. I guess my subconscious was telling me that I shouldn't, but I started to head outside for smoke to clear my head, and it begins to snow. Who is this woman or male I keep seeing? I had a medium come over for my boyfriend's birthday. The medium brought up this woman that I keep seeing. I couldn't believe that she knew who I was talking about. She told me the woman was lost. She was sad and she didn't know why she was there. She wasn't sure if she knew me, but for some reason this medium knew that I kept seeing this apparition of this woman. And I haven't seen her in my dreams, only in person sometimes. She comes behind people and stands there. The medium said that woman had been trying to reach me in her dreams, but she keeps failing. My whole friend group knows about her. No one else has seen her but me. Sometimes she'll open her mouth and point like she's trying to tell me something. She's about 5'8", and she has blue jeans on, almost like a bright-colored long-sleeved shirt. She has dark shoulder-length hair and a longer nose. She'll pop out of nowhere, and I haven't seen her anywhere else beside my home, just standing in different locations of the house. I don't feel threatened. I don't really think she's harmful. I don't know how to contact her, and I don't know if she's strong enough for me to even communicate with her. There's also a male figure that lives in my home. He just comes as a shadow. He loves bluegrass and country, and he often turns on my TV or my Alexa and plays random country music. He is angry, and that's all I know. He's angry and he died, and I heard footsteps and weird noises while me and my boyfriend were watching TV in my bedroom. I heard loud music in the living room. My roommate wasn't home at the time. We were alone. We stopped the TV we were watching, and the music was blasting in the living room. He grabbed a knife thinking somebody was in the house. Opened the bedroom door. We walked down the hallway to the TV. TV was blasting 96 volume playing a YouTube video that was just country. And I don't listen to country. As soon as I turn the corner to record the video, it stops and goes to YouTube screen with all the accounts that are shown on it. Then we hear the same music start over in my bedroom. And I don't know what to do or where to go, but I felt it walking around the room with me. The remotes were in a glass container in the middle of the coffee table. To connect to my YouTube, you need a code and to be on my Wi-Fi. Checked my history and there was no such video on it. No country, no music, no video. That was about 6 months ago. 2 months ago, the Alexa turned on blasting country music too. Could have sworn I unplugged it. I learned to live with them, but I don't know why they're here, and I know it's not the home itself haunted, but I have video of the TV, audio of the medium. I have video of the TV and audio of the medium. A little bit confusing, but I'm with you. I think my 100-year-old house might be haunted. I, a 21-year-old female, live with my parents in a century-old house, and I have a piano. It's the real one, not a keyboard, and becomes sort of pertinent later. That's because I studied it professionally before COVID-19. And that being said, there's a family friend we all call once or twice a year to sort of tune said piano. Once while she was working on it, I decided to take a walk around the back to just sort of, rather block, to pass the time and let her do her thing. When I came by, she casually told me, "Oh, by the way, I did an energy cleansing of your house because the piano played a couple of notes on its own. Free of charge, obviously." In the most cool, calm, and collected tone ever, I replied. "Excuse me, what?" She replied. At first, I thought it was a mouse, but I checked and it's not possible. I replied, "Okay, so what's up?" And she casually tells me she thinks it's haunted and she did a cleansing to protect my house. Then she proceeded to show me exactly which notes the piano played by itself. Do and sol, middle octave. Now I'm freaking out, I think, and just pay her. She's on her way out, and eventually I forgot about it until one day when I was doing homework. I heard the exact same two notes. I lost it. Checked the inside for a mouse or anything to explain the notes. They weren't really loud, but maybe motherfucking loud enough that I couldn't have been mistaken. It's been in the back of my head since then, especially when I play. About a month later, I'm getting ready to leave the house when I hear a distinct sound coming from the basement. Now, my house is old, so even if it startled me, I wasn't really scared. However, I was confused because it sounded like the sound of fingers snapping together, like a snap-snap. So I snapped my fingers together twice mentally, just to verify if the sound was similar. It was identical. Felt a shiver, but ultimately shrugged it off until it happened again. But not from the basement this time. Rather, right next to my left ear. It was so close and loud that I'd actually jumped and screamed. I booked it out of my house, my heart racing. Nothing strange happened since, but, Chad, am I house-hounded, or am I just freaked out over old house noises? Did I just experience a hypnagogic hallucination, or was there an actual entity? Last night I was having a nightmare. Some guy with a knife was trying to get at us. He's part of a group trip or something. We weren't allowed to expel him for being a threat due to some stupid politics. Eventually, the knife guy actually starts trying to knife us. It felt like he was supposed to be taken down in my dream, but bullets kept evading him and such. Got to the point where nothing was working, and suddenly I was the bait. He starts going after me, and it really feels like he's supposed to be taken down now. But he manages to actually grab me. I can feel the tickle and pressure from him weighing on my body. There's still this weird feeling, like the script is going wrong. It seems like actual harm is about to come my way in the dream. Which, for my decades of living, I remember 0 instances of that happening in a dream to me ever. My brain and body are like, hell no. So I wake up. And here's what's weird. After I wake up, my vision starts to clarify. Like clarify what's actually in the room around me. It's still dark, so shapes are coming into focus. I sleep with my cat and child and husband. Super weird because it looked like my toddler sitting on my right lower rib and stomach area. But I can also feel her lying next to me. She looks turned away from me with longer curly hair than she actually has. My vision is fully in focus at this point, as much as possible for the darkness level. And I can definitely see this child thing on me and my actual child next to me. I freak out, wave my arm through the thing on me, and it disappeared as I swiped through it. But looking around more, it just barely glimpses back into the existence in the same spot. Now I'm terrified and completely get up to change sides of the bed to cuddle with my husband. I was scared while having the nightmare, but was totally fine after waking up. Mostly relieved. The thing on me never felt threatening. I only got scared when I realized it wasn't supposed to be there. And if it were an entity, I wouldn't be able to say if it were nice and helped me wake from the bad dream or if it caused it. Felt like it was nice, I guess. And of course, I was so close to dreaming that maybe it was a hallucination. I couldn't be sleep paralysis because I was capable of fully moving. The closest thing I saw that could be it is a hypnagogic hallucination. Wasn't falling asleep though, and it slightly reappeared after being fully alert and moving, and personally, I'm not convinced that we don't just come up with hallucination explanations for things that we really don't want to be real. I've experienced like that loud, real sound when falling asleep once or twice in my life, but that's it. A worrying reality. A few years ago, I lived with another family in the same house. They had a son with whom I talked sometimes. There was no problem, nothing to worry about. But one night he got up from where he slept in the middle of the night and began to cry. His parents calmed him down, but he had his eyes closed. A few days later, I found out that he was a sleepwalker. He had recently started to be, but there was no reason. Okay, nothing happens. It'll calm down with time, I thought. Weeks and months passed, and on several occasions he got up making noises as if scared or wanted to cry. I read that it can be normal in sleepwalkers. But he always got up wanting to go to the same place. His older brother would wake up and carefully put him in bed again. Still, for some strange reason, I felt scared. Well, weeks went by, and he didn't get up. Maybe the sleepwalking is disappearing. Until one night I had a pretty scary dream about him. In the dream, everything resembled real life. The house, the time, and the darkness of the night. I was standing near where he slept, and suddenly I saw how he got up. But this time he spoke clearly. He said, "I have to go." Began to take a few slow steps toward the door of the room. Turning to look at the door, there was a face looking at him. That thing, or that someone, I don't know how to define it. It said, "Come here, come here, come here," repeatedly. I was very terrified, forced my body back to where he slept. But he had more strength and he escaped me. He left with that thing. The appearance of that thing was horrible, like an old man with a disfigured face and an extremely thin body. When I woke up, I told everybody about my dream. This worried them a little bit. But what else could they do? The doctor didn't say anything that would help. Recently, they took him to a witch doctor in town. Don't know how to explain what he does, but it's things related to curing with herbs and curing things like curses. Then he was cured, and he's no longer a sleepwalker. But this and much more convinces me that there is more than meets the eye, and you have to be careful. This is a true story, and if you don't believe in it, okay, I don't believe in many things. But for those of us who believe in this, and some of us who have seen horrible things, we know that there is something real in our lives. My dad and I heard my mom several times after she died, and I think my cat sees her sometimes. In October of 2023, my mom took her own life. She didn't pass my parents' house, but in a psych hospital 3 days after taking a lot of clonazepam. One of the days she was in the hospital, still alive, my dad heard her clear as day say something to him while he was in the dining room. He jumped back and thought he was going to have to call the cops because she had escaped the hospital. She was on involuntary lockdown. She wasn't there. He was also being woken up, like many nights for about 6 months, to her calling for him. This could be explained away as just dreaming while in grief, but he would say it seemed so real. I'd live out of state at the time, so I immediately flew home for a week. Before she died, I called my parents a few times just to check in, and I always called my dad's phone when I knew they had just finished breakfast. I was 3 hours behind them. They'd both say hello in a silly tone, and my dad followed by my mom. After she passed, though, I called my dad just about every day, just to check in on him. And on a few occasions, I heard her hello after his hello, quite clearly. Didn't happen every time, but maybe 2 or 3 times. That following Christmas, a couple of months later, I flew home again, and for some context, she loved imitating the sounds the cat makes right after they would make them. And one of them, named Olive, cried at the door wanting to be out of the afternoon, and I was there. I said, "What do you want?" just teasing her as I walked up to let her out. She cried again really loud, and I heard my mom's imitation of her clear as day from behind me. It sounded like the timbre and the volume as she had always had when she did this. After this, I never heard her again. Me and my cat Chloe moved back home with my dad in March of 2024. My dad said he stopped having the weird dreams of her calling for him last summer, right after he had a bunch of issues with AFib and was in and out of the hospital. Sometimes I think my cat sees her. She used to peek around the corner of the hallway into her bedroom if a cat was on the bed. She's really short, and her head came right up to the top of the light switch in the hallway. I now sleep in her bedroom, and sometimes, when Chloe's sitting on the foot of the bed in the evening, she'll suddenly fixate on that area of the room. She'll make the same cute face she makes at me when I'm admiring her and making kissing noises. She looks right toward that light switch when this happens. She doesn't do this as much as she used to, but it was happening quite frequently for a while. My mom and I didn't always have the best relationship, but I do miss her a lot. I hope she really is paying us a visit from time to time. At Paranormal M, we explore what others fear to even whisper. Every episode reveals eerie tales that chill you long after they're over. Hit subscribe and ring the bell. Some stories stay with you. Recent experiences I've been having at night. Let me start this off by saying me and a part of my family have always had a history with the paranormal. Since I was a kid, I always had some strange experiences, whether they're just hallucinations or actual unexplainable phenomena. My dad's side also used to have a ghost or spirit that frequently interacted with them. They managed to get an audio recording of her. Anyway, my point is, I'm not exactly new to paranormal experiences, but it's been a while since anything has happened to me. Last time I remember something strange happening to me was back in 2019 at an older house. I was home alone upstairs when I heard what sounded like somebody moving dishes or pots around in the downstairs kitchen. I think I took a video of it, but I'd have to watch to find it again. Currently, I'm in a new house, and I've been living here for almost 2 years now, which makes it all the more strange to me that I'm only now experiencing things. Now, none of these experiences are anything super crazy, and instead pretty tame. The first one was a few months ago. I was laying belly flat on my bed. I'd woken up in the middle of the night, and it's hard to explain, but I felt this static in my head, like my head was full of nonsensical noise, but I couldn't actually hear it. My ears were also ringing, and I felt this presence looking over me, and I was freaking out, but I couldn't move a muscle. This only lasted a few seconds, though, and I could finally move. I've heard of sleep paralysis before, so I chalked it up to just being that. And maybe it still is, but after the next 2 experiences, I'm not so sure. The second one was also a few months ago. Actually, not too long after the first. It was a very similar experience. I was laying belly flat and woke up in the middle of the night to somebody watching me sleep. But this time I could move. Not only that, but I felt my cushion sink like somebody sitting down in my bed, and as soon as this happened, I shot up to see what it was, but of course there was nothing. My last experience happened last night. That's why I'm making this post, and this one is slightly different. It is around 2:50 a.m. and I'm laying on my side with my headphones in. I'm half asleep. My back was facing the side of the bed where I felt the presence the last 2 times. And this time I felt somebody tap my upper back 3 times really fast. Freaked me the fuck out, and I spun around, but again, no one was there. Now these taps were very forceful, not like small taps on the shoulder, and I could make out the shape of a finger. And because of this, I made the decision to start recording myself sleeping. What is haunting me? Okay, so I'm pretty terrified, and I can't seem to figure out what kind of entity is messing with me. I'll start from the beginning of my weird encounters. I moved into my house 6 years ago. My property goes back to the 1850s. The house was built in 1910. I always got a creepy feeling upstairs. I tend to avoid the closet with the attic hatch, and one time I looked at it for too long and felt sick. I can sense energies, and I'm especially good at sensing evil energies. So I know that if I can feel it, then it's not good. Stuff has gone missing in my house, reappeared a year or 2 later. 2 years ago, everything on my walls started falling to the floor when I wasn't in there. Bulletin board fell more than 10 times until I bought a selenite crystal. Then nothing fell to the floor again. Recently, I've been noticing scratches in my ceiling and walls. I tell myself it's mice, but I've never seen one. My mom and I are walking toward each other one day when a small shadow flew across the floor and frightened us both. We searched the area for a spider or maybe a small rodent to explain what we saw. Then we realized we didn't hear any feet. Can't find anything where the shadow appeared to go. We had to tear apart a wall in our bathroom recently because the pipe was splitting up 10 feet. The wall opening is loosely connected to this creepy underground cellar in our house. There's a lot of empty space under our floors. I was peering into the darkness of the hole in the wall when I saw glowing red eyes, accented pale cheekbones, and a nose. I rushed away as quick as possible. That was about 2 weeks ago. Last week, I lost a small earring on the bathroom floor. Then a day later, it rolled toward me on the floor from the direction of the hole in the wall. I was not about to look in there again. Just today, I was looking into the reflection of the large window in my living room. I was at an angle, and I noticed I didn't recognize the room in the reflection. I started looking closer and tried to identify the stuff in my house through the window. The stuff I see is definitely not my furniture. When I move forward, I see a little red-headed child facing away with her head buried in a woman's arms. I tilt my gaze upward, and I see a pale woman with straight white hair, glowing red eyes, and the creepiest smile, looking right at me, too. I tried Googling her appearance, but I couldn't find anything helpful. If anybody knows anything about this, please help, because I'm not equipped to handle a potential demon. I spoke to the devil. I woke last night. It was still dark outside. I went to the toilet as I usually do. I wake up 2 or 3 times a night. Now, to give you some idea, I live in a small 3rd-floor apartment, about 380 square feet. I'm with my girlfriend. To the left from the entrance door is the bathroom. Then a short corridor at the end of which, and to the left, there's the kitchen connected to the main room. That's with the table next to the wall, a bed opposite the table, on the other side of the room. When I was walking back to bed, I stood motionless in the kitchen. There was someone sitting at the table. It was not my girl. She's way smaller than the person that was on the chair. I was scared shitless. Wanted to run for my gun, which was next to my side of the bed. Yet I froze in place as soon as I thought about that. Then he spoke to me. Weirdly enough, it made me calm down. He had a smooth voice, nothing that seemed demonic. He was facing the window, so he had his back turned to me, and he said, "It's not the time yet, but do not lose your faith in me." I wanted to say something, but he shushed me and added, "You do not want to wake her up," pointed at my sleeping girl with his hands. He stood up, and he was about 7 feet tall, too dark to catch any detail about the clothing or anything else, really. He thanked me for the water there. My guess was a glass of water on the table next to where he'd been sitting. He made 2 steps in the direction of the window, placed something on the edge of the table, looked through the window and disappeared. And just like that, he was there 1 second and gone the next one. Ran to the window to look for someone outside, but there was nobody. I checked what he left on the table, and there was 9mm bullets. As it turned out later, they were taken from my gun. Then I checked the glass. It was empty. Stuck my finger inside it, and it was wet, so there was water in there earlier. After that, I felt extremely sleepy. I couldn't fight the urge to get in bed, so I did that. When I woke up, the bullets as well as the glass were still on the table. I know I'm not crazy. I haven't told anyone about this yet. Encounters I had some years ago. This all happened within a couple of weeks of each other, when I was in high school some years ago. And this first thing that caught my attention was that I was in the bathroom one day. I was on the porcelain throne when I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. I looked over and my towel was swinging on the towel rack. I thought it must have been my cat. Since the door was closed and so were the windows, there was no ventilation to cause my towel to sway. But upon inspection, there was nothing there. I was completely alone. Thought I must have been imagining things, but then something else happened that made me think that it was more than that. I had a shower after this, and whenever I'm out of my room, I left my door shut closed. When I returned to my room from the shower, my door was slightly ajar. I entered and I saw my clothes bin lying on its side with all of my clothes in a heap on the floor. My mom was in the lounge and I asked if she had been in my room. She said she hadn't left her seat since before my shower. I believe her only because she's somewhat of a tyrant. Never pass up the opportunity to give me an earful for having something in my room that was not up to her standards, such as a full laundry bin. Over the next few days, I started noticing things in my room that had been moved when I wasn't looking or was out of the room. Things that were on my bookshelf that would appear on the floor or on my bed. Then about a week or so later, I'm chatting to a friend of mine who was a medium. She had often told me about the meetings that she would have, and, well, I say meetings since I can't think of the correct word, where she and other mediums would help people contact loved ones and things like that. At some point, she looked past me like she was staring at something behind me. I asked what it was, since I saw nothing, and she said that there was a man watching over me. She described him to me and didn't really sound like anybody I knew. Since that day, I've noticed less things happening inexplicably. The one thing about it all is that whenever I found something moved or when my laundry bin was tipped over, it never felt like it was malicious or something to fear. If anything, I felt somewhat calm and comforted about the whole thing. And in the end, I would even attempt to talk to whatever this was. I'd always refer to it as a spirit, and even though they were sort of one-sided conversations, I wouldn't feel like I was just talking to thin air. I think my house is haunted. I live with my mom and her boyfriend Roger, a roommate Caleb, and another roommate named Sarah. So I started with a couple of things a while ago. First, it was some normal unexplained mysteries, but nothing to lose sleep over. Then Sarah heard an incredibly loud bang coming from the garage, which she thought maybe a person or an animal was in there. Someone's tire popped. And in the end, we got home, and then us and Sarah went into the garage and came up with nothing. Then after a couple of months of nothing much other than some occasional bangs and tapping, things that could be explained by just being creaks and moans of the house and the dog and cat looking at what seemed to be nothing, the usual animal stuff. But last night, we're playing a board game. My mom tossed the die across the room on accident, flew into the kitchen. However, when we looked for it, it was nowhere to be found, and, well, to be fair, out of first search wasn't that good of a search because we weren't super focused on it. We gave up, took a die from another game, and finished up. Mom and Roger go to bed, so me and Caleb start searching for the die again. We moved the fridge and the oven, looked under and behind both to no avail. Checked every possible space, and the die's bright yellow, so there's no way we missed it. My mom swears that she isn't messing with us, but what's really scary is that when I go upstairs, I go brush my teeth and I use the bathroom. When I'm about to leave, I get a text from Caleb. "Hey, I can hear you in the bathroom, what's up?" Which, one, for clarity, my room and Caleb's room are connected by a bathroom, and two, I'm 3 walls away and 20 feet away, meaning that he could hear me saying anything, which I also wasn't. My TV was off, so there wasn't anything he could have confused with a whisper of somebody saying his name over and over again. Then a little shook up, I walk over to my room and open the door to see, you guessed it, a yellow dice on my bed. That night after going to bed at 2 a.m. out of fear, I had a lucid dream of waking up in the house, and everything that I usually do out of superstition closed, like the closet open, window wide open, doors open, everything. The light started flickering before everything stops. The light bulb pops and the door slams shut. My wind slides closed and the fan spins so incredibly fast it breaks off the room and breaks through the wall. Afterwards, I wake up drenched in sweaty, muscles sore and voice gone. Sat there for a minute questioning if what just happened was real. Pass out again, don't dream. But the next morning, I find a crack in the wall where the fan broke the wall in my dream. Somebody grabbed my foot while sleeping. I'd gone to bed around 6 a.m. I slept on the quote-unquote inside. I was closest to the wall, and my fiancé was on the outside, close to the edge of the bed and closest to the door. This morning, around 8 or 9 a.m., I heard my mother-in-law talking to my father-in-law about going out and having their usual normal conversations. Then I clearly heard somebody come into mine and my fiancé's room. As much as I tried to wake up to see who it is, my eyes would open and close. I was simply too tired. When I would open my eyes here and there, I could see a foggy figure of a woman, who I presumed to be my mother-in-law, trying to wake me up by lightly shaking me about 2 times. She didn't say anything, but then she, gently and in a caring way, grabbed my foot, almost massaging it. I slightly chuckled and could hear my own breathing starting to increase, like when I get scared. But yet I didn't feel scared, or mad, or anything, as I presumed it to be my mother-in-law. I twitched my foot out of the way, just kind of on an instinct, and all I remembered thinking was, why would she touch my foot? And that's definitely out of character for her. I woke up immediately, and there was no one in the room. My fiancé was dead asleep next to me. He woke up when he felt me waking up, and I asked him if his mom had come into the room, and he's usually a very light sleeper. He said no, and that no one's been in the room, and to his knowledge at least. So I went into the living room, and both of my in-laws were gone. Later on, when they came back, I jokingly asked her if she had grabbed my foot to get me to wake up. She looked at me kind of spooked and said, "No, I didn't. I did open the door after knocking and turn the TV off for you guys in the doorway. It's because I heard voices in the room and I realized you guys left the TV on. Then I closed the door and left." I was very spooked, and she was equally kind of spooked, as she had told me before that she's heard her name being called by her son or husband when neither of them are calling her name or simply not even home. I immediately called both of my grandparents on both sides of the family. None of them had passed away, thank God. I don't know what to really make of this, and I don't know who this person was or why they were trying to wake me up. We've left the TV on multiple times, and my mother-in-law's always shut it off and left, and nothing like this has happened before. I didn't feel scared, mainly comforted, and I know it wasn't sleep paralysis, as I wouldn't have been able to wake up and my body wouldn't have been able to move. Grandma haunting me after dying in my room. My grandma was dying of cancer, came to stay with us. There was a number of reasons that we didn't leave her in a nursing home. The main one is that we wanted her to be comfortable and with family. We didn't have a room for her, so I had to move into my mom's room, and my mom moved into the living room. And she already wanted to be in the living room because there was a small mold problem in her room. Yeah. My grandma ended up dying in my room around early December of 2019. First haunting. The first haunting I noticed was when I was home alone. I was taking a shower about a week after she died. I started hearing my dog flip out barking, and I thought nothing of it, as we live in an area where there's lots of wild animals, and, well, I finished my shower. After walking out of the bathroom, I froze in terror. The door to my room that we had kept closed since they took her body out and smelled strongly of death, and it was impossible to get the smell out. It was wide open, too. And that alone freaked me out. But when my mom got home, I didn't even tell her about the door. Yet I heard her complaining that she could smell death in the driveway. I also heard her mention that it wasn't smelling as bad as my room. Second haunting. My grandma was crazy at times. I liked the sense of power that she was having, like having us on hand, and she would constantly call my mom for something. She would call for really small things, like I wanted some more chocolate, or look at this thing on the news, look at this video. After a while, we'd gotten used to hearing her call for us, and the thing that was really creepy was me and my mom were sitting on the couch after she died, and I swear I heard her call us, and being so used to hearing her call, and I paid no attention to it, but then I remembered she was dead. My mom looked at me just as bewildered as me and asked if I'd heard it too, and I just nodded. Several smaller hauntings. After cleaning out the room and getting the smell completely out, I moved back into my room at the beginning of the quarantine. And shortly after, I would randomly feel this uneasy feeling at night, even without thinking about the fact that I'm laying in the same spot of the room where my grandma died. I'd randomly feel eyes burning into me. I'd start sweating and getting chills, and my heart would race, and sometimes my breathing would be a little bit off. Something I experienced. Over 20 years ago, I was in my late teens. I'd fallen asleep at a friend's house. I woke up at 3 a.m., sober by the way, and I had work that morning. So I walked home because my dad would drive me to work Saturday and Sunday mornings. I'll never forget it. It must have been in September or October. It was windy, but not that cold yet, but late enough in the year for the streets of my neighborhood to be completely desolate and abandoned at that hour of the night. I reached this intersection of my neighborhood, which I'd say was 2 blocks away from my house. This block didn't really have well-lit street lamps, so I would say if you were looking forward a half mile down the road, only about 30% of it would be illuminated. So I'm walking toward my house, and under the street light, about 3 intersections down, this figure starts to emerge. I come to a complete stop. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. This person was wearing all white, and it was a man, but I don't know if I can recall if he was bald or not. All I know is that he was in all white. Kind of a glowing white. The strange part was that this person was fucking enormous, like a giant. Just seeing somebody that tall, I guess my instincts kicked in and the adrenaline just pumped into high gear. I cut across the intersection that approached and made a quick right turn. And when I tell you that I ran, I'd be lying. I soared. I remember running like a fucking reindeer. My feet barely touched the ground and all the muscles in my legs just went to overdrive, and yeah, it was like I was gliding home. I reached the edge of my property, looked to the left. The man I was running from was now approaching what would have been the second intersection on the block I was on when I first saw him. His head reached the middle of the stop sign that he was walking past, like the vehicle sides of a stop sign vertical. So the middle, I ran inside my house, and I didn't know what to do, and who would believe what the fuck I just saw? And this was the late 90s, so cell phones weren't really around yet, and people didn't walk around with cameras. Not teenagers, anyway. The next day, I went up to the stop sign and measured from the ground to the middle of the stop sign, 10.5 feet. I know what I saw, and I wasn't drunk or on drugs, but what I don't get is why would something that tall risk walking the streets on a Long Island suburb at 3:30 a.m. not being worried about being exposed? What was his intentions? Where was he going? Those are the questions I ask myself when I recall this crazy alien shit I experienced. Haunted in the Bayou. I'm a medical examiner who shares her stories of paranormal activities that have happened in and around my morgue. This case took me to New Orleans. I had a case of an alleged serial killer. Our victims had the same markings and looks. I had a colleague of mine in that office during the autopsies. So I went to have lunch with her and confirm my thoughts on the case and had to inform detectives if confirmed. They knew of my visit and suspicion, but we had nothing confirmed. We go to lunch in downtown New Orleans, and we sit and chat about the case, and once we finish eating, she took me on a tour of New Orleans. We eventually took a road trip around the area. A friend has this shack in the bayou, just a storage place for hunting and fishing supplies. We decided to go check it out as I'd never been there. It's around 3 p.m. when we arrive at the shack. We're sitting on a little deck area having a few drinks when it felt odd, like someone was watching me, not something, someone. I looked around and there was no one. I mean, no one. How could there be? The only solid area is what we were on and the path ahead of us. I tried to shake it off, but I really couldn't fully get it out of my mind. I instantly feel a cold pressure on my left shoulder. I see nothing. She screams a high-pitched scream. I get up and spring about 20 yards and then turn around to her to crash into me during the panic. We ended up with such crazy injuries from it. I landed on my right side, but fractured my left clavicle where the hand was. She was mute for 3 weeks. Something that scream even shouldn't have caused without other injuries prior. Who knows what really happened, or who she really was, but my colleague swears she saw a woman in white with a broken left clavicle, so her arm was just hanging, mouth open like she was screaming but silent. She swears on it, and with her reaction and vow to never go back or within a 10-mile radius of it, she sends the assistant medical examiner she's called for those cases near it. I'll never know what she saw exactly besides what she told me because she's the only one who visually saw anything really, and could be some wild reason of why this happened or who that was. A voice called her name, and it led to a traumatizing encounter. This is one of my mother's stories. Took place when she was an early teen and preteen in her house. It's where all of these incidents occurred. My mom and grandma were in the living room. They were lounging and watching TV. My mom was sitting on one of the couches against one of the walls of the living room, which had a hallway branching off of it. My aunt was in one of the bedrooms at the end of the hall taking a nap. As my mom watched the TV, she got distracted by a voice calling out to her. It was a loud sort of whisper that was calling her name. My mom was freaked out and didn't know what to do at first. She looked at my grandma and asked, "Did you hear that?" My grandma said she didn't hear anything, practically ignored my mom's question. My mom ignored it after that too, telling herself that she must have just been hearing things that weren't really there. Until she heard it again, a long, loud whisper that enunciated each syllable of her name coming from nowhere. She said it sounded like it was a desperate call for help. She looked again over to my grandma, more panicked this time, and asked her again if she had heard anything. My grandma had the same response and told her no. My mom stared down the hallway that branched off the living room and felt some sort of urge to go toward it. She found herself walking down the hallway, directly to the room where my aunt was taking a nap. My mom slowly opened the door and saw a big dark black shadow figure stood in the doorway. Only a few feet, or maybe 2 away from her, but not for too long, and the shadow flew off and disappeared. My mom then looked over to my aunt sleeping in the bed to see if she was seeing any of this. What she saw truly disturbs me. Similar to the shadow that was standing in front of her was a figure that was on top of my aunt. My mom said there is a blackness all around her bed. My aunt just laid in the bed completely frozen, but with eyes sort of just open. Only a few seconds passed until the black figure flew off of my aunt and disappeared. My aunt shot out of the bed screaming and crying, saying that she couldn't move. My mom thinks somehow maybe she could hear her sister calling out to her while she was being attacked by whatever this entity was, but only to her. My UK 1800s house is haunted as fuck, and I'm cooked. I'm really not the person to care about ghost shit, first off. And yeah, it's interesting, but I don't like to see all this freaky shit, but now it's happening to me. Probably 15 years ago, I was about 1 year old. My dad experienced a really strange experience. My mom was away on business, and it was nighttime. He woke up to a literal old man in the corner of the room sat in the chair. And goosebumps writing this. My dad scream-grabbed me, and my sister went downstairs only to go back up and see no one was there, and fast forward a couple of months. I don't know. My dad was now away for work, and my mom was only home with me and my sister. And it's nighttime, we're all asleep, and my mom wakes up the old man leaning over her. Or wakes up to the old man leaning over her. And her reaction was a lot worse than my dad's. She was in literal fear and screaming, begging the old man just back into the corner, and she sprinted to grab us and ran out of the house to call my dad. He answers and basically tells her she didn't want to mention this to her. He answers and basically tells her she didn't want to mention this to her, as she would have freaked the fuck out. We didn't go back home that night, I believe. I feel like around last year at Christmas is when it kind of started happening again. Things like the Christmas balls falling off the tree, and the tree also falling over multiple times. Even had the loft hatch fly open leading to the attic. And nothing happens for a while until recently there's been freaky shit going on in the house, and keep in mind I'm 16. Everything that happened at the start, I was literally a year old and I don't remember shit. But recently a picture of my mom and stepdad had been placed upside down. Then it was 6 album covers my sister had on a shelf in her room. They were also upside down. And the final thing that's happened from the day I'm writing this is a love poem that's in a room in my house has been found upside down. The freakiest thing about all of this is everything upside down involves love and heartbreak. So if there's any sort of experts out there, people in general, tell me if this should be a concern or not at this point. Please let me know. It reminds me of those rings that some Irish women I know wear. My uncle's mildly haunted house. First things first, I'm a 23-year-old who lives in Colombia. Sorry for my English, as it might not be the best. My uncle built his dream home in a big lot, which is about 150 years ago. It used to be part of some big farm called haciendas over there, such as Pablo Escobar's. Well, back in those days, these lands witnessed horrible crimes. Thieves were hung, deserters were shot, farmer girls were raped, and such and such. Supposedly, in my uncle's lot, there used to be a tree a long time ago, and this tree was used to hang people in the hacienda. Here comes the good stuff. My uncle has 2 daughters. Loved them very much. The first year, my oldest cousin said she felt bad vibes in her room. She used to have this dream where a black man was on top of her and tried to rape her, and she would wake up with marks on her arms and feeling strange. Later, those dreams were more and more realistic, until one day she swears she woke up in the middle of the night and felt the man on top of her. She couldn't see him, but she felt him. She felt him touching her, and she passed out, and every night from then on she would feel horrible. She'd wake up with bruises and cuts all over her body, and a priest was even called. An exorcism was performed. She vomited sand and couldn't remember anything about the exorcism. My uncle and my other cousin swear that she was talking in an inhuman voice. The priest performed the exorcism for an hour and a half. Her room has been cursed ever since. When we would visit my siblings, I had to sleep in there, and I swear every night at 3 a.m. you could hear footsteps outside the room. This house has only 1 floor. The room has a big-ass window. The bathroom door would open on its own without open windows for the air to flow. One night I woke up for no apparent reason. When I turned myself to the other side, I saw my cousin's face staring at me with a blank face. I was stunned, like, what the fuck you doing here? This entity then sort of lifted itself from the bed without making a sound and left the room. I knew it wasn't my cousin. Lots of strange things happen in my neighbors' houses. And in the streets in this little citadel. There's about 30 lots in this old farmland, and there have been security guards who have seen witches, dead kids, and so on. Pretty creepy place, really. I had a very disturbing dream. My family comes from a small town in Honduras. My grandparents moved to the capital eventually. They bought a house. My family's lived there since the 80s and early 90s. Well, I won't get into detail, but my grandmother used to play around with Ouija boards, which is why I think this whole mess started. My grandmother had many siblings, 9 in total. They all had very tragic deaths. I'll focus on my aunt, though. She was diagnosed with breast cancer, and my grandmother offered her house for her to recover in. So pretty much my siblings and I were taking care of her. She grew very kind of bitter because she wanted people to be with her 24/7. But I had school, and my siblings would work as well. And my parents would too. But my grandmother decided to go back to the town she lived in and pretty much left her sisters alone. My aunt was angry all the time. I got back home late at night and she would complain because there was no one at home with her. Long story short, she passed away with a lot of anger in her. Fast forward to 2020, and one day out of the blue I had this dream about my aunt staring at my grandmother. I've always had the sort of dreams that precede certain events. I woke up scared and went to check on my grandmother, and she was perfectly fine. I took it as just some random dream and went about my day. 2 days later, my grandmother came into the living room, and she was extremely pale. My mom asked what happened. She mentioned my aunt's name, saying she saw her, but she said nothing. 2 minutes later, my grandmother died. Found out later that my grandmother dabbled in witchcraft. found some bags with soil in her drawers, which is something that people do here for whatever reason. She also used to play around with Ouija boards. Last night I had a dream about the house. It was pretty much my grandmother, and she was just walking around, but somebody had died and I couldn't tell who it was. I woke up today with my rosary off my wrist. I've been worried all day. I'm dreading going to sleep today. What was it? This story's hard for anybody who didn't really see what happened to believe it. Sometimes it's still hard for me to believe. But I'm hoping somebody on here can relate or explain. About 3 years ago, I was in my hometown with some friends, and it was around 12 at night. We were near these soccer fields in our town. There were 6 of us packed into a vehicle. We were at the top of this hill that overlooked the soccer fields, and at the edge of the fields was a thick tree line. As a group of kids about to head to college after that summer, you can probably imagine what we were all doing there at that time of night. There's one reason nobody believes, really any of us, when we tell them that all 6 of us saw this thing. Anyways, I'm in the middle row of seats, and we're all talking and laughing and just doing our thing. And all of a sudden, the 2 people in the front start to freak out, and I mean like panic. Scared kind of freaked out. They started saying that we should go, because they saw something really weird in the tree line across from us. We all laughed at them and blew it off and continued what we were doing. A couple of minutes later, the 2 people next to me start to also say that they saw whatever it was in the tree line. And at this point, I'm getting nervous too. I still hadn't seen what they were talking about. I asked what it looked like. They told me it looked like a big blue person. I laughed so hard I thought my friends were all on some kind of trick to make me scared or something. But then they made me keep looking where they had seen the entity. About 2 minutes passed, and as we all sat there in silence waiting, I saw it. Across in the tree line, what looked like a transparent yet solid blue being slowly stepped out of the trees. It looked like there was energy flowing through his human-like body. It was a light yet bold blue color. The entity had to be 7 or 8 feet tall. We all confirmed, and we were all seeing the same thing and described it to each other. The being stood there for a minute, turned around, went into the woods. Waited there in disbelief for a while before deciding we should get out of there. I tell a lot of people about this story in hopes that one day somebody will believe what happened or give some sort of explanation. Weird experiences on the Mogollon Rim in Payson, Arizona. Having grown up in Arizona and Phoenix, I've heard my fair share of scary stories, not only about the desert here, but about our neighbors up north. This past weekend, I went on a camping trip to celebrate my boyfriend's birthday. It was us 2, my best friend F and his cousin M. We went up to Payson, specifically the dispersed camping north of the Forest Lakes. We had a beautiful day, despite it being very windy, but as soon as the sun set, things started to get weird. It was a strange feeling, almost like I was being watched. When it was time to go to bed, we all got in our shared tent. It was an L-shaped tent with 1 room in each end. We decided that I would sleep with my friend and my boyfriend would sleep with his cousin. My boyfriend and his cousin immediately fell asleep, but my friend and I remained wide awake, and it was extremely windy and freezing despite it being mid-May. And after being awake for about 2 hours listening to the wind and all the leaves and branches crackling, I assumed my friend had fallen asleep next to me. After the wind settled a bit, and it hadn't settled all night, I heard 2 male voices that seemed to be having a conversation about 20 feet behind my head. Couldn't make out the words that they were being said, but it was clearly 2 men. As soon as I heard the voices, I snapped up and my friend did the same time. We sat and listened quietly, heard another bit of mumbling. I felt better and we realized the voices sounded exactly like my boyfriend and his cousin and thought that maybe they went out to go to the bathroom. Got up, walked to the other side of the tent where the bed was. And there they were, covered up to their heads with blankets because of the cold. They were sound asleep. My friend and I froze and my heart dropped. They immediately woke them up and they got their guns and checked the perimeter of our campsite. They found nothing. Told us it was the wind blowing through the trees and told us to go back to sleep. I didn't sleep a single second after that happened. We talked about it the next morning and thought maybe it was some sort of mimic or skinwalker. Any thoughts on what it could be? Any similar experiences? I know what we heard was not wind in the trees. Could have been exactly what you heard also. The light me and my dad saw. One night, me and my dad decided to go for a ride around the country. We lived in a rural area. We'd ride around a few blocks 2 to 3 times a week to check out wildlife and stuff. I was about 13 or 14 at the time, and while going down a hill, a deer leapt out into the road. My dad slammed on the brakes. He missed hitting it by a couple of feet. There was a reason the deer leapt across the road in such a hurry. It was being chased by this light. It's hard to describe how large the light was because how bright it was. There was a center mass to it about the size of a softball. It was so bright it almost hurt to look at. Except it was a clear night, no storms in the area. I've heard of swamp gas, but as I recall, it was maybe past the spring thaw. Not possible for it to have been swamp gas. Whatever this light was, it was guided. It was chasing the deer. It was so bright it lit up the woods and illuminated the cab of the truck. It's not possible to have been a drone. This was before drones, like 2005. And it was too large of a light to be a flashlight or anything that could really be tied to the deer. Light was also a good 20-30 feet behind the deer. A drone couldn't have flown through thick woods without hitting something, and no human could pilot one through thick brush-filled forest at that speed, maybe 50 miles an hour. No drone could have a light source that bright without being like a large, or at least a very large drone, which really wouldn't have even fit through the trees. It wasn't a vehicle or anything of that sort. It's about 5 feet off the ground, made no noise, about 2 or 3 feet away from the truck and didn't damage it in any way, but it was going after the deer like a heat-seeking missile. I'm almost certain it was somehow piloted. Didn't change color or brightness or shape or anything either, and it was not solid as far as I can tell, entirely plasma or gaseous in nature. After about 30 seconds, we both asked at about the same time if we saw that, both of us thinking it was some kind of vision issue. People see light sometimes before migraines. That's true. My house was haunted. Here's my story. Hey guys, this is kind of weird, but I've had it on my chest for a while, and I think more people should hear about it because it terrifies me to this day. So my old house had a kitchen and back room that always felt really creepy to me as a kid. I'd feel a bad, shadowy figure following me around. I'd feel like I was being watched as soon as I stepped into the kitchen. Felt my fight or flight become activated. And it was this awful impending doom feeling. There was a glass door attached to the kitchen that went out to the backyard, and occasionally be able to see the figure right behind me in the reflection. And there were also moments where the air around me would suddenly become ice cold, or we'd hear footsteps in our attic, which was never the one that we went in. It got to the point where I wouldn't go into the kitchen or back room in the house alone, and especially at night. Other people also felt terrified without me even telling them how I felt. Excuse me. So I was once in the back room with my friend, and she suddenly broke down and told me that she couldn't be in there anymore, that she wanted to go to the living room instead. Another friend told me that, and she woke up once in my house really dehydrated, but couldn't bring herself to go past the threshold into the kitchen. Then we decided to fix a door to my bedroom, and the repairman pointed out that somebody had previously been dead-bolted in my bedroom from the outside. Then, a couple of years later, my mom decided to tear down the house. They found a bag of cremated remains inside of my wall. A few years after that, my mom and I were in the car talking about construction, and she asked me if I wanted to know the real reason why she decided that we should tear down the house, and not just remodel. Keep in mind, I never even told her, or really anybody, about the shadowy figure or horrible feeling I got in the kitchen. She proceeded to tell me about how she saw this dark figure and felt an evil presence inside the kitchen and back room, and about how she had to get her pastor at the time involved, and they did this whole thing where they announced that her house and the people in it belonged to Jesus. Looking back at it now, I think this story needs to be shared, and also want to know if anybody else experienced something like this in their life. Not everyone's dishes clamor at night. Hey, so I don't this happen to everyone, but anytime I tell people, they look at me strange, and I've been wondering about this for a few months now. I decided to get your input. Let me know if you'd ever hear this at night. So every night, for the entire time we were living at this one house, when everyone, being me, Mom, and Dad, would go to bed, the dishes would clamor. Think somebody unloading the dishwasher or getting a pot out while hitting all the other pots on the way. It was loud enough as the kitchen was on the first floor. We slept on the second floor. It was loud ceramic and metal bangs, clearly from the dishes, for hours, sometimes throughout the night. This happened so consistently that I asked my mom about it. She brushed it off, joking that it was a domovoi, a house elf in Russian folklore. Obviously joking, so being young, I brushed it off as one of those noises that houses just make. Fast forward to this year. We're on the topic of ghosts and how my mom doesn't believe in ghosts, but has had multiple experiences that she can't explain. I'd say that we're agnostic on the ghost topic, but slightly leaning towards skepticism. So I brought up that house as a joke, and how I thought those dish sounds were so weird, until I realized it happened to everyone. She kind of got quieter, and eventually explained that there was something weird about that house. And yes, dishes may make a few sounds at night, but not clamor for hours the way they would there. She didn't know why it would happen, and it freaked her out enough to not want to worry young me. In the next few months, I would ask my friends, "Hey guys, you know how dishes make noises sometimes at night, right?" In sort of a hopeful tone. But all of them have said no and looked at me with concern. I guess my question is, has anybody else heard this? We didn't have a dishwasher, and my mom always keeps the kitchen clean. Can't go to bed without it. She's extremely particular about it. So I know those dishes weren't out or in the sink or anything. Happened a bit at the next house, I think, but nothing like before. And now I've lived alone for years and haven't heard any dishes. Help me figure this out. My mom's experienced the same thing. So has her mom. And it goes on and on with the women in her family. I've talked to relatives that have passed on along with seeing an apparition of them. My grandmother has since ignored it until I asked her about somebody who claims to be her brother. Talks about very harshly, like family details sometimes. He's active from 4 a.m. onward, refuses to tell me a name. Well, backstory over, sorry for the rambling. I live with my grandmother, and I've had this issue for a while with this one thing. I guess I should call it an it. At first, it was only appearing in photos. Now it's making the energy, kind of feel heavy in the house. Stays in the basement bedroom, and when I go down there, it bangs on the door. Tries to turn the door handle, and at night sometimes it growls, and a deep voice goes, "Hello." I'll hear breathing in my room sometimes. And my dogs, being 3 German Shepherds, refuse to go into the basement. They refuse to go into my room. I feel so angry all the time, and it follows me out of the house, and I can tell because my eyes get watery. I feel heavy, and I get goosebumps along with the feeling of something constantly behind me. This hasn't bothered me until it decided to mess with my Nana. And my Nana is a sweet lady. Doesn't need any issues with the paranormal. Well, the other night she woke up with the feeling of being choked and seeing something stand above her bed. She closed her eyes and said the Lord's Prayer, and it went away. She has me go downstairs now to do the laundry and fold the clothes and clean up, and, well, I don't mind at all. Well, I guess I messed up pretty bad because I finally saw the apparition in daylight. It's always been a feeling, or only seeing it at night. It was standing in the corner staring at me as I was folding laundry. I immediately got angry at it for messing with my Nana. So I looked at it and went, you know what? Fuck you, you're just one big spooky pussy-ass ghost. I'm gonna kick your ass for fucking with my Nana, you little bitch. Just fucking watch me do it. Turn my back to it so I can load the washer, and the bedroom door slammed shut. And now every night it watches me sleep or keeps reaching out to touch me. I like that part. Something unexplainable happened at Gravity Hill, New Jersey. Shadow figure encounter. This happened sometime around 2002, 2003. It was when I was younger. A group of us, 2 cars, guys and 1 girl in the other, decided to visit a place known as Gravity Hill. It's located in New Jersey, just across the Delaware River from New Hope, Pennsylvania, not far away from Washington's Crossing Park. If you're not familiar with it, the legend goes that if you stop your car at the bottom of the hill, put it in neutral, ghostly forces will push it up the hill. Supposedly, a tragic accident occurred there involving a car and a train, and now the spirits try to push vehicles out of harm's way. I'd been there a few times before, and I thought it'd be fun to show the girls. We did the usual ghost pushes the car uphill thing, which, by the way, really does seem like the car is going uphill, and everybody was having a good time. But that's not the part that's haunted me all these years. As we were leaving, we took a back road that intersects the main one near the hill. I was driving behind the other car when suddenly, my radar detector started going off. Odd, considering we were out in the middle of nowhere. And at the same time, I heard screaming from the car ahead of us. Then as we passed the farmhouse, I saw something I still can't explain. What I thought was a scarecrow standing in a field next to the road suddenly began hovering. Yeah, hovering alongside my car. It was a shadowy humanoid figure. It didn't move like a person or an animal, and it just floated, gliding next to us. Then its arms stretched out toward the back seat where my friend Dante was sitting. My brother and the other 2 people in the back were shouting at me to roll up the windows, and they were panicking. My radar detector went off again. I floored it, hard pounding, and we sped out of there until we reached a parking lot near a bridge a few miles away. Everybody in both cars was shaken up, and we all saw the same thing. I still don't know what to make of it. A shared hallucination, or some local folklore manifesting in our minds, or something else. I woke up in the air. So I've always had weird paranormal childhood stories. The incident I'm going to tell you about was probably the beginning of it all, and was something I've never been able to figure it out, really. My family used to live in a cute double-wide when I was 2004. I was pretty young, so I really don't remember anything from this house. And we moved a lot, except for the weird things that would happen at night. I have 2 older half-siblings through my dad that came every summer and stayed with us for a couple of weeks. We would always be up late and we would play with those really simple joystick video games that plugged directly into the TV. My mom would make us go to bed before 12. So my sister and I went into my bedroom and my brother slept on the couch. I had bunk beds in my room, so my sister would sleep on the top and I would sleep on the bottom. It didn't start with me waking up in the air. It started with me waking up exactly at 4 a.m. every single night, on the dot. I had a digital alarm clock on the dresser beside my bed. I was always a kid who woke up at like 7:15 or 7:30 a.m. every single day. So when I started waking up in the dark at 4 a.m., it was weird. I remember waking my mom up a few times about it, and she basically just brushed it off and told me to go back to sleep. So I did. And this went on for a while, like every day. There's a bit of time that had passed, I'm guessing 2 months. Then one night I woke up at 3 a.m. instead. Kind of weird that it wasn't 4 a.m., but again I just brushed it off and went to sleep. Then I woke up in a cold sweat, and it was like as soon as I woke up, my back hit the bed as if I'd never been touching the bed. The bed bounced as if I literally just jumped into my bed, and again I have bunk beds, so jumping into the bottom bunk was a little bit harder. I was out of breath, and my blanket was completely off my bed on the ground, and I looked at that fucking clock, 4 a.m. Same thing happened to me for months. Only woke up feeling like I was floating like every couple of weeks. Still woke up at 4 a.m. every night, though. Anyways, I guess I'm looking for some type of explanation for it. Still have no clue what was happening then, and it seems like the best place to post this experience. Has anybody ever experienced this? Possible encounter with a mimic. I remember laying in the spare bedroom. It was my room at the time. Absent-mindedly, I was scrolling through my phone and texted one of my friends who I was making plans to pick up, pending my mother's approval to borrow her car. My mom was gone out running some errands at the time, and she told me that she'd be back in an hour or so. I'm just laying around waiting for her to come home. And as I'm reading a text from my friend, I hear the front door open, which is a little weird because she usually pulls her car into the attached garage and usually uses the garage door to enter. The distinct sound of high-heel shoes against hard wood and my mother saying, "Hi, Jaxie," which is our dog Jackson's nickname. It's one that only her and I use, and I don't remember where my dog was specifically. He was likely in the bedroom with me, but I can't say for sure because he's a Chihuahua and always follows me around. Then her bedroom door opened and closed. So she went straight from the front door to her bedroom, which is a straight line, my bedroom being in the middle, said hi to her dog while walking. So I texted my friend that I shouldn't be much longer, as, you know, my mom's home now. I leave my bedroom to go find my mom, and she's nowhere to be found. I checked her bedroom, not there. The garage, not there. Figure she must have just ducked inside to grab something and went back out. I just went to call her cell phone to ask where she went. She sounded confused and told me she's been in Sydney, about a half hour away from where I lived the whole time. Sorry if I over-explained. I just tried to paint a picture. I didn't think much of it at the time and wrote it off to me hearing things. But that memory is so clear even to this day, and it's been about 10 years. I'd also like to add that one time Mom and I were laying in her bed watching a movie or something. This would have been maybe 2020. We both started to drift off to sleep until the sound of glass shattering woke us both up. Sounded like the sound came from the same room we were in. Both looked at each other with a surprised and confused look, but ultimately decided that we're both too comfortable when we clean up the mess in the morning. Morning comes, I wake up first. I go to clean the quote-unquote broken glass, and it's nowhere to be found. Please help me identify what has just happened to me. I'm in my grandmother's basement with my girlfriend, and we have the lights turned off to go to bed. She falls asleep for about an hour or so. I decide to turn my phone off and hang it up for the night. I feel a feeling of extreme comfort wave over me. I hear a repetitive, low-frequency humming ringing in my left ear, and the same ringing but slower in my left ear. The faster my left ear picks up with this ringing, the more relaxed I feel, not having it close my eyes yet. While both of my eyes are completely open in the dark, other rooms in the house begin to manifest into my vision with a pale, faint, fuzzy silhouette in the center of each view. I get each of these rooms like flashing in front of me. And at this point, my thoughts make a violent left turn from euphoria to a sharp, painful feeling of terror and anxiety, with the feeling of having my brain being squished from inside my skull as a paralysis completely sets over me. The feeling lingers as the hallucinations go away, and I'm left in a body I can't move while trying to work myself free. When I break free, my entire body is shaking to the core, and I wake up my poor girlfriend, and she kept asking questions. I didn't want to wage the time explaining, or waste, I'm assuming, when we could be using that time getting the fuck out of that basement. I've just caught my breath, and this incident happened maybe 10 minutes or so ago now. I haven't taken any hallucinogens. I'm not diagnosed as a schizophrenic, not share any schizoaffective symptoms either. I've never suffered from a seizure, nor are prone to them, and I am an atheist and never believed in anything paranormal. I will say I am prone to sleep paralysis, but sleep paralysis is a very familiar feeling to me. Didn't match this situation in any way, shape, or fashion. I'm still terribly shaken up by this experience, and I feel the persistent feeling of my brain being squished in conjunction with my whole body trembling. If anybody has any idea of what this is, don't hesitate to share or suggest what I need to do to prevent this from ever happening again. A few things that have happened in my life. Well, for starters, there are real events, but some may have an explanation. Some I just haven't figured out what. So I've always felt from a young age that something was always watching me. But as a child, I brushed them off as a wild imagination. Nothing really happened to me as a child, other than the usual clothes piled up in the dark and me making more than meets the eye. Well, my first encounter happened while I was at my mom's house. 24 at the time, and my girlfriend are in the living room, and she's in the kitchen, and both rooms are next to each other. No wall separating them. I was watching TV, and she was in the kitchen making a late-night snack, maybe around 10 p.m. That's when out of nowhere I hear what I think is a scream. I look up, and it seems to be like my girlfriend didn't notice. Then no more than 5 seconds later I heard it again, but this time, me and my girlfriend made direct eye contact, and I could tell by the look in her eye that she heard it as well. Keep in mind, my mom lives in a rural area, and her next-door neighbor is like 80 and could hardly walk. But the thing about the scream was, even though you didn't see it, you knew. You knew what it was. And I mean, this scream hit me to my bones, and my blood ran cold. It was the scream of death, and went outside, of course, and nothing, just crickets. Next thing that happened was another night, same house, same area, living room and the kitchen. Me and my brother and girlfriend are in the living room, and I heard glass shatter. I instantly sprang up, grabbed a knife, and immediately checked the windows. I thought somebody was trying to break in. None of the windows were broken. As I went to turn the lights, and my mom had a pot on the stove with a glass top. It looked as if somebody had put pressure on it, but it didn't shatter, just spiderwebbed. I immediately thought something fell off the stove, but no, there was literally nothing around that could have. Sorry, I'm adjusting all of their text as I read it. There's literally nothing around that could have fell on top, and my mom unplugged the stove. Score. I saw my mom, but she was colorless and looked angry, then walked into another room. What happened? I have a memory from whenever I was younger. It was of me and my childhood friend of mine at the time. I was at my nanny's playing games on my nanny's computer. We really liked dress-up games. The way we had a direct shot behind us to the hallway. We turned around to see my mother at the end of the hallway. The light was on in the living room. But the hallway lights were off, but there was enough lights on in the living room that it sort of poured out into the hallway a little bit. It should have been on my mom, but she was completely black and white, and she was looking at us and at me with the most hateful and scary expression. Me and my friend just kind of froze. Then my mom turned and walked into my pawpaw's room, which was right next to my nanny's room. She was sleeping in there. Finally, me and my friend go to see, why she was mad at us and to see what was wrong. So we go to my pawpaw's room, which was right next to my nanny's room. Finally, me and my friend go to see, why she was mad at us, and to see what was wrong so we could go to my pawpaw's room when she wasn't there. No one was in that room, and we go into my mom's room and she was asleep, dead asleep. My mom has really bad insomnia. It takes a long time for her to fall asleep. There's no way in that short amount of time that she could have fallen back asleep. There's no way possible that she could have gotten back to my nanny's room. My pawpaw's room is not connected to my nanny's room at all, and there is no way she could have gotten back there without us seeing her. Could have gotten back there without us seeing her. There's a memory that still haunts me to this day. I've even asked that friend years later if she remembers it, and she does. I know what I saw happened, but I don't have an explanation as to what it was. Has anyone had anything similar happen to them? I really would love some sort of explanation to help her understand what it might have very been. It stuck with me for years. The Rake in Oregon. Back in my early teens, living near the little coastal town of Bandon, there was one early morning where my family and I were woken up by our border collie going off. We all went outside to see what was up, my parents and older siblings being the first to exit the house. And like I said, it didn't take place for very long. All we saw, what seemed like a bobcat or something, dart across the top of the driveway and disappear into the trees across the road. And that ultimately led them to dismissing what led to our dog barking. Everyone went back inside, but I lingered for an extra minute as the sun was rising. Something just seemed kind of strange to me. Looking back on it now, I think maybe it was just too quiet. Even with that bobcat or whatever being around, and I mean her dog, she was usually rather docile. I don't think I'd ever heard her bark like that. It was after a minute or two that I heard this bone-chilling noise. It was a sharp, raspy gasp, like somebody choking on air. Outside, it was very loud, but from what I could tell later, none of my family heard it inside. It was coming from this abandoned small in-law cabin. It was in a little patch of trees near the house, which was kind of falling apart, but had rats living in it and we used to store garbage. Well, until we took it to the dump. I never liked going near that thing, before or after this incident. It always gave me the creeps, and I wonder now if maybe there was more than just rats living there. But this is the only event I can recall where I heard anything strange or a dog acting in a weird way. Anyway, I heard these gasps a few times before rushing back inside, and while I've tried to make any sort of match to a normal animal or a wild animal in the area, it just wasn't. And to this day, I can still vividly recall the sound. And after all this time, I've kind of come to believe it was the rake, based on others' experiences. But yeah, I just kind of think about how that encounters sometimes, and I just felt like sharing it. This is what real sleep paralysis vampires look like. During the 2 times I had sleep paralysis, I witnessed a female creature taking on the forms I desired, as if she could enter my subconscious and find the ideal type of woman that I like. The first time, I remember being in a sort of very vivid dream. I was in a place that looked like an empty and dark supermarket, and in front there were glass doors and windows. Outside you could see the fire, as if a dry place were inside hell or something like that. Suddenly I realized that I was lying on a Baroque-style bed in dark red colors. Soon, in the darkness, the creature appears. I saw that it was a very well-known face. I knew who it was, but I saw that it wasn't what I thought. I could imitate, or it seemed it could imitate people's faces, but it couldn't change the shape of her female body, which was slightly reddish with snail-shaped horns and wings. Trapped me in some way that I couldn't move. And then we had sexual intercourse while she bit me on the neck, and I quickly returned to normal sleep. When I woke up very tired. When I entered the bathroom and washed my face, I saw 2 marks on my neck, as if they were made with red pen. When I touched it, it hurt a lot. I decided to just leave it alone. Maybe it would soon heal. When I went back to the room and opened the window, I saw my pillow with a blood stain on it. And from that moment on, I knew that this was not just my imagination, but real. And the second time, it took about 2 years, and it was similar, but in a different place. It was in a medieval castle or fortress, and it was all made of stone and had the same creature. From the windows, I could also see the fire outside as she made love to me. When I woke up, I knew that it had happened again. Turned on the light in the room and saw the pillow with blood on it again. When I looked in the mirror, the same teeth mark was there on my neck. Some say I had an experience on a threshold, but nobody can say for sure. Incubus, succubus is very obvious, but neither I nor anyone else saw anything suck blood during that experience. Snail horns. I received a voice message from my stepdad the night he passed away. This happened in January of 2019. My stepdad had been in our family's life for 30 years before he was diagnosed with cancer. He never had any biological children, but he had me and my sister. We couldn't have asked for a better stepdad or granddad for our children. I was with him when he was diagnosed, and with him for all of his treatments. From the very beginning, there was no question of who would take care of him. It was going to be me. He and my mother were split up at the time, and it just seemed natural that I'd be the one to do it. It's because of how close we were. And honestly, I considered it to be an honor. Unfortunately, his prognosis was not very good, and they gave him less than a year to live. He barely made it 6 months after his diagnosis. He was in the hospital for the last 6 days of his life. He had a DNR, and as hard as it was, I didn't argue with him about it. 2 days before he passed, he was in and out of consciousness and was barely able to even talk. His last night, he was able to communicate that he really wanted me to go home and check on the dogs. That was just after 3 in the morning. I told him that I would do that and I'd be right back. He gave a small smile and nodded, and it took 20 minutes for me to get home, and 10 minutes after walking through the door, the hospital called and said he had passed. I felt so guilty for leaving, till I thought, well, he knew there was already somebody with the dogs, but he insisted that I check on them. Perhaps he didn't want me there at that time. I don't know. And still don't know. Now, what I do know is the morning after he passed, I had a missed call from his phone. It had been in my purse the whole time he was in the hospital, and the call was made at 3:47 a.m., and the voicemail that was left said, "Thank you for everything, sweetheart. I love you." That message was left in my stepdad's perfect loving voice, not the raspy, out-of-breath, strained voice he had moments before he died. Some people have said that it may have just been an old message that I just received that morning, but either way, I thought it was amazing. It doesn't matter which one it was. It's incredibly beautiful nonetheless. Dreams and spirits. The last time I posted here, I was struggling with what to do with my pull, quote-unquote, towards spirituality, and you all offered some helpful advice and encouragement. I read into some occult stuff and started to actually be led to Christianity, and I know it's kind of wild. At first, it was really helpful for me. I felt connected to something that was much bigger than me. I felt comforted by it. It wasn't anything like I had expected it to feel like, and I was surprised by how different Christians portray the Christian God. There was even a night where I was in a lot of distress and crying, and I heard him speak to me. "It's okay, you'll be okay," he whispered to me, and I was overcome by peace. But throughout all of this, I felt this urge to do more, like I was meant to do more. I held off from trying anything for fear and looking crazier, that I would mess up and damn myself to hell. No matter how much I prayed or cried, asking him why I felt this way, was the only thing he wouldn't answer. He answered all my prayers about bringing certain family and friends to him, and he helped me overcome a lot of my depression and anxiety. But as the days went on, I had dreams about things I'd never dreamt about before. Things that felt real. I was more tapped into whatever spiritual gifts I had than ever, but he wouldn't tell me why or why we used them. So eventually I gave up. I strayed. I left him. But the worst part is I can still feel whatever I was connected to. If it was God or not, I don't know. I have no ill feelings toward the being. I've just given up hope. Most days I wish that I could forget about every paranormal experience I've ever had, so that way I could truly believe that the afterlife is just lights out for all of us. But sadly, I can't forget. A few nights ago, while I'm wide awake in my bed, I heard a woman whispering into my ear. At the moment I knew exactly what she was saying, but after I verbally told her to stop it, she said in a stern voice like a mother would, "You're doing it again." I have no idea what this means, and I can only assume she's talking about me blocking out my spirituality, but I'm not really sure. I've been considering trying to figure it out on my own, but I thought I'd come here and ask for your guys' opinions. Do spirits intentionally annoy? The most recent occurrence I've experienced is with a cheap scarf my partner got in an estate sale. It has those small foil coin beads on it in places. I woke up this morning suddenly, about an hour before my alarm. I just find it hung itself in a precarious and like a bathroom curtain rod and wasn't falling. I took a photo of the coins, thinking that maybe it was the source of some beef the house spirits might have. I didn't recognize the print, but I suspect it might be some sort of cheap Oriental trading post cultural appropriation per usual. I took a photograph of it on the railing and frowned at the quality of the picture. I whispered to myself, thinking out loud, maybe a rubbing. A second later, I saw my little invisible pest pluck one of the coins off and drop it right at my feet, 2 feet away from the curtain rod it was on. Just floated over, dropped, and landed flat, heavy side up. I found the symbols don't match any language and were just artistic gibberish. Spent an hour looking it up this morning, annoyed at the result. Checked Google Lens, Bing translator apps, and cheap knockoff products, and my books on symbols and talismans, and there's nothing. Then I had a thought. Maybe this was the intent after all. I mean, I've never had any malicious interactions with fae or pixies or house spirits or familiars or whatever. And I have performed and have had, house cleansings and sort of vigilante exorcisms without Vatican approval or anything. And that was for actual malicious spirits in the past, the kind that drain their victims, like banging on windows and pyromancy and dark spots, painful night terrors and breaking things and shouting. But I know this one is different, and in my research I can't explain its behavior. Sometimes I believe it's actually trying to help me, but that might just be my own self-sabotage, which I have considered, stuff like stopping me from performing a task that I find out later might not have been good for myself. That getting held back on tasks has not been good for my ADHD. The last thing I need is more distractions or casual obsessions. I saw a big black wolf with red eyes. As the title states, I saw a big black wolf with glowing red eyes in the middle of the afternoon when I was younger. I was outside of my grandmother's house playing. I ran around to the front yard, and on the right side of the house, I saw this creature. It just stood there and didn't move at all. Being young, it terrified me and I ran away. Curiosity was also a major factor, so about 15 seconds after I ran away, I went back to where I saw it and it was gone. She had a fenced-in backyard where it was standing, and I'd have seen it leave the property. And this wasn't in a rural area either. This was a suburb in Connecticut, a very big and busy town, right near the town green. I've searched the internet for years for what this might have been, but I've never found anybody having a similar experience. I've read tales of similar creatures in dreams or whatnot, but never one of them out in the suburb in the middle of the afternoon on a sunny day. Also, it might be important to add that my grandmother did witchcraft or black magic. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if there's even a difference between the two. There was another time, me and my younger brother were inside my grandmother's house. We're walking up the stairs, and keep in mind this is a very old house with a chapel in it. Stained glass window and everything. And 3/4 of the way up the stairs, we see the literal Grim Reaper walk from the right side, stop at the top of the stairs, and stare at us. We both stopped and looked at each other at exactly the same time. So I know it wasn't our imagination. It then walked into a bedroom on the left, ran down those stairs faster than you'd think children can even run. And I don't know if these two encounters could be related in some way. If anybody has any information on what these things could have been, or what it meant or anything, please tell me. I'm 25 now, and I've been wondering for years what those creatures were. And this isn't one of those made-up creepypastas to scare people. This is legitimate. Any information is appreciated. Something answered us while talking about demons at midnight. Now I don't know what to do. Tonight I stayed over at my friend's apartment. She lives alone in the penthouse, the very last apartment at the top of the building. The walls are tall, made of old wood and plaster, and the place has this quiet, echoing stillness that always felt a bit off, I guess. We were sitting in the living room for hours, talking about life, and the conversation eventually shifted toward religion. I'm a deep believer. I started sharing my thoughts about Jesus and faith and the reality of the spiritual world. As we got deeper into the topic, we started talking about demonic activity, how important it is to protect ourselves spiritually, sleep paralysis, etc. At this point, it was past midnight. Now, in her living room, there's a tall library shelf filled with books. We were sitting on the sofa about 2 meters away from it when I started to feel this strange sensation. Like the atmosphere in the room changed, it got heavier. And then it happened. Out of nowhere, a book from the top shelf just fell, slammed into the floor. It was loud. Both of us jumped. And the timing was chilling. It happened just as we were talking about demons. Jesus is our savior in sleep paralysis, and she turned pale and stared at the book. I tried to stay calm, and I told her, "See? That's exactly what happens when you call them by name. They don't like it. They try to scare you." But inside, I was scared too. I didn't want to show it, though. Did not want the demonic presence in the room to feel my fear and feed off of it. Left the book on the floor and acted like nothing happened. Kept the conversation going, trying not to feed the fear. But then, at 1:20 a.m., another book fell. This time it felt intentional, like something was responding, and that was too much. Stood up and loudly called out, "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. You are not welcome here. Leave this house now." My friend was shaking. She ran to the restroom to wash her face, on the verge of tears. We stopped talking about anything spiritual after that. She begged me not to leave. She's terrified, and honestly, I don't feel great being here either. Paranormal M takes you beyond the veil, where whispers become warnings. Every story uncovers something that we were never meant to know. Subscribe and hit the bell before the next tale finds you in silence. Friendly little people. At a young age before I was ever in school, I remember I had an open mind. So clear to see everything, and my dad knew there was ghosts, and he was raised to believe that. His mom being a Southern Baptist, but we only believe in light magic. We were also Cherokee, and my grandma's grandma was full-blooded. She passed away with jet black hair with her elder age. My mom, on the other hand, didn't believe in anything like the supernatural. You don't talk about it in front of her, and she was one of a kind. Her way or no way. She was also very jealous of me for no reason. Or none that I could find to be jealous of. I'm an only child, so that made it more rough growing up. So I'm young, and I remember seeing all these little people, little doorways they came in and out of that nobody else can see but me. They would talk to me, and they lived in the walls, and I'd be fully awake playing outside with the bright sun. They would be outside with me. They watched over me, and I feel like they protected me. I would talk to them also. One day, my father asked me who I was talking to. I remember the way he acted when I told him, and he told me those people are not real, and that it was my imagination. He told me to ignore them, and they were scaring my mom, and it broke my heart. I didn't understand. It felt real. It looked real. They would run and hide when my parents came in a room, and I was just sealing their doors off. Parents would leave, and they would come back out. This was back in the 80s, and my dad worked, and my mom stayed home and took care of me. We only had one TV, and Mom controlled it like everything else in the house. She'd watch black and white war movies and Shirley Temple and Gone with the Wind. She wouldn't even allow me to watch Old Yeller. I wouldn't know anything about supernatural stuff, and it was not in our home. I still to this day miss them. I feel them. I don't see them. I just wondered if they have a name. Was it a bunch of ghosts that like dress in solid colors? I don't think they wore shoes, but don't quote me. I heard somebody say that they don't wear shoes. Have a vivid dream during my critical pregnancy. Could this have been a spiritual message or protection? Hey everybody, I'm a 32-year-old woman and a Buddhist. wanted to share a dream I had about 2 years ago. It was during a very intense time in my life, and it stayed with me ever since. Vivid, emotional, and mysterious. I'd love to hear your thoughts or insights. At the time, I was living on the rooftop of my mother's house, and I just found out that I was pregnant, and I was around 29 or 30. And unfortunately, it was a critical pregnancy. I was bleeding during the first 3 months and constantly afraid. It was during this time that something very unusual started happening. A group of crows, about 10 to 15 of them, they started coming to the tree in front of the rooftop where I lived, and this had never happened before. They didn't stay all day, but they would appear once or several times a day unpredictably, often made loud chattering noises. They kept coming through the rest of my pregnancy, right up until I gave birth, and then stopped visiting like that. Around this time, I had a dream that felt incredibly real. In the dream, I saw a woman dressed in black. She had a crow-like presence, not in her face, which looked human and calm, but in the way she moved and the energy around her. She came flying from a mountain far in the distance, a mountain I can actually see from the rooftop in real life, and it was raining. She was holding an umbrella. She flew directly toward me. I felt fear at first, but when she reached me, I felt a sudden and deep sense of calm. She handed me a letter, said I needed to give it to my sister, and then the dream ended. And even now, I can remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. And I've always wondered, was this woman a spiritual protector or some kind of divine messenger? What do the crows mean? Were they guardians or connected to something ancestral? And what could the letter from my sister mean, especially since I was the one going through the crisis? I've never had anything like this happen again. I'd love to hear your spiritual, symbolic, or Buddhist perspectives on what this might have meant. The veil spoke to me. The tall man of 41st Street. I wish I was joking. And no, this isn't pareidolia. Let me explain why the mythical syntax. It was a dark, somber night. I was 16, naive, anxious, and aware. It was maybe it was a quarter or 2 past 4 a.m. Parents were sleeping in a room across from me, with kind of snores resonating within the wind beyond the walls. I was up playing Bloodborne, a tale, ironically, about facing the unknown hidden in plain sight. A surge, a flicker, an urge informed me that something from the other side was watching. I brushed it off and I kept hunting. Hitherto, I died in the game. The screen went blank. I gazed at the doorway that leads to the hallway. I realized I wasn't alone. Lo, a tall humanoid figure looms in my doorway, a symbol of premonition and liminality. I felt a fear that could collapse giants like a god whispering in the darkness. I stood up valiantly. Enticed by fear, yes, but I did the unthinkable. I stepped inside the entity, and the shrouded this abyss, and it embalmed in dread, and I was in a liminal space sort of festered by the veil. A second in the abyss felt like hours. I endured. I was so frightened that I woke my parents up. I don't know what I encountered that night, but I am certain that it was a bleed-through. In mythological terms, this would be considered an omen from the hidden veil, a spiritual realm created by trauma. Entities from the veil are attached to the plane because it contains lots of suffering. They're drawn to that, and perhaps my anxiety that night opened a portal to the unseen, and saw me back. I had a few bizarre experiences once, still can't explain to this day, and these two stand out. When I was around 19, I was home alone. I wasn't feeling so great, so I went to bed early. At some point during the night, I woke up groggy because I heard a car outside with its engine running. I remember thinking, that's weird. I was too tired to care. I also vaguely recall hearing a knock on my bedroom door, but I assumed it was just the house settling, as old houses do sometimes. Fast forward to the next day. My parents came home and casually asked, "Did anything happen last night?" I was confused, like, wait, no, why? Then they told me that the entire street heard shouting and things being thrown inside her house, like there was some huge fight going down. Apparently, a car pulled up and 2 guys even got out to check if everyone was okay. 4 different neighbors confirmed hearing the same thing. I explained to them I did hear the car, but no fighting. Still have no idea what happened. The thought of it honestly kind of freaks me out. Another happened when I was about 21. It was late at night. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to make myself a sandwich. As I walked downstairs, I get this weird, uneasy feeling like something was off. Hard to describe, but I suddenly felt anxious for no reason. I shook it off, made my sandwich, grabbed my plate. But as I was heading toward the door to go back upstairs, I got hit with this overwhelming wave of fear. Just spontaneous. A kind of fear I've never had before then. Something in me just went, get out of here as soon as possible. I stepped into the hallway, quickly shut the kitchen door behind me, and then I heard this scream straight from the living room. It was so loud, it was a woman's scream, almost like a wail, clear as day. She was right there in the room. I bolted up the stairs, completely terrified. The weirdest part was nobody else was in the house. Or at least nobody else heard it in the house. It was just me. And to this day, I have no explanation for what happened. My house might be haunted. So everything started about 7 months ago. It was one of my first nights being home alone. I had been home alone hundreds of times for the day, but this was one of the first throughout the night. I was playing games on my computer when I heard my dog start barking hysterically. My dog is not one to just bark at nothing, especially not in the house. So I knew something was up when we went to check on her. She was alerting to something down the hallway to the front door. She started growling, and then I heard the lock on the front door rocking back and forth. I immediately thought that somebody was trying to break in. The lock was rattling for about 20 seconds before it stopped. Then a few seconds later, I heard 3 thumping, creaking footsteps above my upstairs. It freaked me the fuck out. Checked every room upstairs, checked the camera outside, and there was nothing. And there is a glass storm door on the outside of the front door, so whatever was moving the lock was from inside the house. That was it for a few months, so I kind of forgot about it until my dad started asking me, or my mom, if they were walking around upstairs in the middle of the night. Neither of us were up, and my dad said he kept hearing footsteps and faint talking for 4 days before it stopped. And a few nights ago, I was up at around 2 a.m. when my parents were asleep, and I could have sworn I saw somebody about 8 foot tall standing in the pitch-black living room. We've also noticed over the past few months that small things like soap bars and screwdrivers and yarn would go missing for a few weeks. Then they'd wind up just turning up somewhere completely different and out of place. The first event in December was about a month after my grandfather passed. So I'd like to think that this was him giving us signs, but every time something happened, it feels like my heart stops. Like something isn't just messing with us for fun. It's a weird sensation. Any insight would be helpful. The first time I had real goosebumps and ran. A couple of years ago, I lived with my parents and a few other family members. I've lived with them for the majority of my life. It was a normal day in the suburbs. Sun was out and it was early afternoon. I vividly remember this day because it was the closest thing I ever had to something paranormal happen to me in my life. I had just taken a shower. I could hear my cousins having lunch downstairs. Now, I know I'm not the only one, but there are times where I talk to myself when I'm alone or even pretend I'm some sort of fictional character, just for the heck of it. Anyway, at this moment, it was one of those moments. Before I continue, I'd like to explain that each room has a ceiling fan, but only my room and the master bedroom are quote-unquote remote controlled. So I'm walking out of the shower and into my room and jokingly said, "Fan on," out loud, and I kid you not, the ceiling fan started to spin in full force. There's a slight click before the fan turns on, which indicates the remote signaled fan to turn on, and the second I heard that and I saw the fan actually turn on, I felt like the hair on the back of my neck ride, and I ran like a bitch downstairs to where my cousins were. And I was just telling them what happened, and my first instinct was, okay, well, maybe it was a prank and they had the remote. But one, everybody was downstairs. And two, they couldn't have heard me from downstairs anyway. And three, both remotes were not removed from the wall outlet. Note, the remote for each fan's, like specific to one fan. As an example, if I took the remote for the master bedroom fan and turned it on in my room, it would just only turn on the master bedroom fan. Till this day, I never knew how this happened at the exact moment I said "fan on" out loud. And come to think of it now, if it was somebody trying to prank me, they wouldn't have known I was going to say that in the first place. Told you it sounds too crazy to be true, but I'm telling you it is. Creatures in the dark. Alone at home should be calm and quiet, until my nights weren't as quiet as I thought they would be. It started small, like a shadow of a little boy dashing across the room at night, or random items dropping off the shelves, even when the windows were closed. But no nights were like that night. Due to the bright lights from my neighbor's house, I decided to close my curtains. As it falls into darkness and silence envelops me, I soon fell asleep. A couple taps, I reckon I'm dreaming. Couldn't be real. Bam! A loud noise woke me up. I wasn't in my bedroom. Seated at the head of the long dining table, looking down the long dark hallway, red light starting to fill the end of the hall. Creaking open the door on the left fills the hall with deep red lights. Then the right side as each door creaks open toward me. The once dark hallway drowns in red. Soon, long fingers appeared at the end of the hall. I tried to move, but I was glued to the chair I was in. The shadow at the end of the hallway grew bigger as the creature moves closer. Then it appears tall, slim, with teeth so long and sharp. It grins as it stares. And in a flash of a second, it sped toward me. 3:15 a.m. The bright light of my clock stared back at me. But it wasn't the only thing staring back. Two tall figures, barely visible, stared back. And between them was a closed door-like structure with bright red lights illuminating the dark room. Am I still dreaming? I asked myself. I closed my eyes and, fearing what I would see when I opened them again, took a peep instead. 2:57. Room was empty. Bright from the lights in the hallway, and my curtain was open. Everything felt calm once again, except I couldn't go back to sleep. Not after that happening. See ya. Was that my father saying farewell to me and my sister? On the 6th of December of 2019, My father suddenly has passed away. It was a shock and surprise to everybody, because it really happened suddenly. No one would ever expect that it would be his turn in the family. I remember it was Friday. Day passed, and at night, on the 8th of December, I woke up. I woke up hearing clicking noises in the other room. At first, I thought it was my mother's clock, as she has one, and, well, sometimes at day it's a bit louder, as it has a radio installed in it. Despite the fact that I've decided to wake up and find myself, if it's really a clock, I was wrong. I was looking at the room opposite mine where the sound was coming from. My real surprise is it was a printer, an HP LaserJet 1020p or 1020H. So it's a very old model, but reliable. Keeps doing its job up to the day without any issues whatsoever. Now, believe me or not, never ever since this printer did it behave in such a weird manner. The noise it produced was the same as if somebody had pressed the power button repeatedly in a very rapid manner. The switch light was blinking rapidly, indicating that the printer turned on and off. I tried shutting down the printer and turning it back on, and it started acting the same until it stopped. At the same time, the small light lamp in the room was changing its brightness. Once it was very bright, and then the light was diminishing. After a while, electricity in our house went down. To my surprise, it went down on the whole street. Considering everything written above, I'm hardly believing it was just an electricity error. Printer only behaved like that once, and never again. The day after my father's death, he was living somewhere else for maybe 3 or 5 years, at least. And he was divorced with my mother. Can't find out any scientific explanation for this, and whenever I think about it or I'm writing about it now, I feel shivers coming down my spine. Ghosts wanted to open all the doors. The setting. The incident happened when I was about 12 or 15. Don't exactly remember perfectly. I woke up and everybody was asleep. My German Shepherd was by the foot of my bed, asleep. My bedroom layout had 2 doors on either side. On the left was the hallway that led to my sister's room, and it was open, while the other on my right was the hallway that led to my dad's room, which was closed. Both hallways led to the main living room. The living room had a slide wooden door that led to the kitchen, and a window wall that viewed the porch and the backyard. That's the layout. The incident. Now, I woke up because I heard a loud knock on my door. Nothing unusual, I thought, because my dad knocks loudly. The only thing lighting up my room was a blue digital clock. Just enough light to see, not enough to read or write clearly. Then I heard another knock and I said, "What?" loud enough to hear me through the door. Then the knock turned into a pound, so I ignored it, and I think I was thinking that it was my dad waiting for me to open the door. However, that's when I realized my dad was still asleep, snoring loudly in his room. Then there was banging on the door, like hard double fist banging rapidly. Then I heard through that door my dad's door banging, then my sister's, and then the front door, and then the slide door to the kitchen, and pounding on the window wall all at the same time. I sat there petrified in fear. My dog was the only other living thing awake with me, and we just both sat there in my room listening to it all. It was even scaring my dog, who usually would bark or get up and check anything that could be a threat. We think she was a police dog. This went on for about a whole minute, but right when the clock struck 4 a.m., it was dead silent again. Everyone, for some reason, was still asleep, except for my dog and I. Even thinking about it now chills my bones to the core, and I have no reason to explain how this could even happen. A ghost story. My grandparents lived on a couple of 100 acres of land. My dad grew up playing in those woods, running with his little brother over the trails they made. He moved away, got married, had me, and all along missed the quote-unquote country. We visited there all the time when I was a kid. We walked through the woods. He hunted squirrels, shot clay pigeons. And when I was very little, I stood next to him. It was while he made shotgun shells at home. The smell of gunpowder in the air. In his 40s, he had a job that gave him excess wood and glass. Excellent boards. Boards and glass to build a house with. He started hauling load after load of wood and glass to my grandparents' land. He built a massive open-air shed to shelter what he believed would be his future house. He planned to build a home, return to the woods he grew up loving. He took me to the spot that he had picked. It was beautiful, but an ambitious dream. I knew he could do it. Years went by, the plan all along to build the house, but my dad developed Parkinson's. The disease took everything away from him. Slowly, over a period of 10 years, he lost control of his hand. He lost his ability to eat, and he lost weight and faded to nothing. My dad died over 20 years ago. He had his funeral near where he grew up. I gave the eulogy. I still miss him, think about him often. After the funeral, I went for a walk on my grandparents' land. I decided to walk by the shed my dad built. Inside were all the parts of the home that really was never built. I walked away and I smelled gunpowder. Unfired gunpowder. It lasted just a few seconds, and it was gone. Never smelled it again, never saw him. Never visited or felt a presence or heard any whispers in the dark. Just a few seconds of that smell, all but forgotten. So that's my ghost story. I think he was there for a fleeting moment, and I always have it, and think about it sometimes. I saw and experienced my first shadow figure. Last week I visited family in Georgia in the USA. It was their home that I experienced my first shadow figure. I was sitting in my brother's living room, chatting with my sister-in-law while she watched television. From where I was sitting, I had a clear view of their dining room. Out of the corner of my eyes, something in that room kept getting attention, but by the time I turned to look, there was never anything there. So I put all of my attention on that room, and within a minute I saw a large shadow figure with arms and legs against the back wall. It then quickly moved across the room and into the hallway that led to that room. I quickly sat up and looked behind me, to the left of the front door. That door has glass panels on either side of it that run along the length of the door. And if somebody was walking outside, I thought approaching the house might be the source of what I was seeing. There was no one outside, nor could anybody walking outside at that hour project a full shadow into the interior of the home. My mind registered the fact that I just experienced my first shadow person. I said nothing about it and what I'd seen to my sister-in-law, and I doubted she would even believe me. And if she did, what would hearing a shadow figure in her home do to her psyche? It wasn't my job to tell her that I thought her house to be haunted. We continued our conversation for a couple of minutes, and then wham! We heard a loud noise from their bedroom. I looked at her, and she looked at me and started toward the room. Now I'm a little spooked. I followed her down the hall. There on the floor of their bedroom was a metal water bottle that my brother uses. My sister-in-law explained that she placed that water bottle on the bench that backed up to one of the walls. She picked it up, put it back on the bench where she had set it previously, quickly walked out of the room while making spooky sounds. I was spooked by this to the point that I downloaded a flashlight app to my phone and kept that on as a nightlight for the next 2 nights. I was there for another few days and had no more experiences. I remember being a spirit before I was born. For some context, I was born in Sydney, Australia in early 2003. What I remember of these spirit memories very surely predates around 2000-2001. I would recall these memories as a young child, around the ages of 4 to 7 years old, and every now and then I wasn't sure how I had those memories, only that I knew that they were true. The memories in question are of me as some sort of spirit or ghost flying around observing people in their daily lives. The most vivid of these memories that I can fully recall is me observing a woman in an apartment building. Her building was red-orange in color, like red bricks with white mortar, and she had light green curtains on the glass doors that led to the balcony. She was out on her balcony sitting on a chair, smoking a cigarette, reading a magazine. She was white with black hair and looked to be in her early 30s. I remember her wearing a jean short and black tank top and sandals. I recall her finishing her cigarette and putting it in an ashtray in a small round glass table. After that, she closed her magazine, put it on the table as well. After which, she got up, leaned on the railing of the balcony, and looked at the view of the city. And this is by far the most vivid thing I can recall. My other memories are mostly of watching people from above, seeing them go about their daily lives, such as one man I remember observing. He wore a light gray, loose business suit with a maroon tie and white dress shirt with thin vertical lines on it. I remember watching as he parked a late 90s sedan on the side of the road, after which he got out with a brown briefcase, went to a parking complex right next to where he parked. I don't know how I know all this and all this detail, especially considering I remember having these memories as young as 4. But what I know for sure is that these memories are far too detailed to just be a figment of my imagination. Haunted Pizza Hut. I used to work for Pizza Hut for almost 5 years, and I've worked at about 10 different locations. I've had my fair share of encounters at some of them. This story takes place at the first location I ever worked at. It was a new location in a small strip mall, and after being there for a few months, I was promoted to shift manager. Now, when you walked into the store, it was very long, and you could see the back door all the way from the front door. The kitchen was very open. We had a walk-in fridge, and across from the fridge door was the dishwasher. The layout is important to get kind of a visual on how this went down. And on the other side of the fridge, they were the retarder doors. They give you quick access into the fridge. And by the way, that was also next to the dishwasher. So one morning, me and my cook came in, opened the store together. Uniform policy was we had to dress in all black, hat, shirt, pants, and shoes. I was standing at the back door, which was just past the dishwasher and walk-in. Throwing the previous night's trash outside, my cook was knelt down at the retarder doors, putting away product. That's when all of a sudden she came running back to me in a huge panic and asked, "Did you just walk up to the dishwasher and then walk back?" I responded with, "No, I've honestly been back here just chucking all this garbage out the door. Why?" And that's when she told me that while she was knelt down, she saw out of the corner of her eye a black object walk to the dishwasher, stop, turned around, and then walked back to where I was. That was definitely the most terrifying thing to happen to me at that location. But other things, like random objects being moved and hearing the bathroom door open and close, even though I'd be the only person in the whole store, would also always happen. Magrath, Alberta ghosts. Before renovating my basement, it was completely empty. Perfect area for me to use my VR. One night I'm downstairs in my headset, which is wireless. I felt fingers graze my mid-back before grabbing my shirt and tugging me back. The tug was forceful enough that I stumbled back. So of course I thought it was one of the people I lived with. When I took the headset off, no one was there. I was in the corner of the room and I got a weird feeling in my stomach and ran back upstairs. Another time I'm home alone with the dog in my lap and I was on the phone. I heard my own voice call out, "Come here," from either upstairs or in the basement. The stairs are next to each other. I got a similar feeling as the previous story, but ignored it. But my dog perked up and started staring at the stairs and growling. Weirded me out, and I picked him up and went outside. A similar thing with the voice and dog things have happened. Once I heard running back and forth in the hallway upstairs. My dog did a similar thing with growling. The running stopped at the top of the stairs. My dog went nuts. Went outside, only the other person I live with has heard the voice. I was upstairs in my room with my headphones on, completely silent. Got a text from them asking if I was singing, and I wasn't. Replied telling them no, and they told me they heard my voice singing from the basement. There was a lot of negativity around my household before these experiences even took place. A lot of depression and anger and some more personal issues. This makes me believe whatever's in my home is an egregore. Only thing that wouldn't make sense is when we lived in the house for only a couple of years, I'm sitting in the midsection of the stairs, chatting with the housemaid, when out of the corner of my eye I saw a crooked shadow person run into the room at the end of the hall. It's not the only shadow, it's the most memorable one. Unexplainable footsteps and leaves inside our locked home. For context, I'm from Germany. And about 5 years ago, my family and I lived in a house next to a church and a graveyard in a small village. I was around 13 years old at the time. My sister was 18. Our house, an old parsonage, was kind of split in two with two entrances. One on the back that had led to the garden and the graveyard, and a main entrance in the front. My sister's and my rooms were on the sort of side facing that garden. To get to the back entrance, you had to walk all the way around to the front of the house and then go through a large sort of event room. So the layout was kind of U-shaped. Now to the actual event. One day my parents went out of town for a wedding, leaving my sister and me alone for 3 days. One night around midnight, we both heard heavy footsteps like somebody wearing boots coming from the event room. It was right next to our side of the house. We were immediately freaked out because all of the doors were supposed to be locked. We were both scared and thought maybe it was a burglar or something. I gathered all the courage I had and I just went to the kitchen to grab a knife. Then I walked down the U-shaped hallway to the event room, unlocked the door to check, and I turned the lights on and no one was there. I searched the entire house. I checked every door to make sure it was locked. Didn't find anything. The rest of the night went on as normal, and eventually we went to sleep. But when I woke up in the morning and went into the living room, there were leaves scattered all over the house. I don't really believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff, but that night will stay in my memory forever. Still can't explain where the leaves came from or whose footsteps we heard because my sister and I were both in our rooms the entire time. Was I really sick or did this actually happen? About 2 weeks ago, I decided to stay up late and binge watch my favorite show. Pretty sure it was around 1 in the morning. Anyways, I was lying in bed snacking on my chips when all of a sudden I got a sharp cramp in my stomach. I ignored it the first time. It came back again, so I thought, well, maybe I have to take a shit, since I did kind of overeat earlier that day. I hopped from my bed to head to the restroom, and after 10 minutes of sitting on the toilet, I realized my stomach was aching because I had to throw up. Now, call me a wimp, but that's something I absolutely hate doing. So not only was I having the worst stomach pain imaginable, I had to throw up as well. 1 to 2 hours pass, and I start getting super sleepy. I still haven't thrown up, and my stomach still hurts like a bitch. So I call it quits. I go to bed. Back in my room, I turn around to close the door, and just at my doorframe, I kid you not, I hear a little girl whispering and giggling. I don't know what she said, but I heard something along the lines of Jesus Christ. I told my mom, and she thought it was something good, but if you watch paranormal movies, you know nothing good comes from hearing a little girl whisper and giggle in the middle of the night. When I first heard it, I thought, could it be coming from my grandpa's TV? But what old person watches TV at 2 in the damn morning? So then I thought, well, is it coming from my tablet? But the tablet was on 1% and I had no music or YouTube tabs opened. And besides, it's like the voices were standing in front of me because I heard it directly in my ear. Obviously, I'm too sick to really give a shit at the time, but I closed that door so fast it would have made your head spin. Now, I don't know if I was really just sick or going out of my head, but this never happened before. And I wasn't paranoid because I wasn't even scared in the first place, just exhausted. And of course, I still have my doubts about this night because who knows where that noise could have come from. Old man puppet hanging over crib. I first want to start out saying that I'm a complete skeptic when it comes to most paranormal experiences. I do not discredit anybody who had a paranormal experience, and I wasn't there. However, I do believe that most paranormal events have a rational explanation. That being said, one of my earliest memories involved the first time I climbed out of my crib. I don't remember much, but what I do remember is vivid. I was in my parents' room, and I'd put to bed, and my grandmother had come down from out of state that evening. Her and my parents, they were in the living room playing Yahtzee together. While at my crib, I distinctly remember a puppet of an old man hovering over my crib and looked like the critics from the Muppet movies, giving me the most menacing and angry glare. I did what any young child would do, immediately hid underneath my covers. When I peeked out from the covers, the puppet was gone. This was the first time that I'd ever climbed out of my crib, and I ran down the hallway into the living room to my parents. My mom picked me up and proceeded to carry me back to my crib. I don't recall having any further encounters that night or in the future. For most of my childhood into my teen years, I wrote it off as a bad dream. Till I was about 18, I was riding in a car with my brother, who's older by 4 years, and told him about the experience. Told him about a dream I had of a puppet hovering over my crib, and my brother asked me if he was an old man. Bear in mind, I had never spoke to him about this before, and I said, yeah, you know. He told me that he was in the bed across the room and recalled a night where he saw the old man puppet hovering over my crib. He said he got so scared that he too hid underneath the covers. Thanks for the help. When he peeked his head out, both myself and the puppet were gone. Not sure if anybody else has had this experience or even a similar one. If anybody has a rational explanation, I'm open to it, but any input would be helpful. Break-in or shadow figure? At the time of my experience, I was 22. I was living in the outskirts of Council Bluffs. It was the winter of 2020 or 2021, can't remember. Growing up, I used to wake up in the middle of the night to see things. Generally, I would see spiders or rats or bugs, as I would wake up and they'd run off under pillows or maybe the closet or dark part of the room. I always thought it was some sort of sleep paralysis, and I could always move, and living in Iowa as a traveling construction worker, these experiences became more and more scattered. One weekend after a heavy snowstorm, we shut down the project. I decided to do shrooms for the first time. I did way too much for somebody with no drug experience. Did them around 11 a.m. and felt normal by 6 and 7. When I laid down at night, I was exhausted from my day. But before I continue, I'd like to say I always shut my bedroom door and locked the front door. Woke up in the middle of the night and a figure of a man was standing at the foot of my bed close to my door. I immediately reached for the gun in my dresser drawer. I flipped back around to see the man gone, bedroom door open and no noise in the house. I searched the house and found nothing. I checked at the front and the back door to see if there were footprints in the snow, and there's nothing. Brush this off as a lasting effect of the shrooms affecting my already occurring issue. However, a week later, a neighbor knocked on my door and invited me to a poker game to organize a watch. I asked, why now? He informed me that there had been a string of break-ins down the road. And to this day, I don't know if a man was standing at the end of my bed. And I've since moved, and now these occurrences happen more often with no drug use. I wake up fully able to move and hear what sounds like people running through my house, and even whispers. It's terrifying. I don't know what to do. My ghost story. So, backstory. I believe in ghosts. My old house used to be a barn for my aunt's horses, until it was refitted for living. My parents lived there for 10 years until we moved in 2009. My aunt died a month after I was born in 2002. A few days after a quarter dropped and rolled to the exact threshold of my parents' room. For the next 7 years, my sister could hear footsteps above her room at night, which shouldn't have been impossible, but that house had the first floor, a 3-foot crawl space, than the attic. You couldn't hear somebody in the attic, but the crawling sounds different from heavy thuds from a boot. We moved in 2009, and weird stuff happens here too. My sister almost every night heard a person walk from my brother's upstairs room down the hall to her room, but never back. And one time, when her boyfriend was watching the house, he swore on his life he saw a faint woman looking around the corner of my sister's room right at him one night when he woke up. And after seeing a picture, he was convinced it was my aunt. So I was probably 10 watching TV in our main living room. It shares a wall with the bottom of my sister's room. She was upstairs and this is downstairs. I'm sitting there eating when suddenly I hear a few huge boom 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 booms. I instantly get freaked. Sounds like it's coming from a stomping 300-pound guy. I brush it off, still wary, and I heard again, and slightly louder with a few more. I knew it couldn't be a robber because her window's over a flat wall next to her backyard with like a 10-foot drop. Ruling that out, I get so freaked out I sort of book it out of that room into the garage across our cul-de-sac. I bang on my best friend's door and tell him he needs to come hear this. When he gets me, we watch TV for a while, nothing happens. Happened for a while after that, a couple years, but it's since stopped. Every now and again we hear something, but we know it's not a person. First big paranormal experience. Honestly, I've had lots of experiences now, especially that I'm older, and I'll keep telling them as I feel comfortable. But this specific instance was a recurring paranormal instance that my brother and I both had when we were little, and when we shared a room. It started when I was 10, my brother was 6. With nightmares of small creatures or shadows that would chase me and my brother. I could never make out facial features, but they were short, human-looking things. These nightmares happened for a few months. Their parents would try and console us when either of us woke up crying or being scared. But then one night my brother woke up and started screaming for me to wake up and that it was in the hallway coming to get us. From his bed he could see into the hallway. So I woke up and I started calling for my parents. When they came in, my brother tried to explain that the small goblin was trying to get us. They told him it was just a bad dream, and that they'll stay with us until we fall asleep. For the next few nights, he would wake up saying that they were running in the hallway or scratching the small window by his bed trying to get in. And a few times, I woke up to sounds of something or someone running around a room or hallway, and the occasional shadow. It finally all came to a head 2 weeks into this when my brother woke up crying, saying they almost got him. And when my parents came in and turned the lights on, I saw he had red scratches and marks on his arms. After that, my parents put crosses and blessings all over the house, saged it too. And that seemed to work. The nightmares stopped and brother stopped seeing weird little goblins. This kind of scarred me a little bit. And my brother, and even now he ignores and avoids any supernatural anything. Dark energy at McDonald's. I work overnights as a manager, and both of my workers called out last night. No big deal, it means I get to close and clean. I only have to worry about dishes and getting breakfast up in the morning. So I'd be lying if I said this was the first or third time I've experienced something in the store. A new worker, who I'd really not told any stories to, had a similar experience to one of mine. Knocking on the drive-thru window. Clear as day, nothing there when you would approach. Well, I wrote that off and made an excuse for it because I'm agnostic and I don't believe. Or at least I thought I didn't. Whatever this dark energy is, it's persisted. And the last night it was stronger than ever. First bold move it made last night was while I was setting up trays in the kitchen. I felt a dark shadow over me, like somebody much taller was behind me. Shadow washed over me and was gone, just like that. Moved to the office and watched cameras, really feeling like I was being watched. After eating, I decided to buckle down on work again, and that included dishes and freezer stock. While I was doing dishes in the back, I saw movement out of the peripheral, and I turned my head to the right to see an apparition. It wasn't solid enough to be human, but definitely had the outline. I ran out of the front lobby door and called my brother, who also works nights. He understood because he's a believer. Claims he had an experience as a young teen. He stayed on the phone with me until I grabbed what I needed out of the freezer, and I was terrified the thing would come and lock me in there. Which I know sounds ridiculous, but it's just so dark. Been at home for hours and still have chills. Brother advised me to record live with my phone, since ignoring has gave me the results I want. Weird things that happened to me. So I'll tell 3 things that happened to me. They're kind of paranormal. The first one is a strange shadow. Happened maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I still remember it clearly. I finally got home after school, went to my bedroom, did some stuff, and I wanted to eat something. So I did, and I started walking down the stairs. When I was going into the kitchen, this random shadow appeared, but it's not a shadow like a sort of tall thing, like a normal floor shadow. Let me explain it better. When I entered the kitchen, the light was off. There was still light from the window, and the light behind me was on. So supposedly there should be a shadow in front of me, right? Right. Anyway, there was a shadow, like a big one on the floor, right in front of me. I got scared and got out of there. But just right after I decided to enter again, and guess what? There was no shadow. Just mine, a normal one, very light, you know. And yes, there was no one inside the kitchen, so that couldn't be it. I really don't know. Time to time, I like to recreate it and see if I can see the shadow again, but guess what? It never happens. And this was the first paranormal thing that happened to me. The second one was 3 years ago. I was at school and didn't have any classes, so I was with a friend. She and I were sat down on a table, and I think we were just talking until we heard a loud clap noise in our ears. We heard it, and it wasn't just me. both looked behind us and nothing. 'Cause guess what? Behind us was just a plain old wall. There wasn't any people close enough to do that because the sound was so loud and close to our faces. Like I said, there was no one close, and those who were close were probably unfazed. Probably because they thought that it was somebody who clapped. Alone in my room until I heard a voice whisper my name. Today was my last final exam. I got home from school and I thought I deserved a little bit of a reward, so I ordered some fast food along with my favorite drink. The food arrived around 2 p.m. I had my lunch while watching a show, and I felt drowsy and I decided to take a nap around 3:30. The weather was hot, so it took a while to actually fall asleep, but eventually I did, and I woke up to the sound of my dad coming home from work at around 6:10 p.m. Checked my phone to see if anybody had messaged me. One of my friends had texted asking if I wanted to hang out that evening. I replied while still lying in bed. The only light in the room was the glow from my phone screen. Everything else was pitch black. After replying, I put my phone aside, and at that point, I was still feeling lazy and my stomach was hurting a bit, so I stayed in bed. Then suddenly something weird happened. There was no one else in the room, and I lived with my younger brother. But he wasn't there at the time, yet I heard what sounded exactly like a child's voice, like my little brother saying something unclear. I was shocked and instinctively looked over to his bed, thinking maybe he had come in while I was asleep. But the bed was empty. Brushed it off at first until it happened again. And I swear this time I felt chills all over my body. I turned on my phone's flashlight and looked around the room, and nothing, completely empty. But the second voice was different. It was distorted, but clearer in a way, almost like a whisper. And I could swear I heard it say my name, so faintly I almost didn't catch it. I honestly have no logical explanation for what happened today. Has anybody else experienced something similar? Or had something, or someone had something weird happen to them out of nowhere? Big oof. So I grew up in a house that was built in the 1920s. I lived with my grandmother's child. I would sleep in her room. Unfortunately, she slept in total darkness. But I remember seeing weird things. I always saw a black figure sitting in the corner of the room watching me. I knew I wasn't seeing things because sometimes it would move. And at one point I woke up to use the bathroom. It was right next to me. When I screamed and backed up into the mirror next to the bed, the mirror crashed and fell and woke my grandmother up. She thought I broke the mirror and refused to believe me, even though I know that that black mass did it. Random, but another thing I saw clear as day in that dark-ass room was a white, milky-colored pirate ship, huge, floating above my head. I know I'm not crazy, because years later my mom started talking about why she hated the house and she slept in the same room as a child. Told me that she saw it too, and I never told her. Moved into my mom's old bedroom after that night. Doors would open on their own. I'd hear footsteps, and I'd go out and look and no one would be there. Best friend also witnessed it when she spent the night. Never slept there again. Later on, I researched the history of the house, and get this. It used to be a flower shop. Old couple lived with their son, when one day the old man went crazy, killed his wife and his son in their sleep, then killed himself, right in the room where he used to sleep. Get this, the wallpaper started coming off the wall in the room, decided to pull on it. Pirate ship hand-painted wallpaper. We eventually moved out of that house, and after my uncle died in the house because things just got way too weird. Things wouldn't be where we left them. Got to the point where we'd wake up to the front door open. Fuck that house. Dorm room haunting. One of my paranormal experiences, I think so at least. This happened back in 2011. My first 2 years of college, I went to a satellite campus of a much larger school. They had 3 sets of dorm buildings, one being an old apartment building from the Victorian era. I lived on the 3rd floor of said building. The dorm was like an apartment. 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room. I didn't hide sight, it was pretty sweet. Anyways, I shared a bedroom with my friend Ollie. Ollie and I kept having these very weird matching dreams. Always about somebody that we knew, and it was always sexual in nature. Me and her and my other roommate Elle were all talking about it one day. Elle was super into stuff like auras and whatnot, and she suggested the dream indicated that there was an item left behind in the room. We were like, yeah, okay, sure. But we still decided to humor the idea. We searched the room, and we find this old pillbox over the mounding of our bedroom door. We were freaked out, but who knows, maybe somebody from the year before hit it. After it happened, shit started happening. Temperature changes, random knocks on the doors when no one was there but me. The most notable was a stack of textbooks being knocked down. I was the only one there, and no windows were open. And the odd part was our weird dream stopped too. Elle ended up building a shrine around it, and things seemed to chill out. And at the end of the year, I placed it back where I'd found it. And we also contacted the girls who lived there the year before. They had no idea it was there. Haunted house turned out to be an old hospital. So I just wanted to share my experience from when I was younger. When I was 18, we moved to a little quiet country town where my parents purchased a fairly old house to be renovated. First few weeks were pretty uneventful, but then stuff started getting weird. Lights turning on and off, which we put down to old wiring. We then started getting doors opening and slamming, which again can be explained by crosswind from open windows, but I wasn't really too concerned. Then it started escalating. My mom would wake up, some weird scratch marks on her arm. Would see shadows running from one side of the room to the other. I'd come home from night shift, and there'd be a shadowy figure standing in the window of my bedroom. Everybody in the house was asleep. We'd go to sleep and wake up to the fridge and kitchen cupboard doors open. And one night, I was home with the mate playing good old SmackDown vs. Raw on PlayStation. Bedroom doors were closed. All of a sudden, the bedroom door started banging, and clear as day, we could hear scratching in the door. Went on for about 5 minutes. Eventually, got up the courage to leave the room. You could clearly see scratch marks on the door and paint flecks all over the ground. A few nights after that, I was laying in bed asleep. That's when I woke up to what felt like being pinned to the bed with a heavy weight on my chest. It lasted a few minutes, which could be put down to sleep paralysis. But with everything else that happened in that house, I have my doubts. All this activity continued daily until we moved out. After we sold the house, we found out through the real estate that the house was part of a large HOS. H-O-S. My experience on the USS Missouri. My fiancé and I got stationed at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. As a massive sheriff fan, I was, 3. The first thing we did tourist-wise was to Ford Island. Alrighty then. When I went on the USS Missouri, something manifested itself as my fiancé in front of me, even though he was on a whole other part of the ship. To add more detail, my friend and I were together when we both saw this thing. I accidentally spoke to it thinking it was him. There was no way it was him because there was no other exit of the room but past me. He was nowhere to be found when I turned away for a split second. Then, about a week later, I started getting terrible day terrors and nightmares. feeling of unshakable dread at all times, and a feeling like I was being watched or followed. Also a feeling of like a sinister grin that I can't explain. I mentioned it to my friend who happened to be a Wiccan. We did a tarot card reading. It revealed something was indeed following and attached to me. Didn't want to be detected and became angry and started giving me homicidal and suicidal thoughts and urges. When I told it to leave, I got this sharp pain in my side like something stabbed me. My friend later did a cleansing, gave me a charm which did help. And since then, I haven't been able to see paranormal content or look at liminal spaces the same way. And that's a bonus story. I also work at the furniture store in the Hickam Exchange Complex. I've heard many stories of paranormal encounters here. I'll share more about those stories at another time, but the feeling of unease also happens here too. Did something follow me out of my dreams? A few weeks ago, I started having some lucid dreams about the house that my family lived in. It was back when I was a tween. That house happened to be a pretty haunted one. My family constantly witnessed some strange paranormal phenomenons in it. I haven't really thought much about our old house, because I would very much rather forget. But at night, when I fell asleep, it was like I was physically back in that house with my family and the spirits that were there. About a week after these dreams started, I had one specific dream that scared me a lot more than the others. I fell asleep and went in the same dream pattern, but this time there seemed to be something wrong. I was constantly freaked out about a specific corner of the house, and my uncle, who happens to be very in tune with the spirit world, they were in the dream and was trying to get me to calm down, but I was really freaking out. He took me to that corner of the house and had me stand in the spot I was freaking out about. I stood there for a solid 3 seconds before it was like the world around me disappeared into a black abyss, and there was just this thing right in my face. And its face looked like it had been melted and molded together, and it was just screaming profanities and insults in my face. I freaked out and I started screaming, and the dream started switching back and forth from that thing to the abyss, and the reality my family was in. While my mind was freaking out in that abyss, in the physical world, I was dragging my sister down the hall, and my family was trying to pry her away from me. When they realized they weren't going to get my sister away from me, my uncle grabbed me and screamed at me to wake up, and as soon as he did, I snapped awake. Helpful cryptids. I had a strange sort of run-in after an even stranger series of events, and I have seen a lot of things, but never anything like this. It was some sort of big white cat-looking thing, almost like those money statue things, like proportions, smoother though. Face looked odd, and it was smiling like a Cheshire cat and standing on some sort of pedestal or rock of about the same size. It was about 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. We have a giant mirror in our dining room, and I can see it from the hallway when entering our living room. I saw it there first, but when I turned to look at it in the room, all I saw was an afterimage of, I'm guessing, what I thought was there. It's really hard to tell what just happened, and only saw it for a moment, so I could have been hallucinating. But it had a very bizarre effect on me. Peace. I felt lighter and more awake, and there was a brief sense of shock and unease, but passed just as quickly as it arrived. Never had a truly, really positive experience with a cryptid like that, and unprepared for any sort of knowledge, having always studied how to ward off things rather than attracting any. And if it was paranoia, I would expect to feel, well, paranoid. Lack of sleep, heart racing. Might be some sort of third thing. But if anybody has a suggestion, let me know. I don't know what to make of it. We all know about Mothman and angel sightings, but vaguely middle-of-the-road fae folk, but what of house spirits or others? It is rare to non-existent I ever come across anything like this. Anybody know what it might be? or seen it before, or had similar stories of somewhat cheerful or helpful cryptids. The Ghost Girl and Her Nanny. When I was little, I lived on the grounds of a very old manor house in the UK. The manor itself was used as a college for teaching courses and was fully fitted out to cater for people to stay for week-long courses. There were bedrooms and a fully functioning restaurant, as well as all the course rooms. My dad actually ran the place. That's why we lived on the grounds. House came with the job kind of thing. Anyway, at Christmas, when my grandparents would come and stay, we would all be down at that manor house as we didn't have enough bedrooms at our actual house. It was only a 5-minute walk away. So on Christmas, my granddad woke up at like 6 a.m., saw a little girl next to him. At first, he suspected it was me having wandered down to see them. But as he came to more, thinking he needed to get me home before my parents freaked out, he realized the little girl was wearing a bonnet and a long white old-fashioned nightdress, looking nothing like me. She smiled at him and touched his hand, and then a lady in an old-fashioned clothing walked through a wall, and again smiling at him, picked up the little girl and walked back through the wall. My grandma slept through the entire thing, and although he was really never afraid, he knew that she would be, and would refuse to come for any future visits, so he never told her. He did, however, tell my parents, who had already had many strange occurrences and things at the manor house, so he knew they would believe him. My dad said the thing that gives this story so much credibility is that the rooms they were staying in used to be old nurseries and nanny quarters. My grandparents had no knowledge of this at the time, and he said it was all very calm and peaceful and not scary, albeit somewhat unnerving. What made me a believer in the paranormal and supernatural? My skepticism regarding the paranormal and supernatural, they all changed about 3 years ago as of writing this, right on the day my son was born. At the time, I worked night shift, so I was dozing in and out of sleep during the middle of the day. My wife was laid up in bed next to me, fairly quiet in the house that day. While coming in and out of sleep, I got an overwhelming feeling that a third person had entered the room. I wish words could explain it better than that, but it was just an undeniable sense that somebody was there. It felt like a warm, loving energy. And as I was coming back into consciousness, a loud burst of light exploded in front of my eyes, and I heard a loud bang. I'd experienced exploding head syndrome on a few occasions before, so it didn't alarm me too much. What did was my alarm was my wife sitting next to me in labor, screaming in pain at the top of her lungs. Rushed her to the hospital, and she had to give birth right then and there without any sort of pain meds. Ouch. It was definitely hard to watch, and my son was born over a month early that day. Had since grown up strong and healthy, despite his premature birth. Can't explain what it was on that day, an angel or my son's soul entering his body. Maybe me sensing my wife's impending delivery. I didn't know, but to this day I've never felt anything similar. I know it might be disappointing as a story, since it doesn't involve really seeing anything, but I'll swear to the day I die that I felt a supernatural presence in the room that day, moments before my son came into the world. My odd, potentially paranormal electronic issue. For the past 5 to 6 years, I've been experiencing a variety of bizarre electronic malfunctions, with the more recent one being difficult to reasonably explain. It originally was just batteries draining faster than they should reasonably be able to, which could be maybe explained by the batteries being lower quality, among other things. But since early 2022, it's picked up significantly. I've had multiple phones, Androids and Apple, and they've corrupted their operating system. I still have one of the Androids, and I'm able to take a video of it if requested. I've also had a $2,000 PC just stop working. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'd taken it to 5 different local computer repair shops, as well as I asked a friend who helped build the PC for help, and none of them could figure out what caused it, only for it just to turn on, like, out of nowhere 3 months later. Now I'm jealous. As if it weren't enough very recently, roughly 4 to 5 months now, street lamps have been going out far too often to be a coincidence. Started with no more than 3 in roughly 1 hour time frame, but since the start of September, it's to the point where it's not uncommon for 7 to 8 to go out in that same time frame. It is not as if it's once in a while sort of a thing. I walked to the store later at night 2 or 3 times a week. I was only able to salvage 1 instance of it happening that I had recorded last month, as my hands are pretty shaky, which doesn't mix well with walking. If you're not filming, it mixes just fine. Memorial Day Spook. Once a year, I visit my family cemetery with other relatives. However, this was the first time my cousins came since 2019, the last time they visited her site. And mind you, they are adults with their own children and didn't have the strongest relationship with their deceased mother. They didn't even buy her a headstone, whose death was very sudden and quite tragic. But their mother is my grandmother's sister. I have a feeling their deceased mother was there with us today, and she was not happy. I've never felt such an onslaught of sadness and bitterness that made me feel nauseous to my stomach so quickly. I had chills that weren't caused by the wind, and I swear somebody was following me around for a while until one of my cousins, her daughter, left to grab something from the car. The spirit never came back. The only reason I thought it was her was due to a dream I had a few years back with her in it. It was so realistically scary. I barely remember her face from when I was young. But her face was so vivid in the dream. She told me she was upset in the dream, and I can't remember everything, but it was a bad night for me. Then we randomly started talking about ghosts and how her world works. I remember waking up feeling the exact same way I felt today. Very odd dream, to say the least. I'm physically so exhausted despite getting 9 hours of sleep today, and mind you, the nausea stuck around for at least an hour. After we left the cemetery and traveled to go back to have a picnic, I felt instantly better. Today was interesting. Thought I would share this spooky Memorial Day. I saw something peeking over the side of my bed. To start this off, I'd like to say I don't live in a creepy house. It is old, but it's the charming sort of way. It doesn't feel negative when you walk in, feels like home. Always just home. So you can imagine my absolute shock when I was laying in bed alone this morning, watching something watching me back. 4 a.m. this morning, my husband left her bed to go to the bathroom. Our room is decent size, but from where the bed sits, you can see one of the 2 windows in the room, the other one being covered by blinds in the TV. And it being 4 a.m. in the summer, it's a bit light where you can see outlines of certain things. We have no animals, and I laid in bed waiting for him to return so we could cuddle. When I blinked and suddenly saw movement in the dark. A dark mass in the shape of a head moved over the top of the covers just enough to where I could make out the fact that it was moving. I froze because I thought it was my husband. Sometimes when he gets up, he'll sit in the chair, put on headphones and play video games not to wake me up when he can go back to sleep. Or rather, when he can't go back to sleep. I thought maybe he'd just gotten back in and just didn't hear the door open, and that's why he was sitting in the dark looking at me. So I asked him, "Why are you sitting on the floor?" A few seconds with my heart pounding, and there's no answer. Then I heard the doorknob click, and as soon as my husband walked in, it ducked down, disappeared, and I screamed, obviously, because what the fuck, and, well, he did a search and didn't find any intruder, and still can't explain it, and I'm scared to go into my bedroom alone now. unknown man reappearing. So let me preface this by saying that I know that the faces we see in our dreams we've seen in real life. Also, I've never told anyone else about this dream, ever. So in my dream, I'm always doing something else right before I see him. This time, I'm trying to save a young girl from getting mixed up with some dangerous people. While in the process of helping her, I hear his voice. Literally, my heart starts hammering. I don't know why, but I've always been in love with him. But anyway, I turn around to find him standing right there. He's just a good head taller than me, and I'm about 5'8". Greenish eyes, almost Viking-looking, but not too built. He's always looked this way, even when I would dream about him when I was a child. Yeah, these dreams go that far back. Anyhow, we laugh and comment on how long it's been. Last time I saw him was about 10 years ago. He then gives me his phone information so I can reach him whenever I need him, and I ask him when he'll be leaving again. This is where it gets strange. Usually, he'll say he's only here for a little while, or not long. This time, he gave me the exact date as to when he'll be leaving. He said he'd be leaving on December 17th. Since I woke up this morning, it's been bothering me. It seems so final, like that's when he'll be gone for good, and I don't like that. Anyway, I just needed to write this down, at least somewhere. I know that my family will brush this aside, so I thought I'd put it here. Is my house haunted? My house is quite old. Apparently, it dates back to colonial times, and as cliche as this sounds, it's actually built near, but not quite on, burial grounds. When I first moved in there were weird black candles in odd spots, like on the rafters in the attic. I'm not convinced either of these things are being a factor. So basically, every night at around 7:30 p.m. Around 7:30 p.m. o'clock. In the evening, my roommate gets home, goes through the typical routine of saying hey, and dropping his work equipment in the corner and phasing through the wall joining to the kitchen. It's usually around about the time I remember, at least. I don't even have a roommate. Kind of weird, but okay. One could say that's some sort of gas leak or something. At least that's what my family says. My uncle has tried bringing one of those gas-detecting devices around, but typically as soon as he walks in, it gets torn out of his hand and thrown outside. But we've nearly always found windows open afterwards, so it could just be the wind. The most damning evidence, in my opinion, is the fact that every time I get into bed, I feel a presence in the house. Next thing I know, a pale, fiendish-looking man thing floats up on through my floorboards, climbs into my bed with me, proceeds to diddle me thoroughly. Could just be sleep paralysis, though, or my uncle, so what are we thinking? Is there a rational answer to all of this, or do I have a mimic? Yikes. No one driving car, but strange woman in the back seat. I was in school around 2002. I was riding home in the bus. I was on a low dose of Ritalin, as every kid was back then. But it would always start to wear off around the time I was going home or got home. So, not sure if this explains it, but it was very, much me being aware of my surroundings. Anyways, I would sit and lean my head on the window, looking out as the cars passed. We went down a busy boulevard before we got to my suburban neighborhood. Then something wild happens that I still remember vividly 23 years later. I was seeing all these cars pass on the opposite side with people just focusing on the road or an occasional person on their huge cell phone while driving. Then this mini SUV like CR-V or RAV4 passes, but nobody's in the front seat driving. Then in the back seat is this lady completely facing me against the window, like her whole torso and head, which I don't know how it's possible in those tight back seats, but her face was a blur. I was so shocked and tried to say that it was the meds, but I wasn't tired or out of it. Then I thought maybe the driver was grabbing something from the ground, but there wasn't a hand on the wheel, and we were higher up, so I would have saw the body bending over. Either way, it doesn't explain the eerie lady in the back seat. I remember she was very skinny and had messy long black hair, as cliche as that sounds. Never had any weird moments in my life since then, but I thought I would share. I think my house is haunted. The first paranormal experience I had in this house was years ago. I had just woken up, went to the bathroom, passing by a hallway where we kept a fruit bowl with garlic in one of the drawers. As I walked by, I heard a loud bang behind me. When I turned around, I saw that one of the whole garlic cloves had somehow thrown itself against the wall. I tried to find a logical explanation, but there was none. The house was closed and there was no draft. The bowl was against the wall. There's no way the garlic could have launched itself like that. And after that, more strange things happened. Every time someone visits, they either get sick or worse. When my grandmother passed away, I saw a man sitting in the kitchen, dressed like somebody from the late 1800s wearing a top hat. Later I found out he was my grandmother's grandfather. The week before she died, my grandmother said she heard somebody calling her name and knocking at the door, but when she opened it, no one was there. And more recently, my mother saw a woman on her security camera, dressed in the same old-fashioned style as the man I'd seen, all in white with her hair in a bun, staring directly at the camera. Now, being home alone, I've heard somebody trying to force open the laundry gate and at the door. Last Sunday around 5 a.m., my mom heard scratching at our door while making coffee. Even her cat reacted, sniffed the door, got goosebumps, bolted upstairs. Also heard that same scratching sound in my room while I was downstairs. Dad's apartment haunted. The first time I noticed, I was laying in my bedroom alone in the middle of the night. I was watching Netflix. The hallway leading to my bedroom has doors on both ends. I heard the far one, the one leading to the living room. I heard it creak open. Our doors don't creak like that. In fact, I have a hard time getting that particular door to even open. I called out, thinking it was one of my parents. There was nothing. Got up to check and found the door nearly wide open. Thought it was the cat, but I found him asleep on the couch. I shut the door and I returned to bed. Then it happened again. This time I made sure to shut the door and verified that it was closed. Then I heard a clack from my room and I found a full bottle of nail polish knocked over. And my ladies know how heavy those are. I immediately went to sleep. My stepmother described a moment that when she was home alone watching Netflix in the living room, she heard a noise in the kitchen, turned to check before seeing a shadowy figure pull away around a corner. She instantly pretended not to notice and continued watching. In the middle of the night, a loud clatter came from the kitchen. We found a bucket, untouched since we got there. It was turned on its side on a shelf behind a closed door. Finally, I was doing my makeup in the bathroom while home alone, connected to the hallway. I heard my name, figured my dad was home and called back only to find no one. Am I just losing my mind, or is this actually happening? When I was about 6 or 7, a friend invited me to his house. We were playing hide and seek, and when it was my turn to hide, I went up to the attic. I hid behind a pillar inside of a tent, and when he started looking for me, the light suddenly went out. As a child who was afraid of the dark, I naturally tried to run out of the attic. But as I was leaving, I saw something that looked like a large owl. When I came downstairs crying, my friend, let's call him Peter, He asked me why I was crying. I told him I'd seen a huge owl. We went up to the attic together. There was nothing there. And in the spot where the figure had been, there were no traces or furniture. We ignored it and continued playing. A few weeks later, I started seeing shadows running past my door at home. My parents told me that it was my imagination playing tricks on me, so I listened to them. I didn't worry about it. About a year ago, I saw similar figures again, and last night when I was going to sleep, I noticed a similar figure in the kitchen. My door was open so I could see most of the apartment. And in the morning, I called Peter. I told him about the whole situation. He said that the house he lived in as a child had been renovated from a place where satanic rituals used to be performed. And after the renovation, crosses and other religious items were hung up in the house. And now I'm wondering, whatever this thing is, could it have attached itself to me and refused to leave? Or am I just losing my mind? Quick story from my childhood. Wind of voices. First off, the only history of mental illness I have is anxiety, depression, and premenstrual dysphoric disorder. Not ruling anything out, but I've never had auditory or visual hallucinations ever. Except when I did shrooms in college, but this happened way before that. So I'll cut to the chase. I was like 6 and had gotten into a fight with my mom, and of course, as kids sometimes do, I yelled, "I hate you," down the stairs at her. I was at the top landing. She said something back, then slammed the door that was at the bottom. Instantly, I felt this weird force, like wind, but not cold or anything. It was circling around my head. I heard so many whispers from many different voices within this odd energy circle. Instantly, I yelled, "Stop!" And everything went dead silent, like too silent. Sat there for a second, absolutely bewildered. Eventually, I got up, talked to my mom, forgot about it, but it's always been in the back of my head. The only other weird things to happen in that house was, one, every night when I tried falling asleep, it sounded like somebody violently turning in bed, like moving sheets would keep me up. And two, well, maybe this is something normal, but at least once a week I'd see what looked like lightning inside. Picture a streak of lightning, but inside a dark room. Always electric blue or green. Sleep paralysis, which creeped me right out. I awoke my OH last night by shouting out because I could feel someone forcefully stroking my hair. It was behind me on my pillow. A not-so-typical case of sleep paralysis, but he later did the same because his foot and leg was smacked by a cold human hand. And all of this follows our sensor light outside the front door repeatedly going on and off exactly at the same time, 3:38 each morning. When in actuality, we have to jump or wave our hands to work it when we enter the home in darkness. I've also been woken by a cold blast of air on my face at exactly this time, and increasing tapping and scratching noises can be heard between this time and about 4:30. It's all been disconcerting for us, but sometimes we're so sleepy we shrug and go back to sleep. My only slight concern is this type of thing seems to have increased recently. I'm inclined to close my eyes and imagine myself surrounded by love and light and send it out to whatever it is, if it is indeed beyond rationality. Whereas my partner is getting annoyed and suspicious, seems to get the negative or stronger responses. There have been other instances in disembodied laughter, goose pimples, and cold chills when warm, feeling like there's something hiding but watching. All ephemeral, but noticeable. We'll figure it out, but thought these non-dramatic instances might resonate with others. Little kids upstairs. I was around 5 or 6. My sisters were teenagers. My dad was and is an alcoholic. My mom was and is a smoker. My room was about a foot from my sister's room upstairs, so we were neighbors. While my parents were downstairs, practically underneath my bedroom. At around 10 or 12 a.m., my parents would hear my sisters playing upstairs. And keep in mind, I was really young, so I don't remember anything beside what my mom and sister told me. But my sisters, they weren't really playing with each other. They were playing with another person. And that other person was a little girl in a yellow sundress or a dress. But I heard this story years later. I was creeped the fuck out. Once I heard that story, I remembered that when I was in kindergarten or first grade, I remember seeing a little girl in a yellow sundress following me around as if the spirit finally left the house and attached to me. I told them about the little girl. There was also a little boy. A little boy, I'm guessing, would have hung out in my room. I remember that the little boy was wearing a bright blue shirt and dark blue pants, and he would follow me around too. Now, I told my mom and sister about this, and remembered my little sister telling me that she also remembers seeing that little boy. I'm not sure if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if that house had little kids that died, or something. Dad now lives in that house as my parents are divorced and have been for years. The Harbour Inn, Kent. Back in 2006, 7, and 8, the Harbour Inn pub, Kent in the UK, had a paranormal investigator and tarot reader in for the evening. They were doing mostly readings upstairs where the restaurant bit was. While I was having my tarot done, the investigator stopped and looked over at one of the pillars. He said there was a ghostly figure in a Guy Fawkes dress standing behind the pillar and watching us. Apparently, this figure wasn't nice. First, I couldn't see anything, but then I saw a shadow of a figure on the side of the pillar, and when we finished my reading, we went down to the bar downstairs. As I'm walking down the stairs, I look up and I saw the face of a man. I can't remember what he looked like, but he had an old hat on. The owner at the time hated the pub because he kept seeing a lady in an old dress whenever, he was working. She was randomly there. Later in the evening, the investigator and I went back upstairs and tried talking to this bad ghost man. He kept knocking on doors. Also told that there's a little boy that kept following me around the pub. The investigator told him that his name was Charlie, and I reminded him of somebody that he knew. One point in the evening, we were talking with my hands dropped over the chair when I felt a little hand grab around two of my fingers. Nowadays, it's been run by someone else. I often think if the new owners had any strange happenings. When I walk past, I look up at the window and I smile up to Charlie. Sadly, couldn't find anything online about the place or the people there. Disturbing dreams where others are affected, but not me. Dream 1, yesterday night. I dreamt I was sleeping beside my wife under a bedsheet. Suddenly, I wake up in the dream and she's talking to someone on the roof on top of us. I felt eerie. In the dream, I scolded her, saying, "How many times have I told you not to take your face out of the bedsheet?" As if in dream it felt like I already encountered the same situation. Then I pulled her back, covered her face again. And that's when I woke up in real life. I was so scared that I didn't open my eyes at all. I just stayed frozen in place, pretending to sleep until morning, and it felt too real. Dream 2, last night. I visited a married friend who lives with her husband and daughter. After I left, the dream followed her husband's point of view. He was making tea or coffee in the kitchen. My friend was changing clothes in another room and suddenly started speaking in a weird, abnormal way, as if she was talking to someone invisible. At first, the husband thought she was doing something random, but when it didn't stop, he got concerned and went to check. Right as he knocked on the door, I woke up again, feeling uneasy. And both times, I'm not the one being attacked or affected directly, but I feel the fear deeply. I also wake up with this weird sense of dread, like something spiritual or unknown is lingering. I don't know if these dreams mean something or if my brain is just overactive, but I've never had dreams like this before. Now I'm anxious and sleeping badly. My deceased grandparents visited me in a dream. Both of my paternal grandparents passed away in 2019. They were a huge influence throughout my life and helped raise me and my sisters alongside our parents. My sisters and I have always been close with them. When they died, I was kind of in an abusive relationship at the time. They never got to meet my now husband or our newborn daughter, who would have absolutely adored them. Since their passing, I haven't had any dreams with them in it. A few weeks ago, I had a dream where they were visiting me. We were in a white space, and there's no objects and no scenery, just white. My grandparents called out to me and rushed over to say hello. Had my back to them initially, but I turned around to greet them, happy but surprised. My grandmother asked me how I was doing, and my grandfather stepped up and did his military salute, greeting me as my maiden name, Officer Smith. At this time, my grandmother turned around and playfully smacked him on the chest, saying, "Jones' paw. She's a Jones now." He laughed and exclaimed, "Oh, you're right." My grandmother then asked me how my husband Daniel and her daughter Karina were doing when I woke up. The dream also made me cry because I missed them so much. I wished so badly they could have met my husband and daughter instead of seeing my mental health crumble at the hands of an abuser, and the dream seems so realistic to me. It makes me wonder if they were letting me know they're still here and still watching over me. My ghost, Silly Jimmy. Growing up, I've always had an eye for the paranormal, and a sense for it. Always knew there was something beyond. I've had ghosts attached to me frequently, and this recent one stayed for a few days, then disappeared. I have a tendency to give ghosts silly names. Could be masking fear to make it a joke, to be honest, but this recent one I named Jimmy. Every time he would come around, I never really got a super negative feeling. It was more like a, "Oh, I'm going to try to spook you," not a, "Oh, I'm going to take your soul." Jimmy would walk around, and I heard his footsteps, and I would see him occasionally standing in a doorway just chilling. He likes to make it known that he was there, like moving objects or lights or touching me. I started calling him Jimmy, and after I did, he started getting more friendly, like he was happy I was acknowledging him. Every time I heard something, I would say, "Hi, Jimmy." Or if it was a light flickering, I would say, "Silly Jimmy, you don't pay the electricity bill, so stop messing with my lights." Then he would stop. Jimmy was cool. But he moved on, and I'm happy for him. I keep saying him because he presented himself as an older gentleman when he showed himself. I hope I helped him cross over, but I do kind of miss my Silly Jimmy. Strange experience. Need help identifying what it was. Me and a group of 5 girls are staying at a cabin in the woods. It's not near people at all, and we had a terrifying experience. We were all talking really loudly, having a campfire. And at about 11:30 p.m., even louder than us, we heard an unsettling, childlike laugh sound. It lasted about 6 seconds. We all interrupted it differently, and I heard like a malicious children's laugh. Others felt like it was a laugh, but a cry for help at the same time. It was so unsettling and loud, so much louder than us, and sounded like it was so close to us. We all made eye contact and said it's time to leave, and grabbed our stuff and ran inside the cabin. On our way to the door, I heard some rustling sound from the tall grass. Felt like it was so close and watching me. We all agreed it just didn't make any sense. We were so isolated from everyone, and it was such a loud child's laugh. We felt like we might possibly have opened ourselves to something, since we did tarot cards and happened maybe 10 minutes after the readings. Can anybody help identify what we might have heard and why? Edit. I feel very confident it was something paranormal, not an animal. It was exactly like a child, but what kind of paranormal? Dream or reality? Over the past month, I've had nights where I go to sleep, or at least try to, and I remember 2 of the nights like it was just happening. The first night I remember this happening to me was 2 weeks ago. It was a night like any other, and I was staying up a little bit late to play video games. I went to bed around midnight. I went to bed watching some YouTube and then tried to fall asleep. But I experienced the weirdest, most uncomfortable feeling I've ever felt. It was as if I had been paralyzed and couldn't move a muscle or even open my eyes. Couldn't really even breathe. Although I remember breathing, and it was pretty hard as I lay on my side and the left arm being pretty uncomfortable in the position it was in. So breathing became hard. You and me both. Next thing I remember is somebody at my computer furiously clicking on my mouse and keyboard, as if that something was looking through it, and went on for 5 minutes before it stopped. I woke up a little after the clicking had stopped, and I remember kind of clearly looking around my room and seeing nothing out of the ordinary. I looked at my phone and saw that the time was about 15 minutes after I'd stopped watching YouTube. I wasn't really scared at this point, but more weirded out by the experience. Checked out my computer right after, and it was all normal. Should be noted I always leave my computer on, but turn off the monitors. I answered a voice that sounded like my uncle. It wasn't him. When I was about 5 or 6, I was home with my older sister. We were the only ones in the house. She was around 7 or 8 at the time. We were sitting in the living room watching TV, just a normal, quiet afternoon. Then we both heard our uncle call my name from upstairs. It was clear and loud enough to carry down the stairs. He just said my name, like he was trying to get my attention. Looked at my sister, and she looked at me and said, "You heard that, right?" She nodded. Didn't think much of it at the time. I remember getting up and going upstairs, assuming he was home and needed something. I went straight to his room and pushed the door open. No one was there. The lights were off, the room was completely empty, and quiet and still. Stood there for a second confused, and then it hit me. Our uncle wasn't home. He was overseas at the time, had been for a while. Went back downstairs, told my sister that there was no one there, and she looked just as freaked out as I felt. Neither of us said much after that. Never figured out really what that was. Both heard it. It was his voice exactly. I still think about it sometimes. Whatever it was, it sounded just like him. Too perfect, too real. Was it just our imagination, or something pretending to be him? Not her mom. I was around 13. I was hanging out at my best friend's house. We were home alone, completely absorbed in a PS2 game. It's when we suddenly heard her mom's voice call out from the front door, "Girls, come help me with the groceries." We both let out a groan. We paused the game, looked at each other, and then sort of shared a sense of annoyance. We yelled back, "Okay, hold on." Made our way to the front door. But when we got there, the door was shut. Confused, we opened it. No one was there, not a single car in the driveway. The street was silent. My friend grabbed her phone and called her mom just to be sure. "I'm still at work," her mom said. "Why?" We didn't know what to say. We had both heard the voice, which was her voice. The sound of grocery bags rustling, and it was unmistakable. Completely impossible. And I also want to mention that my friend has told me about other strange things that happened in the house, like her dog barking in a specific corner for no reason. At one time, she woke up and thought she saw a woman in a wedding gown and just standing in her room. My best friend doesn't live in that house anymore, but to this day, I sometimes drive past it on my way to work, and every time it still sends shivers down my spine. What do you guys think it could have been? Clown, ghost, or spirit? Around 2017 and 2018, when I was about 10 to 11 years old. My mom started living with her new boyfriend up in the city, and I occasionally go up there sometimes. On our neighborhood road, there's a Vietnamese church. It was about 11 p.m. and my parents were outside, and I was with my new neighbor at her house also outside. And I start looking up at the church, and keep in mind there's a motion light that usually stays on, which, when I started looking, I saw a silhouette of a clown or something wearing a clown mask. When I noticed the silhouette, I noticed its hands were like a pistol and a baseball bat. The figure started walking back and forth across the yard to the point where I could see the weapons in its hands, with the baseball bat in his or her shoulder and the pistol pointed down. It kept walking for about 20-30 seconds, and I was staring directly at the figure, mind you. Then out of nowhere, it vanishes out of thin air as if nothing was there and just walked into a portal. Now, it could have been my imagination, but I asked my neighbor around my age then, and he said he saw it too. If anybody can try and debunk this, by all means do so. I'm 16 now as of 2025, and still sticks with me to this day. That time the pizza delivery guy turned white as a sheet. I lived in an apartment back around 2012-2014. It was built on an old homestead. It's where they said the bodies of a family were moved. There was one place in particular next to the office building for the complex that no one, and I mean no one, stepped on. The grass stayed perfect. I had multiple encounters. I had a ghost cat. I had a child giggling at 2 a.m. I had a guy who hummed on camera. I had something hit me in the head once when I first moved in, which kind of angered me. Once I threatened to sage their ass, never happened again. I ordered pizza pretty regularly. Most of the guys knew me, and one time I opened the door and the guy smiled and said, "Hey." He swiftly looked behind me and turned pale and actually shivered a bit. "Are you alone?" "Yeah," I said, smiling because kind of a funny situation. He shoved the pizza into my hands. I handed him the tip and he left, running down the stairwell. And honestly, at that point I was adjusted to the ghosts. Closed my door, turned and said, "Really, guys? Don't do that.